Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this weekend's episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Sho, and I'm coming to you live from England. Just to quickly take this out of the way, Dr. Damages will not be joining us today. He's incapacitated. But as you know, with or without Dr. Damages, we'll keep the show going. Of course, the show is a lot better for him being around, but he can't join us today. Hopefully, we'll be back next week. Also, to let you know that the guest won't be attending tomorrow. That is, can't remember his name now, but the guest that was meant to come tomorrow and 90 Minutes Africa would not be joining us tomorrow. It's the author. I would remember the name in a minute, but he won't be attending. That's because Dr. Damages is still not available. So hopefully Dr. Damages will be joining us next week. Some of the topics we're going to be discussing today, let me run through them quickly. So we'll be talking about the Minister for Finance, Wale Edu, and the 20 trillion naira they are looking to take from the pension fund to finance infrastructural projects. Also, we'll be discussing the Minister for Women Affairs entanglement with the Niger State people, where they intended to marry off 100 orphans, and she's intercepted and said, that's not the way to go. So there's been a bit of back and forth, who's going to blink first. She's taking them to court. She wants to stop that from happening. We would also discuss the drama that never ceases in River State. That's between Governor Fubara and his predecessor, his godfather, political godfather, Nyesom Wike. The drama is just unfolding. New drama every day. They seem to have a lot of time on their hands in River State. We will also talk about the big one, which a lot of people have discussed over the week. And also, I think it was discussed earlier when Electricity hosted a show. That is Peter Obi meeting Atiku Abubakar. He also met the former governor of Jigawa State. I remember his name. I think Sule Lamido he met. Yes, so he's met a few people. So the question is this the bridge they've been telling, Peter Obi to build? Is this the almighty bridge, the handshake across the Niger and the rest of it? We'll discuss that at length. But that will be the last topic that I'll be covering before I end the show or hand over to forefathers, whichever happens. We'll take a break from it because I think over the last 3 hours on this particular channel, it has been discussed at length. We'll also talk about the royal visit to Nigeria, Harry and Meghan, the fallout of it. How are the British, part of the British people, how are they talking about it? What's their perception? What do they feel about it? And also, if we have time, we'll talk about the Ghanaian man who's been in the UK for 42 years. And all of a sudden has been told he has no right to be in the UK. He needs to go back home, or he needs to regularize, and it's going to cost him about £17,000 to regularize his stay, despite marrying a British woman, having children, and working in different industries in the UK. So those are some of the topics we're going to be covering today. And I might also, play the clip of Stevie Wonder becoming a Ghanaian citizen. There's a video of him taking up Ghanaian citizenship. So those are some of the things, we'll throw everything into the mix. We'll cover as much as we can. If the show runs till midnight or early morning in the UK, as it usually does on Saturday, that would give us more time to discuss a lot of these topics. As I like to start, I would always have some sort of monologue where I would, touch on issues, share my opinions on the ones I feel like I want to share my opinion on, so that when you guys come on, I can just moderate. So starting from the top, or maybe not even from the top, a few things that we might not go into details on, a few news articles. I would just, basically the headlines, some of the headlines, I would share them with you, and you can go away and go and read the articles if you're interested. So let's start with this. So Mr. Bayo Ononuga tweeted during the week, I think that was on Wednesday, 15th of May, he tweeted that President Bola Tinubu met the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, at the presidential villa on Wednesday. The two men have had a relationship dating back to 1998, 1999. If you remember, it was Buba Marwa that was the military administrator in Lagos State up until the Fourth Republic, when the then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over from Buba Marwa. So, people have been making insinuations about this and jokes and banter on Twitter. If you know about, if you know, you know. I won't go into details. It's just headline. Also, the Nigerian Senate during the week approved a $500 million loan, a World Bank loan requested by President Tinubu to fund the production of electricity meters for citizens. So, what's your take on that? What do you make of it? We're going to borrow more money. We can't stop borrowing. So this is to produce electricity meters for Nigerian citizens. There are a lot of citizens, Nigerians, who don't have these meters, and they still get this estimated billing, which is crazy. So we're borrowing more money to get meters. Also, Nigeria begs world for 306 million for food assistance, clean water, and healthcare. At least for this one, we're not saying they should borrow us. This looks like we're doing proper Bambiala with our bowls in our hands, going around for them to help us because we're a broke nation and a broke people. This particular one might get forefathers' blood pressure on the rise because it says Dangote refinery to buy 24 million barrels of US crude oil. That's from Sahara Reporters. If you're interested, please, like I said, go read these articles. But I'm sure some people are already thinking, oh, here we go, show is here with the doom and gloom. It's all bad news. That's what it talks about. I'll disappoint you. This is Mr. Festus Keyamo tweeting on Wednesday, the 15th of May, saying that he paid a visit to the ambassador of the UAE to Nigeria on Tuesday, and His Excellency Salim Said Al-Shamsi at the embassy in Abuja, where he handed Mr. Keyamo a correspondence from the Emirates Airlines indicating a definite date of their resumption of flights to Nigeria. There's been a lot of, false news, fake news around this, but he's saying that, he was handed the correspondence, and he was very clever. He said that the date will be formally announced by the Emirates Airlines in a matter of days. So he didn't give any date. He didn't want to be quoted as to be peddling fake news. But I think a day later, Mr. Bayo Ononuga then went to tweet that Emirates returns from the 1st of October. It's an official announcement. He gave a lot of details, the flight number, the everything, the time. He was almost promoting it, like gala. But here you go. That's some positive news. And another one that's positive. Now, this one, I don't know if I should believe them or not. But Mr. Bayo Ononuga also tweeted saying that the management of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, led by its managing director, Mr. Akintunde Sawyer, are thrilled to announce the 24th of May 2024 as the official date for the opening of the portal of the student loan application. This marks a significant milestone in the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to fostering accessible and inclusive education for all Nigerian students. Through the portal, students can now access loans to pursue their academic aspirations without financial constraints. There you go. Good news. See? 2 back to back. So you can't say Show is a peddler of bad news. And even one more. I just saw this just before I started the show. Dangote said Nigeria won't need to import even a liter of fuel by June. So that's what Dangote is saying, that by June, which is what, a few weeks away, we will not need to import even a liter of fuel. So it doesn't mean it will be cheap, but at least we can save our dollars. We don't have to start, changing our naira to dollars to import these things. And the queues hopefully will be gone for good. So those are some of the headlines. Like I mentioned, if you're interested in this news, Google is your best friend. Find whichever you can and read up on them. So let me see. Where do we start? Where do we start? Okay, so let's start with the Minister for Women's Affairs. I'll bring people in. Let me send the Actually, I don't want to talk much about it. Let me send out the link, and you guys can join me, and we can start discussing. But we'll be starting with to Niger. Greetings, I see you, brother. One Nigeria. Your name has changed many times. One Nigeria, I see you too. Wachuku, Motown, Wachuku. I see all of you. Shegun, oh, the first to comment. Oga, salute. So I've posted out the link. Anyone who's interested, Mike and Ellie, I see you too. Salute. Anyone who's interested in joining, please, click on the link. We'll bring you in, and we can have a discussion. We'll start with the marrying off of the 100 girls that was intercepted by the Minister for Women Affairs. Let me bring it to life. So this is what transpired. So after the news broke that they were going to marry off these young girls, the Minister for Women Affairs went to court and said, she's not going to let that happen under her watch. That's not the way women should be treated. So the Niger State people came back at her, and this is what they said.
Reactions have continued to trail the marriage sponsorship of 100 orphans as the Imams Forum and heads of other Islamic organizations in Niger State have given an ultimatum of 7 days to the Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, to withdraw statements and threats issued against the Speaker, Niger State House of Assembly, Abdulmalik Sarkindaji, and the entire Muslim community of his legal action. The Secretary of the Imams Forum, Umar Farouk Abdullahi, who made this known at the end of their emergency meeting, also called on President Bola Tinubu to immediately sack the minister, saying she is unfit to serve the nation in that capacity. Arising from a 2-hour emergency meeting, the Forum of Imams and other Islamic organizations in Niger State, in a 4-point resolution, has demanded the immediate sack of the Women Affairs Minister, Uju Kennedy, as well as for President Tinubu to relieve her of her appointment.
She used many words to blackmail Mr. Speaker, to blackmail the Muslims of Niger State, to blackmail the ulamas of Niger State. So this is our stand, the resolutions. 1, we are giving the minister ultimatum of 7 days to withdraw the statement she used against us, against our speaker, against the Muslim community or Muslim leaders of Niger State, that we want to give out the children, we want to force them into marriage, and the children are underage, so that we have contravened the child rights law. So we are giving her the ultimatum to withdraw that statement, or legal action will be taken after that 7 days, inshallah ta'ala, against her. 3, we also call on Mr. President to use his good office and sack that woman from the office. She's not qualified to be a minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She's not qualified to be a member in the Executive Council of Nigeria. So she should be sacked and removed from the office.
According to the Secretary, Imams Forum, Umar Farouk Abdullahi, the May 24 date of the marriage remains sacrosanct, saying that as those to solemnize the unions, none of the 100 girls is below the age of 18.
No lady is below 18. It's from 18 above. There's even 25. So from 18 above. We have all the documents with us. That is why we do not contravene any law of the land. So we'll go ahead and conduct the marriage, inshallah ta'ala.
Other speakers, including the chairman of Chanchaga local government area, Aminul Adan, and the Niger State area unit of the Muslim Students Society of Nigeria, all condemned the minister.
And now, with the mandate that this man is having, as the speaker and member representing that particular local government, I feel it's unhealthy for somebody to come in, let me call it a political propaganda. We will not accept that.
You should immediately suspend that minister. If not, because she's trying to cause crisis in Nigeria.
They all commended the Speaker, Abdulmalik Sarkindaji, for voluntarily sponsoring the wedding, as requested by the religious and traditional leaders of Mariga local government area, saying they would take it from there to face the minister if she fails to comply with their resolutions. Zakari Omale, AIT News, Mina.
Both school, those that have finished secondary school, they could enter an open university while they're doing their businesses. Or we get a job for them, and while they're doing their business, when they're going to school. Then those that have not finished secondary school, we go back to school, finish secondary school, and the same thing will be applicable to them. Going for open university to open university and equally having something to do. Like this POS, those that have finished secondary school that are above 18, we could allow them to start earning money while they're going to school.
Are you leaving them in that community, or you're bringing them out of the community?
That is what Emir said he will get back to me in a few days, so that we will know how to get these people together and have a talk, how to partner. But the important thing is that we agreed on that day to partner. The speaker, he was quite nice when he came to my office.
Minister, this perhaps are taking your attention.
Yes.
And there are those who will wonder that.
But the case is not yet withdrawn.
Okay.
I want to make that clear. How do I withdraw case in a day? Well, before I even withdraw the case, we have to go back to court and then tell the court that we have settled. We are withdrawing the case. Are you understanding?
But you're not withdrawing.
How can I go and withdraw? We're still trying to organize ourselves on how to partner well and get these problems sorted out.
But at the expiration, because the injunction will expire, I don't know which court we went to now.
High court.
If it's High Court, Federal High Court, isn't it? Maybe that's about 14 days or thereabout.
14 days.
14 days for the Federal High Court. For the State High Court is 7 days. So it will expire in 2 weeks or in another week.
In another week, yes.
So what happens afterwards?
I filed a motion ex parte. I equally filed motion on notice. Why did I do that? Before I met with my brothers and we decided to make peace. I filed it because when motion ex parte, by the time motion ex parte will expire, by that time, they must have gotten their 7 days to file their response. But if I didn't get the motion ex parte, the wedding could go on before they will be able to file. And the whole thing must have been overtaken by event.
So you are really ready, your hands are on the plow on this one, and you're not taking your eyes off.
Yes, but like I said, we discussed peace. We dialogued. We agreed that the wedding will not go on, and that we all will come together, empower these children, make a lot of inquiries concerning their ages, which I am even ready to go for bone marrow test, if need be. Then whoever are the people they will bring they are the girls, we will make sure they agreed, of which I will want to have a one-on-one discussion.
All right, so there you have it. That's the first topic we're going to be discussing. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. You've heard from the minister, you've heard from the people of Niger State who are, hell-bent on marrying off this orphans. They believe that's the solution to their problem. Marry them off, they're off our hands. So is this a case of cultural clash? Is it a case of, the Southerners don't understand the Northerners, we don't understand their culture, or we don't understand the religion? What exactly do you think led to this misunderstanding?
Okay, thank you, Sure. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can clearly.
Yeah, because I don't understand the culture of their, of these Northerners in that regard, because I've not seen anywhere where the culture stipulate that you can marry multiples, hundreds of women, and the government has a right to marry hundreds of women. So let me start from the beginning. He came back, the state came back, said those people are, above the age of 18, which is legal, and started to get married. But that notwithstanding, it can't force people to get married, because that's not the right way. I don't know what culture, maybe somebody can educate me if there's a culture whereby the government has a right to distribute people. See, you marry this, you marry this. Yeah, I call it distribution of women. But initially, I was calling it child trafficking. But right now, yeah, if you really look at it in the right context, it's a child trafficking, but they are above the age of 18. So having said that, I mean, how can you distribute human being? Is it part of the feudalism we're having in that country, in that part of North? So I don't know what kind of religion they do practice. Maybe somebody should come out and give me a definition of where that's a law in their country. For now, I don't believe what he said, because they make up something and they come here and say because the age different. I mean, is that the right thing to do? Is that the problem of the orphan? Can't you send them to school? Like Mrs. Edu was talking about. Can't you send them to school? Find something more productive, to do. Not to marry them, be more productive. Is that Nigerian problem over 230 million, 20 million we have right now? You keep on producing. I mean, what is our GDP per capita? I mean, we are one of the poorest. Is that what we need? More human beings? I mean, we need to educate what we have right now, make them productive, and give them something to life. So I just thought that's not even, it doesn't even make sense. That's a misappropriety. If you ask me, what are they doing in that part of the country? I'm not saying maybe a little bit of people marry or whatever in Nigeria, and maybe say, okay, go marry this person. But I've never seen a country, an institution where government institute marriage, say this is what we're going to do. We're going to leverage this marriage. We're going to leverage human being, for marriage sake. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make sense. But I'm glad, that minister has come back and said, I've not withdrawn the case. Because yesterday I heard that, she withdrew the case. But I'm glad she came back and said, she shouldn't withdraw the case. And let it play and let's see what's going to happen. But people need to wake up. I mean, in that part of the country, I hate to be so sectional, but they are so backwards, all this conservative, rigid ideology they practice it. It's not happening. So to make the story short, when you come out and bring us the fact that this is part of their culture, but that was notwithstanding, the government, the state, override that, because the government comes first, regardless of whatever you perceive to be a culture. So it doesn't make any sense. I don't see that as nonsense.
All right. So it sounds like you're on the side of the minister.
Oh, 100%. It's not even, they should try getting away from that nonsense, that shenanigan they practice in that part of the country. That's not what we need. I mean, people are suffering in Nigeria right now. You're marrying people, distributing, human beings. I mean, that's even nonsense.
Can you stop calling it distribution?
Yes, it is. Let me say something. I thought we normally start with, I saw the table of the contents that we're going to be discussing. But there's something that, something that I saw that's kind of bothering me about what happened. I don't know if you saw this story. Whereby, let me put it, Barbados, where the presidency talk about Ngozi Owela, that she's bringing investors to Nigeria, this is exactly what he said. So she has come out and debunked that she never said that, because she said she doesn't even use, WhatsApp, and it was printed in the WhatsApp, that Ngozi Owela stated that she's bringing investors to Nigeria, because this present government is doing well. So she support the policy they're trying to implement that is going to help Nigeria, borrowing of money, the investors that she's bringing. So according to what she said that has been brought to her attention by friends. She never said that, and she doesn't even what's up. So the point I'm trying to make, the government should try to govern instead of fake news. Try to propagate fake news. It don't make any sense. What is that idiot talking about? I'm sorry that I'm talking nonsense. I saw everything. So if you want to counter me, I don't know who is that ogre. You come in and counter what I'm saying. So anyway, he has encountered that she never said it. It wasn't even, it shouldn't be used for news. So it's very explicit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that that's been the hallmark of this administration, if there's one thing, is there's been a lot of jumping the gun. There's been a lot of fake news, a lot of propaganda, even from official, spokesmen and women of the government, which is something they can work on. They're going to celebrate that 1 year anniversary. It's something that a lot of people
problem I have with
remember.
them, they always want to, they always be begging for relevance. I mean, the relevance is from production. You need to produce. Some of the policy you're implementing, we need to see some tangible. And I know it's going to be a year. I'm giving them time, but the time is running out. In my own, they have not given us anything tangible. So
I'm sure something they can improve on, because the bar they've set for themselves is very low. So to improve on this,
why is that? Why are they governing like that?
Because they just like you said, they want relevance, they want to impress, maybe without putting in the work. So you want muscles, but you don't go to the gym, kind of thing. So it's that type of they're not putting in the amount of effort they need for the sort of result they're looking for. So they're quick to jump the gun. They're quick to announce deals that have not been signed. They're quick to announce, this is happening, that's happening. And you see a lot of people debunking it, organizations debunking it, and the rest of it. But one can only hope that it gets better in the next 3 years. And if it doesn't, well, it will be for Nigerians to decide what they do with them in 2027. And INEC.
Yeah, they need to get away from, I mean, I'm not saying the government doesn't propaganda, even in here in America, they do. But this present government, has taken it to a different angle. Even the previous government, I mean, we know that, the propaganda with with the foreign minister that we have, kind of spearheaded the decision. But this present government has taken it to a different level. I mean, it seems like it's part of their manifesto. They feel like whatever they are doing, whether it's going to work or not, propaganda will be part of it. I mean, in order to be relevant and people to believe them. So they are just like they are aiming for 2027 instead of governing right now. So that I mean, that's the way I see it. So, but they need to do better than that.
Thank you. Just to one final point on the Niger State orphans being married off. I think one of the things we shouldn't overlook is the fact that the minister has a concern that quite a few of those ladies might be underage. And I think that's a genuine concern that needs to be looked at properly. I see some people are saying that the minister has no local standing, she has no standing, it's nothing to do with her and the rest of it. But someone has to step in if there's a concern that some of those ladies or girls are underage. Somebody has to speak up. Let the proper checks be done. If they are overage, then the conversation changes slightly. But if they're underage, then of course that cannot be happening.
There need to be some factual data, to back up what she said. They're underage, or whatever the government is saying. Like whatever the government said, they have a document to prove most of them are 18 and 25 and so forth and so forth. Okay, that may be, but I still have an issue. I still have an issue what they are doing. It is, it's not. I don't see the purpose of that. That's not I mean, you shouldn't have human being behave like that, because when you're an orphan, you don't have any mandate to decide about your life. The government is pretty much deciding, for them. Government, is that a willing marriage? Is marriage not willingness? So there's no willingness in that case.
That's why I said it could be a cultural clash. It could be a cultural clash. That's why I said, is it a case of cultural clash? But let's move it on. Kulata, good to have you on the show. You've come in your ninja style. I see you. Dan, Revolution. I see you. Kulata, I see you said you are changing your mind on Uju Kennedy. You're becoming a fan slowly.
Yeah. When we think of position, she's the Minister of Women Affairs, right? So if she's not, and what we're seeing is she's advocated. And of course, there's a clash of, you can call it the clash of culture, clash of whatever, but I don't think that's an excuse, because you can't marry people off without their consent. So one area, I've not really followed the story, I've been very busy, but did their parents consent to allow the state, or is it the state taking liberties and taking away their consent?
They're orphans, so no parents.
Yeah, orphans.
Oh, they're orphans. So, so that means they need to seek their own consent, because the kids, do they ask them if the next thing in life or their ambition in life is to go get married to someone they don't love, they don't know, they have nothing to do with? So it makes no sense if we have a Minister of Women's Affairs, even though that ministry is weird. I've never seen Ministry of Women's Affairs anywhere in the first world, but that's what she's supposed to do. I used to laugh at Uju before, but now I'm taking her seriously. I think she's doing a fantastic job. And the state can't take such liberties on the pretext of religion or whatever. People are free to practice whatever religion they want to practice, and they are at liberty to marry who they want to marry, and nobody should force it or mandate it upon them to. I mean, how can that even happen in a serious country? You just take orphans and then go marry them off. What kind of brain dead nonsense is that? Doesn't make any sense. So I think I'm a fan. I'm getting to be a fan of Uju amongst the Tinubu's performing ministers. He has a boatload of crap ministers, but this is one of the better ones.
Let me ask Kulata. When you say you are becoming a fan, it's just because of this one you agree with. What else has he done to to give you that kind of narrative?
Who? What did you say? Sorry.
I'm talking about you. You say you are becoming a fan. What else has she done?
What's her portfolio? Women's affairs, right?
Yeah, what is women's affairs? But what else has she done?
Yeah, what is women's affairs? A different conversation. This is not the first time I've seen her start advocating. But she's made a lot of fumbles in the past, like that UN, saying she's going to sue UN. And all that stuff. Those were comical. That was when I used to laugh at her. But this one is kind of like a serious issue in my opinion, because imagine I die or you die and you have a child and someone just takes away that child's right to the state and marry them off. They're not saying they're going to send them to school they're not even giving them any sort of, they're not treating them like human beings. Like every human has something called agency. You have the free will to do whatever you choose to do. So nobody should make those kind of critical decisions for you and marry you off. Like what? Are you tomato or onion or some commodity that you just marry away and then they go and cook stew with it? You're going to marry off. You're open to having kids, even venereal disease. God knows what awful stuff they're going to expose those kids to. Let them make their own choice, not the state. That's kind of like insane. What state's right allows you to do that?
All right, thank you, Kulata. Just on the topic of performing ministers, who are the other performing ministers in your opinion?
Very, very few. Like very, very few. Like in my own opinion, the internal affairs guy, Wike, the works guy. What's the name of that works guy again? Umahi. Dave Umahi. You can give Kayamo his kudos. Who else? Honestly, very small pickings, slim pickings.
So you would expect or you would like to see a reshuffle?
Of course. From day one, the very first day they released the ministry stuff, I said, we're not going anywhere with these people. Like, I've been consistent from the first time. But the reason I came here really is 2027. I'm glad I'm in the midst of obedience right now. So Peter Obi is going to PDP, the structure. What do they call? What do you guys call it again? The structure of criminality. So I would like to see hands up. If he goes to PDP, how many of you guys are following him back to the structure of criminality?
You see how you are barbarians. You see how you deceive yourself.
So I want to believe none of you are going to go with him to PDP.
It's a free pass for Tinubu 2027. We don't clear route for Tinubu 2027.
No, I mean, not even that. There might not even be PDP. Okay, anyway, there might not be PDP 2027.
We'll get to that topic at some point.
Yeah, as you guys get, because I'm going to bounce very soon. As you guys get to that topic, I would like to see some. I want to see if people are principled or they're just married to a cult of personality.
You'll find out you'll find out when it's discussed. You can be sure the obedience.
I'm one of those people, I'm not in support of that.
You will see obedience. We'll get to it.
Sure, just 1 minute, okay?
No, not on this topic. No.
Okay.
You would spiral out of control. That's why I left it to the end. And
your propaganda.
3 hours on it just not too long ago. But we'll get to it. Revolution. These girls that have been married off in Niger State. What's your take on it?
Yeah, good evening, every guy. Sure, how are you, man?
I'm good. Glad
you
to see
you see, this leads us to those making that argument that Nigerians, we are not one nation. It's simple as that. Because in some parts of Nigeria, this will not be allowed, whether they are orphans or not. In a sense, part of Nigeria, they will be put into tertiary school. Maybe they don't have parents to sponsor them. Maybe some will go to nursing, to hairdressing. But in another part of Nigeria, where they are making a very good argument, is their culture, is their religion. So you don't have to interfere. Even they have threatened to take her to court for interfering to their religion, because most of them, they live on their religion, not Nigerian constitution. So me, I will not say they are doing anything wrong, because we all know this. You understand me? Except we want to pretend. These guys live on their religious beliefs, not on Nigerian constitution. Some of them practice Sharia in their areas. They don't even follow Nigerian law. A Christian girl was stoned or burned alive the other day in Sokoto because she's not part of them. What came out of it? So for me, I don't really think I have much to say. It's just unfortunate that we call ourselves one Nigeria, but in reality, when it comes to nitty-gritty, we will see it clearly that we are not one Nigeria. The minister is saying something, following the law. They are telling the minister it's not her business. This is our way. This is our culture. This is our religion. And you can even see them spending 90 billion just to go and pray somewhere and come back. Nobody talk. So what am I going to say, Sho? I don't think I have anything to say. Nigeria, when we're ready to solve our problem in that country, you will now try to think a little bit to our side when we say revolution, so that we will know who we are. Are we a nation? We will know. If we are not a nation, let us find our way so that we won't hurt anybody. Because they feel now that lady is hurting them while she's doing her job, you know? Thank you.
Thank you. Mazi Prince, California 2.
So pretty much, I guess I align myself with what Revolution said. Pretty much those girls were orphans, and they were kind of like victims of, from what I understand, the terrorists ravaging the north. Government owes them a duty of providing education. Marrying them off is not a solution, because at the end of the day, who are the people they are marrying them off to? And apart from that, so are they gonna line them up and then all these old men will come and start selecting? Is that what they were trying to do? You know, I think I understand they were about 100 or so.
100, yes.
Yeah, about 100. And then all those men going for them, are they capable? Do they have what it takes? You know, this is people that have already been traumatized by the fact that their parents were killed. You know, and some people will say, oh, they're of age. That's not what they need. What they need right now is rehabilitation. And what kind of rehabilitation do they need? Either they send them to, you know, some kind of handiwork or school. Those that can go to school, let them go to school. But marrying them off is not a solution. That's degrading them. Kind of telling them all you good for is just to start producing children. That's all. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Righteous man, I see you, but you're driving, so that's why I've moved you backstage. It's not something that we encourage, to be driving and also to be on the show. So once you're packed, don't worry, I'll bring you right back up. We've got space. We're only at half capacity. We can take 10, but it's only 5 of us here. Mr. James, good to see you. I'm sure you've listened. What's your take on this? Do you have any comment on it, or is it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah. This is the outcome of people not acting on precedents. In the first place, I do not support it, but let me start this way. During my high school days, I remember Fela Adekunle Kuti married 27 women at a go. The talking I won't call it noise, but the comment we are making now was not serious as at that time, if they even made any comment about it at all. People accepted it, and government did not interfere with what the man did with his 27 wives. There was a legislator, I can't remember his name, he married an Egyptian girl who is underage, I think 12 years or something like that. The man got away with it. Nothing happened. The legislator is from the north. I cannot remember his name. Now, here are innocent girls, 100 or thereabout, about to be given out to men they did not choose to be their husbands. I remember reading somewhere in the Holy Quran that orphan children should be given special privileges because it is believed they are fighting against odds in life. So they should be given some sort of leverage over either the Quran or an Islamic book, I can't remember. That was what the author was saying. They are disadvantaged children fighting against odds in life, and they should be given some privilege over others. But is this the best privilege we have for these children? In my opinion, is no, because if they are disadvantaged and they are orphaned, fighting against odds in life, we should set them up in life. When I say set up, I mean send them to school, acquire marketable skills. Who knows, some of these children could become accountants, lawyers, engineers, or whatever it is. So giving them matters for marriage is an act of irresponsibility on the part of the government of that state, I think Niger State, wherever it is, to behave in such a fashion. Money is not their problem to take care of these girls, unless there are things they are hiding from us. If there's nothing they are hiding from us, what they should do, they should.
We've lost your audio and video as well. It's frozen, Mr. James. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we can't hear you anymore, and your image is now still. Okay, so we've discussed that. It's been about 40. Man of Prestige, on mute.
Yeah, before you proceed for the next line of question, I just need to make a comment. Because Dan was here earlier. I was busy working out by that time. I was going to come in the earlier section that was narrated by electricity. I was kind of
Man of Prestige. One second, Man of Prestige. Yes, Mr. James, carry on. Okay, it's still not
okay.
Bad.
Let me. Dr. Rudolph is listening, so maybe he can adhere to what I'm saying. Okay. Some of the commentary that was uncalled for, I thought it was comfort because somebody here, I'm not going to mention name because two of the participants are not here right now. They was calling somebody imbecile and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's not right. Even I thought you disagree with anybody. You don't have to be calling name or all kind of name. I was going to come in, but I said, look, what I'm doing right now is more important. So I never really came in. So Dr. Rudolph, if you are listening, those kind of things you need to try to eradicate. Comment. It doesn't matter who it's come from. I mean, it's just person of somebody. I mean, calling somebody all kind of name, it's not warranted. Hopefully, if the person has come in, then I will call them by name. I have no issue with that. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you. Mama Icho, I'll see you in the comment section. Good to see you back. Mama Icho is slowly coming back. She will start with the comment section, and one day she will be on the panel with us again. We have missed you, Mama Icho.
Please tell her to come back. I miss her so much.
Your children and your grandchildren. They don't miss you, Mama Icho. Sorry, Mr. James, carry on.
I will speak later. Last week
okay. No problem. All right.
I'll speak later.
All right, Mr. James, no problem at all. So, I mean, we'll spend about 45 minutes on that topic, which is about what I was hoping it would be anyway. Sorry, beg your pardon. Let me move us on to something that might get forefathers to just jump in. I know it's in the backstage. This might just get him to just literally come in. Mr. James would love this as well. Not love it because he agrees, but might get a few people's blood boiling.
And I'll tell you this, you'll know this, Michael, you've been on enough royal tours. There's no way our royal family would set foot in Nigeria, a country where female mutilation, genital mutilation is rife, where women's rights basically don't exist, where hundreds of kids are regularly kidnapped by extremist Islamic groups. This is not a country that should be endorsed by anyone, certainly not our royal family. And these two neophytes, they're naive in what they're doing. They're making this country look good when it doesn't deserve it.
I couldn't tell you the number of royal tours I've been on, and what you say is absolutely right. You know, Nigeria, the Foreign Office and the American State Department both say it's a dangerous destination, you must not go there. It vies with Johannesburg in South Africa to be the murder capital of the continent. And you and I know that in that country, there's industrial scale boiler rooms of people who are ripping off people around the world, internet fraud, wholesale internet fraud, defrauding old ladies, stealing identities, and none of that is ever prosecuted. Now, as we know, there he is on his polo pony playing in favor of one of his African charities. As we know, Prince Harry came back and said this country was not safe enough for him. He took his father's government to court over it. Eventually, a judge slapped him down and said he couldn't have a permission to appeal. Otherwise, he would have appealed. Now, he's gone to that country there where it's an extremely dangerous place. He had, admittedly, 4 burly bodyguards with him, but how he can maintain that the level of armed protection for him when he's in this country, and when we saw him here last week, he had very, very adequate protection.
They want to be adored and.
Okay, so you've listened to that revolution. All right, so you've listened to that. You've seen what they've said. The royal commentators. My take on it quickly is that it's a case of when 2 elephants are fighting, the grass will suffer. Harry and Meghan could have gone anywhere else, and they would have said exactly the same thing. So a bit of context. Harry is falling out with the royal family. Him and his wife have left. They live wherever they live now in the US. But Harry's told them that he wants to keep his security anytime he comes to the UK. He wants the UK government, the royal family, to pay for his security anytime he visits. They've said, no, you're no longer part of us. You don't serve as a royal. So we're taking off your security anytime you're in the UK. You pay for your own security. So he took them to court. He lost. The judge even said he couldn't appeal. So that's what these ones are alluding to say, if you feel safe in Nigeria, how can you tell us you don't feel safe in the UK? So yes, they've said a lot of silly things about Nigeria. Some of them are true. I mean, at the end of the day, and that's why we beg our politicians, stop doing the madness you do all over the world. Stop giving us a bad image. But they've said what they've said. I personally think if you're a royal commentator, you should be more worried about the fact that Kate Middleton, that is the wife of Prince William, has not been seen in public since last year. The last time she was seen was last year. She's not been seen in public. Now they say she's got cancer, and I wish her speedy recovery. But there's the case of Rose Hanbury. If you know who Rose Hanbury is, you can Google it. That's that case that's not going away. The rumor is not going away. These are the things you should focus on, rather than, make Nigeria your punching bag. But, I'll start with those who have not spoken. So let me start this way. So let me start with Righteous Man. You can touch on the first one and speak on this new topic if you will. Be like Righteous Man, they be Apollo. When they put you outside, when you don't want to be inside the actual beer parlor, you just stay in the beer garden. They'll be bringing tray, pepper soup. They will bring Righteous Man. You can't even hear us. Okay, I'll go to. Oh, okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, show and every other panelist. You see, I'm one person that is not happy with whatsoever that is called the British or the Kingdom of United
Kingdom,
Britain or whatever. I don't like commenting on their issues because they are a fundamental problem in Africa. If there is anything that we have to talk about these people, they are hypocrites. We should be campaigning about reparation. They intercepted our civilization and brought us backwards with about 600 years backwards. So I don't even cherish their whatsoever kinship, whatever they are practicing. I don't want to talk about them, honestly. I have a bitterness about how they misruled Africa, how they divided us, and how they continue to use the weakest among us to rule us and to divide us the more. So anything about Britain, I'm not interested, and I don't want to comment on it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem at all. Thank you for that. DMO, I'll come to you quickly. Welcome to the show. Good to have you with us once again. Am I delayed? Can people hear me minutes later? Okay.
We hear you. They don't hear you.
Okay, Paul. Welcome to the show, Paul. Good to have you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, and good
DMO,
morning.
you'll be speaking after Paul.
Okay. Do you want to help me? Can you find out where the feedback is coming from, the noise?
Radio. I'm just gonna mute everyone who's not speaking.
There's a lot of feedback.
It could be the beer parlor. You know, the beer parlor, not the quiet.
Yeah, righteous man.
This the beer parlor.
Okay. So good morning. Talking about this UK thing, when you touch about it, it just makes me laugh. They talk about how the Nigerians, the internet fraudsters will fraud, and our government choose not to investigate, to prosecute, and probably maybe even send them to their country if they have their way. Sometimes they will even want to ask for you to bring the person back to their country so that they can handle it very well. And I really like that. But you know the funny part of it, these are individuals who do some of these things that our government choose not to prosecute. And to some extent, it is also not right. I agree with them. But a situation where their government stole from us all our artifacts and every other thing that is there for centuries, and they refuse to give us. You see what happened in Ghana in almost 2 months ago. They even said they will borrow Ghana some of their artifacts for them to use for 1 year in their museum, then they will return it back. This artifact belongs to the Ghanaian. They say we will borrow the king. So the king is signing a shorty letter, guarantor, whichever way, to say, okay, borrow us our own property for 1 year. After 1 year, we'll send it back to the UK. You understand? They should start from that. You understand? They should start from that. Like my internet people will do. I don't do that. And I don't support that. And I create a lot of problem with these guys over here. Whenever anybody tell me I have a friend in Nigeria, I said, it is a scammer. I don't speak two things about it. But you know the funny part of it? To some extent, these boys will also tell you, it is what these people stole from us. We are only taking the little one. Like the Bible will say, the food that comes out of the master and give to the dog. The crumbs that comes out of the dog, just give it to me. That's how it is in the Bible. So the Yahoo boys will say, we're only taking the crumbs of what you guys took from us. We're only taking the crumbs back. Since we can't even ask for the big one, of course, we know we won't get it. So let's just take the crumbs back. That's how it is. This is their hypocrite. These are the people who create problems for the so-called Palestine people today, that they are dying, and they still support and every other thing. They are very barbaric people. They never like our color. They never like the skin. They never like us, and they will never like us. So anything that will make any one of them celebrate us, they hate it with passion. You understand? You can see the level of passion. You know the beauty of it. One thing, like I said last week, that I'm still saying again, the beauty of social media, it's a dream come true. You understand? This little platform that we can use to air our view. Don't you see the control of the mainstream media, the way the mainstream media do things? You understand? Do you know the passion that some of us quote some 20, 30 years ago? Oh, I heard this information from BBC. I heard this information from CNN. We don't even know that these are not media. You understand? They are just there, you understand, to control a particular narrative. You understand? They don't report what they call news. You understand? They take side. You understand? They are like supporters club. You understand? It is hard for you to see supporters club to support the other side, apart from Nigerian supporters club that will try to do that. They are like supporters club. They take side. You understand? They don't report news. They don't balance information. They don't do anything. They are just being wicked. So social media now can help us to tell our own side of the story. Just imagine some of us can't say all those things many years ago. So the people who listen all those things will just look this guy and this girl that these people, they are very barbaric people. Why would they do that? Why would they even betray England? Why would they do all those things? But in as much as they came, they come as private citizens to come and do their own thing. You can imagine the way a spokesman is talking. You understand? So it's been like that. That's why sometimes we that live in the West, you see us all the time, we see a lot of educated illiterates in the West, where somebody will just look at you, oh, I have a friend, his name is Victor from Africa. Do you know him? You know, because they control them, they wire them so much that you see the level of ignorance. You can't just understand. Very many of us, we all listen to all the American music. We all watch all the American movies. We watch all the Brazilian soap operas in Nigeria. To some extent, we are very, very informed before we even travel. But when you see some of them, sometimes you now understand that you don't really need to blame them too much, because they use the media to control them so much that they didn't even understand that there is life apart from the shenanigans that they're telling them.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Where's this noise coming from again? 1 second. I think it's... Please, if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. It makes for better viewing, especially for those who are going to view it much later. Once they turn it on and they hear this background noise, they just switch off completely and they won't watch the video. So if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. I don't want to be kicking people out. I'm a lenient dictator. Talking of supporters supporting other people, Arsenal fans were supporting Tottenham a few days ago. So just to let you know, it doesn't get worse than that. Arsenal was supporting them. And by the way, Arsenal can win the league tomorrow if Man City lose or draw. So tomorrow will be a very interesting day. Dr. Damages is not here. I'm thinking of doing a watch along, last game of the season. Whoever's interested, I'm not, I don't mind doing a watch along for the games tomorrow. It's going to be interesting.
Not so fast.
Don't mind me asking.
West Ham is a good team, so not so fast.
So if you don't mind me asking, are you an Arsenal fan?
No.
You're not an Arsenal fan. Okay, they don't have any chance. They don't have any chance. They should go back and think for this season.
I have to jump out in 1 minute. Let me just make my comment about that British so that I leave you guys.
Before you do, let me humor you. The same British people, look at what they said to Tinubu. 1 second. We're impressed by Tinubu's security strategies, UK government. This was yesterday. So just to put that there. But go on, Revolution, quickly.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I was just leaving for work. You see, let me tell you, sometimes I differ from many of us who complain about these British people. Do you know why I differ from them? These guys, they have their way, and we know they have their way, but we keep running to them. You understand? When we say, let's go home and repair our country, people will tell you, oh boy, leave them, it go better, they go find way to quench it. And then we stay in their country, and then we try to, I might be saying something out of tune, but this is my own problem. I've lived in Europe for more than 30-something years. I've never seen a place that I can compare with Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly now. I've not seen a place I can say this is a place, if Nigeria becomes good today, I would prefer to stay here instead of not going home. When we say, come on, let us leave this British, okay, they have done this, they did us that, they did this to us, they are still doing this to us. What are our people doing to us? Let me live like that so that those who think that everything is against the British are bad in every... The man made a good comment. For me, they didn't say nothing wrong. You understand me? They said what is right. So many people won't like it because they feel they maltreated us, they stole everything from us. But what are we doing to our own self personally? Thank you. I'll keep watching on the road.
Thank you. Have a good shift. DMO, we'll come back to you again and try. Let's see if you're here. Good to have you. Me? Yes, clearly.
Okay. Sorry for the problem.
Sorry, somebody said, does your name mean debt management office? In the comment section, they're asking that you manage debt.
Exactly. That's what it means.
Okay.
So I suppose the problem, we have to separate this comment from the British media. It's not the British government that had a problem with Nigeria. It was a journalist that said whatever he said. And he said it out of ignorance. He said it out of that British imperialistic virtue signaling hypocrisy, you know. I think what's happening is if you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name, you know. They have a problem with Meghan Markle. And I still remember what happened with Diana until she died, and all of a sudden she became a hero. I know how they were hounding her, you know. So now it's Meghan. I personally I'm not a fan of Meghan, but I'm glad that she was happy to trace her genealogy back to Nigeria.
43%
It is
Nigerian.
good to see somebody still being proud to be a Nigerian. So I'm happy with that. They want to take away the purpose of their meeting, which is they were invited because of Harry's involvement with the Invictus game, which is a wonderful thing. And it was the first time an African country, last year was the first time an African country participated. Nigeria was the country that participated. So they want to take away that, you know, the most important context of their visit. So I will say we pay them no heed. I'm quite disappointed that a Nigerian will say that what they said was right. It's not right. Everybody knows that the Western media is biased. They are hypocrites, and they always virtue signal as if their country is perfect. It's not. It's far from perfect. At least people who live in the UK, like sure, I think you live in the UK yourself,
Yes, I
you
do.
know. So you will know, and you will also know that some of them they find it difficult to believe that the British Empire has collapsed, just like the Roman Empire. Some people still have that British imperialistic mentality. Brexit even exposed them more to show that Britain is even becoming more of a third world country than a European country, you know. So it's quite unfortunate. For me, I will encourage Nigerians to celebrate the fact that, you know, we are still out there. There's something positive. What is the positivity? Somebody is proud to be a Nigerian. I don't care who she is or her status. Whatever problem they have with Megan, that's their own problem. That's none of our business. The reason I even entered was initial topic. I'll just
Quickly, in
quickly
2 minutes.
make a comment.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, please.
The dictionary defines an orphan as a child, emphasis on a child who has no parents. So Niger State saying to us that these children are above 18. Well, I suppose the last time I know, the definition of a child is somebody less than 18. So these people are not being honest. There's something I applaud the minister for what she did, because the business of government is to protect life and property and improve the welfare of of the citizens. So I may not be a fan of Tinubu, but the minister, well done. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. And just to put it in the context, that channel, I think they're called GBT or something, whatever the channel is, a very far right channel in the UK. I have friends who listen to them. In fact, when I sent the video to one of my friends who is a big fan of, you know, it's a Nigerian boy, it's far right. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna write to them. I'm gonna tweet to them. Oh, it's a shame I'm not on Twitter. I'm gonna write to them. This is nonsense." But he listens to them. He likes that channel. It's a very far right channel. But anyway, moving on quickly, I'll go to Jonaba. Jonaba, uncle.
Hey, my brother, how are
Good to see
you?
you. I do. All the better for seeing you.
Yes, good to see you,
When are you
brother.
moving to the UK?
Never. Too small for me. I live in Texas. There's nowhere I will leave this place and come and choke myself there. But thank you, it's a good place. Uh, let's start with the UK propaganda message that they always push. Um, And I understand where Dan is coming from. He's fucking with a white lady. He can't say so much. His wife is white. So I understand. Everybody should protect their interest. I respect that They say if you don't blow your own trumpet, somebody else will blow it for you. So our understanding says that UP should not be blamed. When white people look at all black, they think we are all like with the way we look at Chinese. They all look alike. So it's okay. Um, uh, I think UK are very hypocrite. People should take them serious. This is how they have been controlling the media over the years in pushing their agenda, condemning anything, make us look like we are the devil of the world, whereas they are the more evil of the world. They're responsible for every evil happening in the world, the white men and women in this world. But the worst part they do, and the psychology do not figure it out, is that after they portray devil as a black person, they put a white horn on the devil's head. So they are the horn. The issue is that we thank God for media era where we have opportunity to tell our people these people are not good as they say they are. They are just a hypocrite, and whatever the resources we have, they are after it. Meghan and Harry are doing well for visiting Nigeria, and they broke their back about the special treat they think they are very unique and black people are not to be attached with. But when it comes to take our resources, they are there to take everything, in as much as we blame our people. But you should know that where we come from, we welcome stranger a lot, but they took advantage, and then today we are still struggling because we welcome them with the open arms. Well, that is it about that. We'll talk about it later. When it comes to the issue of those young ladies that they're getting married to, they are giving out, or whatever they are saying there, I really do not understand the whole concept behind it. So I can't comment so much. Is it because is it a mass wedding they are doing to people, or these people are is in their custody and they are getting them out to be married to the people? It's different thing. That's why I don't want to comment so much until I dig into it. And then the issue is that this young man I just spoke, and I say orphan. Orphan is a children without parents. So we have to put in the right perspective to know where they are coming from, so I can have a punchline. But then we all know that they need to do better when it comes to issue of marriage. And it's also, when you look at it, it's still Nigerian thing, because at the end of the day, anybody can claim any age in Nigeria. They don't have a birth certificate. They don't have anything. Any age they told you are, maybe that is what you believe you are in that part of the world and so many parts of Nigeria. But in any case, it's a sad thing. Let's speak to it with open-minded, because it can be any one of us that feel victim in that circumstances if you are from that area, and with sensitivity and empathy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. Before you go, someone is asking that, is it because you're worried your limousine won't be able to turn at the roundabout in London? Is that why you don't want to move? Because your limousine will struggle to make turns at the roundabout. Don't worry, we manage it. Come join us, eh? Come bow to the king.
Thank you. I visit, but I cannot live there.
Okay, no worries. I'll go to Ferreira. I think I'm one of the few people that call his name proper. I don't call you. I know you are fast, but you're not Ferrari. You are Ferreira. Hey, Ferrari. I say, which Ferrari? Where? It's not that you go see Lamborghini. Man is a true Lagosian. It's Ferreira. Call him Alaba if you don't know Ferrari.
Thank you, my brother. Okay, let me start first
Even
of all.
they still struggle to call the Alaba said it's Alaba.
I know Alaba. Don't mind them. First of all, make I start by saying that I want to say a big thank you to all the great Nigerians that are talking during this critical crisis we're going through, like Dele Farontimi, like Dr. Damages Rudolph Okonkwo, like Aisha Yusufu, like Mayegun the Great, and like Mr. Elvis of Niger Watch. I want to say a big thank you to you. And then on the other side, I want to also give backbones to all the fake people out there, like John Abba, like forefather.
How did we get here?
Like I love, like I speak the full, like One Nigeria, like Kaluta. You know, all the. I want to give a big bag boost to them, and for the rest of you, I greet you with the Lagos Island greeting. Bàbẹ́ ọmọ
méjì
àwọn tèmi nìyẹn bó ṣe wà nìyẹn. Okay, now on the issues at hand, Meghan Markle, very beautiful lady. A man like us that use glasses, we like to use it to see beautiful things. And watching her on suit is a continuous thing that I will continue to push for. That woman is beautiful, make man no lie. All these people who have colonial mentality coming here to say British should not come visit us, now them no. Let them come. Our leaders are not doing anything at the moment. Let them take pictures with beautiful people, since their brain is already polluted and they are dead on the matter. So let that be as it may. Let's put that one on the side. Yeah, on this issue of marrying of women, I think those people doing that should be shot. But how can you shoot those people if you don't shoot the people in the government first? So let me be very brief on those points, and so that others can have. I would thereby save my time for some other backgrounds that I would have later against people. You know, now you not get me. Now Islander motion I did today.
Normal. All right, so let me come to you, Mazi Prince. I would go Mazi Prince and a man of prestige. We'll discuss this. Meghan Markle, what's your take on it? You know,
so to me,
when the two elephants are fighting.
Yes, to me, I look at it in two ways. What do I mean two ways? The things the man stated, you know, the OAP, was he somehow right? Yes, he's somehow right. What are we talking about? Female genital mutilation, right? That, you know, in some states they've started it again. He talked about the fact that, you know, there are some Yahoo, whatever it is, back then. But then, for me, I also feel that any woman that's been duped or defrauded by anybody from Nigeria means the person was seeking for something that they will not tolerate in their own country. What do I mean by that? You see, most of these women that cry wolf in this relationship thing are always older than the boys that dupe them. I don't know why. And this is something that they cannot even tolerate in their own country. The same thing that they're doing to, I think they're doing it now to Gambia. You know, you see UK women, they go to Gambia for vacation, and then all they go in there for is just for the young boys, to sleep with the young boys. Things that they will not do in UK. That's wrong. But the one that pains me most is this. When Harry came, they gave him kind of like a state welcome. You know, I saw the drums that were being drawn out by the military. I saw them saluting him. My question is, when the Oni of Ife, when the Obi of Onitsha, when the you know, Oba of Benin, what I'm saying is our royal fathers, our respected royal fathers, go to UK. Do they roll out the drums for them like that? Do they even give them any security? No, they don't. So why are we doing it? Why are we using the same administration that said they don't have money is still having money to host that thing, whatever, the royal family? I saw them. I saw the way, even I saw the way they were kind of like, there are some videos that I saw that I wasn't even happy with, where a lady, you know, being excited that they were coming, wanted to take a picture. You know how somebody is passing by, just wanted to take a picture. The security, whatever it is, if you see the way they push the woman aside. And I'm like, this woman she meant no harm. This is something that somebody can even do here and just take a picture. You see, when we talk, it's as if we castigate our country, but it's also now pertinent on the foreign minister that we have to call the UK, is it consulate that they have, or is it ambassador that they have? They need to call him to come and answer some query. You know, it's either he reaches out to the OAP, the journalists, to either retract those things that he said or kind of like apologize, because the way he said it, he's kind of like making it look as if you go to Nigeria, you just get killed, because he was comparing us to South Africa as the capital of, you know, the modern capital of the world,
of Africa.
you know, of Africa. Yeah. So it's just like I said, you know, I take it with a pinch of salt. And those these things that they stole, artifacts that they stole, can they bring it back? It's artifacts.
They said they will borrow us.
Oh, they will borrow us. You see how their life is.
Now, see, finish, Kosam. Man of procedure. Have I spoken to you regarding this video?
No. I've not spoken on this one.
Please have a stab at it.
Thank you very much. Let me begin. I'm a fan of Megan.
Of course.
I've seen her once in LA, and I watched her movie before she got married. So I'm a fan. So let me state that before I start, narrating where I'm coming from about what just transpired in Nigeria. I think some of the things that she said, is that true? I mean, some of them, maybe true, but I just feel like it's not in their place to come to a national, media and talk about Nigeria, because the British people, the Western people, they have their own fault too. But you don't see anybody in the hierarchy of, Nigerian media or whatever, coming, and bash them like they do. So in my own opinion, that was uncalled for what they are doing, because they have their own evil, We don't talk about their own evil too much. What you just said, the British government, how come they condemn, what they said? They just came and said, we like what the policy administration is doing and everything, just to, to make us feel like, they like what we're saying. So this may be some perception in the Europe how they perceive Nigeria, which is nonsense in my own opinion. But to begin with, this is not even the worst thing about the media. I don't know, he didn't play the first one. Somebody, a journalist that's embedded in the royal family, what they stated earlier, the first commentary before this second one surfaced. There's a man, I think his name is William, I've forgotten his name, a journalist embedded in the, he said, Nigeria, Nigeria is a Nazi. Because he compared, what just happened for them to come into Nigeria, what transpired in 1939. I think the Duke of Windsor, visited Germany, Nazi, that lady was, that Duke at that time was a pro-Nazi person, and he was, they were forced to abdicate the throne. So comparing Nigeria as a Nazi country, that's even worse. This one you're talking about, is secondary. But that commentary, the first one, of course, he deleted the tweet. How come the British government hasn't condemned that? And you want us to just stay quiet? They have their own fault. I mean, nothing about them is that great, but just imperialism, that's what, the Western media is very biased. Let's be real. So I'm more offended about comparing Nigeria as, to a Nazi country. I don't know if anybody here familiar with that tweet earlier before this one. It was taken out. Yeah, it was comparing Nigeria to a Nazi country. Somebody embedded in the royal family tweeted that. Said they are coming to, said they're coming to Nigeria is just like the Duke of Windsor, visiting Nazi Germany at that time. Like I said, the person that made that comment at that particular time, long time ago, 1939, they were forced to abdicate their throne because of that commentary. But this present government we're having right now, they are not doing anything about what they initially said about a week ago. I think that one was on Monday before this one transpired last week too. So that get to show you how these, British people perceive Nigerians, some of them. I won't paint a general picture. But whatever they say, I'm a pro. And of course, I live in the Western country, but they have no right to do what they are doing. That shows you how biased they can be.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, just to put it in context again, they've done what they've done. We've all condemned it, at least most of us. But just remember, this is mostly against Megan. When Megan had a child, when she had her first, I think Archie is the boy's name, when they had their first child, there was a popular British journalist who tweeted a picture of a mother leaving the hospital with a monkey. That actually happened. A journalist in the UK tweeted a picture of a woman leaving the hospital with a monkey, depicting that what she's given birth to was similar because she's mixed race, she's black. So anywhere if Meghan could have gone to Paris and they would have had something to say about it, but it doesn't take away the fact that they've been horrible. And that channel is a far-right channel. Whoever listens to them, good luck to them. Paul, have you talked on this? I'm beginning to lose my track. I think Paul spoke about it. So we'll go to one of the ones that Alaba Ferreira has no time for. It will take a long time to get to what Alaba actually likes. But let's move on to the next topic. This should interest Paul to an extent. It's close to home. So it's happened, over the week. It's non-stop. It's the gift that keeps giving.
When you have made a mistake, you say you have made a mistake. There's nothing you can do about it. I have made a mistake. I own it up. And I say, God forgive me. And I'll say, all of you forgive me. But we'll correct it at the appropriate time. I'm a human being. I'm bound to make a mistake. My judgment can be wrong. So forgive me for making a wrong judgment. That's life. So nobody should kill himself.
Okay, so that was Wike saying that Fubara was a mistake, the one that he anointed, the one he chose, and he imposed on the people. Now, as my mother would say, trailer don't pass in between the two of them. So Fubara's had a lot to say himself, and he said,
in the local parliament, they said the jungle has matured. We will be setting a panel of inquiry to investigate the affair of governance. Even if it's a mistake, by the special grace of God, I'm here today. Yes, God doesn't make mistake at all. Not a mistake. And let me also appeal to them. Let them continue to make mistake.
Commission, they are coming for their balance payment, and it's running in millions and billions. I've said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk because I am part of that system. But when you keep pushing me to talk, I will say it so that they will see the nyash of the fowl. But let us leave that one until when we are ready. We will also be ready. The small one we are doing now, they are not sleeping. I wonder what will happen when we do the big one. But let me...
All right, so River State is the gift that keeps giving. Wike felt Fubara was the man to take over from him. Remember, Fubara was his accountant general. EFCC was looking for Fubara before he became governor. Wike shielded him. As part of his immunity, he extended it to Fubara, handpicked Fubara now. Fubara is the governor. That's not news to anyone. This is what has unfolded. My question is, what is the gain of Rivers people in all of this? Do they stand to gain anything? Or is it just two people fighting, protecting their interest? And the issue of godfatherism, as much as we want to do away with it, it exists everywhere. So, what's your take on godfatherism? Is it something that we should do away with completely? Is it even possible? Is it something that we can avoid totally? Because in most cases, it works out fine. It's in cases like this where things don't work out that, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of whatever. But what do Nigerians stand to gain? The Rivers people, and they seem to be very idle. No matter what day of the week they gather, they say there's something announcement somewhere. It will be full. What are the Rivers young people doing? Do they have jobs? Okay, Maz is busy. So I'll start with Mr. James. I'll start from the bottom.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Not anymore, Mr. James. Okay, so we'll go to... Okay, Mr. James, I can't hear you for some reason. Keep trying. The minute we can hear you, I'll come.
Are you talking to me?
No, Mr. James. Okay, we can't hear Mr. James. That's fine. Righteous man, you take. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. You see, Port Harcourt or River State is not Lagos. Just like it was echoed, Edo no be Lagos. You see, whatever works in the Southwest politics may not work in any other geopolitical region in Nigeria. You know that what Wike is trying to be is what Jagaban, became to the Southwest geopolitical region in the Nigerian politics. Okorocha tried it in Imo State, and the Imolites told him that Imo no be Lagos. The Bible says, whatever a man soweth, that he shall reap. Wike have not seen anything. Wike is reaping the evil seed he planted, and he's going to reap more. Wike rigged the election by all standards. He rigged the election to bring in the person he brought in. He rigged the presidential election to the extent that APC's third ward was amazed, was asking him, how did he do it? How manage APC could win River State?
Yeah.
Is somebody interjecting me?
No. Don't worry, carry on.
Okay. So, I am not of APC, I'm not of PDP. I'm a simply the cheated Nigerian who came out to cast votes, and those who believe they have what it takes to turn our vote upside down did. Wike is going to pay the price for doing what he did. I am in support of Fubara. You can't beat a child and tell him not to cry. Fubara, if EFCC was looking for him, he was an appointee of the governor. He approves, he gives out whatever the governor approves. So he has every secret of the former governor of River State, every expenditure. The internally generated revenue that Wike was telling the world was 12 billion or thereabouts. This governor have come out to say, no, River State was generating more than that. It's not 12 billion. I think about 15 billion. So where was 3 billion going to? And he went ahead to borrow a lot of billions of naira, saying he wants to use it to execute projects. And the projects were not even solid. I think we're going to hear more. And if the so-called Wike is saying that he made a mistake, he has not seen, he is yet to reap the mistakes he made. This was the man who said that APC was cancer. How will he leave malaria to join to have cancer? That God forbid, that if he does it, that God will curse his generation. That which he pronounced by his own mouth is what would be used in judging him today. Wike is a troublemaker. Wike is not a good politician. Those who are hailing him, they know that he's going to end up in a place where the wicked man or wicked people normally end up. He has come to the end of his political career. He thinks that Jagaban will save him. It's not possible. After he leaves that position as Minister of Federal Capital Territory, he's going to jail. Go and mark my word. Because he has stepped on toes. He has stepped on toes of those whom God have chosen to turn around the Nigerian situation. And he played the dirty game. He betrayed those who supported him when Amechi was against him. He betrayed them. He fought those who were his backbone during the time he was being pushed around. And that cancer, he said, God forbid, that cancer is coming on him. Watch out what he's going to play.
Okay. Thank you very much, Righteous man. So I'll go to Mr. James. Are you audible? Let's try.
Yes, I think so. Can you hear me?
Okay, so we can hear you now. Just to highlight another thing from that video, Fubara was saying that all the flyovers and the bridges, Mr. Project Wike was saying, he would commission them and say, I've paid everything, I'm not owing anything, I'm not owing a kobo. But now Fubara is saying that, the contractors are coming and asking for the balance. So, I just thought I would throw that in, but Mr. James, over to you.
Yeah, you see, I don't have much to say on this matter. The president initially made a fatal error by trying to settle a constitutional matter administratively. I'm sure he is seeing clearly now. That is why he's very silent. These are terribly dirty men washing their dirty linens in public. What is really going on behind the scene, the Rivers people might never know. So what I want is the president should be putting mechanisms in place right now. Should there be any slight sign of breakdown of law and order, he should invoke his constitutional powers by declaring a state of emergency and sweep the whole of them into political oblivion. The people of Rivers are suffering terribly. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Maska, welcome to the show. Is Maska back in Nigeria? Because for the last couple of weeks, his internet was good. It looks like he's back in motherland. Okay. In that case, he's smiling. Yeah, he can hear us. Maska, are you ready to speak, or are you busy? So I'll go to someone else. His mind is just smiling. Okay. In that case, I'll go to Pansat. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Show and fellow panelists here. Thank you very much, Show. Bob, could you mute yourself, please? So I'm always happy when I see you hosting a show. You're a fair Nigerian, and your politics, it's Nigerian, it's patriotic, and you wish that we come here and we deal with the truth, because one of the things that
it's just a terrible situation for the country.
One of the problems that we have to understand, what Oyibo has over Africans, blacks in general, is the truth, right? They deal with the truth. The truth has to be sacrosanct. It comes in mathematics, for example, which is the language of God. They keep that aside and they maintain that. That's why you could go as far back as you can go. So the things that they find to be principles, things that are true in theorem or whatever, they hold it, and everything else will eventually fall apart, but they keep the truth. That's why they have electricity. It's a formula, it's an equation. That's the way it works. Nigerians don't do that. So why am I saying that? Because it comes to the heart of what we should pursue when we're here. Whether you have a Megan issue or those tangential issues, really doesn't concern us per se. What we need to do is to get to search for the truth and behold the truth. It's very important. Facts, the truth. When we come here, I was on the comment section chiding you admitting Kulata in here, and it came as a phantom of Dr. Damages, where he didn't want to show his face or his mouth, and he wants to talk and put down our morale to get out of our situation. So I want you to be able to pursue the truth when you come here and uphold that. It's very important, no matter what anybody's saying.
Can you leave Kulata out of this? It doesn't matter.
Listen. I know you like doing what you're doing right now, and it's okay. I don't have a lot of problem with you, but I'm very serious. Whenever you see me here, I'm not here to play, right? You laugh a lot. I told you that how you know a true Biafran is somebody who's not laughing on TV when their people are getting slaughtered back home. You come here, you laugh, and you play all the time. I don't want to be a part of that. So let me bring it tighter to what you for example, Wike. You see, when Wike is talking, there's a lot of fallacy in what he's saying. He would make admissions and say, you know what? I'm a human being and I can make mistakes. Yes, you can make mistakes, but there are consequences. It's not up to him to determine, because every time you see Wike, he's admitting to making a mistake, right? Or virtually everything is done. He has this low mentality stuff that all somebody has to do is to admit to a mistake. There are no consequences. When you make a mistake, it's an involved thing. It's intricate. It's convoluted, right? There are consequences for making a mistake, not on the Fubara issue, but on other issues. There are repercussions. There'll be an effect. There'll be a reverberation. There'll be a backlash. There'll be a shockwave and a footprint to that mistake you made. Even when you admit to that mistake, it's then up to the society, to the government, to the people, or whoever you made the mistake where it affected them, to determine what will happen to you for making that mistake. So what I'm basically saying is that I want us to get the basic stuff right. It comes down to, if you're hosting a show, which is why I'm talking to you now, because all Nigerians, as we come here, there's no consequences for anything anybody does in the country. All right? No consequences. Now, you could have somebody like James here who comes from the Gambia. There are about 2 million people in Gambia. They're 94% Muslims. Right? He had nothing to say about the main thing that concern us. So the topics that you're introducing, given the situation we're in the country, they're very small. Let's get the basic things right first. If you're going to host a show, somebody comes here and they have no energy, take them out of the platform. Discuss things in complexity, because it's not a linear thinking stuff. Things are involved. It has to be Byzantine. It's hard and difficult, so you have to deal with stuff. You could just come here, you want to talk about sexual mutilation, and a lot of panelists here, they're going to eat it up because he's talking about sex, because Dr. Damages is not here. So we have to deal with things. Somebody like Wike is a subject that we need to understand and tell our people how to deal with such a culprit, because just him alone can destroy that country. He can destroy that country. What he's done, there's a lot of things he's done, including killing a lot of Igbos in that state who come from his state. He was present when our girls were taken from Chibok girls. He was Secretary of State, state level, the Secretary of State. I forgot what they call it over there.
Senior Minister.
State Minister.
He was there.
Senior Minister.
Being somebody who likes to sell out, okay, Jamb warned him, say, hey, look, do not have that examination on that day because there's going to be terrorism. All right, so he signed off on it, and then consequently say, hey, I made a mistake, but I wrote a letter to say don't do it. And he was showing the letter. If you piece it all together with what he's doing, selling our people, trying to be a minister here of Abuja and harassing his successor, if you go back a little bit, he was harassing his predecessor, Amechi. So we have to deal with these things solidly, and then we have to demand consequences, because virtually everything everybody's doing in that country is breaking not just the laws of our constitution, but they're doing something far more sinister, which is our future. We're in trouble. So I know that you've introduced a lot of tiny little things. All I'm saying for you now, it's a role of being a moderator. Be serious here. Deal with issues in complex form. Find out what the solution is to that problem. What is the story in that story that you're looking at? When you look at Wike, what is the story? He's not an enigma, of which we have a lot of enigmas in the country, but he's a known phenomenon. And he needs to be dealt with. So now, speaking to you as a Biafran, I'm not saying that Nigeria doing very well is good for me. What I want to do is get to the bottom of it. If you all want us to be together as Nigeria, they will have to do the right thing to be together as Nigeria, where everybody matters and it's important. But if you don't want to do the right thing, we're not going to wait forever. We're not going to wait forever for you to get it right, because James, like I said, is in a country of 2 million people, Muslims.
Well, Pansa, you're off the track.
No, I'm not.
Man of prestige, please let him finish. He's got.
Let me land. And by the way, let's not retell it. I want you to admonish him now, forever. From now on, forever. When he sees me, he should cut out that grimace on his face. Don't interrupt me with his bullshit, right? Because I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna
no, Pastor, please. You're full of why are you always like this? People sit down and listen to this man. It's not okay. People would think we're all like that and condone what this man is doing. You can't be talking to people like that, please.
What do you have to say to him, Show Masker?
Pastor, please round off in a minute.
Yeah.
And
what I want to say to Masker, Masker, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I'll end it with Masker. I'm gonna end it with Masker. Look. There are two types of Muslims from the north. The more benign one are those murderers, terrorists that go into our secondary schools, go into our farms, retarding our country, right? But they are ashamed of the light. They cannot come here. You don't see them on platforms. Those are the more benign ones. The more dangerous. Now, by the way, if you're doing that, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You shouldn't show your face in public, right? That's why they're not here. I don't know, some of the when we were younger, you hear about evil spirits, and as a Christian, all you have to do is do your hand in a cross. I don't know if you could see like this, and it will scare the evil spirit away. Now imagine where the spirit keeps coming when you've done this with the cross. That's masker. If you come from there and you come here, the first thing you should do is to say, I know my people are bad. I know we're terrorists. I know we won't let people get in the farm. Hold on. I know you won't let us get on the farms. I know that they're kidnapping girls. Right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come here to apologize, and I'm gonna talk to my people. You first have to come here if you want to be one of the guys and say, condemn your people, not to admonish me, right? For showing up here in light. You order.
All right, Pansat. Thank you. I think your message is well taken. Pansat is Pansat.
No, sorry, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw. Just 1 minute, Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw, South Africans will say
you've had the first
is full of shit.
You've had the
this
first
guy is full of shit.
So let me.
I wear that as a badge of honor. You are in Gambia with 94% Muslims. You're not supposed to like me at all. If you like me, I'm not
a Muslim.
I don't care, but you're in Gambia though, right? You're in Gambia with 94% Muslim. You don't have the freedom.
Gentlemen, when I said Pansat is Pansat, I didn't say that to say I entertain everything he's saying or I accommodate it. I'm saying you know what you're going to get. That's what I was alluding to. We don't support what he says. I don't support it. I don't endorse it at all. I have issues with the personal insults all the time. I mean, in fact, when he was saying that man of prestige should, take the grimace, you can't tell someone to stop smiling. You can say anytime I speak, I would appreciate you if you don't interrupt me. But you can't stop someone from smiling, from grimacing, from all of that. And the personal insult, I know it's a serious issue. Nigeria is burning. It feels like Nigeria is going to end tomorrow, but it won't end. That's the sad reality. And in the process of fixing it, we can be making enemies all along. And I'm not saying make friends at all cost, but we have to be careful how we speak to people. These are people's husbands. These are people's fathers. These are people's children. They have colleagues who might watch. We can't just denigrate one another and literally go for one another. We can't keep doing that every weekend. It's not going to get us anywhere. So, and Pansat, if you're saying you want people like from the north to come to this show, do you think the way you've gone about it now would make them come at all, for you to even listen to what they have to say? They see that and they think, oh, Masker, you must be, whatever name they will call him, and say, why do you even go there in the first place? And they would take it as Pansat speaking on behalf of all the Igbos, which is not true. So Pansat, I understand the urgency of the matter. And these topics are selected by Dr. Damages, the owner of the show, the owner of the platform. None of us get paid for doing it. We stand in the gap when it's not available.
So if you put Pansa, you put Maska, and you put Nnamdi Kanu, these three people side by side, if they bring 100 people here, I strongly believe that 99% of them will take Maska over Nnamdi Kanu, over Pansa. You understand? Because of that derogatory statement. They might mean well for the country, but the type of derogatory statements that is coming out of their mouth, it is wrong. You understand? They might mean well, it is wrong.
That's exactly what I've said over
the last. But we are gaslighting them. If you start talking about it,
that's what I've said over the last 2 minutes. So please,
listen. The beginning of our topic, we are talking about a right wing who is making some type of statement like that. That is exactly what one of our brothers is doing here.
And which
you understand? Remember, that's how somebody will also see us in another country, a Ghanaian that fight over us because of jollof rice. We also see us the way we talk. They will not even understand that he's just talking because he has not taken his pills today.
That's exactly what
I think I completely agree with Paul. But having said that, Nnamdi Kanu is not on this platform, so we're not going to talk about him. But on Pansa said, I mean, when he come here and narrate that, it's negative to this platform. I don't subscribe to that. So I completely agree with Paul on that area.
No, man of prestige, I use Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu is fighting a just cause. But using too many derogatory statements makes the good fight that he's fighting look so stupid. That's why I used Nnamdi Kanu. The cause, the abuse, and the everything.
I just want to say that anybody that comes on this platform from the south, southwest, or southeast that comes on this platform and point fingers on anybody on the north, whether it's the Fulanis or the outside,
from the southwest or southeast,
is a complete fool, because Nigerian problem is not caused by one person, one tribe. It's a collection of thieves from every area of the country. The people that foiled Izeogu's coup were Igbos. 6 months later, they were fighting to separate from Nigeria. When they couldn't even bring them onto the governance when the Hausa struck. And the Nigerian problem has been like that. When they rigged the election in the West, you understand, it was not one tribe. You can't come here and say, the Fulanis do this. Is the Fulani man your governor? Is the Fulani man your chairman? Is the Fulani man the head of your government that is stealing all the resources in your state? The core problem, everyone is guilty. Every aspect of each tribe. So anybody pointing finger, 4 fingers are pointing back to them. So Nigerian problem, yes, it's not balanced, but it's a collection of thieves. It's a problem of feudalism, a problem of big manism, in which the so-called good people are cooperating with the bad people to exploit the Nigerian populace. So let us stop with all this nonsense.
I lost connection on my laptop. That's why I've just come back on my phone.
We can never solve this problem as long as we are, well, that's the person causing it.
Yeah, sorry, I lost. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I lost connection.
This mentality of my thief is better than yours. It's not going to get us anywhere. They are all thieves, and they all should be shot at close range. Shot at close range until we get to that point. Until you are ready to shoot your own brother, your own Wike, your own Fubara. They are not the one. Is it the other? Is Fubara or Wike and Hausa man? Haven't they stolen everything their state has? Is Ibori a Fulani man? Nigerians like to deceive themselves. And all these fake pastors everywhere, deceiving Nigerians and not letting them see the truth and let them talk to each other and say no until you face the truth and look yourself in the mirror. Don't come here and point fingers to nobody. Nigeria is a collection of thieves from every tribe, and everyone is guilty. So if they have not stolen security money, would the Fulani raiders be able to go into villages and kill people? Wouldn't there be a security team to respond? Yeah, the money meant for road, you use it to build a castle in your village. And then you are
we are derailing from what we're
discussing. Sorry, gentlemen. I lost connection to my laptop, so I had to. I listened to everything, but I just couldn't do anything about it. I know it's getting heated up. So the issue with Pansa is, I have no issues with what he's saying. People are saying bring him back. I will bring him back. But the major
Sure. Can I quickly interject and then you go on? Not for too long. Can we just forget about Pansat? Go back to your topic and let's continue.
I just wanted to say something about, because some people in the comment section want him back, and I have no issue. What I'm saying is, Rudolph has made it clear many times. Pansat, be a guest on the show. You can talk for 4 hours. You can be the guest on a whole Sunday and express your mind. Say it the way you want it. There will be no interruption. There will be no one to aggravate you. You would speak uninterrupted. Even if you want to host the show one time, Rudolph has made it possible so that you can come. But to come and say everything everybody's, a lot of people are saying, you don't agree, they are this, they are that. That cannot happen every day. We cannot tolerate that every Saturday. It's just not going to happen, at least not under my watch. You've been
and I agree with you, Sure, which is about, though I do agree with him, and though maybe he went slightly majorly off tangent, but that is the guilty of all of us. Many people come here and instead of making their views, they first of all say, I don't agree with Paul. Leave Paul out of the matter. What view do you have to air? Air your view and go away. That's my own on this. So,
Mr. Moderator, please, can I say something quickly on this issue?
Yes, I think it's actually your turn. Then we go to Bob Chisco. Who's typing? Is it typing or something? There's a lot of noise, please. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Masca, it's your turn. Then after Masca, we'll go to Bob Chisco.
Okay, so I would start on the issue of Pansat. I like Pansat. Funny enough, people would not believe me. I like him because I think most times he said things that would generate discussion. But what I will not tolerate, if I'm at the background, that's fine with me. I can't be on this panel. My face is showing. He talks to an elderly man to say that he should wipe the grimace off his face. I will not be on this panel for any one of you to make that kind of attitude. It's not acceptable. So we need to understand that we sit here, we gather, we say we are complaining that people in Nigeria, they are doing this wrong. We keep talking. Well, we just finished talking about, I think it's Wike. And then right in front of us, somebody is also saw him doing something wrong, and we say it's Pansat. No. It's okay to provide your opinion on something. It's okay to disagree with Mr. James. For you to say that anytime you, Pansat, you're talking, James should somehow a smile on James' face should be cleaned out. That is unacceptable, gentlemen. That is unacceptable. We should not accept that. This is the grounds I have. I have no issues with opinion. He can say anything about me or people around me. It doesn't get to me. But I cannot be sitting in a room where a young man or even an elderly man misbehave and I'll turn a blind eye. Even if he's a madman, he should go outside and do his madness. So that's one. No,
please let him finish.
Don't worry, me, mine is very short. I actually came in. I did not have the plan to join, but I just came in when a show said that there was a time when this, I think, Megan, when she gave birth, somebody posted a picture of her and a monkey in her hands. So I just came on quickly to draw our attention. This is exactly what I keep saying on this platform. It doesn't matter how I see myself. Well, it matters how I see myself. But what is equally more important is for me to be conscious of how the world, the bigger world, sees me. They all see us like monkeys. Forget about whether you are an Igbo monkey, you are a Hausa monkey. For these people, you are simply but a monkey. It may not be all of them, but that is the worldview. We are seen as subhuman beings. Even if we are going to quarrel among ourselves, let's understand that that is how the world sees us. I just wanted to seize that opportunity of when the white people, once in a while, they show their true color. Let's we, the black man, seize that opportunity to see how these people see us. They don't see us as Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. They don't even see us as countries. If you meet a typical American, he will ask you how is Africa. He's not interested in which country you come from. That's just what I wanted to come in and chip in until when Pansat was insulting Mr. James. Thank you, guys. That's it.
Thank you, Master.
Sorry, Show. Just for clarity, it's not because it's Mr. James.
I know.
Yeah,
It's because if we sit down and he insult Mr. James today, tomorrow it's just not going to be okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I owe you gratitude. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you.
And that's exactly what I said, that for me, opinions are fine, but personal insults are not necessary. It doesn't make us understand you better. There's no need to insult people. Say what you have. You can even challenge their views. You can even say, I disagree with what you said, but to be good, if everybody now goes for one another personally, then what does the show become? No one is going to watch it. And that's it. I don't care how bad things are in Nigeria. If you want to bash one another, find other avenues to do it. Not on this platform. That is not why it was created. I'm all for the gbasgbos, but there are limits to it. We can't, and this is not just Pansa. We can't, righteous man, I see you. We can't continuously bash one another. Personal insults. It's not allowed. We have rules on the show, and we have to adhere to them as much as we can. I'm going to bring Pansat back in because it's backstage. So for those who are asking, of course, just to cool down. Okay, someone is done already. Okay, sorry. We'll go to Bob Chisco. Welcome to the show. I'm not sure I've seen you on the show before. Have you been in the past? Bob Chisco, can
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I've been here a number of times, but
sorry. It's just
not regular.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm from Wisconsin. Yeah, gentlemen, I greet you all. Quite a lovely day to be with you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. A lot of us here are highly temperamental. A lot of us here are highly temperamental. So I think some of us might see some reasons to go check ourselves. The level of anger in some of us here, I think it is out of hand, So we should talk like gentlemen and calm our nerves down. Not taking too much of your time. Glad to be here once again. So on the topic of the day about the happenings in River State is what I want to touch.
Please go ahead.
About Wike, the man who is always hungry for power. Wike is power drunk, and he, who the gods want to kill, they first make them mad. And I would say that Wike had chosen that path of dishonor, following the current happenings in River State. This was a man who rattled Amechi and almost chased Rotimi Amechi out of River State. Now you single-handedly anointed and ordained Fubara to succeed you, even when there are so many other gladiators hustling for such position. He succeeded in hoisting and fostering Fubara on the Rivers people. The same man you are now coming back to tell us on the pulpit that you made a mistake, that you should be forgiven, that you are not God, that every man makes a mistake. What an arrant nonsense. This is a man who, thinks he can have it, he can eat your cake and have it. Believe you me, if a poll is to be conducted in Nigeria today, not minding whether you are from River State or not, majority of Nigerians will tell you that the state, how gluttonous Wike has become in his political career. And this man doesn't know that he's shooting himself on the foot. And when he does all this, he thinks Tinubu will come to his rescue. And believe me, Tinubu himself is taking time doing the political calculations. Definitely, Tinubu might want to retain River State, but that is a different ball of game, So for Wike to have continued to threaten Fubara, you can see that Rivers people are solidly behind Fubara, because for once, Fubara has come to stamp his feet on the ground. In the early stages of administration, he was a man who wouldn't, you know, tell where he stands. But I believe people who have been there have been able to give him an advice. You are the governor. You are the executive governor. No longer Wike. Wike is FCT minister. So why will you be afraid of a man who wants to rattle you, a man who wants to rout you out with the 25 members of House of Assembly who, by virtue of defection, have automatically lost their seats? Yes, some people are making arguments that they did not lose their seats. Well, the court in River State has pronounced them so.
Even Wike himself said it a few years ago that if you defect, you lose your seat. Wike himself
exactly, he said it.
2 years ago.
He said it.
Exactly.
If we begin to count so many things that Wike said that he never obeyed his own words, it was same Wike who said that I have become a minister of state for education. I will never accept to be a minister again. What is he today? And so many other lies. It's on the social media where someone listed so many lies of Wike. You see, so this is a man that if he doesn't take care, in fact, I pity him. I don't know who are those advising him, because Wike, I don't know where he belongs in the 2027 election coming up, because you are neither cold, you are neither hot. You run under People's Democratic Party and you are supporting APC. And unfortunately, PDP have continued to watch Wike dilly-dallying with APC. So no one will say Wike is PDP or APC, but only time will tell where Wike belongs. But I pity him. If Wike chooses to go back to PDP in River State, he should be under Fubara, who is the governor. If he chooses to go to APC in River State, there are people there who have been in APC in River State since 1998, 1999. So I wonder who he plans to unseat in APC to become the leader of APC in River State. So let us watch the drama as it unfolds. All I say is that downfall of a man, this is how it begins. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Bob.
Mr. Bob, I just have a question for you. You have highlighted all this storyline about this.
Sure, are we supposed to be doing this story? Ask question for you. Let other people talk now.
I just want to ask him that what is the solution?
No, don't ask him question. You are the one now.
He just wants to give it.
Let me conclude so I can get the hell out of here, please. Let me conclude. You talk behind me.
If you want to,
you'll have to wait. Bob Chisco, don't worry. You are not the solution provider. You are a Nigerian. You are not elected into office. It's not your job to provide solution. If you talk about it, it's great. It's have your say. This is not where solution will be provided. People can meet. If you discuss it, we won't stop you. But people should not be compelled or put under pressure to provide. When it gets to your time, you have the solution. Drop it every Saturday. We would applaud it. People will run with it. But people should not be compelled to find solution. They didn't run for office, so it's not their job. But Bob Chisco, to what you said about Tinubu, I listened to Ajuri Ngelale, one of the Tinubu spokesmen. He said that if any of them, either of them, Fubara and Wike, think the president will take sides, they are mistaken. So he said the president is not interested, he's not going to take sides. That's their current position. Alaba Ferreira, we'll come to you. Solution on River State's problem.
Look, all this every week, you all come here and talk about the same thing. Week this, big that. You're all validating them. You say, is there procedures laid down in the so-called abnormal constitution that they have that needs to be enforced to get rid of all this madness that is going on? Everybody keep tolerating madness. Come here and talk about it. That's why I wanted to know. We know the problem. The madman is dancing and you're standing in the rain watching the madman. It's a Yoruba proverb. The madman is that. So what's your solution? I'm just giving you
the floor to tell us solution. Now you are repeating the problem we've spoken about.
I'm not repeating the problem. Worse. I'm saying that all we do is just talk and
that's
talk
what
and
they've
talk.
chosen to do.
What is the mandated laws written? What are your journalists
doing to deal with you? That's why we have you. Tell us.
What solution?
Okay, we should go and look for it. Sense. Okay. So there's no solution. So let's.
I don't want to hear about people who have destroyed the country and continue their dance on the stage.
Thank you, Joy.
Fantastic. Paul, please discuss the problem and the solutions if you have the solutions.
Yeah, talking about this week is just laughable with all these debunk that we see. Too many lies that Wike have been saying and everything. But also from the part of the governor to, like they say,
would you use your time to me, Paul?
No, you speak after Paul. That's the plan. After Paul, you speak.
Let me see if he will yield to me his
okay,
time.
Paul, are you happy for him to speak? He said he wants to leave.
No, I want to leave. Even though if I'm not leaving, I'm not giving my time to somebody like that, which means I'm feeding the cancer.
Sorry, can you let someone in to take my place, okay?
Yep, no worries.
I will be
that's not an insult, what he just said about me, right?
Obviously,
did you hear what he said? Did you hear what? Sure, did you hear what he said?
Sorry, Paul. So I don't want him to repeat it. So okay,
I have never insulted anybody on this platform, not once.
I didn't insult you.
No, but you just insulted me. I'm only asking for you to give me.
How did I insult you?
We're wasting time.
The last time I checked, you've been speaking English all this while, so don't tell me you don't understand English. How did I insult you?
See, that's another insult. I'm not your mate.
That's not insult. I said the last time I checked, I know you speak English.
Just
so I
open
believe
your
you
mouth
understand English.
me.
Paul, please. Pansat, let Paul speak, and after Pansat, after Paul, then Pansat, since you said you want to leave. So Paul, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so talking about Wike and his shenanigans, this is the Wike that we see who fights godfatherism in Edo State. The Obaseki, the stand tall for Obaseki. This is the same Wike we see when he traveled to Osun State to also support Mr. Jackson Ademola Adeleke. You understand? This is the same Wike that we see fought all these things. And he said he's not going to fight. He's not going to be a godfather. For what? When he finished, he's just going to go. This Wike went to school to be a lawyer. Never work. No, nothing. You can't even attribute Wike to any chamber. He was just a local government chairman. From local government chairman, he grew from a local government chairman to the position of a chief of staff, then become a junior minister of education. Then when Amechi lost loggerhead with Patient Jonathan over destroying of Waterside in River State. So Patient Jonathan felt the person that can fight this fight very well, the radical among them in PDP is Wike. That's how Patient Jonathan brought Wike back. Guess what? Even Wike even invite Buhari to come commission project. The Buhari that Wike literally fights like the way Fayose fights Buhari. He did not invite Patient Jonathan. These are the people who stand tall for him. He forgot every one of them. You understand? And you know the funny part? Patient Jonathan is the talking type. Patient Jonathan did not do anything because Patient Jonathan also understands power and how power works. So they leave him to do what he wants to do. You know, so Patient Jonathan literally make Wike the governor. Patient Jonathan used Wike to even fight Amechi. Even the commissioner of police then was fighting Amechi. Amechi don't even have police protection in River State. Wike have all the protection. This is how Patient Jonathan stand tall for Wike to become the governor of River State. That's why Wike and Amechi don't move together and every other thing. So he understands these things. But when Patient Jonathan put in there, they did not impose anything in him and every other thing. And immediately they lost that relationship. But somewhere along the line, you come out and tell the whole world that you bought ticket for the governor, you bought ticket for all the status of assembly, you bought ticket for this, you bought ticket for that. What is the meaning of godfatherism? We see how Oshomole fight the almighty and former Minister of Works, Tony, I forgot his name, of Edo State, the man from Uromi, forgot his last name now, remember. We see
Tony Anene,
God bless you. We see how Oshomole fight Anene. But somewhere along the line, Oshomole become that godfather. But you know the beauty of it? When Oshomole lost it, and it is the same Wike that make Oshomole lost that privilege of godfather, Oshomole silently, peacefully went under. At the time, they started rumoring that Oshomole is sick because Oshomole just hand over completely. But for Wike, the reverse is the case. I will use another example in Lagos State. In Lagos State, I think they have like 16 families when it comes to the kingship and every other thing. When a king died in Lagos, like 14 families will lobby to become king. Probably one just died, one just ruled not so long. They will lobby. When you're lobbying, you prostrate to an Otuba, you prostrate to anybody. But the day that person become king, everybody bow for that person. Forever they will bow down till that person will go. But we don't understand power. You might make somebody governor. Once the person become governor, let the person be. Another example again, I will give again. Chris Ayawu was interviewing Obasanjo, and Chris Ayawu asked Obasanjo that we see IBB poster everywhere in Abuja and Lagos that IBB want to become president. That was 2002, 2003, almost. And Obasanjo said, when it comes to the military, when I was general, I don't know where IBB was. When I was head of state, I don't even know where IBB was. Now I'm the president. So in all ramifications, I'm always ahead of him. So who is IBB? Obasanjo just sent that signal indirectly to IBB. IBB posters started vanishing everywhere in Abuja, Lagos. That's IBB did not even contest at all to even say contest and lost. You know why? IBB understand power. But Wike is just so abnormal, behaves so irrational like Pansa. I don't understand.
Okay.
You know,
it just yeah, let's end it on that note. All right, thank you. So Pansa, I'll come to you. You said you want to leave, so I'll give you 5 minutes to go through everything you need to go through.
All right, thank you very much. And I really hate to have the kind of disposition that's been attributed to me. I made a statement that I have never insulted anybody here. I didn't think that I need to. Oh, by the way, Righteous Man, good to see you. I know you're paying for that and you haven't said anything all this. So I'll try to cut my short so that they could go to you as soon as possible. So I didn't think I have to lecture you on the differences that you have that come under insult. That's an affront.
I don't need lecture. It's fine.
No, because I believe that a lot of people on this platform, these panelists, they do have to know the difference. Because when I say I've never insulted anybody, I guess we're looking at it in the colloquial sense of insult, is to say, hey, shut up, or call somebody a name. All right, abuse them. All I said to James is that he comes from the Gambia, which is 94.5% Muslims. That's not an insult. That's a fact, right? I didn't say anything else about him. I said to Masca that not all Muslims, there are those who kidnap our girls, won't let our people go to the farms, and those people avoid the light. They won't show up here, right? But for those, I said the worst ones are the ones that show up here and they have no remorse whatsoever to apologize for what their people are doing, such as turning off that beavers that was spent 400 billion naira. If I'm from the north, that's the first thing I'm going to do when I come and say, look, we did it. We turned off the beavers. We're kidnapping girls from secondary schools. And we won't let people go to the farms. And that I'm going to do everything to stop it. That I'm with you. So that you're going to be one of the guys. You can't come here and be disparaging me. How is that possible? So don't ever show in your life like what you did there.
Who,
trying
me?
to, yeah, you now, because I gave you credit before.
Let
me land now.
You wouldn't speak to me like that. No.
Let me land. I'm not. If you listen to what I'm saying,
I'm not going to disagree. That's the unfortunate thing.
But you don't. Are you trying to use your button there to?
I won't even press any button. I will just make you understand that you will not speak to me like that. I don't
like
care
how.
where you're
Like
coming
how.
from.
Like how.
Telling me never in my life. Who are you?
Do you know what I'm about to say?
You?
What do you think I'm saying? Never in your life do.
I don't care.
Okay, what if I say never in your life be caught with a 14-year-old boy in your bed? You don't want me to say that?
No, don't say that.
Okay, why you want to do it? So listen to what I'm saying first before you interrupt me. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Don't say no. You're being clever by 1/4. Right? I'm not your mate, so let me land.
Don't do that.
You and I are not going to be here. We're not in a dick measuring contest. I'm not your mate. I have sons bigger than you.
Obviously
right?
not. You're not my mate,
okay,
because the way you think is below mine.
Listen to me. You think
are your sons that are older than me? Are they proud of you?
Yes, they are very, very proud of me.
They can be.
Oh yeah, look at you.
That's a mistake you've made. If
based on what? What based on what?
Ashamed of you. Who are
no, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Who are
right?
you?
Let me tell you something.
Can you remove Pansat?
Let me tell you something. You should be uncomfortable. A man of prestige. You should be uncomfortable when you see me. The reason being that what's in your head. Listen to me. You see, you're laughing. I told you don't be goofy when I'm talking to you, right? You could team up here and distract us from the discussion by being uncomfortable because I'm here and I'm telling you the truth. But what I'm gonna do, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
Not
right?
Me.
Let me tell you, Pansat. I'm a very happy man. Okay? I'm always smiling.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna deal with you because here's what you don't understand, right?
Dude, you
could play. Yeah, I'm done
so
after this, and I'll be out of here. So keep your mouth shut, okay? Because you're hosting a show doesn't mean anything, okay? Nothing. Man. So if you're saying to me all that pretentiousness you have, it may work with others. It doesn't work with me because it takes one little poke, and I will expose what you want.
You are a child.
Okay, so
you're a child.
I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna deal with you. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll see you. I'll be waiting for you. Give it your best shot and don't miss. Right. Okay. So 2 more intelligent conversations. I apologize for that. Not something you'll catch me doing all the time, but this guy needs to be told about himself. There's a right.
Hello, Show.
Oh, your light is gone. Sorry. Righteous man. Please go ahead.
Sure, I know you as a gentleman, and please, let's play cool. You understand? Sometimes it bothers me how we come to the public to use unreserved languages, terms to qualify ourselves. Many people that are on this show, they are fathers. They are leaders that lead other people. I wonder how people will be listening to us and see us using these ungiving words. It's quite unfortunate. Sure, there is a problem in Nigeria now. I know in the comment section, you have your guys there, the one that called himself One Niger. He should continue to do what he's doing. Time is coming when some group of guys will also take him up. Let us not forget there is a law that is against cyberbullying. And most times we come to this show to bully people, to bully someone using, unprecedented words to qualify individuals. That law, and I tried to talk to Dr. Damages. The world is watching. Your show cannot be used to bully people, either on comment section or among the panelists. It's not acceptable. Nigerian government have rolled out 90 billion naira for Hajj. When we have no food, no light, no road, lecturers are not paid. They are threatening to go on a strike. And the government of Tinubu, of APC, of Emiloko, is rolling out 90 billion naira for Hajj. Come on. And I thought it should be a topic we should discuss, because I can't just imagine paying multiple tax in Nigeria and my tax money is being used to finance people who do not, whether it's Christian religion, whether it's Islam, whether it's an African tradition, these are individual things. It shouldn't be a national thing. It should be a topic, it should be a hot debate now, so that those politicians who monitor this program, who monitor this platform, we know that Nigerians are crying. 90 billion rolled out for Hajj. So today, people are demanding the same 90 billion for Christians and the same 90 billion for traditional worshippers, because you can't say they are not existing. We have the Witches and Wizards Association of Nigeria. We have the traditional religions, practitioners or believers. So let's talk about something that is affecting the common man in Nigeria. Not all these things we are talking about. Wike is a gunner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What will shock you is the minute you start talking about the Hajj, there will be people of the 90 billion, there will be people that will tell you that's irrelevant. What I advise is, if there's a story that's been discussed that's not of interest, step aside, let the people that have interest discuss it. When it gets to something that interests you, that you feel is important, discuss it. Now, this is part of the things we're going to discuss, obviously. The Wale Edu 20 trillion from the pension fund, we're going to discuss that. It's part of the topics we're going to discuss. I listed it out, and that's the point where we'll plug in this 90 billion naira Hajj, you know, to juxtapose to say, if you're spending this money on this, why are we looking to borrow money? A lot of things are shared, but there's something I've noticed. People focus on the one that they're not interested in, and they drill in on it, and they tell you it's irrelevant. Don't discuss it. No matter what you discuss, there'll be somebody somewhere that will tell you it's not relevant. So at that point, what do? Rudolph has made it open. If people are interested in hosting, come and show us how to do it. We are open to learn. No one has come to say, I do it perfectly. No one has come to say, I know it all. There are lots of topics. This show is being said many times, and I'm going to say it for the upfront time, and I'm not going to get tired of saying it. This show is called Have Your Say. We discuss the events that's happened in Nigeria over the last 1 week. That is what this show is about. And that is what it would be about. And we've said if people want to come here and meet and say, I like your ideas on solutions. I like your idea on solutions. So you and I would exchange contact. It's happened many times. Take it outside of this show because we don't even think it's a great idea to start discussing your strategy in public. So take it outside of this show and have discussions. It's been muted that people are going to go to Atlanta this year. At some point, it was discussed that Flagship was going to set it up and all of that. But people don't talk about that. It's, oh, you're discussing irrelevance. Why? What are we meant to discuss? The only thing you're interested in? No, it won't happen. Unfortunately, it's have your say. People are allowed to discuss what they want to discuss. Don't tell them what to discuss. It's part of the problem. Sorry, Chim, I see you want to say something.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I need to, like I told you, I'm going to be on the road for a while.
Yes,
so I'm actually getting ready to, I had to leave the stage because I was eating. I didn't want to be eating in front of everybody, just to full disclosure. So number one, I don't want to go into the issues that we've dealt with PANSAT, but a takeaway from that is that today it's PANSAT, but let's be honest, let's go look ourselves in the mirror. I've struggled with this thing every time people come here and they want to make their views known, and they first start with what the other person said. If you're not going to say, sorry, did you just say so and so? So Sho says yes. It's okay, well, I understand that's your view, but I share a different opinion, and then you express what that opinion is. I find it strange, and so nobody should fight PANSAT until we go cure ourselves. You come here and then you say some other person's perspectives or views to an issue is beneath you, then you are a PANSAT, just a milder person. Simple. And Ferrari, with all due respect, and I mean this, so I believe we can judge, or I respect you, you make valid, there are times I leave this place and I clap for you. But it's wrong for you to come and say when the conversations are not aligning with what you're saying, and then you say no, that we're wasting our time. I've told Pastor Rudolph this, and I mean it, that I've told him, I said, shut this thing down. And he laughed about it. And I said, yes, if people are going to keep coming every week to say we are just talking, then shut it down. Because like you rightly said, it's a talk shop. People are here to come and talk. I'm not the president of Nigeria. I'm not, but I can suggest things that people back home will take. And then like you rightly said, those who have more actionable capacity can set up, behind the scenes groups where we meet, align policies. I've been in a few of them. I've written position papers in a few of them and handed over to one or two people here. I won't go beyond that. But there are people who probably have the legwork. Not all politicians are going to be actionable. There are politicians whose job is just to do what? Win election for their party. They are okay with that. You will never see them run for councillor. They won't run for chairman. They will run for. They will not run for. And even though if they run, they will win. They are just for them. They are kingmakers in their own way. They are errand boys. That's who they are. It brings me back to the former vice president of the U.S., Dick Cheney, who could have run for vice president, but he didn't run. And he says he's always been a number two. That he does a better job being a number two. I have his book. I've read it. Yeah, he is always the pleasant number two. That all he wants to do is just be, what some other person may call a hatchet man. Let's put it that way. So I don't think that Pansat is alone in some of this. We're all expressing it in one way or the other. So we have to go back, look ourselves in the mirror, cure ourselves of those things, and then come back and begin to realize, like what Show said, that this is what this show is about. It's about coming to express our views. Those who feel they have the capacity for lead work, beautiful. Go ahead and then carry other people along if you want to carry them. But don't say that other people are here just coming to talk. Personally, I'm getting tired of hearing that. I will leave that and I'll express my views on Wike and the issues of the day. Personally,
Chief,
I don't have enough time now. Please don't be offended. I've been patient. I have not interjected in anybody. I beg you. I'm not saying this out of the please. Let's just when I'm done,
is it his turn?
Please. I'm moderating. Let him finish.
Please. Okay. So, as for Wike and his son, my view is this. I will not be caught in anybody's battle. Fubara is telling me that if a man shoots a gun and everything, or that we should do what he needs to do as governor. If he thinks he can take out Wike, he should go ahead and take out Wike. But they should all remember, they were elected to serve the people. All these things are all distractions. When both of them were busy embezzling River State Fund, none of us was there. When Wike was protecting him using his, his immunity process to cover him when EFCC was looking for him as the accountant general of the state, none of us was there. I'm not supporting Wike. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care. They should all be rounded up and taken off the scene. They're all a disgrace. River people did not elect Fubara to come and be hearing all this every day, this, that. It's all a distraction. And any state where this is happening, development doesn't happen. The people are the ones who are shortchanged. Abia State is having peace. The man is busy working, and we're seeing whatever it is working. There are those who feel that, well, let's wait until after 4 years, we'll probably evaluate him. And there are those who feel it's all smoke screen, and there are those who believe, I'm for, let's praise him when he does well. When he is not doing well, let's speak out, and because the Lord is not doing us a favor. He asks for a job. It's like somebody who, I keep saying, politics is like somebody who goes for a job with a bank or an NPC or whatever. You didn't go there to go and do Razmat. You went there to go and deliver. At the end of the day, they will evaluate you. If you're delivering based on what the business wants, you get a promotion or your job is secured. If you are not, they boot you out and find someone else to come and deliver on those KPIs. That is what Nigerians need to begin to see. It's actually sickening when we sit by the sidelines. I know we do that. I do that also. And then we banter and laugh about it. On a lighter note, we can banter about it on our sub WhatsApp groups and all that. But the truth about it, Nigerians shouldn't be laughing and be feeling happy and say, go sir, Wike 2, Fubara 1 or Fubara 1. That's nonsense. If there's a way of getting all of them out of the scene and get reasonable people to come and do the job, let's do that. Because these people are a joke. That's just what I want to say. I think personally, Wike is out overstretching his importance. Interestingly, we Nigerians, we make these guys popular. People tell us they want to come and serve us, but we end up serving them. We end up paying their bills. That's what is happening. Interesting, that's what politics is about to an extent, everywhere in the world. But there are places where people are held more accountable. Unfortunately, we Nigerians are not learning how to hold these politicians accountable so that they can serve us and deliver the dividends of democracy and take their stupid fights to their private homes and go and settle whatever it is, not to come on national stage and be fighting. So I just wanted to make those contributions before I leave. I'm not going to be part of the show for a long time, but please let everybody express their views. If I say what you don't agree with, you can softly tell me you don't agree with it. Don't say what I'm saying is stupid. There are a lot of us who are doing it. So I'm not going to accuse Pansat for a reason, because if almost 900% of all of us are guilty of this, just for a few, 1 or 2 people, we come here and we denigrate the other person. We say what the person is saying is rubbish. just because we don't share similar views. I don't subscribe to that. I can say, sure, you know what? I don't agree with you on this, and I express why I don't agree with you, and still hold my ground without necessarily belittling show. So I'll leave that at this, and I hope that we'll be able to take that seriously. But if we think we're making noise and we come here Saturday to talk, then don't come, don't show up. Don't show up. You're being hypocritical to say we're talking. You're also coming to talk. Don't show up. And I say that with all due respect. I'm not saying that with any ill givings to anybody. Please don't take my views out of context. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Chimolumide. I'll come to you in a second. Yes, Daddy TV, your comments, we see them, but please, spamming is not allowed. Posting the same comments 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times back to back is referred to as spamming. So please, spamming is not allowed. If you keep spamming, we will have to put you on a timeout. Not because I disagree with what you're saying. You're free to say what you say. There are no insults in there. But if you keep, spamming, it's not very helpful. So, Olumide.
All right, thank you, Sho.
I believe you came in for a purpose.
First, I wanted to. I was hoping that Masca could come up and give us his own take on the issue in the Niger state about the orphan girls. If Masca is listening, if he can please come up, and we want to hear his own side, being a Muslim and being somebody from the north and a contributor on this platform too. And about the issue that happened earlier on, I think it is wrong. I think if Show is the anchor, Show should be allowed to be the one to determine if anybody has crossed the line. It is wrong for anybody to arrogate to himself, like what Masca did, that Pansa crossed the line. No, it shouldn't be the one. And again, he made wrong assumption because it was man of prestige that Pansa was referring to about smiling, not Mr. James. He just kind of worsened the whole issue and let it flare up for no reason. And let him express himself and let the moderator be the one to let him know that he went out of line. If you're not the moderator, don't tell anybody went out of line. Have your say. If you think that person is out of line, when you have your turn, counter that person. That is the way to do, and let the moderator be the one to say, you know what, I don't think we should do this, do that. Respect him as the moderator. And I think they just caused unnecessary rancor between Show and Pansa, which we shouldn't have been. I think it was unnecessary and it was uncalled for, and Masca came in a way that he shouldn't have come in. Okay, don't come and tell us you act like you know more than everybody else here. Arrogate yourself some kind of knowledge that I don't freaking care if you're only not on this program. Have your say. If we agree with you, we agree with you. If we don't agree with you, we don't agree with you. That's the way the show should be, and that's what it should be about. All this over pampering somebody because it's from this part of the country, blah blah blah. You don't want to say the truth to them. You say the truth and let whoever whose ox is God, let it be God. You tell them the truth. If they are from that part of the country and they're not acting the way they should be acting, for the sake, what are we one country for? When one law is for one section of the country, another law is for another section of the country, and they come here perambulating, trying to massage our ego and telling us that. Let me tell you, Panza and Masca, what you said earlier on. Not every white person sees Africans as monkeys. If that was the issue, the blacks in America today wouldn't be liberated. There won't be free people. Obama wouldn't have aspired to be a president. And I live in a country where I live among white people. Majority of them, I can tell you that some of them might still have that racist tendency inherited from their forefathers, but I can tell you that majority of them are good people. Not all of them see us as monkeys. You stay in that your myopic world, shit-o country down there, and then you come here and come and tell us rubbish. We want to build a good country, one country. Everybody must be seen as equal. We subscribe to one constitution. You don't marry off underage girls under the guise of your religion and tell us that we have and that your religion is superior to our constitution. And then we can't tell ourselves the truth. One day we'll get our Yoruba nation and all this nonsense will end. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Olumide. Thank you for that. Golden Mind, I'll come to you, then I'll go to Ify, then I'll go back to the top. Golden Mind, welcome to the show.
Hello, how are you?
Very well. All the better for seeing you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Well, the reason I joined was because I saw the commotion that was going on, and I
I
felt
apologize for that.
It's time for us to talk to ourselves. I do think that this place needs to be sanitized. If you really want people to be here, to come here and make contributions. The nature of unruliness, how rude comments are made, and there's no consequence. And that's part of the problems we have in Nigeria. No consequences for bad behavior. You see, when I look at some of these things, it tells me one thing, that we're not ready. We're not ready to change ourselves, and as a result, we can't change the system. We can't exert any influence on the system. Somebody said that you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created the problem. Some of us still have the same mindset. We need to start being firm. When somebody misbehaves, that person needs to be kicked out instantly. Not after 1 minute you bring the same person back. Don't do that. I know our people. You got to be firm. That's the only way they understand what is that you are serious about discipline. We're complaining about indiscipline in Nigeria. We got to be disciplined. If you want, anybody wants to take us serious, we have got to be disciplined in everything. We have lived in foreign land for a long time. One thing you will not ever debate is what we call the diplomacy, the way people talk, even when they're angry. A lot of all these Nigerians who come to meetings and cause confusion, they don't do it when they have meetings with, maybe white people or non-Nigerians. They don't do that. But once they come to a place where you have Nigerians, everybody will begin to ask you, do you know who I am? You are nobody. Nobody gives a hoot about what anybody is or what, we don't care about that. We're gathered here to speak, to talk about, profile solutions on how the problems of Nigeria can be solved. The problems have persisted since 1960. Like somebody said before, it amazes me how easily angry our people can get. So if you're the moderator, don't get into an argument, kick people out. As long as you know you're doing the right thing, kick people out. That's the only language that people understand. And unfortunately, I cannot be in a place, where everybody's talking, the moderator is talking, and somebody's talking back it breeds indiscipline. No progress will ever be made. So when you think people are being rude, talk to them. If they don't stop, kick them out. Don't bring them back in again. Okay? So, I just want to say that, talking about River State, that's something I don't want to get involved in, because I know Rivers has always been a mess. The Wike, who I think is a thug, the government, I know the amount of money stolen from that state since whenever Wike started, I think 2015, is enough, to be... It's large enough to be the size of another state's budget. They have a lot of money. They said they were making 12 billion every month, but somebody saying it's more than that. You multiply that by 12 and multiply it by 8 years, right? I do know how much money they have stolen. And they even borrowed. They have borrowed money to complete project. Who does that? Nigeria is a shame. And we have to accept that. It's a shame. Somebody was talking about, Americans or seen us as monkeys. Well, to a large extent, that is true. I've been in positions where I realize institutionally that might not happen because there are laws, right? But an average American, average British think that you are not up there. That's why they expect a lot from you. And you have to do a whole lot to actually tell them that you know what you're doing. Do all of them do it? No. but majority of them think that we cannot do it, that we are on a different level. That's just the reality, you know. I've been in so many places, interacted with so many people from every part, and the thinking is always almost the same. Not all of them do that though. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Golden Mind. The comment I've highlighted is my position on the Wike issue. I think it's going to be interesting if Fubara would actually probe him, because he was his accountant general. So how does he probe him and not get involved or entangled? But that's my opinion on it. Man of Prestige, I'll come to you. We're talking Wike and Fubara.
Is that my turn?
Yes, Man of Prestige.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I proceed, I'm just going to echo exactly what Golden Mind said about this platform. I think this platform needs to be sanitized. I didn't really want to interject whenever somebody's coming here making some profound statement, denigrating this platform. I mean, that's the way I see it. But I was forced to interject because, sure, I respect you, and I'm the owner of this platform. I think you all are not doing the needful. I mean, you're supposed to abdicate somebody that, use profound language every time, there's no place for the person. So you all need to be more drastic, take a more drastic action to sanitize the place. This is not the first time. I think I was at the gym at that particular time, the earlier section that was moderated by electricity. I mean, the situation was the same, maybe not as profound as this, because it was between just two people. I mean, because the person is making, their own narrative of what they see in Nigerian space, and you are calling somebody imbecile. I mean, all kind of name. So I think this has been transcended to a degree that's intolerable. It's not good for us. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it at this. So let me go to the main topic about Fubara. I mean, some people may find it to be very trivial or that kind of thing, but we need to comment about it. It has something to do with Nigerian godfatherism. So maybe Wike River State, they are borrowing a page from Lagos State, but the way Lagos State handle their own issue is completely different. I mean, what Tinubu did, you have to follow his template and everything, that's exactly what he did. I'm not in favor of the godfatherism. Even where I'm right now, I'm somewhere not my state, but I'm in Florida. There's a rumor coming out that the Sunday want to make his wife to be the next governor after he leave in the next about 2 years. Yeah, he has already been elected, so he's been in office for about 6 years. The next governor, but I know that's not possible, not in this country, because I'm not saying godfatherism doesn't happen, but it happened differently. Maybe if there's a rumor, if has to that, it probably has to look for it or make it not the way we do it. Because in our own space, say godfatherism, like what happened in every state. I mean, River State is not alone in that. You look at Yahaya Bello and some of that. You just went ahead and bring somebody, and that happened to my state, Imo. But the Imo light didn't like it, and they never, Croatia tried to do that. So, like I was saying, Tinubu did it differently. It wasn't this much of fracas and everything. The only person he didn't like is his ruling. That's the person that came after Ambode. And no, the person that came after Fashola. So Ambode ruled for only one term. So, because he wasn't implementing his, template. So they decided not to, put him for the second term. I'm not saying what they did is good, but it's a little bit more palatable compared to the fracas going on in River State right now. It's just nonsense, the godfatherism we have become to. I consider that to be part of corruption. I mean, it's corrupting that country. Having said that, I'm not a fan of Wike, and I don't like the whole shenanigan going on in River State. But if somebody deserves it, it's Wike. I mean, he deserves it, whatever Fubara is giving him, calling him, I guess, saying the jungle has matured, calling Wike a Gary-eating rat. I mean, who's losing in this? The people of River State is losing. All this nonsense we're having, playing out in our eye, it doesn't make sense. So Fubara is not, Fubara is guilty too. You need to be quiet, do whatever you want to do, and govern the people of the state. The people of the state is the one losing out this year. I don't know how many projects he has completed since he came in or whatever. You know, Wike, in my own opinion, is probably one of the most corrupt governor ever emancipated from that country. People don't understand. Rivers State is the second richest state in the country. I mean, he may go and commission, because right now there's a news. The man, Fubara, was showing, you know, the data. It's not that he was just making it up. He didn't complete most of the project that he did. He never paid, you know, he only paid half of the payment. He over 400, million that he owed. So people come here and say, Wike this. I mean, when does constructing a road is something to be brag about? So this is how Nigeria. So those are, when you just build a bridge for them, a road for them, this is what expected about the government. It's nothing. And we come here, we commend them, Wike, all this. But anyway, so he deserves whatever he's getting. I mean, I don't like it. That's not the right way to govern. But if somebody deserves it, like I said, this weekend, that's my submission on that.
All right, thank you very much. I think Mazi Prince is the last to speak on this issue. Then we'll move on to the 20 trillion naira that they want to borrow from your pension. But Mazi Prince, on the Wike issue, the last comment or commentary.
Yeah, for me, I think I've always said it, that the downfall of Wike was not too far. You know, we already knew what it is. However, you know, he will remain a chameleon, because currently, you know, he worked hard for his wife to be promoted to what they call it, the Court of Appeal now. So for me, I would say Fubara, yes, Fubara is winning, but he needs to be cautious. And then, you know, let me just take a little diversion to what happened yesterday. So yesterday I was kind of watching the TV, and the next person I will see will be Magnus Abe, talking about how it is that himself, I think he said they were 11 when they left. You know, he was talking about how the State House of Assembly, the 25 guys shouldn't be kicked out just like that, that when they left, that nobody did anything to them. So how come they are now doing something, you know, they're about to kick out those people or whatever it is. And when he said that, I tried to cast my mind back to who Magnus Abe is. And of a truth, I don't know the kind of man he is. I don't know the kind of father he is. You know, because if you know, it's kind of like he's been between Wike and Amechi. He was, you know, moving here and there and all that kind of a thing. And this is the same guy that left APC and went to SDP. Now he's saying that he's back to APC again. At the end of the day, you say, you know, you think about it and say, these are not serious people. Because and even that he got that governorship through SDP, what would he have done now? He would come back to APC, right? You know? And apart from that, the same person that complained about Wike not allowing them to campaign during the campaign season is the same person that is backing up Wike now. The river people, the ball is in your court. You guys do what you gotta do. We can only support you guys. We won't tell you guys what to do. All I know is that Rivers is not Lagos, and that's what it is. You know, just keep watching. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll discuss the 20 trillion naira, the infrastructural development loan the federal government was proposing to borrow from the pensions fund. But we'll take a break.
Onye mazolo bio akwa nwa mazolo bio Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo akwa nwanwe ilochi ya biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya
onye ọma zoro biko abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari ịbịa wunye n'egwana m ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo aba mmanwụ ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya mazi wekọma odogwu n'okporo ezi na nke onye ọma n'ịgadele m mazi n'ịbịazi ibugo with melody odogwu nachala n'ọka ezi nwanne m n'ịgadele mmụọ ụlagado n'ibezigbo mmanwụ ụlagado n'ibezigbo amammanwụ ilochilo bikoro ụzọ ọ na-agbazi tee onye ọma zoro sorry ibya munya n'kwana mo ofube naru ulaga no ni biazugo nazaboy mo ulaga do ni biazugo awamma ilochilo biko rapu zoro anabazi ice odogu kenanu bikechofo amakwa mnika gogodia oligwe kwelo ikejo mabele bege hey you want ebu kampune kene amago ndi nso Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We needed that break. I sure needed the break. Not had water in the last 4 hours or there, about 3 hours. So the next topic would be the federal government of Nigeria are proposing to borrow from your future. They've exhausted the past, which is the savings. They've exhausted the present, which is the current money that we have or might not have. And they're looking to dip their hands into the future. So whatever is there that people have saved, contributed towards their pension, the federal government are saying you should borrow them. Of course, Nigerians kick back, a lot of backlash online, offline, in person, and they're, retracting their statements. Let's listen to what the minister said.
I noticed that there are stories making the rounds that the federal government plans to illegally access the hard-earned savings and pension contributions of workers. Nothing could be further from the truth. The pension industry, like most of the financial industry, is highly regulated. There are rules, there are limitations about what pension money can be invested in and what it cannot be invested in. The federal government has no intention whatsoever to go beyond those limits and go outside those bounds, which are there to safeguard the pensions of workers. Now, what was announced to the Federal Executive Council, merely for noting, merely for information, no approval was sought for any action whatsoever, was that there was an ongoing initiative drawing in all the major stakeholders in the long-term savings industry, those that handle funds that are available over a long period, to see how within the rules, within the regulations and the laws, these funds could be used maximally, most effectively, to drive investment in key growth areas, infrastructure, housing, and of course, to find a way to provide Nigerians with affordable mortgages. Within this context, there's no attempt or no consideration to provide less safe investments for pension funds or even insurance funds or any investment funds that, that are made available. No attempt whatsoever to increase the risk, no attempt whatsoever to lower the returns that would otherwise be earned. And we must remember that the federal government possesses the ability to provide guarantees where such are needed in order to unlock funding that will lead to growth, creation of jobs, and alleviation of poverty. It is an ongoing conversation, a challenge, a test for the best and the brightest in the financial industry to come up with solutions that, whilst safeguarding the long-term savings, do provide an avenue that can help to boost growth in the economy.
Okay, so there you have it. That's the Minister for Finance, Mr. Wale Edu. All I'm going to say to him is he should be very careful. And if we do something, because Abba Kyari tried to dip his hand in this same fund, 15 trillion naira, the man died. Issa Funtua came on board, tried to dip his hand in this same pension fund, 15 trillion naira, the man died. So me, I don't want to lose on Wale Edu. So whatever he does, he needs to be careful. But I'll start with you, Righteous Man. What's your take on all this? And now you can juxtapose it with the 90 billion that's taken for Hajj, the $500 million loan they are taking to build meters, the $306 million they are begging to feed Nigerians and give them water. Now you can juxtapose all of that. So we have a structure we're working with. It's not like we want to discuss the one that you like. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Once again, I appreciate you. And please, sometimes I discover, because I used to go back to watch our program, I don't know whether it's breaking communication or the wave, the air wave that causes a lot of problem. Sometimes when we make speeches, those at the background will not maybe understand it very well, or they choose the area they want to interpret based on their understanding. You know, I was not in any way indicting the platform. I was not in any way saying you were not running the program according to how you structured it. I was only saying, instead of us to be rambosing ourselves here and making unwanted comments, it is better we focus on the issues that are very germane in the heart of Nigerians. That was what I was simply referring to. I didn't say you didn't structure your platform today or the program to discuss. You know, you've been a very good guy, and but I'm telling you, try to make up some things. The outburst in the program today. In fact, since I joined this platform, I've never insulted anybody, and I kick against any usage of words that, when we look at it as Africans, forget about wherever you are residing today. We are blacks, we are Africans. Our tradition, our culture, we have good etiquette. There are some certain words you should not use, you know, against your elders, no matter how provoke, you know. So that's what I'm just asking for. So please, everybody should temper, you know, just cool down. We're not fighting. So back to the issue. Oga James, welcome back. It's been a long time. Oga Pansat, please, we love you. We want you. Don't get offended. Everybody here, we are brothers. We bear one color. We're Africans. Please, let's love ourselves. So this 90 billion, in fact, when I heard of it this morning, it is the caption in the talk show this morning, one of the channels, the Nigerian TV wave. And they were discussing about this 90 billion naira. Sure, let me tell you, on the average, I spent nothing less than 250,000 naira on fueling my car to work within, let me say, 22 days in a month. And it has cost me to retrench some of my workers that work with me because I can't afford it again to pay them. Now, we are talking about the fuel subsidy removal that have affected everything about the Nigerian people's life. You now brought about the increase in electricity tariff, which they call Band A, Band B, Band D, up to. It's only on A wave I hear bands. This is the first time I'm hearing that electricity have to have need to have that name, band. I thought it's A wave that goes with the word band. Okay, the people that said that is on Band A, that's, for example, where I'm living now, we're on Band A. We don't have 20 hours electricity. And let me tell you, if you recharge 20,000 naira electricity and you use one air condition, just maybe the one in my room, in the next days is off, 20,000 naira is gone. 20,000 is gone. How can we continue to live in such environment? And then it's only for the government to come up to say they are spending 90 billion on Hajj. As an individual, what is my benefit for who goes to Jerusalem or who goes to Mecca or who goes to Shrine? It doesn't benefit me. The Nigerian government should not use taxpayers' money to finance any religious journey whatsoever. It is not my business. I can decide not to go to church from January to December. I can decide tomorrow to say there is no God. It is not concern of anybody. So it is an abuse of our fundamental human rights for any person in any form or fashion to use my taxpayers' money to finance any religious movement or pilgrimage.
Okay, so Are you happy for them to invest the pensions fund, or you're not? Where's this?
To invest
the pensions fund? Yeah. So they want to borrow 20 trillion. From where's this feedback coming from? They want to borrow. Oh, this is really bad. Whose mic is that? They want to invest 20 trillion naira from the pensions fund. So people's pension, the money people have contributed towards their pension, so that when they retire, they can get paid pension. The federal government want to borrow 20 trillion to invest it to develop our infrastructure. Are you happy for that to happen?
It is absolutely nonsense. Why would they go and borrow the money that my father had already saved? Why would they borrow the one my uncle has saved? The one they have sold in crude oil and other things, what have they done with it? Why dipping their hands in when those pensioners are dying, they are not being paid? That's absolutely nonsense. They shouldn't do it. It's not a welcome idea. In fact, this regime, I want to tell you, you know, with all fair thought towards any individual or any group, this regime was not and is not prepared to change Nigeria positively. In fact, the Buhari regime, we that are in Nigeria will tell you that the Buhari regime is far better. It is like we should recall back Buhari, because all those things we accuse Buhari of doing, this regime have done it 3 times over. For example, nepotism. Look at the appointments this regime made. Let me not over-exaggerate. 80% of the appointments made by this regime are all Southwest people, Lagosians, and the likes.
We never reach me.
You've not told me you are a Southwesterner. I thought you are from River State or from the other side. I don't know. Okay. Okay. If you are from Southwest here, all you need to do, put on the cap. If you put on the cap, they will pick you up and give you appointment, you know?
Okay, no problem.
But that's on a lighter note. What I'm saying is that those things we blame Buhari of doing, this regime are done worse than Buhari 3 times over. Buhari said we are going to remember him. And we thought that, oh, come on, you don't know what you're talking about. We are tired of you. Go. But today, I am telling you that millions of Nigerians, hundreds millions of Nigerians are really remembering Buhari, because he was not this, you know, hardened mind that a bag of rice is sold at 80,000 naira that an ordinary man cannot afford. Sure, are you aware that the federal government said what they will pay as minimum wage is 48,000?
Yes,
48,000 naira, just additional of 18,000 naira. That is what you are going to pay as national minimum wage. While you are buying cars worth of 100 and something million to parliamentarians. I mean, I can't just believe that this man will do this thing, honestly. It's just a pity. But anyway, that's Nigeria for you. And for those of us who normally refer the country, say, that country, I beg your pardon. Which country are you referring to? Are you not a Nigerian? Instead of you to say, I'm a Nigerian, that our country, say that country, that country. Remember, there is a news on BBC yesterday, I was watching it in my room, where a Kenyan that have lived in the UK for 42 years.
Is a Ghanaian.
Okay, Ghanaian, sorry, yeah, a Ghanaian. He was denied that he's not a Briton. So no matter the party where you don't gather for Europe or America, one day a white man will tell you are from Africa. And you better hustle up and let's build Nigeria, make it a great nation. Thank you.
Righteous man, I'm putting all my hat on. If I don't get a call by tonight or tomorrow, you'll be in trouble. Man of prestige, I'll come to you. It's a serious case. Please go ahead. Master Prince, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, please. Before we proceed, can we give a hand of applause to the Nigerian Flamingos? They just beat Burkina Faso 6-0. You know, 7-1 aggregate. So yeah, at least when they perform, we appreciate them. Yeah.
Congratulations to them. Yep, a man of prestige. I'm still going on with my philazo. Please don't be distracted. Carry on.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Master Prince. As a sports fanatic, I saw that result a while ago, where they beat them, 6-0. So 7-1 aggregate, because earlier it was play 1-1. So that was a great result that was played today in Abuja. But anyway, having said that, let me proceed to the main topic. Okay. Maybe when the minister come and narrate what he said, they said whenever there where there's fire, where there's fire, where there's a smoke, there must, how do you say it? Where there's fire, where there's smoke.
There's no smoke without fire.
There's no smoke without fire. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I just lost my thought on that. But anyway, I haven't said that because when he came and said what he said, there's no clarification. There's no clarification on what he said. If he has made more clarification and go in detail, of course he denied it, but he should have gone more detail to clarify what's going on. They haven't said that. From my understanding, according to, I don't know if that part of the constitution or whatever, my understanding, they can only use 5% of that for only any kind of project. So it's not that they want to invest it. What I had, they want to use that 20 billion or whatever. I don't know what percent that 20 billion is for the whole, trust fund. They want to use it for the project. So when you ask me, this project they are constructing everywhere, maybe this Calabar Lagos project, which is probably the most interesting thing going on in Nigeria right now. It's a priority for Nigeria, but in myself, I think it's a good project, but it shouldn't be a priority. So, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, you can invest, you can invest trust fund, but in a project, what can you yield? The project that may not even be complete in the next 20 or 30 years. Maybe it can be completed from the channel 1 to channel 3, which supposedly to be from where it started from now to somewhere in Lagos, somewhere in Lagos State. That may be complete or whatever during Tinubu tenure for 7 years, because I think Tinubu is going to be there for the next 7 years. So that may be where we left us. So what's gonna happen for for the funding? It's not going to yield anything. So that's a very, very bad move, because in Africa they do invest in social security. There's a trust fund for it. They invest in federal trust fund. That's definitely going to be yielding something. The government will be profiting from that. But there has been a speculation, that in 2035 or 37, there will be no more money. So that's not going to happen. Not in the USA. It's going to be up because it's invested properly. So I think I don't know how that's going to work in Nigerian space. If they use the 5% as being promoted in Nigerian, that is allowed to be used in that project, that's okay. But not to use people's pension fund for a project, like I said, that may not yield anything and it's not going to be completed. We don't know how many years. We know how project is being done in Nigeria. That may take 25 years, 30 years before, we see anything that is possible to be a project. So this is good to show you about misappropriation of Nigerian state. They don't know what they're doing, particularly this present government. They are just, trying by error, see what's going to fit or whatever. So I think if you ask me if there's a truth that they try to use it, yeah, I would say that, because they always kind of throw something out to see what's going to fit, whether people will be against it or not going to be against it. But if people haven't said anything,
put out fillers.
They may eventually use it. So having said that, one more thing that I think Righteous Man was talking, Righteous Man said earlier about this Haji. Let me just use this opportunity. I've been here for a while because I'll be going out soon. I may come back later. That they're trying to using about 90 billion to finance Haji. Is it not more than the student loan that is promoted? If you look in,
student 5 billion.
Okay, so this is way more than. I mean, there shouldn't be a space for this, because in Nigerian constitution, I was listening to some narrative I think it was a Rise News about, they said in the 99 constitution, not supposed to finance any religious stuff. It's in the constitution. So when they say that, I went ahead to go and read it, and I'm verified, because anything that come out of Nigerian news media, I don't quite believe it. I have to go and verify, to be, the 10th Amendment of 99 Constitution is properly stated, that no state or the federal government should not support any kind of religious activity. So it's completely wrong. I mean, this is not the only government that have been doing it. They've been doing it, for a long, long time. And they should get away from that. I mean, if you want to go to Haji or whatever, Christians or Muslim, you should be able to finance yourself. There's no room for subsidizing, not even with the present, predicament we are going in Nigeria. Nigerians are suffering. And you're using about 90 billion to subsidize, Haji. People going to Haji, you already have money, believe me. Poor people don't go to Haji in Nigeria. They don't go. It's people with money already. They can finance themselves if they are that desperate. People go to Haji from here. I have a Muslim friend that go to Haji in here. He went there, I think about 5 or 7 years ago. I mean, he financed the whole thing. It's expensive now, it's expensive from the amount he told me that is spent, but finance it by yourself. So that's the problem we have in Nigeria. I just want to speak in that space. Thank you. I'm sure I'll be back later.
Thank you, man of prestige. Thank you for stopping by. One Niger man. I think you've become a lawyer. This is quite interesting. What this can do to people. I see one Niger man is quoting the Constitution these days. You talk about something, will tell you the section. He's already said that this is in Section 10. I think talking about how we are not meant to be financing any religious activity. It's just put it there, Section 10. This man is going to be giving electricity a run for his money. They'll be quoting Constitution. Mazi Prince, so talking on this subject now, I would want you to talk about it as well in this, looking at it from this angle. If it was a different government in place, like I alluded on a different show, if it was a different government in place, a government that you probably have more trust in, would you have an issue with it? Or for you, it's just a straight no?
For me, just like you said, pretty much I tap into what every other person have said. If it had been a different government, with the history of Nigeria, especially when it comes to pension, I would say no. Why did I say so? These are people's savings. This is people's money. It's not free money. It's not free money. They work for it. It was deducted from their paychecks or their salary or whatever it is. It's just like saying, I know that in US we have it as social security, but then the difference between Nigeria and America is just that in America you are also privileged to also buy a private, you can also buy a private retirement insurance, whatever, if you want to, if you really want to enjoy your old age, buy a private one so that by the time you get the one from government and the one you've already saved it by the side too, depending on your lifestyle, you'll be okay, not living in penury and all that kind of a thing. My thing is, this is the more reason why they should stop this coastal thing. They should please stop it. They should stop it. It's not needed now. Instead, use the money that they have now, because they've already given about 1.7 trillion to to Chagori already. That money they would have invested it in maintaining the other roads. Let there be commerce. And then we can talk about the coastal thing later. I don't know. I just don't want to talk much before some people will label me a Nigerian hater, because some people, when you talk, they will say, "Oh, you are a hater. You don't like the government and da." But to me, that pension fund, they should leave they should leave the old people or whatever, the workers' money. They should leave it alone. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Alaba Ferreira, so I'll come to you. We're discussing the money they're looking to borrow from people's future. Now, obviously, you're solution-oriented. We'll talk. You already know the issue, so maybe not discuss the issue, but how do we avert this sort of dipping their hands into people's pensions?
Now, first of all, illegality cannot come up with legality. We don't have a government, and every one of you must understand that. And when you come here and discuss what the government is doing, you're validating their action. So my own solution is pretty simple. Illegality, they don't have anything to offer. They're there to steal, and the stealing continues. So until the rest of us join hands together and shout to the loudest voice that we need a rediscussion of the state of the nation, then we can start to talk. Any policy they push is an illegal one, will be an illegal one, is just an SPV for them to channel money out to themselves and to their pocket. I don't discuss such issues in detail. I think it's a waste of time. I think the more of interest down the line, we'll talk about it, is this merger that wants to happen between Obi and Atiku. Might be a non-violence way to rescue the country, but the country is in deep shit and it needs an immediate rescue. I'll keep it short and yield my time to others and save my time for later.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've got 40 more minutes on the show. I'm hoping for others. I know it's somewhere around. It will take over and it will start with the Obi and Atiku proposed merger. Rudolph sent me something just now. He sent me a screenshot of one of our daily Sunday newspaper or Sunday Times or whatever it's called. Sun, saying the headline is Atiku said he might consider stepping down. I don't know if that's true or not, but Rudolph sent that to me just now. I know I said he's incapacitated, but can anyone see that?
So Forefather is in the comment section.
Yeah. Anyway, so that would be the, I know it's in the comment, but it might not be somewhere where he can moderate. So I'm just letting him know I've got 40 minutes to go, and that will be the next topic, which a lot of people will discuss. I purposely left it as the last one because it's the biggest story of the day. Plus, just about an hour before the show started, electricity had run a 3-hour show. He even had a guest who we interviewed regarding this topic. So I just felt like, okay, let's take a break from it. A lot of people have discussed it, so I thought it will be our last topic. Olumide, they want to borrow your pension. Are you happy?
So thank you, Shu. So I mean, like just picking up from where Alaba stopped. See, I think the focus should be on finding a way to get this illegitimate government out of power. They only had one thing in mind when they came. That was the reason for rigging the election, to come and steal and loot the country dry. So for me, when Kulata came in earlier on to say 2027, was talking about not campaigning. I think it was Mazi who was saying something about Mazi Prince saying something about not campaigning. See, the off-cycle elections, like the dual elections coming up, and every other election coming up, should be a dress rehearsal for what 2027 should be like. So, I mean, guys, you guys are just joking. Little Wonder Man of Prestige was saying, oh, it's going to spend 7 years after all. I don't know how much more these people are going to bear this suffering. I mean, it's just unfortunate to see people, especially even my own family, my loved ones, going through all this mess. You know, are you surprised that it's going to deepen inside the pension fund? It's unfortunate, even with the current situation of things, that say owing pensioners money, they still won't pay them their regular income. They won't pay them what they're due, and now they want to go finally and deepen. What has happened to all the money they've borrowed in time past? You know, previous administration. So I mean, this government is just a joke. They are nothing but corrupt, incompetent, and like I said, see, you can't have a free and fair election. There's nothing like democracy. You don't have democracy in Nigeria where you can't elect your leaders free and fair. Speaking to the river situation too, that is the only thing that will cure godfatherism, where people can choose their leader, so that when they choose their leader and their leader doesn't perform to expectation, the next election cycle they can choose to vote him out and bring in somebody who will fulfill their aspirations. Otherwise, we guys are just joking. And then I just quickly want to mention, before I yield ground, I just quickly want to mention again the former speaker, I've forgotten his name, that guy that was speaking about discrimination being in the UK, blah blah blah. I'm not saying there's no discrimination, but I'm saying as a society.
Was it DMO or DA?
Yeah, I think DMO.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's no discrimination. See, even in DMO, I think you're from the Southeast, if I may agree. How many non-Southeasterners have been commissioners in your state of origin, in your own state of origin? Is that not racial? Is that not discrimination? How many non-qualified, non-indigenous that are qualified have been commissioners in your state? We do it even in our own midst. So don't just blame these white folks. And I'm saying no, it is not like that in all of their society. It is normal, it is natural that in the society where you go, people want their own. You understand? It is different from discrimination where you call other people monkeys or this or that. You understand? That kind of racism that happened in the past during the slave trade is no more fashionable. And those who are still living in that time are people who have not moved on with the times, and they're a minority. You won't find them. That's why when they make inflammatory statements, we won't condone it. Society will not condone it, even in the West where we are. So let's not. But more importantly, it is the way we treat ourselves that matter most. How would you want a white man to respect you when we treat ourselves? We can't give ourselves basic facilities of life, health. In the UK, there, I understand that when you get covered by the government for health services or for medication, no matter how expensive, their medications are as much as £200 per month, and some people are on 4 or 5 of it, and your copay for that medication per month will be like £2. Convert £200 to naira. That's about, we are talking about almost 180,000 naira for one medication for a month supply. What is your own government? Is your government able to pay for Panadol or paracetamol for any citizen? And we are talking about life-saving medication. We are treating ourselves like we don't matter, and then the white man is insulting you, and you are making noise. Treat yourselves right. Let's treat ourselves right as black people. How have we treated each other?
All right. Thank you, Lumide. Passionate submission. Couldn't agree more. If we treat ourselves better, then it gives us a platform to stand up on and fight on the international stage. And that's what I keep saying, that we all have a part to play. The government have a part to play, and the citizens have a part to play. But I think most of it fall on the government. They have all it takes to put us on the same pedestal as everyone else, but they've refused for reasons best known to them. Mr. James, pension fund. I mean, as someone who is much older than the rest of us, you would understand this more. And not that we don't understand it, but looking from that, how would you feel if they say they're dipping hands into it? And I've seen some people say, oh, it happens all over the world and the rest of it. But I think it might become a trust issue. Would you be happy for them to dip their hands in your pension funds if you had any in Nigeria?
But fundamentally, I'm not entitled to pension in Nigeria because the country refused me to work. I was denied the opportunity to work in Nigeria, so I have no pension in Nigeria. Since I left university, I've never earned 1 kobo from any employer in Nigeria. For certain important reasons, I will not be able to explain now due to lack of time. However, in principle, what they are saying is reasonable. But one question I want to ask is this. These pension funds, like here in the Gambia, when workers finish, as you work, they deduct some amount of money, your employer pays some money to the Social Security and Housing Corporation in the Gambia. That corporation invests this money on a regular basis in transportation, hotels, tourism, and other, things they do. The profit they get from it, they use it to pay pensioners every month. They go there to collect their pension. That is how they do it there. But in Nigeria, is it that they just dump the money somewhere and forgot all about it? If that is the case, it's very unfortunate. But what I want to believe is they invest the money in Nigeria, the profit they get from it, that's what they use to pay pensioners. So if they have been investing it all along, which other money are they talking about? It means that there's a huge sum of money they've deposited somewhere, which they want to dip their fingers into right now. I'm really confused. I don't know how they go about it in Nigeria because I left there almost 40 years ago. Anyway, the issue is this. I do not have confidence in the government. If it were to be Ambrose Ali's government of those days in Bender State, we would have still criticized them because we are used to criticisms. We are used to criticizing government. But the level of criticism will not be as severe as it is now. I've said it a number of times. If any government official should tell me now that he is a man, not until I handle the scrotum and feel the testes, I will not believe him. So no matter the amount of stories they will tell now, we will use it for this or that. I mean, the finance minister is a very good grammarian from what I can see. Look at the coastal road they want to construct. Everything is shrouded in secrecy. Procurement rules and regulations were, set aside. The contract was awarded surreptitiously. What is the guarantee that the same thing will not happen to this pensions fund? If I still remember clearly, there was a police inspector general who embezzled the police pension funds or something like that some time ago. I read it in a newspaper. And nothing serious was done about it. So I just believe that the country is broke. This is why they are running from pillar to post. Now, what solution do I have to offer? Look at is it Okwama case in Ughelli South?
Yes.
Is it not surprising that up till now, no commission of inquiry has been set up? The reason is because if they should set up a commission of inquiry, a lot of things will come to light pertaining to crude oil theft. The amount of crude oil they steal in the country every day is frightening. That is a very good source of revenue. If they're able to correct that problem, at least half of our problems will be solved, financial problems. Then another issue is, in the north, there are a lot of mineral deposits. Tin and columbite had been mined in the north before I was born. That is in Jos, tin and columbite. They have gold reserves and other minerals there, even uranium. Now, they should stop this issue of, illegal mining. Private people giving licenses to mine minerals in the north. And in the Niger Delta, they are refusing the boys there to be engaged in illegal crude oil business, whereas it is tolerated in other parts of the north. Even in Elisha, in the west, they have gold deposits there. If they are able to mop all this, there will be no need to disturb the pensioners. That is one thing. Then the customs. There was a revelation made not long ago about some deals these custom officials are involved in, I think, at Idiroko or somewhere like that. Look, there are a lot of, sources of revenue. If Bola Tinubu's government is serious, they should fight corruption. If they fight corruption, this man will leave an indelible legacy in the history of the country. It will leave its footprints in the sands of time. From the look of things, since they assumed office 1 year ago, they have not done anything tangible that is praiseworthy. Is it the economy? It's outrageous. Then lastly, this issue of a Hajj business. Normally, when they want to go on Hajj, they go to the Hajj Commission to register. They screen them, they select those they want to select, and that is all. Now, they don't ask for money. It is the federal government, out of goodwill, that gives them money. But I want to believe that the vice president who made the announcement lied to the nation that they were given, is it 90 billion or whatever it is? He lied to the nation because going by taking the state of affairs, the situation of the country into consideration, it will be outrageous for the federal government to come out openly to say, we are spending 90 billion naira on Hajj. Nobody asked him. He just said it just to please the people, that this is what we've done for you. Is anybody having any concrete empirical evidence to show that they actually spent this money? I think the answer is no. And since he has lied to the nation, if they should return and nothing happens, that is a very good opportunity for them to remove 90 billion out of the federation account, maybe to fund the coming election. You see, this government is just a joker. This is how I see the whole show. So there are other sources of revenue. Other African countries are looking up to us with anxiety to come to their rescue from the white man's grip. We have the means. I really don't know what to say, Mr. Shu. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you, Mr. James. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Talking of customs, I know you mentioned customs. During the FEC, Federal Executive Council meeting they had earlier this week, one of the things that transpired, they approved the purchase of 200 Toyota Land Cruiser for the customs of Nigeria at the cost of 12.5 billion naira. I saw that and I just thought, we keep saying the naira is not doing well, there's pressure, there's demand for dollar, but now we're taking more money to a Japanese company to even buy more Toyota Land Cruisers, 200 of them, for our Nigerian custom officers. We can produce this. They said they're going to run on CNG. That was their selling point. But we have car manufacturers in Nigeria. At what point will the Nigerian government start engaging them? Anyway,
let me just quickly say something.
Yes.
Should the country collapse tomorrow and there is a backlash on these criminals running the government, no foreign power should utter any word condemning anybody. Because from the way the country is going, should the country collapse, a lot of terrible things will happen. So people should just be aware. Those who are not concerned, non-Nigerians should wash their hands off our problems. Because what I'm seeing, what the Ghanaians went through that led to the catastrophe in 1979 or so is not up to 10% of what we are going through now. So people should take note that anything can happen in Nigeria any moment. I'm not praying for catastrophe, but this is what I'm foreseeing. I just have to say it. Just like Olalotri means the gods are not to blame. The gods foresaw something and they predicted it and it happened. That does not mean that they are responsible. I'm not preaching violence, but the way we are going now, something terrible is likely to happen. Thank you all very much indeed, and good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Always a pleasure to have you. The Blackstone, I'm going to come to you so you can weigh in on this. I've just talked about the 12.5 billion for new Toyota, 200 Toyota Land Cruisers. And also you can throw this into it. Senator Aline Dume said he's happy to do what Forefather wants because Forefather has been calling for capital punishment. But Senator Aline Dume said, if it is 1 trillion naira, yes, you can kill us. But if it is 1 million naira, there's no need to kill us. So he supports capital punishment for corrupt politicians that steals up to 1 trillion naira. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Show. And good day to everybody. James Domo, I greet from this side.
No, well, yeah, about talk by
It's
Mr. Righteous Man. How you doing? I greet everybody. Now your son had to make noise. Okay, let's go into the topic actually. So I can't understand why the government about the Toyota Land Cruisers said they want to buy from. Are you hearing me?
Yes, clearly. Good.
Yeah, from Japan. I can't understand when they are preaching one thing, they themselves are doing the opposite. You are preaching that they should encourage manufacturing, production in Nigeria. We have car manufacturing industries in Nigeria. A vehicle running on CNG is a different technology from a vehicle running on petrol or gas or diesel. Only just that the fuel systems just the only difference. All other part of the engines are the same. We have vehicle manufacturers, we have innocent and everything. If you give this contract to these people, the money will remain in Nigeria and the money will circulate. Right?
And create jobs.
And create more jobs. So this is just like the highest hypocrisy. Right? That a government will say one thing, they are pushing one thing to the citizens, to the businessmen, to the business community, and they themselves are doing the opposite. It is mind-boggling, and I don't understand it. So, because the truth is that when they do these things, they get their commission or their kickback from it. So, and it is in dollars. So you're not going to pay Nigerians in dollars, you're going to pay them in naira. So the issue of this foreign currency is a big issue in Nigeria, because they give out this contract to their cronies, go and purchase it for them, and they have their share from inside. It isn't even 10% kickback again, so it's about 50% kickback. So they share it. So this is the issue. So I don't find any reason for that. They did it first time when the legislators, they bought others what are 50 million to buy SUVs and so on and so forth. The citizens cried, the people cried against it, stood against it, they still went ahead. So a government that don't listen to its people, to the citizens, is more or less like a dictator. That's the way I put it, right? Because sometimes you have to listen to the cry of the people. You have to listen to the people, because it is a government of the people. So they are not a government of the people. And as you say, that's an illegal, in fact, went through the back door to get in there. So for them to do what they want to do, the crowd, the people, has no meaning to them. So that's on that issue. I just want to talk about the pension fund.
Mm-hmm.
Are they paying the pensioners in the first place? So if you say you don't have money to pay the pensioners, so the money we are going to borrow them, where is it coming from? That's the question we should be asking. We have seen all over the states that pensioners go and line up to get their money. Some of them even collapse, die, and so on and so forth. Some of them see they're crying, and they say they have no money. And now you are coming out. You want to take money from the pension fund to do a project. What is the name of the project? What is the project you're going to use that money for?
He talked about it. He said, we'll have, they talked about roads, they talked about mortgages for people.
So okay, those projects, are they going to bring back money to the country? You cannot it's like a businessman borrowing money to go and buy a car. I don't know what you invest the money on, you are not getting a return from that investment, right? If you are going to take money from the pension fund, you are borrowing money from the pension fund, you have to invest it on a project or something that will generate fund back to that pension fund. So I don't see any reason why you are going to take a pension fund, people's money, invest it on project that do not actually bring return. It's an investment. If I'm going to invest that fund into something that will bring the fund back to that pension fund, it will be good, right? And are we sure that actually what they are good? What road are they going to build? What roads? Is it
this coastal road? There's no money for it.
Okay, so they have no money for it, and they give it out as a contract. So is this not madness? Are they actually taking right? So you won't come back to the source of how you are going to get money to run a project, and you give out the project 16 billion, 16.30 billion, I mean 15.30 billion. It's trillion, I mean, you gave it out and you have no money. So this is the highest stupidity. That's how we call it. So I don't know how if they even think. So this is the problem. So you're not going to take people's money that people have contributed, saved for themselves for their old age. Then tomorrow can be telling their stories. The guy that's first of all that type of Buhari has stole the money. I think that took the money, the pension fund. Where is him today? Is he not a free man? They did a plea bargain. Pay back less than 10% of what he took. So this is the issue. So this is all lack of trust, because if the government that wobbles here and there, you can't trust, you can't tell them by their words. So how can you then trust them? How can you keep something? How can you now commit something into them that they will handle it properly? They cannot. So Tinubu and his so-called people around him, they are just confused. Class of people, they are just confused. It's a confused system. It's a confused government. So if you are looking for how to get money, you people should sit down and make a proper plan. Nigeria is rich. Nigeria is a blessed country. There's no reason why, if we have people who are righteous and people who have brain, people who think, who love the nation, Nigeria should not be suffering. Nigeria should not be in this position we are today, as a country that God blessed naturally. So when you come to power, you're not ready to go to power, and you choose people who cannot perform, who has no idea, and everybody could not understand the simple principles of making money, making wealth, ruling the country. It's already you are in failure. So let them not touch that pension fund. If it's even there, let them not touch it. I don't even think there's money in the pension fund. I don't think there's money there. It's just another way of coming to steal money. That's what it is anyway. They will say it's pension fund, you know. So I don't think there's money, because if there's money there, then we pay the people monthly, regularly, but they're not paying.
Okay.
So that's my take on it.
Thank you, the Blackstone. So what I'm going to do in rounding up this segment, like I said, forefathers will be taking over in about 14 minutes from now to take over and discuss whatever topics he chooses to. But the last topic on our agenda is the Peter Obi article discussion. You know, what does that entail for Nigerians? Are people going to support Obi even if he decides to go back to PDP, or would Atiku just be elder statesman? You know, what would people like to see? The dynamics of it is quite interesting, so I intentionally left that so that forefathers can discuss it. But you know, in rounding off my my segment today, what I just want to go around quickly, if you're interested in discussing it, of course, is this administration has been there for 1 year now. Out of 10, what would you score this administration? 10 being really good and 1 being poor. Don't do -1, don't do -10. Because I know Alaban Lumide will just say it's -200. But between 1 and 10, how would you score this administration? If there's any positive, even it could be one of their ministers that you say, oh, this particular minister has done well, or this particular person, mention it. Let's discuss it in 2 minutes. Mr. Triumph said 10 over 10 is a joker. Mr. Ferreira, I'll come to you. So it's been 1 year of this administration. How would you rate them?
So what was your question?
This administration has been in power for the last 1 year. How would you rate them on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being very good, 1 being horrible. And if there's been any, we know there are many negatives. If there's been any positive, maybe a minister, maybe someone that they appointed that you think, okay, this one, no, I think this one is doing okay. Mention it. Or if there's none, it's okay. But
you know the answer. You know what my answer would be? They are in the negative 100. They are in the negative 100.
You said it before now, so no problem.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean,
nothing
negative.
It's
personally, I believe they all should be lined up and shot at close range. I really firmly believe that. Sincerely, honestly, they should be lined up and shot on basic human principles alone, without trial. Just shoot them at close range. That's all. That's my position.
Yeah. Thank you. Comment section. Would like to see what's your scorecard for this government out of 10. 10 being really good, 0 being poor, 6 being average. So we'd like to see your comments in the comment section. And I would highlight as many as I can. Olumide, what's your the scorecard for this government's 1 year in office?
I'll be one moment. Can you skip me for now?
Yep, sure, definitely. Mr. James, I know it's not something you would probably, want to score them, but if you were forced to score them, what would you give? What would you score them?
I will take certain factors into consideration. You see, the minister for, is it Interior, they said he's doing some job at the airport and things like that. But that is what he's paid to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point tapping his back for doing what he is paid to do. And his wife's involvement in, is it better, Edu's case, has rubbished whatever he has done. So I cannot award him any mark. As for what the gentleman was suggesting, that they should line them up and send them to hell by firing squad. You see, in Liberia, the same thing happened in 1980. And that laid a foundation for a civil war that rocked the country for 15 years. Now, if they are to be executed, it's not just Bola Tinubu's government alone. We should go right back to 1960. Then we know that the playing field is level. But if you choose Bola Tinubu's men alone and put them before a firing squad for what they have done to the nation, it's going to create a lot of terrible problems. So we should look for other ways of addressing that issue. Well, for my score, I'm a teacher. When my students perform so badly, there are some, I just say, I will not grade your paper. Come back for a receipt exam or whatever it is, or I can give the student some, practical work to do. I cannot grade these guys, frankly speaking. If I give them zero, very dignifying. But again, I don't like awarding zero as a teacher. It means that I failed if I award my students zero, because they gain nothing from me. It's also failure on my part to award zero. So it's really difficult to say what I will award these guys. But they should turn a new leaf. They should listen to what people are saying. So that is just it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Righteous Man, briefly, your scorecard for this government after 1 year in office.
Based on their campaign promises, and be that I'm on ground here facing the heat more than you guys over there, I call Tinubu ANC regime from 2023 to this day, I scored them 0/100.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Olumide, you're back. Let me please, Righteous Man. I think they've. Righteous Man, I don't know what's happened to your mic. Olumide. So, you had the question. Oh, you didn't? Okay. So the question is, the government have been in office for 1 year. I'm just asking for you to grade them, 10 being really good and 0 being really bad, 5, 6 being average. How would you score them? And is there anyone that's part of this government that you think is a shining light, that you, maybe not shining light, but it's a bit of positive? One of the ministers, one of the special assistants, whoever. Is there anyone that stands out for you?
I think this government has been a disaster, and their first 3 to 6 months kind of showed that. Somebody said, based on their campaign promises, they never promised anybody anything. Tinubu never campaigned like the other candidate did, or Peter Obi, that we know clearly. So for me, it's a minus 100%, because every policy they've laid out, every action they've taken has kind of backfired. It has made the economy worse. It has made the situation very worse for the people. So tell me, is it human capital development? Is it education? Is it in terms of generating employment, health? So there's nothing that they've done that has been a shining light. Every one of their ministers has been a failure. It's a minus 100%, negative 100, because it was very clear what they came in to do, and they didn't hide that fact that they came in to loot the treasury. Continuing from where Buhari stopped. The only thing I think I've seen that I can say, I can say, you know what, maybe, but I want to see if they really stand up, if the minister can stand up to what she believes in, and if the president can come out to support the minister to say, yes, I stand by you for the rule of law and for the purpose of making sure that we follow the constitution to the letter in fairness to everybody. This last situation that is happening in Niger, I want to see how the president comes out to really put his own position and he hasn't spoken anything, but I want to see how he comes out to defend the minister. I can say that's a bold move for the minister to come out in defense of those girls and to keep your feet down. But let's see where this ends.
All right.
Otherwise, the government is just a joke, complete joke.
All right, thank you. Blackstone, I'll come to you quickly. What's the scorecard? 1 out of 10. Sorry, from 0 to 10. How do you score this government?
Okay. I think if I had to score the government, let me just give some instance why I will not, why I give my score. First of all, Nigeria is on the reverse, right? As first thing. So Nigeria is in the negative. In every statistics, Nigeria is on the negative rating. In every statistics, right? First of all, 1 year in office, we don't have ambassadors. Everybody doesn't talk about that. Nigeria doesn't have a single ambassador at the moment, 1 year in office, right? The Minister for Interior says for the process of passport, it'll be very easy, right? In Germany, whereby we used to get passport within 1 day or some few days, now they collect our passport and take it to France. You apply for a passport, take your data to France, you don't even know when it's coming back, right? The exchange rate, everybody knows the story. The cost of living, everybody knows the story. Inflation, everybody knows the story. So is there any positive thing that has come out of this government that is even worth rating? So let us just forget the rating issue. So nothing to rating.
I mean, it would be nice it's nice to hear people's opinion on them. Yes, we talk about it every day.
Yeah, so for me, there's nothing to rate. There's nothing to rate. So it's like if I rate there, I rate the 0.000000000.
Okay. Should I even go to Dan? I know Dan scored for them already. Dan, should I bother? Okay, Dan, sorry, Revolution, tell us.
Yeah, you should bother, you know.
Oh, yeah,
but before I give my rating, I want to tell his party me Oshegonleni, man. You did something. I was working and I wanted even 5 minutes to link up to just tell you thank you. And I was praying to meet you before you hand over. Because Nigeria, we always have one thing we normally do. When a bully comes in, they get away. And nobody will confront them. But you confronted somebody today on that platform. He was thinking you were going to... Mr. Pansat. No, let me mention. No. The man talked to you for mentioning. Yeah, you confronted him in a way I love. He was expecting you to press the button and he disappeared. But you came down to his level, even more than his level, and talked to him properly. Do you know why I mentioned that? This is exactly what is happening in the Nigerian system. All these people destroying Nigeria, that's why we are calling for revolution. We always back away from them. And then when we come here, when they give us 90 billion naira, this thing to go to Hajj, before we know, they start to tamper with the pension money, we will not do anything. Then tomorrow now, you will see them bring up another one. Because the first one they did, we didn't stone them like one of them said. So why I want to say this, I'm so happy, Padi Oshegonleni, because you gave him what he wanted, and I bet you that guy, anytime you see him here again, believe me or not, he will behave himself. Then now we come to give him what he like. So now to rate Nigeria, you know now.
No,
if
Nigeria.
You want me to,
no Nigeria, the government.
Okay, all of them are the same. I will start. Olumide have said it. They said they will start from where Tinubu, where Buhari stopped, and Tinubu told us clearly. So it's the same lineup, and if you watch it very well, it's the same people. I will give him. What did I give him again? I not even see themselves. Not to talk aside, they give them anything. Thank you. I give them 0/10 anyway.
All right. Thank you very much. I've seen the people in the comment section, a lot of zeros, some people 3, some people 1, and people are giving their reasons, which is, interesting to see. But on that note, I'll be rounding off quickly, handing over to Forefathers, and we can start the Peter Obi, PDP, whatever, which Forefathers has mentioned in the past that it might likely happen anyway. So I'd like to thank you all for keeping me company for the last 4 hours. I'm going to go and see if I can catch Tyson Fury and Usyk, where Tyson Fury takes home £80 million and Usyk takes £35 million guaranteed. I might consider, a bit of boxing since I did a bit of sparring earlier today.
They are making their money. You are watching the clapping for them. They are making their money.
Me not watching it will stop it. They will still make it. So I might as well get entertained. If I don't watch it, they'll still get the money. Anyway, that is me done for today. And to the viewers, let me apologize. I know as the moderator, a lot is expected of us, but sometimes you need to stand up to people and let them know that they are wrong and they can't get away with some things. If you watch back, not that I need to explain myself, if you watch back, all I said was, I won't kick you out, because he already said that, oh, you're going to kick me out with your button. I said, no, I'm not going to kick you out. Say what you want to say. I was respectful initially, but then the statement that proceeded was, never in your life. And I said, please do not address me that way. Do not address me that way. And then he tried to be clever and said, but if, that doesn't mean I'm going to be rude. Nobody starts a compliment by saying, never in your life. So I stood up for myself and I said, do not speak to me in that tone. But he went to the gutter and I went down there because I could be a pig as well. I would go down into the mud with you and I would come out shining. Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
And you came out on top, bro. You came out shining, bro.
Have a wonderful show. Forefathers, I'll be in the comment section. I'll be watching, but I need to go and eat Manu Fagi, as they say. Have a wonderful show.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This in show, great job with managing all these rascals that don't like to behave themselves. All these people that don't like to behave themselves. So I think my own rating. I need to give my own rating for this Tinubu business.
Now about 10.
I'll give them 1. The only reason why I'm giving them 1 is that student loans stuff.
Is it working?
Else,
no, is it working?
I think it's due to come on stream by the end of this month. It's not working. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's a tentative one.
Let it come first. So as it's a tentative one. And so not give the rating one. No rating based on that. So let it start first.
Security 0, economy 0, power supply 0. Every international policy, foreign policy, this guy literally lost ECOWAS, half landmass of ECOWAS in 1 year. He's the worst performing president ever in Nigerian history.
I think one is positive. You say Emirates said they are resuming flight in October 1st to Nigeria. So the Emirates.
That is not him now. That is okay. They are resuming flights. Is that what you mean?
Yes, October 1st.
That one, I don't even read that as a big thing because it's not a Nigerian airline even. What is good is that we're getting Arab people come to our country. I don't know. That one, I don't rate him on that one. The ECOWAS foreign policy 0. Everything he's been doing in foreign policy has been a danger to Nigeria. So I don't know if I can give him negative, I'll give him negative. So on that, I will leave it at that. But this idea that P2B is going to be moving to PDP is something that I had a discussion with people earlier on this week, and many of them were like, "Oh no, it's not going to happen." I said, "Yes, it's not going to happen. The only condition that it will happen is if all the other candidates believe that P2B should be the flag bearer. That's the only condition it can happen, because that is what it's going to take to remove someone like Tinubu from office. Because PDP, Labour, Kwankwaso, and they all won about 60-something% of the vote. So they have a chance of defeating this president. But that is only if P2B is the flag bearer. And if Atiku is coming out now to say he's going to endorse P2B. Just a week ago, people were telling me that no, that's not that's impossible. P2B has to run as a running mate. I said no, because Atiku is a northerner, has already run for PDP. How can two northerners run in a row in one party?
So forefathers, here you go again. You have started analyzing this merger or whatever based on false data, false statistics. Why are you analyzing on a rigged election?
What false statistics?
We should be calling for a free and fair election, not on the data that was rigged.
We are already calling for that now. So let's work towards it.
Don't mind him. The so-called rigged data. The so-called rigged data.
You can't live in the past. You can't live in the past and expect to have a future now.
Leave him now. The so-called rigged data shows that this party is won 60% of the vote. I hear what you are saying. Can you people stop talking, please? The so-called rigged data got 60-something% of the vote. That is what I'm talking about. So no matter how rigged you want to say it, but if those people come together for the next election, they stand the best chance of beating this Tinubu that everybody just thinks is going to make it for the next 8 years. I don't know where that idea came from even. Politics is very fickle. He could lose in 2027. He could. Let's make no mistake about that.
So, what we are saying is this. Please, we want our country to work. You want one Nigeria to work. And for that, and for one Nigeria that will work for everybody. But we are saying, please, let's be honest in what we say. It doesn't mean that that desired change won't come. What we are saying is, when you narrate, let us narrate based on the truth. Don't make up. Don't emphasize.
What truth do you have?
Huh?
What truth
the last
do you have?
election was a sham. They turned off the beavers.
Please, let us start this argument.
You understand?
Please, let us start this argument now. Please, let us start this argument.
I'm not Blackstone. I'm not arguing. I'm making a statement of fact. I'm saying that let us speak when we analyze. Let us analyze based on the truth. They shut up the beavers. We don't know the real numbers. Result. They allocated numbers that was fake, and they legalized it with their rubber stamp fake court justice system. So we want a free and fair election. We want Nigeria to be
Olumide, okay, we've had you. You can't be making assertions without you are saying you want concrete evidence, but you don't have any evidence and you're making statements. Ferrari, so that we can go around 3 minutes regarding this P2B and Atiku business. I don't know whether P2B will accept it. There's a good chance he's not going to accept it, except he's 100% certain. And it's not going to happen now. It may happen sometime towards the election. He's certain that they are going to make him the flag bearer. So what do you think? Do you think P2B will accept this? And do you think for once, Atiku is beginning to try to put some other person first before himself? This is something he has not done since 1990 something when he ran against.
That's a lie. That's a lie, forefather. That's a lie, forefather.
Where is the lie there now?
Okay, let me put you straight. When the Tinubu's certificate saga finished in the US, Atiku made a speech in Abuja, and he said, "Nigeria is in big trouble." I'm paraphrasing him. I didn't quote that. It has been hijacked, and that to get the power back from these monsters, we all have to come together. So he called on the obedience, and he called on the Showores, he called on everybody that we all have to come together to rescue Nigeria. Atiku did say this.
How is
go
that
back into the news. Please, let me finish. It's there to go back to the Abuja speech. And what was the reaction of the obedience? They went wild. They were mad. Why we would read blah, 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 blah. Okay. Atiku had that position. Yeah, you can trust him or you cannot trust him. He's a corrupt man, fine. But did he tell you all? And back then, I did also make the statement that the question is not what, and then they were waiting for what Obi will say. The issue is not what Obi will do, but what you Nigerians will do. So that being said, this is not the first time Atiku is saying this now. Can Atiku be trusted? These are issues that need to be ironed out. Well, I'm not in his mind and I wouldn't know and I wouldn't speak for him. But first of all, the statement he made today about I will step down for Obi if it is zoned to southeast. That's still the analog way of reasoning. We are in the digital age. That turn-by-turn thing has ruined Nigeria from 1960. It has gotten us to this paralysis that we are in as a nation. You understand? But let's be factual. Who has the machinery or the platform to move forward right now? Let me analyze it for you. The APC does. They control all the governmental machinery. The PDP does. They have a reasonable number of votes, at least from the data from the last election, which is still debatable. The Labour Party does, even though they're strong in fighting. Now, you now see the other smaller parties like the Showore Party and the YPP or whatever alphabet they call themselves. Those ones are just, they don't even have 1%. So those ones have no machinery. They only have a platform. So when in Nigeria, the fact of the matter right now is that, and we intellectuals need to open our ears and listen very carefully. The situation of Nigeria is that now it's heading towards a possible volcanic eruption. And I think those who own Nigeria are beginning to see that they have to find a way to wrestle this situation from the humongous, disastrous APC regime that has started. The level, corruption has always been there, but this level with the APC, you can see from the effect on the Naira and the hardship the people are going through. So the only way to do it is maybe we need to come together, because whether we like it or not, you're not going to get a new Nigeria without moving all these people I've just mentioned and their platform out of your front. They are still in front. It's like a trailer in front of a small car. You still have to move them out, whether you move PDP off, you move APC off, or you move PDP. But all these parties have no political ideology. Their concept of leadership is to share resources.
Amen. In
the Western world, I don't wish to be interrupted. Whoever is doing that, please let me finish. You have your time, and everyone else can say and add and subtract. Now, they have no one of them, including the Labour Party that everybody is agitating for, Now, the leadership, they are delusional, deranged, and mentally unstable and criminally minded. That politics, as we have been practicing it since 1999, is to go to the table and share resources. And that's why all this concept of zoning, this, that, and we're not basing it on equity. You understand? So you cannot, in the Western world, when you come to share national resources,
time's up.
Don't do that to me. Don't do. You ask me, I gotta say my point. After that, you give my. I'll get out of this. I'll get out of this medium. And
Ferrari, you need to learn to follow.
I don't like being interrupted anytime one is trying.
Of course, you don't like to be interrupted, but I gave you the time. You should learn.
You didn't give me no time. Don't start with that.
I said 3 minutes. Okay, hold on. Let me confirm. Maybe people didn't hear me. Hold on now.
Question, and I'm about to answer the question you asked me.
Can you hold on?
Don't anytime somebody is making a logical point or making a.
Did I say 3 minutes? Did everybody hear it?
It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We should start to
come on.
You said 3 minutes. Everybody heard it.
Yeah, he heard it and he wants to start arguing with me. Please go ahead.
Hey, Niger, please let me give my rating. That's why I'm going to come back later. I'm driving, so I passed one place just to give my rating on the government.
Brother, wait for your turn. Wait for your turn, please.
There is noise coming from your this thing. Yeah, when you come back, you can go and come back. There's noise from your microphone anyway. There's noise coming through.
What noise? What noise are you talking about? There's no noise. I'm in the car.
It's like white noise from your mic.
Just forget it.
All right.
So are we? What are we talking about? The merger?
Yes, the potential merger. I'm not sure it's official, but Atiku said he was going to step down if they zone it to the southeast for Peter Obi.
Okay, so my own take in all these forefathers is, see, if Nigeria is not going to work, I want my own Yoruba country. If they're going to allow a country to work the way it should work, let the people elect who they want. Free and fair election, not just the presidency. If they can get it right in 2027, that's good. That would be great. That would be maybe perhaps the beginning of taking the first right step. Let at all levels of government, state, local, House of Rep, Senate, because this makes up the checks and balances of governance. The moment they start to rig, it's just like going for an exam. When you tolerate people cheating in an exam, you understand? When you say an exam is supposed to be an examination, and then you allow people open books or bring in papers to cheat, to see the answer before the exam, that is cheating. It's cheating. You understand? And then it is very obvious that when these people rig themselves in, they are very clear about what they want to do. They are not rigging themselves to come and improve or better the lot of the people. They rig themselves to come and loot the treasury, to make situation worse, like they're experiencing back home right now. It is very clear that cheating pays nobody. Rigging pays nobody. If we have been doing it from 1960, if that was the legacy the British laid down before they left, it is high time we borrow ourselves common sense brain, that if we want our country to be like the white man's country that we go to all over the world, wherever we are, we have to learn to do things right. When we take our turns and do things right, this wealth will spread. This is what happens in the world where we live in. Nobody tries to cheat, or nobody tries to, if you know you want to be like your neighbor, you have to work hard. You have to put in that effort. You have to put in those ideas within the laws of the country. That is how you prosper. That is how you get rich. There are so many areas where we are lagging behind. Health is zero. There are new. In fact, the world is so advancing so much that we are just moving backwards. I work in the health sector. There are medications, new medications that are life-saving, that are prolonging people's life. Nigerians are dying daily, not being able to benefit from this medication. You know, and these things are very
but you are moving away from
I wonder.
So in essence, what I'm trying to say, I'm just trying to say that the reason why we need to get it right, you understand? They can merge all they want to merge. I'm more focused on the system, the institutions getting it right. They can merge into one big colossal party. If Tinubu is not going to allow a free and fair election, that merger is zero.
But would you vote for P2B if that happens?
Well, I mean, it depends on candidates that are going to be on. I'm not going to be able to vote, obviously. I'm not going to be in the country. But if I want to see all the candidates and I want to see what they have to offer. But if it's going to be Tinubu and Obi, obviously it's very clear that this current president has nothing to offer. He's a Yoruba man, but for me, it's just a disgrace that Yorubas will allow themselves to be put into a position that they are being by this very man that lacks credibility. I mean, out of all the Yorubas we have in the whole of this country, this is the man that they can put down to represent them. And this is just crazy. It's insane. I'm sure Awolowo, if he was alive, won't be proud of this. He won't be proud of this. So those who are supporting him and those who have idolized him, they've idolized nonsense. They've idolized lack of integrity. You understand?
Thank you.
And it's a shame. It's a shame that Yorubas have put themselves in this kind of a position. It's a shame.
Thank you, Olumide. Righteous man. So do you think P2B will maintain the support that he's got now if he goes back to PDP? And or do you think he will even accept it at all?
Yeah, you can take it to the bank. Obi is not going back to PDP.
Okay.
Yeah, and
there's a bit of noise from your mic. Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from.
It's
gone again.
Are you on?
Something's not right.
Are you? Is your phone on charger? Are you charging it?
Yeah, it looks like your phone is close to electrical stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, but there's buzzing sound when you start talking. I think it's, oh, no, it's still there. Let me see. Maybe I can.
Is it better?
It's still there. It's almost like, I don't know. Does anyone know what that is? Like something electrical is next to your microphone.
No, there is nothing like that. I've left the
Better now. Oh no, it's back again.
So brothers, maybe you should mute everyone. Blackstone's microphone is also on, so mute everyone.
It's only his own. That's where the noise is coming from. Okay, go ahead now, righteous man. Let's see whether we can be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. So I said, take it to the bank. Peter Obi will not return to PDP. That's number one. Number two, the Tinubu regime shot itself on the foot by removing, without proper structuring, removing the fuel subsidy. When the former governor of Kaduna State, El-Rufai, told the whole world that the government is still paying subsidy, you should remember that P2B had a meeting with El-Rufai, Kwazu, thereafter with Lamido, and then with this meeting is not at P2B turning back to PDP. It solidifies their move towards 2027 general elections. Because an average Nigerian today is not tribal, that is not we never vote for PC in any election that have to do with presidency. Since I was born till now, I've never witnessed austerity time whereby the level of poverty in can never be compared to any mankind. Even the Biafran war, Southeast was not experiencing the are experiencing today, because the Biafran pound value at that time compared to what Naira is hitting 1,600 right now. Economy, Nigeria is no longer the number economy in Africa. It's now number 4 to number 5. So all this statistics is a platform for whoever that emerges from any of these allied parties to overturn to remove APC from in 2027. If there is anything I would want Nigerians to really on, is to change the electioneering what do you call it, rules that guide our elections. Because if those rules are not tampered with,
righteous man,
as it is,
righteous man, time is up. But I will just ask you one question just before you finish. Just answer it whether yes or no. Would you support Peter Obi if he went to this in PDP and ran as the main presidential candidate?
In the last election, my candidate was Atiku.
That's interesting. So, what does that mean? Would you support P2B then?
P2B has good intentions, but he's not a strong man. We need a man that will look men at the face and then tackle the issues of this country. P2B is too soft.
Wow, I'm a bit shocked by that. So are you saying you won't support P2B if he was the flag bearer for the PDP?
It will be a political suicide for Obi to return back to PDP.
Okay. But you won't, I want to get the confirmation. Would you support him or not?
If somebody like
You're answering as a
comes,
politician or what? Can you just answer the question? You are giving me answer like a politician. Are you going to vote for him or not? That's what I'm asking. If he joins PDP and run as a presidential candidate for PDP in the next election, would you support and vote for P2B?
P2B is a good man, but he doesn't have the balls to confront things that we need somebody to confront in this nation. It goes beyond being a good person. If Ahmed Dati comes out for president in 2027, I will vote for him instead of voting for P2B. Because he's the guy that has guts. He has guts. And he can shake the bourgeoisies of Nigerian politics. He can bring them down.
Blackstone.
See, righteous man, they want you to answer the question. This is the politician's answer. The righteous man is giving.
I'm hearing you.
Righteous man. Have you run for office before?
I take your time now,
okay. I think it's the Blackstone, isn't it?
Revolution to go. Okay, revolution. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
after revolution. After revolution.
Yeah, thank
revolution.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But Mali revolution. Yeah, talk.
Thank you very much. Forefather, you know that your question is very straightforward, and I will tell you, if you put that question to me, if P2B wake up one day and say all this their story they are talking about, we find him in PDP, and then Atiku, as we are hearing in the news now, that he's ready to give P2B chance. For me, I will never respect a man called P2B ever again in my life. The reason is very clear. This trouble Nigeria is facing today with Ahmed Tinubu and the criminal gang was caused by Atiku. First of all, first place, the problem came from Atiku. Because if he had respected the rules of the PDP, that it was the turn of the South, East, all this trouble will not come at the first place.
Yeah.
So let us not forget that, because most Nigerians, we used to forget easily, and then we cry at the end of the day. So if tomorrow I wake up, I hope I won't wake up in that type of dream, that P2B eventually goes back to PDP because Atiku told him that I'm going to step down for you. Me and many obedience, we will never, and we will make sure that P2B will never test anything called popularity again. And that will now give Tinubu another 4 years. I will tell you, Nigerian will hate P2B to the end if he does that. That is my answer to your question. And thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
So just before you go though, see, on principle, I hear what you are saying, but seriously, during that time, the election is due to happen. Tinubu is on the other side. P2B is embraced by PDP. He's got a reasonable chunk of northern support with Atiku backing him, and he now is about to go. And you are saying you will be like, no, I'm not going to support P2B at that time.
Yeah, it will be a betrayal. It will be a simple betrayal that no right-thinking Nigeria will ever forgive a man called P2B. And he himself will know that instead of him to go to PDP, It's better for Atiku to just resign from politics and give Obi the chance and rally other Northerners to support Obi in Labour Party. You get my point? Not him going to PDP because of the Northerners will support him. If he does that, brother, believe me or not, Tinubu will continue and Nigeria will always hate Obi because, first of all, he disappointed us in 2023 when the whole Nigeria rallied for him and he won the election and he refused to protest for that election. We are forgiving him for that. So for him now to wake up tomorrow and say because they want to remove Tinubu, which he can do under Labour Party as we stand, so if they will change the voting system to make everything clear. If he says, I'm so desperate, I have to go back to PDP so that Nigeria will not fall deeper. We are already in the dungeon already. We can't fall more than this.
But
that's
even the Labour Party has its own trouble with Abure not going anywhere, and you are hearing all the arguments. And if you look at the way P2B has been behaving, he has not behaved like somebody that is deeply ingrained into the Labour structure. So,
but we can still tolerate him. We can still tolerate him under Labour Party than going back to PDP. That's what the point I'm making. Okay, let me leave you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Osita Dimma.
My turn now.
Oh, I thought you gave it all up forever. It's okay. It's all right. Sorry about that.
Don't always look front. Sometimes look back.
So what do you think now? What do you think about this situation? Because personally, I'm looking at it that it could go either way. Some people may never forgive him, but when he gets to the election, I feel like 80-90% will return back to him.
Forefathers, the issue of this Obi going around is not the issue of PDP or Labour Party. You people should just remove those two things from it. Obi, if you remember, if you know how Obi came to Labour Party, Obi came to the party through Pat Otome, and Pat Otome stepped down for Peter Obi to become the candidate for Labour Party. And now there's a groundwork going on, also being led by Pat Otome to bring people together and come out with a new political party. So that's one of the reasons. That's what I think about Peter Obi is going around. Peter Obi is trying to reach, what I would say, let's try and forget our differences, right? Because if you go to visit a friend of yours, maybe you have a quarrel with, people are discussing, we need to bring out what was his mind, why was he angry, why did he do those, why did he behave like that, so on and so forth. Peter Obi is using some intelligent move to gather information. All that he has been doing is gathering information to know what people are saying. Because I don't find any reason, he has not only Atiku visited, he has visited many prominent Nigerians, right? I don't know why Atiku has become so like a headline, something that is flying everywhere. You understand me? He and Atiku have been friends. You know, in politics, we have no permanent enemy, we have no permanent friends in politics. We have been friends.
Yes.
So I don't see any reason why it should not visit you. I don't know why it should be a big deal. And what they discussed, nobody knew. It's not being brought to the limelight. What was that discussion? You understand me?
But Atiku came out to say.
That was not what they discussed actually. He just came out. If that means that he is like saying, if you come back to PDP and his ticket is zoned to Southeast, and he has no choice, he has to step down because nobody will take it as is he going to be a candidate from the Southeast? Let's be frank with ourselves now. That is stupid political talk. If you zone ticket to Southeast and we start out for Peter Obi, is your article from Southeast?
No. What he was saying was that, like, if Peter Obi is running, he's going to support Peter Obi's candidacy.
Yeah, if he's running,
he's running to the Southeast.
So if he's running to the Southeast, if it is running, right? His article from Southeast.
No, Atiku is not running.
No, wait, no. My question is this: if they zone it to the southeast, I will support Peter Obi. Let's look at that statement, right? So who is he going to support before from this, if it's zoned to southeast?
He may not. Maybe he never even intended it to be zoned to the southeast. Maybe like they did the last time.
So that's where it comes. That's where the thin line between statements. Let's understand it very well. So it will not be zoned to southeast. They say that open zoning. They're not zoning to, if you qualify, well, like what it did in the last election, right?
It was Wike that cost it the last election, that cost it to be open.
Yes, everybody has a right to. So Wike was having interest, right? Peter Obi was having interest. Atiku was having interest. So in that sort of situation, you create confusion. Wike is a man that always creates confusion. He's a confusion creator.
Yeah.
You understand me? So you create that confusion and they destroy the chance of the party.
Yeah. It's a shame, but we'll see how it plays out. Because personally, I'm sympathetic to what Revolution said, that maybe P2B shouldn't leave the Labour Party because
if he can leave Labour Party, but not to PDP. It's like a man. It's like a dog going back to his vomit.
Yeah, that. But politicians don't get shame. That's the thing.
Some get shame. Some get shame. The politicians who has nothing to offer, that have no shame, doesn't care about their who's after the money, my gain. What am I gaining from this politics, from this politician?
But what if they came up with a kind of coalition? Because isn't that what Tinubu and Buhari did when they came together? I think I don't know how they formed APC or they just somehow
they came together. 4 parties came together, but 3 parties, something like that. But if they come together, that's a new party. It's not more PDP or Labour. That's a different party altogether. That's not a new party being born. You understand me, right? So that's what it is. So it's not more a PDP or Labour Party, or it's not a brand new party with a new name.
What if they create a loose conglomerate of parties? I think people like that conglomerate.
It has never happened. It has never worked. They have been talking about that. It has never worked. They won't tried it. They won't tried it in before Buhari came in. They tried it even last election. Before the last election, it didn't work. It didn't work. You know, if you follow Patotomen videos, interviews, and everything, you will see most of these things. So Patotomen is working on the ground with Nigerians. So what they are doing is that we want to have a new party whereby we have people with dignity, people with respect, people with integrity. You can't just come in like that and just be a part of the party. You understand me? They have to vet you, who you are. What is your antecedents? What have you done?
That's what Tomi is saying, eh?
Yes. So they are working on those documents with Fan and all those people. They are working on those things, right? So when they are ready, they will now register the party. You understand me? So you're going to combine. People can come from different parties and everything, but you're going to have a different they're going to have a different way of operation, which should not be in the Nigeria standard way of doing things. What they have to do in the Nigeria political scene, you know. So that's what it's working on that.
Thank you. Let's allow Osita Dima have his say, then we can just chat away about so many different issues that are going on right now. Osita, where do you stand on this? Because I think this could get very hairy for P2B with all this stuff going on.
Well, first of all, Obi is a politician. The only thing that has distinguished him from many is the fact that the fact about the track record of his, financial, the strictness he has with finances, management, his prudence, financial prudence, his ability to have been content with what he had. The proof that he has not been one of the people who have tried to, steal our money during his, days of administration in Anambra State. However, I don't think he should leave Labour Party. Also, I don't think he should be going into whatever alliance he's having or this conversation he's having that does not give him the ticket of that party. I don't think a lot of his followers will agree. Also, it's good that he's meeting with different leaders, but the meetings they're having, what is it about? Are we coming back to the same consumption and sharing? Because look at the people. Atiku, he's someone who has a litany of baggages surrounding him. You cannot dine with Atiku and you're not dining with a very long spoon. You cannot dine with Atiku and not have things you're compromising on. It would be difficult to convince someone like myself. However, someone like Pat Utomi, we should not forget that Pat Utomi also put together what you see now as APC. We should not forget it. And all he does about it is render apologies. He says to Nigerians, I apologize to you. But that does not make the damage just done to go away. For me, it is sad that we still have to rely on this, aged, ancient, let me use the word ancient politicians for coalitions to happen. Are we not at the age where we should be talking about how we create our own political forces, then give the ticket to whom we desire? It is sad that Nigerian youths, we are not where we are supposed to be. It is sad that against 2027, we are leaving it up to Peter Obi to go and form coalitions. And I can also understand our problem. Politics in Nigeria takes money. You remember that I brought my candidate from YPP on this platform.
Yeah.
I've not been able to make as much progress as I would have wanted. Even on certain platforms that I'm trying to bring him, I've not managed
to get him on those platforms.
Yes.
One would think that all platforms wants to have politicians.
That's what we think. Assuming it was a Peter Obi that I told certain people, that I have him coming to a platform, they would have already responded. But because my candidate is not the known ground, popular politician or all that, so it's not even easy to market a candidate when you have limited finances. And that is the bane of our politics, that we've not seen the need to own the polity itself. So it is sad that we are having a conversation about what Peter Obi should be doing, what he's doing and that. And I don't blame us for having the conversation, because we are only conversing within the limits of our capacity. It should have been conversations like, and please, it's not that, I'm the biggest fan of Showere or whatever, or anything. But time and after, when you interrogate some of the things he says, as sad as it is, it could be true. When Donyi Okupe said Labour Party is an SPV, that's simply what it is. Because if PDP had given Obi ticket, Obi wouldn't have left PDP. Obi is still, the body of Obi, his body language is part and parcel of PDP. Let's not deceive ourselves. Who are the litany of his friends? Throughout the campaign, did you ever see him raise a dust against Atiku? Or say any one thing against Atiku? Never. You will still see Atiku and will kneel down before him. And I understand.
Did he also say, no, excuse me, did he also send into battle about the other candidate?
Not that I really remember. Not that I really remember.
Obi
is not that kind of man that insults
any person.
He doesn't.
Doesn't do it. He said it himself. Doesn't do it.
Okay, no problem. Let me land on my point. You know, there will always be people who will defend Obi, regardless of how regardless of what it is. What I'm saying is this: he's a part and parcel of PDP. Look at all the litany of his friends. They are all PDP members. Donald Duke, all of his friends are in PDP. All of them. His body language, like Blackstone mentioned, you can already see from his body language. That is why, if you see where he's delivering lectures, they're asking him about Labour Party. What does he say? Leave party for now. He will tell you, leave about party now. That they want them to be distracted with party affairs, and he will not do that. His mind is already not in Labour Party. I can assure you that. The question now is a question of, look at the people he met, Sude Lamido. That's a very strong, person in the Northwest. And this was a man who said he didn't P2B the last time, who discredited P2B, said P2B had no chance at all. He's now the one giving him, what is it called? Audience. Now, Obi has become a man of consequence all of a sudden. Because to these people, it's about power. They've seen what Obi can do, or what his supporters can do. They also want to cash in on it. Today, I can tell you this: Obi has more bargaining power as a politician than he had in 2022, 2023. And he's a smart politician. He will, I can tell you, he will make the most use of it.
Just hold on for a second. One man, if you wanted to say something, you can come back. You didn't come up, so I didn't think you wanted to come in. So, but he appears to have left a message. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So he has more to bargain with this time around. Personally, he's rubbing shoulders with Atiku. He's now basically on par with that. Before, Atiku was way bigger than him, but the last election has placed him, if not on even a higher cadre than Atiku, vote-wise. Because the reason Atiku got the votes he got was the structure of PDP. The PDP people are also wise people. They're in their head, they are calculating. They will freely offer Obi the ticket easily. More now. But there are also obstacles in the party that will not allow it to flourish. Pick someone like Wike, who has already pitched his tent. Wike is not going to sacrifice his FCT position for anybody. That thing is like being the 37th governor of Nigeria. He's as powerful as any governor. And Wike controls a huge block. In fact, a huge block of the PDP. Wike has weakened the PDP. So that is why someone like Saraki, Sule Lamida, they are thinking way out. These politicians, see, they don't sleep. The power game doesn't allow them to sleep. What they can see, even us I cannot see, because they've been in the darkness for long.
Osita, please, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Please, do not be angry. Are you a politician?
Whether I'm a politician?
Yeah.
I am. Anybody who is interested in politics should agree that he's a politician.
Okay. Are you a practicing one?
My brother, but I'm practicing my politics here. If I told you I have a candidate and I was marketing him, that makes me a politician too.
Okay. Do you reside here?
In Nigeria?
Abroad? Yeah.
No, I'm a hopeful resident of Nigeria. No, my brother, listen, it's not easy. I'm trying to repatriate myself back home. It's not easy. After you've built your life here, to repatriate yourself back home is not easy.
Let me give you a ticket.
No, my brother, it's not about what. It's not about flight ticket. No,
And I know, I understand.
it's not
You're
about
just
flight
joking on the
ticket.
light side. No, understand. No, understand what you're talking about. That's what we all know. So everybody in abroad knows that after staying years in the diaspora, for you to get yourself back to Nigeria, it's not easy.
So righteous man, I don't know why he asked the question, but I also want to correct an impression from what righteous man said. Righteous man said Obi is too soft. No, Obi is not too soft. Obi is actually let me say this. Obi is actually a very smart politician. Hello, come again. Yeah.
Yeah, I've not finished asking you questions now. You just.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the analysis you are giving are quite interesting, and that's why I'm digging deeper to know your background. And again, you are speaking as if you have a biased mind towards Obi.
My brother, see, no. Unless you've not known me long on this platform. Of course, I supported Obi. I invested my money in 2023 campaign. I supported him, but I'm also someone who is realistic. I'm not entirely wrong for the fact that it is this, my annoyance, my plight is the fact that it's the same actors. Can we truly get a change from the same actors? Patu Tommy is trying again to set up what he set up as APC. I appreciated him, for allowing P2B to, stepping down for P2B in the Labour Party. But I would have wanted a struggle, because for me, it's not just about reaching power. It's about that finally we got here to this power, and we are doing the right things with it. So that it will not be the more you look again, the less you see. Because we've seen this playbook before. I can almost tell you with 75% certainty that if you put Shore in place of power, it's not a question whether, the fear will be whether he will over dismantle and to a point where he destroys the whole thing. Like whether he because sometimes some people don't believe in doing something in a soft scale. There is a way you even do something, you'll be to the detriment of everyone. Someone here mentioned Dati Baba Ahmed. These are not people who are not scared to ruffle feathers with anybody. But that does not make Obi weak. The only thing is that Obi, one, is more strategic. And I continue to say this to people. Remember, Peter Obi used to be part of the la creme de la creme, the 1% of the 1% in Nigeria. Somebody who lives in a glass house doesn't throw stones. Obi is a great investor in Nigeria. He has a lot to lose in Nigeria. Unlike somebody like Showore who has nothing to lose. Unlike myself. Unlike a few people. For me, my sadness is that the people who are engineering this new coalition, what this new narrative should be, is not us who are the people who are exactly feeling the impact. That is my sadness.
Thank you. I think this matter, we should just even leave it.
Please, Fofadas, I wanted to say to Olumide, I put a chat on the platform. Sorry, so Fofadas.
Yeah,
Olumide, can you give me your number, please? I've been meaning to get your number.
I will type it in the chat section.
Absolutely, thank you.
In the private chat. Regarding the trips of the okay, what other topic is there to discuss for this weekend? What has happened this week that anybody wants to cover that we haven't covered today? Is there anything out there? I don't like there was this topic about the UN Deputy Secretary General making a statement that the Tinubu government is doing very well, that they are performing very well, that they are on the right path. The British are praising them. The only people that seem to be very happy are their international partners, like they like to call themselves, international partners. But everything else seems to be off. I've been involved in a lot of debates this week regarding what this government has done, and I'm a little bit baffled how many Nigerians were willing to defend the economic policy of this government, especially the floating of the currency. How clearly how awful it was. And I don't understand, because some people claim to be economists, but they can't even go and check the simple paradigm that, or simple what do you call it, behavior that economists advocate, or in terms of policies, that if your economy is not based on exports and it's not diversified, you don't float your currency. That is what everybody knows in economics. But yet Nigeria government do it, and many Nigerians are defending it like it was a clever idea. That, for me, that is what killed the economy that Tinubu just inherited, because he had an economy that was growing. He had an economy that the currency was relatively stable. It wasn't like all over the place. Then he went on to remove subsidy, which is about $10 billion in his pocket that he has to spend. But guess what? He went, and then Nigerians have to be paying 600 naira for petrol. Then he went and shifted the currency, and now the currency is about $1,000-something. If left alone, the price of petrol will go to $1,000-something. $1,000-something naira. I mean, it was naira, not dollars. So it will go. It's going to go to $1,000-something naira. But because they know the country is going to blow up, guess what has returned? You have to pay subsidies again. Why? Why put the country through all that trouble just to go and pay subsidies again?
Forefathers, let me tell you why. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was a proud man decision, and why I'm good. So I am the Jagaban. That's what happened. That's why it came out, start taking. Subsidy is gone. So there I am telling and say, if you remove subsidy, you have to float your naira also. The naira is overvalued, and you follow them. They do for them. So this is the when you don't think over your decision first. You can't wake up and say, I want to eat a buy. You first think first about good for me, or that's so good for me. Nobody not think. They don't think. And instead they said, they told him, Oga, don't do this thing. Yeah. So it is maybe to rule Nigeria not by force, or maybe yes, I have the right to declare anything to be so. That's what he did. But now,
do you know the Nigerian GDP per capita has now halved in 1 year of this man being in office? The president, and it's not just a man anymore. The president being in office, the GDP per capita of Nigeria from $2,000-something dollars is now $1,000-something this in dollars, and the economy, Nigeria economy now is going to be about second or third, or maybe even fourth in the African continent.
They said it's fourth in Africa, fourth.
Not 1 year. Then ECOWAS
it's going to the fifth.
I don't know what he thinks he's doing. In 1 year, ECOWAS landmass has almost halved.
Anyway, Father, let me tell you one thing. When I don't know, why they complain?
Unbelievable.
The Nigerians that I enjoy are still enjoying, but that are still cashing out. Okay, now go to Lagos today. Every event center is occupied every weekend. Understand? One event center costs about 3 to 4 million naira. To decorate it is million naira. Where are they getting that money from? So it is if you know where you belong, if you go to the people that are making money, that are cashing out.
Sorry. I need to think. Righteous man, there is noise coming from your this system. I don't know why. It's making a lot of noise. I've forgotten. It's like a speaker now, where there is a speaker and a microphone are put close together.
Maybe can try
Making a
what
lot
are
of
coming.
noise.
So that's what it is. If you know how to belong to the group of people, to the clique that catch that every time, you stick on. That's why people that are supporting him. They are supporting the policies because they are catching that from it. They are enjoying it. Those that are not enjoying it, that are complaining. That's the truth.
That's what Tony said, isn't it? And on top, oh my righteous man, this thing is making a lot of noise. I don't know what that is. It's making a lot of noise. But Tommy also talked about. I don't want to even go there because people are going to just jump. He says we need to create a new tribe in Nigeria.
But can I say this, Father? Can I say this?
Yeah.
You know when everybody was campaigning, do you know the three major candidates spoke about removing subsidy? I can remember clearly that there was a time I've heard Obi say that he will remove subsidy from day one.
Yes.
So Tinubu did. So why I always try to my best to balance certain things is so that we don't criticize government policy with emotions.
True.
Tinubu, Obi said he will remove it. Atiku said he will remove it.
True.
That is why I've never faulted Tinubu for removing fuel subsidy, but I've always faulted the pattern at which he removed it.
That's where lies the problem.
No, but Obi who said he removed it from day one.
Yes,
what was it that he could have put in place?
Let's allow Lucky to chime in. I think he wanted to say. Righteous man, that noise is still there. I don't know. Maybe you should change your phone. You have a different device because that thing is coming through. It's like noise.
Are you using an earpiece or are you using open voice?
I don't know what it is.
Are you still having the? If I switch my device, I'll come back and please be kind enough to also look out for me.
Are you still hearing the noise?
I will be there.
The
No, it's gone.
there.
It's gone now. It's gone. It's gone. Welcome, Lucky. I'm not sure I've seen you here before.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm very sorry. It's not my first time, but I belong. You know, I based in Dakar, Senegal.
Senegal. Welcome.
Okay.
Yeah,
from Senegal.
When we are talking on Peter Obi, it's not matter of it's not matter of Peter Obi. It's just the system. We are just talking about Tinubu. This one. Tinubu don't have brain to control something. Can you tell me that Peter Obi and Tinubu will stand for debate? So after the debate, you will tell me say Tinubu is very good. Forget about Tinubu. Tinubu your target INEC, close the chapter. That is what he did. It happened for Senegal here. If somebody come out of prison, he cannot contest. He tell the country say let this one go. He win the election. We are still debating of Tinubu and to Peter Obi for which reason now? Can Tinubu teach your son as a student? Can Tinubu teach your son? And later the day come out to be a first class. Well, we Nigeria, we know what is happening, but we are just because of tribalism. That is the problem we are having. Okay, Showore, you know that he cannot win an election. Why can't he support Peter Obi?
My brother,
that 5 months, 8 months, he find error for Peter Obi. He cannot see it. He cannot even provide anyone. He can't even support Peter Obi. This guy.
Oh, your video feed is cooked.
You see, forefathers. Let me reply to this. You see, our problem, this thing about, let us be careful what we're always wishing for. I pray a day doesn't come where we start looking for somebody like Showore and we couldn't find him anymore. Showore is so important in our polity.
Yeah.
He's so important because
Osita, you didn't allow me to ask you the questions I was asking you. You just
my brother, I answered right just man. You stopped and I carried on.
Okay, because this show array of a man you are mentioning, I think you are somehow trying to campaign for him, you know. And remember that he has been contesting for this position before ever Obi came out for it. You know, it's not
can we allow Ogaloki to finish so that he can finish his thoughts? Please continue.
Okay, sorry, I don't know why it's my connection go off.
Yeah,
that is what I'm saying. This opportunity when Nigeria have that last election, while everybody cannot support Peter Obi. Okay, see Showore, I like Showore until in nobody say yes, and when I remove Showore picture from my Facebook. Why I love Showore very well, but when it happened that Peter Obi have a better chance, he refused to support Peter Obi. Okay, he now run to America now. He's living in America now. That is good. I believe in the next 4 years he'll come back and contest again. Is that the best? Sending guy happened. They close the guy chance.
He's back. He's back
but the country know that this guy is the best. You know that this guy is the best. Okay, I'm telling you about this guy. The country know that this guy is the best. This is what they want, but the president close the chance. But they not the country know they never give up. They put the guy for prison for 1 week to the election. The guy come out. There is no chance for you to contest. He said that he brings another guy come up that this one. Everybody line up for the guy. But I know I cannot blame our youth because they do their best. But Tinubu not mind anybody. You not offer any word for any platform one day. I go to him that say because Peter Obi say he going to remove a subsidy. That is why Tinubu remove subsidy. Do you have plan to remove it? What is the plan for you to remove it? Peter Obi always give us a chance. Say, okay, see what you want to do. See what you want to do. Try to go to do it. Nobody interview Tinubu one day. But he just target INEC and close that dead man and see what is happening today. If you send 10,000 to somebody in Nigeria now, he will be playing for you. He will pray for you for more than 3 months. 10,000 CFA before is 1,500 naira. And that 3,000 if you 2,005. Now it's 24,000 to 23,000 naira. 10,000 CFA. Now see talking of Tinubu, talking of Peter Obi. Peter Obi can defend something, but Tinubu can't defend anything. That's why our naira is going down. Foolish. Brother, I bet more leave about how we're going to survive the next election. That's what we're talking about. Let us program Peter Obi. That is the only way. And from Edo State, if not be Obaseki, whether it's you do anything or not do anything, but he have the brain to manage that currency. He have the source, he have the brain. If not another person, if not the other guy, go and buy private jet, he don't care. He'll go out for that place, go out put different company for you and open an account for the whole world. But he manage what he have. Peter Obi can manage what, it not be matter of money. Send that better pass in Nigeria now. You cannot see light here. If you see light, they'll ask you who's going to pay for that 1 hour when you see it. Who is going to pay for that 1 hour when you see that light? But Nigeria, they see light. When they bring light, end of the month, the carry big come and give you. Come and carry big give Senegalese man. Say, light will not you can't carry big giver. You cannot. That government cannot survive.
Make follow Mr. Senegal's GDP per capita is. I guess now is Nigeria. Tinubu has managed to make it less than that of Senegal. Now, see, if people know how badly this government mangled the economy that they are telling us.
But I have one question though.
They are going to be really angry.
Make a talk
Hold on.
Mr. Lucky, I beg.
Yeah, don't worry. You're going to.
Okay.
I think the Blackstone hasn't said anything, and the Righteous Man hasn't said anything for a while. The Blackstone.
No, I've been here while they spoke already.
No,
so. No, you have not.
I just want to say something behind Lucky, I beg.
You want
let him talk. Let him talk.
The Blackstone is really being generous today.
No,
so, but I want you to react.
I don't want to Alan.
See, and Pansat, you have to watch your tone because I don't want to have to send you out. we have to keep ourselves civil today, okay?
Yeah, I want to respond to
It's
Mr.
funny
Lucky.
people are on the platform insulting me, saying, "Am I not shameless?" Shameless.
No, but look,
let me flesh out what I want you to talk about, because Pansat, you didn't come here for your own agenda. We have a discussion that is going on here, okay? So it's regarding the Nigerian economy and security, that the British, the UN deputy, that is, from what I gather, she's Fulani in Nigeria, that went and said Tinubu government is performing very well for Nigeria, and the security is very good for Nigeria. And I've never seen, it's like, man, all these people, they are wicked though. If can you imagine the GDP per capita of the UK drop by half in 1 year? There will be riots on the street in 1 year. That's what those people are praising Nigeria for. But that's one. And then you know about what is happening with P2B. So you can go ahead and respond.
All right, thank you very much. I was actually just going to go after Mr. Lucky because I'm quite impressed for two reasons. Number one, Mr. Lucky is very logical, and he actually got to the heart of the matter, especially coming after Mr. Osita Demarai. And it's from Edo State. Usually when I have Edos, even those who are obedient, they get the politics of Nigeria quite wrong. With this man, Mr. Lucky,
it's from Benin State, not Edo State, Benin State.
I thought he said it from Edo State. Okay. Anyway,
from Benin State.
Now, what is wrong with this guy? There's no Benin State.
So what I'm saying is that Mr. Osita, you can see Mr. Osita being cunning, being crafty, being clever, being wily, right? Guileful in his way. That's what Showore did the last time we had an election, right? He's here trying to be clever, right? So Peter Obi has a lot of leadership qualities that you don't find commonly in any country, even here in the United States. Peter Obi is better than Obama, for example.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at Peter Obi, he's a humble man, and there's no reason to dictate anything for you. Do you know that you won the same number of states that Showore won? Same number that I won, which is 0. You won the same number of what do they call it? Your own local precinct. Precinct is even big. There's something that's lower than a precinct. We both want the same thing.
Come on, you were not even on the ballot pass.
I wasn't on the ballot, and we won the same number that he won. Okay, so the point is that it was a head-to-head competition between Peter Obi and Showore, right? It was a rigged election, so on both sides of the equation, put rigging, but you have to cancel them out. If you know anything about math, when you have the same quantity on one side, that's an equal sign, there's another quantity on that side, but they're the same integer or whatever, then you cancel them out. So to come here trying to compare Peter Obi to Showore, I mean, it's absurd. We all like Showore, right? We want him. He was missing in what he's supposed to do. He didn't do it. He lacks judgment.
Yeah,
which is a key.
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said. Now, Peter Obi has empathy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't find a lot of that on Showore, right? Communication. Obi knows how to communicate. He has a lot of mantra going around.
Yeah.
Go and verify. That landed squarely with the Nigerians, right? So he has active listening ability, a growth mindset, has patience, is optimistic. His decision making is superb. He's transparent, right?
Pastor,
so there are so many.
Pastor, let me ask you a question, please.
After ask me a question.
No, add it to it. Add it to your discussion. I want to bring something in, right?
All right.
I want you to tell us. I want you to what was Showore part in bringing down the Jonathan administration with using the own Sarah reporter.
Absolutely, it's a mirror image of. It's exactly what he did to Jonathan. That's why it's not an aberration. It's not like he made a mistake. He did exactly the same thing with Jonathan in 2015. Okay, here you have an election between a military thug, somebody who committed a coup d'etat, somebody who had some people executed by making a law and then going back and getting those corporates and having them executed, right? A military dictator, uneducated, geriatric criminal, right? That's Buhari. That's on the one hand. Then on the other hand, you have a Democrat, a civilian, an educated guy, albeit in zoology, right? Has a PhD in zoology. A quiet guy with good demeanor. He's not the smartest light bulb in a room. It's not like he's a Jeffersonian Democrat or anything like that. But we're talking about Nigeria here. So you have those two, and show what he's saying. They're all the same. He couldn't make up his mind, which was a ploy. And the kids, young people, such as myself and all that, we believed in him. That in Showore, and he has a magazine, and he's quite popular then. So he made it to where he couldn't determine, between Jonathan and Buhari, who should be the guy to go, right? So he modeled it up, and up to the last second, he was found celebrating Buhari's victory. Okay, but now check this out. We've lived to see the consequences of that decision, because as soon as Buhari came in, then he had him jailed without due process. He had his brother killed. He had this guy at some point restricted to his city, Abuja, right? So there's the difference between Buhari and Jonathan showed, because when Showore was campaigning against Jonathan was president and he was a civilian. So now, fast forward.
But Pastor, hold on.
Sure.
I think this is one of the things Osita was saying earlier on, that we have to really weigh things a little bit. Because if you look at Buhari, there's one question I want to ask you about Buhari, about that execution. I don't know anything about that. I would like to ask you about that. But let's be careful, because there are some things Buhari did under his government, under terrible conditions, plus COVID-19 and everything, that has laid the foundation for what Tinubu is supposed to be enjoying. But instead, he too is this thing. He too is sabotaging it. Let me give you an example. Assisting with the Dangote refinery construction, reducing the effectiveness of Boko Haram itself in terms of actual bombing and taking over barracks and wiping out whole villages and taking. That went away during that time. Now we are only dealing with kidnapping and all these other lower level threats. What else did he do? Train lines that he built. So Tinubu, and also set the foundation for subsidy removal. All those things, Buhari was the one that laid the foundation for Tinubu to come and do. The only thing he has done is tuition fees and float the currency. And the currency one is a total disaster. Maybe the road one will work, but we don't know what that entails, because it's just starting. So we have to be careful when we are describing Buhari's time in office as a total waste. He did do some things with very difficult circumstances. I don't think it's a success. He didn't fix security, and he didn't fix the economy. But compared to these guys in office now, 1 year,
okay,
capital
right.
Half.
Let me say, did you want to respond to him? That was quite a lot. Let me respond to that, then I'll come to you right away.
Let me ask you this question as well, so that you join that. Pansat, in the last election, and please, I don't mean any disrespect or to be rude or to offend anyone. How much did you financially, because we all had our different commitment, but there's still something about putting your money where your mouth is. How much did you spend on P2P's election campaign?
All right, thank you. Let me start with forefathers, then I'll deal with your own thing there. See, number one, I see you on a lot of platforms, forefather, touting that Buhari and his financing the Dangote refinery.
You know, get work now.
So how? Where is the refinery? I mean, where is the oil? Where is the refined product? We spent over $2 billion. The state the Buhari government took our do you know how much $2 billion is? A lot of people, because they're used to hearing 2 billion naira or as a pocket change or whatever. $2 billion is a lot of money. You could build quite a lot of, at least modular refineries, that entire region of Nigeria, right? That is a big fraud. That is, I bet you, like right now, he's importing oil. After all the oil that were given to that refinery, not just the $2 billion, he's taking virtually all the oil supply that are not stolen, given to him. Now he's saying that he wants to import oil from the United States. It's more efficient to just import the refined product, import the gasoline, right? Because it can be done better in the United States. Why import crude that we should have in abundance? That's the main reason why we're building the refinery. So he took our $2 billion, and you know how much a liter of petroleum is in Nigeria? We have nothing to gain from that. For right now, it's fraud. Maybe in the future he's gonna prove me wrong. So don't tout that. He took our money, knowing now this is beyond the scope of your imagination in this thing, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that you have electric cars coming into play, electric vehicles. So, for example, here in the United States, many states, such as California, have a date certain where it's gonna be cut off. No more importing or driving around with fossil fuel vehicles. It's dead certain in the next 5-7 years, right? So
about the planes, the jet in the sky.
No, but remember there are so many people that have oil. They just don't have it in that sufficient quantity to have been fueling automobiles and everything. Virtually everyone has oil enough to produce those kind of things that will remain. Now remember when you had digital and audio television, analog TV. So at some point, the United States, they made a date certain to go digital. On that day, if you like, you could have all the analog TVs that you want. People are just going to switch over. That's what's going to happen in an electric vehicle. But let me then go to the more sort of point. Look, there is no virtue whatsoever in Tinubu, because he has no empathy. He doesn't even think and say, you know what, I stole this election. At least let me do one or two things good, right? So that some people will say, you know what, I don't care the way the end justifies the means. I don't care. This guy is in there now. He's doing a good job. He doesn't think that way. There's not a single virtue in Buhari, in this guy here, Tinubu, in Dangote, for example. We're captured people, and they're toying with people like yourselves here, especially Osita, right? So you're playing that game that Showore is playing. You come in and you're trying to be sly and say, look, I voted for Peter Obi. But your commentary and your face, your eyes, look at your eyes now, right? It betrays. Earlier I got into kerfuffle with some people here because I'm reading them professionally. I'm telling you that game, you should drop it for that last election. Don't play that game anymore. Peter Obi went head-to-head with Showore, and Showore did not win a single precinct. He didn't win his own polling units. That's what I was thinking about, polling units. He didn't get his own polling units. I know you're rigged, but come on. So what I'm saying to you is that Peter Obi is far more knowledgeable about what ails the country. 100%. He's humble enough to go and study what we need. How did Egypt get light? How did South Africa increase their capacity? He could talk to people and learn, right? You have a president right now that's never had a single press conference. Now, where in a democracy have you ever seen anything like that? You're not even upset about that. He hasn't had one single press conference with all the turmoil and all the hardship that's in the country. If he just comes out there and say, you know, look, I miscalculated, guys. I'm here. We're working hard at it. Hang tight. It's not going to be like that forever. I got you in mind. If he talks to Nigerians, at least has to show some respect. He has no respect. Have you seen Tinubu, Showore condemn things like that? Look, I'm telling you, my friend, we got a long way to go. When people such as yourself, Osita, right, we're here, we know, we see how things are done. We know what it takes to have a democracy. And then you're going to come when you have something that's good. I know you have Osita Denma, you're probably from the south somewhere over there, right? Because nobody who's in the heartland, is going to have that smart.
Let's try to keep it contained.
I said that age only sees Otaranoko, yes, Yapota, Tutrea, a lot near Geziam Opota.
Hey,
right?
Pansat, let's try to be.
Yeah, so the short answer to your question, though, is that I did spend a lot of money for Peter Obi, even on these platforms. I must have donated over $10,000 just going on platforms such as the one that's Forefathers is hosting, and I was putting my money where my mouth is. Right?
Forefathers are very rich now.
And that's the truth. Right? I know that I spent at least 2,900 with Niger Watch, and they had me kicked out over there after the election. But it's okay. We're doing it for the country. So yeah, I give it back. Lucky, on a serious note, I'm impressed with you. You're a sound and true African, right? And you just came in here, you called it the way it is. Just call it the way it is. What is wrong with that? That's it.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor. Please, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Forefathers, my brother.
They're laughing at us.
We've been on this platform for long, so we almost know everybody. I'm not new to Pansa. You get, but unfortunately, maybe he's new. He's never paid attention to me before. All of the things you said, Pansa, yeah, absolutely correct. I can't, even argue any. Nobody needs to enumerate the leaders of P2B to me. I know it fully well. The only thing I interrogate here is I put a question here and asked, can you people not remember when Obi said he will remove subsidy from day one? Nobody here refused. Nobody here, argued contrary.
I will argue that. I will argue that, definitely.
Okay, argue with that. Are you saying here that
you don't want to be for several times?
You remove subsidy from day one?
Obi said it will remove subsidy. He said it from the very first day.
I've heard Peter Obi on interviews say it.
Listen.
Could I answer him on that point? Because
he said he will remove subsidy. And before he remove it,
let me give him a comprehensive answer on that. Osita,
he will create a chance. He will create a chance for them to gain it.
Right. Right.
Unfortunately, you've given me an assignment. I'll go and look for that video and I'll bring it here.
Forefathers can do it for you right now. He's very good at that. Forefathers.
That's number one. Hold on, that's number one. Hold on, guys. Hold on. That's number one. I want to
answer that question though. Could you let me tell you?
No, Pastor, you had all the time. Listen. You've had all the time. I'm putting out.
You wanted to know.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm laying out. I'm laying out my own argument.
Let me answer you now.
Let me finish. I'm laying out my own argument. Are we also saying that Naira shouldn't have been unified, or an attempt to unify Naira is a wrong policy?
What do you mean by unifying? Yes. No, what do you mean? What do you mean by unifying Naira? What do you mean by that?
Sorry, unifying the parallel market.
Why the
IE windows?
Is it at the moment now? Is it unified?
No, it has not been actually. See, listen. No, guys, listen. I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Wait, excuse me. Oh,
there is a different question. Listen. You listen to me.
Wait.
No, you listen. Please listen to me. There is a difference. There are two things here. Whether a policy is right, is a good policy, or whether the result of the policy has been achieved, they are two different things. What I'm talking about is policy. Policy. Now, has he gotten the result he wants? Absolutely not. In fact, the result of his actions, of Tinubu's actions, has cost us a lot.
Disaster. It's a disaster.
Absolutely. But why I'm saying this is because of when people talk about campaigning, manifesto, what is the policy? What are people bringing? And this becomes again to where we talk about parties not having ideology.
Okay, but so let me tell you one thing.
The only thing I'm saying to you is that remember when I started this argument, I said these three people, their campaign was similar.
It's my time to talk. You just took my time.
Their campaign was similar, and I put it out here.
No, but look, listen. Hold on. Hold on, Osita.
I'm still campaigning for Obi.
Hold on now. Let him talk, right?
But I don't follow people fully. I don't follow people like zombie.
Yeah, Osita, can you hear? Can you hear?
Osita,
let the guy speak, and I want to answer that question for you. I'm gonna take care of.
I'll yield to you people because Pansat was talking here. I didn't interrupt. He finished.
No, go ahead. Let the black.
I did not interrupt. I did not interrupt. Okay, whoever is concerned. Let me take a pass. You want me to listen now? Listen. That's fine.
No, you misunderstood. I gave my chance to Pastor to talk first. After Pastor, I will speak.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's what it was.
Okay. I didn't know.
Some of the things you said, I disagree with it 100%.
Okay.
Understand me?
Tell me which one.
The issue of removal of subsidy. Obineba said he will do it on Thursday. Said I will remove subsidy, but he's going to put things. Excuse me now. I said he's going to put things in place that will caution the effect on the people.
Did he say this? Can you show me a video where he told you how he removed his subsidy before the campaign?
You said you have the video.
Listen, before the 2023 campaign, you will never find a video where he explained how he's going to remove the subsidy.
I will dig up the video. Go ahead.
But I can find a video where he said he will remove it from day one.
Wait now, let me.
Okay, if he said that going to remove it, is it going to remove it?
Bring it up, put it on the private section.
Wait.
Mr. Man, is it me say because Peter says so? Is it
let me talk now. Wait, let me talk now. Let me talk. We are not arguing here. Let me talk. Even so, okay, if he said going to remove it from the first day, what is the first day? Did Tinubu put any caution? Did he put any program on the ground before he even announced it on that day, on the day that they were swearing in? What did he have any plan? How he going to caution the effect, or did he not know was going to be negative effect on the people? If I said I'm going to remove subsidy, I must have made plan. It means that even on that place, I announced the plan I'm going to do and let's start working. So it is how, like you said, policy and the effect. This is how you plan your policy. The program you put together of your policy, it now either affect the citizen negatively or positively. You understand me? So it's not the word you say, mostly. It's how you manage your program. It's how you manage it. So Tinubu was under the plan. Tinubu wanted to have that in the first place. The budget for subsidy removal was in June ending, not even in May. So the money the budget for that 1 month, where is the money? Where is the money today? I don't even talk about it. So you just came out.
Listen, my brother.
Hold on, please. Let me finish. So subsidy is gone. Gone to where? Gone to Tinubu pocket. You understand me? So let's understand. If you have to do something, do it in the proper way. You understand
me? Let
me finish now. Let me finish. I'm not finished.
No, this will not wait.
So, wait now. You have to wait. Come number 2.
No, because I don't like when I make my argument.
Let him come in. Blackstone, let him come in for a second. Let him come in.
I bring evidence when I make my argument. On January 8, 2023, according to Obi, it will go immediately. But I can assure you, subsidy will go immediately.
Immediately.
Okay, I have the video. I have the 2 videos.
2023, subsidy will go immediately.
Osita, I have the video.
What are you talking?
Osita, I have the video.
Calm down.
He will play it.
What is the timeline of immediately? What are people talking about?
Tell me what immediately. Immediately kick 1 month later, 2 months later. What are you talking about?
What?
You don't know what immediately is.
Okay, but I have the 2 videos now. Go ahead and play the videos.
Wait.
I have the video of him saying that on day 1 he's going to remove the subsidy, right? And they have another video of how he would have done it. So they're short. So let him play it.
Okay,
go ahead, forefathers. Play the video.
What video? I don't see any video. Let me see. Which one? The last one?
Well, the last one is how he would have done it. So play the last one then.
You play a Tinubu where Tinubu for say that you're going to do what you're going to do. You cannot even find it.
Sorry, are we talking about the subsidies?
Yes.
I don't know why Osita is making that an issue, but we all know all politicians said the same thing. It's not an issue. It's not where the problem is.
It's not where the problem is.
Let me share it now so that everybody can see.
Tinubu don't have the brain to manage that resources. If you don't have the brain to make that plan,
why do we keep saying they don't have brain?
You know,
we all
it's
have
like
brain.
people,
How did Tinubu make it there if he doesn't have brain? He
people
has
don't
brain.
listen. You know, I have a problem when someone talks, people don't listen and they hear what they want to hear. Because I criticize the pattern, Tinubu's pattern. But the argument I've placed here is that the three of them said they were going to remove subsidy. That even Obi said he will go immediately.
Okay, so let's listen now. So let's hear it out. All right.
Describing subsidy payment as a criminality condoned for too long. Mr. Obi, who spoke to journalists on the sideline of the ongoing election tribunal in Abuja, however, states that the removal should have been done with some measures in place to cushion the effects. He adds that citizens need to see what investments the government is putting the subsidy money into.
Right from the time I was a member of Jonathan's economic management team, have consistently maintained that we need to remove subsidy, because for me it's organized crime. People were just stealing the resources of the country, and that crime has to stop. And I showed my own position in empirical data to show that the amount of fuel we consume is totally far ahead what we're supposed to consume. I showed it in data, comparing with countries like Pakistan, and it's very clear. So I maintained about this removal. The difference is that I believe it should be removed with conditions. And that condition has to be applied. If I was involved, I would have shown in empirical statistical data how much we're going to save, where we are going to apply it, the gains for the people, so they can, just like I said all throughout my campaign.
Shay, I hope you remember that this was after Tinubu has removed something.
I remember him making this statement. Yes.
After it has been removed.
Made this statement every time.
After it has been removed.
No, he said it before that. He said it before that.
No, you didn't. Didn't you listen? Didn't you guys listen? This was after the subsidy has been removed.
Yeah, but he has said it before that too. He said what?
Yes, but I'm telling you that he also said before. He also said before. My statement. Peter Obi said he will remove subsidy immediately.
Yes.
He explained how going to do
remove subsidy immediately. The question now is about how the strategy.
Yes.
So
that is what you don't understand what he explained now. You don't understand what he explained just now. You don't understand.
But my brother, see, what are we arguing about?
Okay. Sita, let me explain to you what we are discussing here. If P2B was about to do this, you know what he would have done when he wanted to remove the subsidy? Not like the way Tinubu just said, subsidy is gone, that's it. When in that speech, he would tell you subsidy is going, and he would tell you what is going to happen after that.
And I agree with you. I agree. I agree. My question here is this. Listen, guys. I don't know why we are finding it difficult to understand each other.
Now you don't understand, bro.
Because when people start shouting that subsidy has been removed, subsidy has been removed. Our candidate, our principal, said he will remove it. So it's not a question of whether subsidy needed to go or not. Subsidy had to go. The question now was the strategy, which is now the difference about these two different administrators.
You said the three candidates said they will remove subsidy on the first day.
No, listen. I said the three candidates said they will remove subsidy, but Obi said he will remove subsidy from day one immediately.
This is the same thing I've been saying for a long time. The same thing.
From day one, he said subsidy gone.
I better leave this matter, my brother.
All right. We shouldn't be double edged. Listen. Let me say this. Listen,
hold on, please.
We cannot get the Nigeria we are looking for if we are not honest with ourselves.
Okay.
And if when it comes to our own person. When it comes to our own person, we will take a back seat and
Okay,
everything
hold
they
on.
do is absolutely
You notice
correct.
that
That is
you were
not
doing
true.
this
The
before,
only
right?
person who said you will not be able to
Nobody,
subsidy was show.
nobody is
Not
saying
know.
that. That's it here.
And I think that be Musa Kwankwaso.
Osita, you were not doing this before, so something smoked you out, right? So what I'm saying to you is this. Listen to this.
No, nothing has smoked me out. Listen, guys, and it's funny because I just presented all the truth, and now nobody, you see the truth and you still don't want to accept it.
See, let me explain my. Osita, I've said it before. It's not about the subsidy. Is not where the damage was done, and the currency removal that you are talking about. People assumed, what I assumed when he said he was going to remove the currency was that the black market price will come down and the CBN rate will go up a little bit. They will meet somewhere in the middle. But guess what happened? He went straight in the other direction. So, and yet he refused to back off from this from the policy. Way too well is damaging the Nigerian economy.
Okay, my brother forefathers, when they tell you, okay, see, you know that. Which is why I say it's very imperative that when we listen to these our leaders, we pay attention. And when each time someone proposes a policy, we should go and study what it would be the consequence of those policies. Do you understand? There was no way. See, there was no way you could have removed subsidy and we will not be feeling what we're feeling. It will be.
Let's not talk about subsidy. This is not the subsidy.
Okay, let's not. Let me not even go there. Let me just not go there.
If it was only subsidy alone, Nigeria would be doing better, a lot better now.
Now about currency. Let me say this about currency. The currency. The only thing is simple. We are using money to back it up because we need to keep a certain amount of money in our reserve, of course, to back it up. The moment they stopped backing it up, you started seeing the free fall. Why? Because we're not productive. And totally, which is in line with what Obi says, we need to become more productive. So my own this thing is this:
the currency when you are not ready.
Exactly. We shouldn't have flooded the currency when we are not ready. But that does not mean that to flood the is not a good policy.
Actually, it's a terrible policy because we are not ready.
Timing.
So we are not close. We are not even close to being ready. Nigeria is not an exporting economy.
Exactly. All the policies are good policies, but the timing. Tinubu has consistently wrong timing, wrong priority, and everything. Just like the same way he's building this.
You talk too much. Right? You are a politician. You talk too much. Let other people talk.
Even a good policy at a bad time is a bad policy.
So
why are you calling a good policy a bad policy at a bad time?
Now, logically and technically, I can agree with you on that. This statement, I will not argue this statement.
Thank you.
You get from a logical perspective.
Yeah.
You get from a logical perspective, I will not argue with this because I'm the sort of person that when you say something that is right, I will accept. And I can accept with this sort of statement. But I will not. So, but I will not accept. Especially.
They want to say something.
Forefather.
You're just taking over the platform.
This is almost 1 hour 30 minutes now. Mr. Osita are taking over the stage. In fact, all of us are just onlookers. I beg Osita one name. Make you calm down, I beg.
Not politician, not politician. You know that.
We have a lot of politicians on this. We have a lot of politicians on this.
My brother Passat.
All politicians
Osita could not allow Passat to finish what he started. Osita could not allow Passat to finish his own opinion. Osita did not allow Blackstone. Osita did not allow the other brother from Senegal. Osita dominated.
Okay, I apologize.
Wow.
I'll take back seat. But can we? The only thing I'm saying is this, my brothers, for us to
get continue again. You still want to you are still continuing.
Let us always be honest in ourselves.
You see that? This is the problem.
regardless of who's
He's still doing the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
You didn't do the same thing. You see? Same thing. You want to take back seat. You are sitting on the front seat.
I apologize again.
Showore is not sellable in today's Nigeria. Showore is not sellable in today's Nigeria. Showore is not sellable.
Showore didn't even bother to run for local.
You know, you people are more politicians than myself. Do you know why? You only go for the sellable candidate who you think will win. Not about who you think is doing the right thing. But you want to say who will win. A lot of you going
do you know why Showore is not sellable? Showore used his media, Sahara Reporters, to finish Jonathan regime. And it was Showore and his group that led us to Buhari stroke Tinubu regime we are in. So Nigerians are not dumb. We are aware of what is going on, and Showore is not competent. He's a partial guy.
Do you think that because from what I can see, Nigerians like to elect people that have had some experience in politics, in terms of running like local government or something like that, even governorship, to run for president. Showore just wants to go from zero to this in Aso Rock, and I think that is his biggest mistake. He doesn't want to run for local government. He doesn't want to own anything.
My brother, we say we want to change Nigeria. But some of you are
let other people talk.
And that people will be advised.
But
when you know who you and that you have been mentioned for stealing money.
You can't just jump from zero to the Aso Rock.
Let other people talk.
Nobody even tried him. He never tried his hand in any office at all. Nobody knows why he's going to get into office and start stealing money like crazy. We don't know.
Papadas, please, no problem. Let Oshowore keep on trying. It's not a crime. You understand me?
And he's not going to succeed. Nobody will vote for him in the way
Forefathers, I said, let it keep on trying. If you don't try, you go retire. You understand me? One thing, you can't start from the top to the bottom. That's the principle of life.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. He wants to start. And when they tell him, he say, why should I?
So start from the bottom. If Oshowore say I'm contacting my local government or my state government, people then will now begin to say, okay, if the state can accept you and you perform very well, they see your performance. Then, in fact, create an atmosphere of where people will see you that you are doing something, that you have done something. You understand me? Not that you just come from somewhere.
I strongly believe if Showore was even a local government chairman, they would vote for him in a general election. He never tried to do that. That I strongly believe if he had held office and he performed well,
Papa, that's a part of pride. Papa, that's a part of pride. That is too low for me. Governorship is too low for me. Act of Assembly is too low for me. Senate is too low for me. So that's the problem. That element of pride. You understand me? I want to go and start from the top. Who's going to catapult you there?
Okay.
And the worst thing, people are supposed to go in and out who are supposed to support you. You are insulting all of them. They said one thing. They said one thing in our language that what a man will do is in his mind.
See, Showore is not a perfect human being.
No, so that not be your turn. Not the planning body. Don't talk too much.
The black soul have been very generous. He's been very generous today.
Lucky is there. That man is there. I don't talk. You are talking for more than 1 hour. A man of project just come. Make give us porridge. Make we chop.
For 1 hour, nobody has even spoken for straight 15 minutes. Yeah, because
about 1 hour is very saturated. I yield, please.
No, so that's my point. If I don't do anything, start from on a humble stage. Start from humbling yourself. Start from there.
Blackstone. Do you know what Showore achieved? Showore gathered the likes of Dr. Damages, and they were using Sahara Reporters against people.
Go to time of the Jonathan regime and go and see what Dr. Damages and Showore, Adiola,
I cannot forget these three people.
Adiola, what they did.
Yes.
All the information, all the leak, all this whistleblowing, leakage of information every day we are bringing out. The time of Jonathan.
In fact, and most of them were forced. It was the same Sahara reporter that said the former minister of petroleum, Diziana, that she had a brazier made of diamonds. It's still the same Sahara reporters. And I asked that question: where is the brazier that is made of diamonds? Where is it today? They could not substantiate it. They could not bring it to the world to see.
I'm sure he will see this video and he will defend himself.
No, I will say this. I said to his face.
That's the truth now.
I've been following Dr. Damages for a very long time.
Adiola, Dr. Damages, Tomato Jaws, they use Sahara reporter to finish Jonathan regime. And now you are telling us Showore. I beg, Showore is not sellable. Don't mention Showore where Nigerians are. I beg. We don't want him. After all, if not Sahara reporters, would have still be buying a bag of rice 6,000 to 7,000 naira. Now
My
it's
brother,
80 to 90,000.
that brought down Jonathan's government. I think
Yes.
you're ascribing too much
Yes.
to Showore. You're actually the one who is over defying Showore. And so long as you keep on saying that he brought down a government, he will always believe that he's able to do what? Get into that government. If you can bring something
With rumors, you know that black people love rumors, and Nigerians eat and die with rumors and propaganda. So Showore was using his media as a tool to bring down the government, and that's why Buhari did not give him a breathing space. When he came out again with the revolution now, the Buhari reminded him that to come. This is what you did against Jonathan. You think it will work here? That was why they dealt with him.
I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to list. I've listed some of the worst things this government has done. I'm trying to list the good things. I listed number 1, student loan scheme. Number 2, Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. And then number 3,
Student loan scheme have been stopped, bros.
I think it's coming. It's by the end of this month.
Air
peace support is number 3. Is there anything else?
A private business, you can support the give them.
My brother, that coastal route.
Let me ask.
There's a lot of interrogation on it. There's a lot of interrogation on coastal route.
Man of prestige, is there any other good policy that you can say this government has?
I don't think you should put the coastal route for now as a good policy, my brother. Please.
Can I talk, people?
It's a good idea, even if it's not done.
You have been talking. Can I please give me the space to talk? Earlier when I was driving, I wanted to chime in about the grade to give this present administration, but you truncated my my submission. But having said that, okay, let me pivot to that angle if that's what we are talking about right now. What is the good thing they have done? I'm not gonna give an incomplete policy as an accomplishment. The project is good, but I differ a little bit about the eagerness to to promote it right now, whether it's the right thing or not. So I'm not going to give it. I'm not going to give a grade on that because that has never been. It just started, so you can't give a grade what hasn't started. I mean, everything you listed, the student loan that's supposed to start late this month or next month. Okay,
this month.
Okay, this month. So you can't give a grade because we don't know how it's going to fare. We don't know how the implementation, whether people is going to get it, freely like we do get over here and everything. So let's keep that at bay. It's a policy right now. So we have to narrate what has been accomplished and what hasn't been accomplished. Of course, there's a lot of millions of things, that hasn't been accomplished. So let me be
okay, how about AP support that?
Let me man now. You don't give me a chance. I'm gonna say, I like to be realistic. I'm not here to pander to anybody. This is just my opinion. Okay, if I have to give them what I think they have done fairly okay, the Interior Minister, what he has done, I think, in a passport requirement or something like that, because I have a friend, who just got his thing through the mail. You can't do anything before through the mail and everything, Actually, he went there before to Atlanta. Then he just received his passport through the mail. So the process is a little bit smoother than it used to be. So that would be a plus in this administration. My second one is Kenya.
Sorry, what did you say was a plus again?
The
Interior Ministry of Interior, pertaining our passports.
About the passport and some of the
Where did you get your passport? Passport that took me 6 months to get. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about currently. Have you gone there recently?
No. Okay, you did that recently.
No, I'm saying the process is a little bit better. I'm not saying it's the high standard that we are used to in the West, but it's better than what it used to be. Remember, there used to be a lot of bureaucracy. It had to take you months, years to get anything, but now it's a smoother process. And some of the conditions that was laid for you to get a new passport, according to what he said, they are trying to avoid some scandals.
I never really thought that was a big deal, because I remember when I came to Nigeria to get my passport.
Big, but we are talking about something minimum we can talk
that,
about.
No, that one, I don't know whether you can even count that, because that was okay, fine, it's yours, okay, fine, it's yours.
Okay? So I give that to them. It's a little bit better than it was. Then the second one is going to be about Kenyamo, the aviation minister. Yeah, he has supported Nigerian aviation and something like that, particular. There's no doubt about it. If, without him, Airpeace, couldn't have taken off. I know Airpeace, has been working for a long time, but the previous administration, did not help. So what he has done right now is, is pretty commendable. So let's not.
Mama Esho, welcome, Mama Esho. Longest time.
Let me finish Blackstone, okay? But anyway, so I think what he has done.
So you don't want to stop to say hi to. Okay, fine.
So what he has done is, is somehow commendable, because he said something about the UAB. Is that the Dubai, passport, and they lifted. The plane is going. Is that UAB? Yeah, they're going to be coming to Nigeria. Okay, we don't know the implication. They're not being transparent. Have they paid the money that was due? The Emirates, have they paid the money that was due? They didn't tell us yet. But according to what he said, Bayo Nonuga tweeted, they're going to be starting soon. So I'm not going to give them a credit. That's not a credit. Hold on. You let people talk now. Which one?
I said October 1st. October 1st. I said October 1st.
Okay, that's good. But it's not a credit to them, because this is from the previous administration, which is part of APC. It was their misdeed to begin with. So because they corrected the misdeed, it's not a credit, in my opinion. So that's the only area that I can give them a credit, because everything right now is incomplete. But in totality, if I have to give them a grade, I will give them 0.5. No. 0.5 out of 1.
What?
From 10 to 1. Yeah, 0.05. I'm sorry.
Over 1.
Is 0.5 over 10? Or
over 1.
No. Less than 1.
Less than 1 over 10.
No, yeah. 0.5 over 1.
Yeah,
that is half. That is 50%. What are you talking about?
No, you're missing it. I said 0. 0.05.
If you rate it to 0 to 1, it gives 0.1.
0.05 over 1.
Calm down. Just listen.
Yes.
You don't have your ear open.
I'm just checking. Yeah, yes. That's 1%.
0.05. No, it's not 1%. It's less than 1%.
It's 10%. Actually.
Do you know your math? Did you even go to college?
Did he say 0.0?
No.
You are the one that is confusing me.
No,
0.1 is 10% now.
It's less than 1.
It's not putting the percentage. Yeah. It's not putting 0%.
No, okay.
As far as the point is before the 0.
So let me ask him so that he makes it clear. Let me make it clear. 0.05 over what? Out of what?
You're giving it from 1 to 10, right?
Yes.
From 0 to 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's more than 0, but it's less than 1.
Okay, now I get it.
All right.
Thank you. That's why I say out of 10. Then you said no, over 1. I was like, that confused me.
Okay. I misspoke. Sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'm not going to give them quite a 1% because the accomplishment is not. They have zillions of policy, that they just, they're implementing, but none of them has amounted to nothing except that 2 areas. So, the airport something, the aviation something is kind of half baked, they only did the Airpeace. So that's the only way I'm going to give them credit. But the interior minister, yes, because I can't say just because of the interior minister. How many ministries do we have? How many policies do they have? So I can't give them 1 there. because that's just one person. So they have like how many ministers? About 45 ministers, ministers.
That interior minister, is that Umahi?
No.
Forget about that. Forget about all those
one Yoruba man. The one that was involved with better Edu.
What has
is that the passport one?
Yeah,
Yes.
the interior minister.
Okay.
So you say Omahi, people are saying Omahi. What has Omahi done? Everything is policy right now. Not even they haven't accomplished anything. Can anybody tell me the road?
Omahi is just embezzling money up and
Hold on.
down.
Can anybody tell me the road he has renovated? Since he came office. Forget
It
about all
seems
those
like a
noise.
serious politician sometimes. So
Okay, until actually accomplished.
He's serious when he's in his interest, his stomach infrastructure.
No. I base my narrative on the accomplishment, not because you say something or policy you lay out. You have to actually accomplish it before I can give you a credit. I don't believe in all this noise because everything that come out of Nigerian government is half baked. I have to verify by myself. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Thank you. Yeah, one more thing. I don't know if you heard about the news.
You are keeping Mama H waiting though.
I don't know if you heard about the news. Hold on. I want us to include it. I don't know if you heard about the news circulating in Nigerian media about what Atiku said. What Atiku just said. Did you talk
about P2B? Yeah, we talked about it. That he was looking to back P2B.
To be fair,
a lot of people were asking for that because people were saying, no, he will never give it. Nobody will ever give P2B the ticket.
Said under the condition that it will be come to the PDP. Am I wrong?
And they have to zone it to the southeast before.
Right, but if he's not going to PDP, I can't even imagine going back to PDP. He's going to lose a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Not me. It's not going to lose me. It's not going to lose me. So,
it's not impossible. He could go back in a different form, not necessarily to PDP itself. He can remain in Labour, but somehow form a coalition with PDP. I don't know how it's possible, but it may be.
I got you.
Sorry, righteous man. Let's
righteous man is my turn.
All these enemies of progress that wouldn't even give Mama H a chance to say something. She had not been here for ages. And you refuse to recognize it. You still want to say, let me say something. I spent forever asking you questions today. They refuse to give me a straight answer. So let's let Mama H talk. Mama H, welcome. A long time.
Greetings to all of
you're a bad guy.
You're right.
Greetings to every one of you. I have been listening since, and those of you that touch Owore, I want to ask you one question. How did Jonathan came into power in the first place? What was the role of Sowore? The Sahara reporter you people are talking about. What role? Okay? Wait, make I finish my talk. What role did Sahara reporter played when the cabals were keeping from Nigeria that Yaradra is dead? What role did Sowore play to ensure that the Vice President Jonathan take his rightful place after the death of Yaradra that they refused to announce for months? What role did he play? Because you people don't go there at all. You don't go there. The things Sowore said about Jonathan regime in Sahara Reporter, are they true or lies? So if Sahara Reporter helped Tutu to enter in 2015, in 2018, was it the one that forced the hand of Nigeria to rig the election for him? Because when we talk, I don't understand whether it is out of bitterness, hatred, or lack of knowing somebody is what we talk about. I don't know. I beg I won't ask you now. Is it Sowore that destroyed Nigeria the way it is? Is it him? Most of the information you know about the corruption of your past leader, was it not from Sahara Reporter you got those information? Was it not? Was it not? If you don't put yourself in somebody's shoe and you don't know what the person is going through in Nigeria government, please, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. If somebody is doing what you cannot do, if you can't praise the person, don't talk about it. How many of you will be deprived for fighting for Nigeria, not to have access to your children and your wife for 5 good years? How many of you will be able to pay that price? When Showore used the word revolution, it was a taboo. He paid the price. And today, person like Peter Obi was able to use the word revolution without consequence. Because somebody has paid that price.
Nearly ultimate price.
Begging you people to sing his accolade.
Right on.
But do not do to him what you do not want somebody to do to you. If you have fought that battle and Nigeria government has treated you the way they treated him.
Could I interject here, Madam H.O.? Good to see you.
Let me
it's been a long time.
Ogasa. You people have been on for hours. Let me finish my job.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
All right. I'm in line. I'm in queue to respond. That's the man of prestige who's looking like he wants to jump in.
What are we supposed to able to be discussing at this point of our journey as a nation that has no direction? Is it Showore? Is that supposed to be our agenda of discussion? When they are asking for 20 trillion naira to marry 100 people, 100 youth that has no skill, that has no education, they are asking for 20 trillion to marry them out, to become baby factory. We don't understand that implication at all.
You mean 20 million?
Trillion.
Trillion is $20 billion.
I am telling you, it is trillion naira. So convert that to that naira in dollar. In my country, Nigeria, now naira they spend. That is what they want to use to marry 100 orphan. They use the word orphan, and at the end of the day, they are talking about their parents. So I don't know if in Nigerian language, orphan also have parents. And we are here talking what? That 20 trillion, do you know how many street out of school children and street children that money will remove and empower and become developed to be productive in our nation, Nigeria? How much was allocated to the so-called student loan? I want to know. Loan, no. And if they don't pay back when they graduate, they will be what? Locked up according to their policy. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it is 10 billion naira. Yet, 90 billion is allocated to, is it Haji? Haji. Will those people pay back that money? Yet, we are not talking about that. We are talking about Showore. What he did and what he didn't do. I beg, I want to ask you now. When you are graduate and you wanted to apply for employment, did you go for cleaner? Did you apply as a cleaner? Or you apply according to what you know you can do? So if Sowore is applying for presidency and he didn't go to local government according to you people definition, why did you not go and apply for the local government and let him pursue the one he's pursuing? Did he hold your hand?
Madam Echo, I know, but hold on. Madam
Let me finish. When you finish,
I'm saying something. Let me just say something.
We not go vote for Sowore. We will not vote for Sowore.
No, wait. I think you should save some time to answer some questions. Can we ask you questions?
You will. Let me finish my line.
Okay, but try to make it quick now. We're gonna be here forever.
You see why I'm not a common and this thing. This is it.
No, you can't come back. Go ahead, but make it. We can't be here forever and ever.
I know you have been talking for how many?
I have not. I honestly, I swear, I have not been talking.
You see, this is why I will never come to Dr. Damage's show. Because this behavior of men, not allowing women to be able to speak what they have.
Nobody like it at the version of Mama Show. Keep on talking. You are putting your point.
We have to be reasonable with each other. Pansa, let me just
That's what I'm saying. She should talk, but not forever.
My pain every day is my children. Their future is what we are talking about. Your children. Me and you go through pie. But what are we leaving behind for this younger generation? What? It is only 1 year. Make una carry pen and paper. Calculate all the billions, all the trillion, all the million you have been hearing for Tinubu administration for this past 1 year. How much of it is invested in the younger generation for them to become the leaders of tomorrow? How many children that this their so-called policy has been out of school children? How many? And how many times have you people come into this forum and carry that as your gele for head and begin to discuss and find solution to it? How many? Will your children in the Western world be confident to say they are going to Nigeria tomorrow?
And they are going though. All of them are going though. And leave that story.
Please carry on.
Instead of finding a way to repair it for them to go. No, we don't care. You know what? In those days, we have history of them coming to carry us down to this place as slaves to come and do their work and develop their country. But this day, we come with our leg to come and help them to develop their country. Give birth to children that will never go back to that country, Nigeria, if care is not taken. Not be born through away be that. Instead of that to become our problem and how can we solve it? We are here discussing Sowore, discussing what we are not supposed to lay emphasis on. They are borrowing money and saying they will pay in 30, 50, 30, 20, 50, 20, 100, 1,100 year. Who are those who will pay that money? Is it you and me? It is your born children and this younger generation. And we they fold our hand, we they look like Lucozade. Men, not only for na wife head, na go say na be the head of the family. Begin to claim headship and repair our country for our children and for the protection of us, your daughters and your wives and your mothers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama H.O. See, most of the points that were made that you are making regarding some of the comments we'll be making, like all those things that you said show already. Yes, it's true. He did all those things. As a matter of fact, some of the reasons why we're saying those things was because we expected more from him. And what I've seen in Nigeria is that they don't trust people that haven't held office, any form of office. Ganifa immediately the same thing. They didn't trust him. Or they didn't vote for him enough. Even if they trust him as a person, but people need to see track record. Like if you want to be a mechanic, even if you want to be a mechanic somewhere, they want to see that you worked on the car before.
Forefather, you should allow the panelists to ask mommy questions.
So, are you the moderator now? Are you the moderator? Mister, I'm not going to answer question.
Okay,
are you the moderator? Let me finish what I'm saying.
Forefather, you're not supposed to be.
I'm trying to talk from my own point of view. What we've observed, because I feel like she misunderstood some of the comments we were making.
That shouldn't take forever. That was in order. But let me say this before I go to Madam H.O., right? By the way, Mama H.O., it's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a long time. And I was quite concerned, but I'm happy to see you. But let me say, there was a pending question earlier, which was about Buhari, when it came to the choices between Buhari and Jonathan, which also went to forefathers talking about Buhari doing some good things, such as a refinery. I was saying that Buhari, we remember him as somebody who imprisoned two people, like I said, two drug dealers. I forgot the names. He was a military junta between December 31, 1983 and August 1985, right? So he executed a Bernard Ogedegbe, who was only 29 years old, and Bartholomew Owo, who was 26, and also Lawal Ojualape, who was 30, for dealing in drugs. Now, the Owo case drew particular attention globally because at the time the offense was committed in Nigeria it carried a sentence of 6 months. So he did it by a decree 20. Now, of course, we know about the decree 4 and other decrees he used in ruling the country. So now a man like that comes in to run for office against Jonathan, who arguably, at least as far as Showa is concerned, committed it's a fraudulent government. Jonathan was considered to be a fraudster based largely on Showa's campaigning against.
But Showore didn't lie to reveal that information, did he?
No. But what I'm saying, hear me out, because it's very important, right? Due process is important. Somebody's only guilty after you found them to have committed, especially in Nigeria, by a judge, because we don't have a jury system. A judge, a court, a competent jurisdiction has to find that you have done so. Not just that you've done so, but you've done so beyond a reasonable doubt. That's in our constitution. Not just beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, it goes to a moral certainty that that person committed a crime. If a journalist, let's say I'm a journalist, I see some Jonathan taking money, watts of $100 bills, put in his pocket like we did with Ganduje. Right? So if you see something like that, you still have to say that person you're going to allege that person did it, because your role is a journalist. Now, I know Showore is not a trained journalist. He's a citizen journalist, right? So he could be forgiven on that. He goes overboard on that. We have rights. You are innocent until you're proven guilty. Now, in his case, he's charged with committing what? What do you think Showore was charged with committing? Right? But we know he didn't do it. The government alleged that he committed the worst crime any human being could commit in a country, right? But he doesn't even think about that. He lacks judgment. Now, do I like Showore? Of course I do. In 2019, I supported Showore, right? We all want these kids now, his age, to come up and bring better ideas. But now this is a big but.
Try to keep it brief too,
Yeah. Some of the things that you're looking at as a virtue, it's not open-ended. You cannot go around the country calling people all kinds of names, right? You can't do that. You have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. And a president does not determine who's guilty or not guilty. So if you put him there, he still has to charge people or have his agency charge people, and they have to go to court and they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But now, Mama H.O., what I want to tell you is this. Bringing confusion with Showore to us, what you normally, what you employ in Oyibo, they call a fallacy of false choices, right? It's a common fallacy whereby you have two good people. So it's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy. It's a false binary. It's an informal fallacy. Nobody is okay. When we have a Peter Obi in this case, who embodies all the virtues you find in Showore, is over here. Every single one of them. There is not a single virtue that Showore has, Obi doesn't have, or even more. But then over here, we have experience, we have empathy, we have all kinds of things over here with Peter Obi. So we are not against Showore. We want Showore to have exercise good judgment. You have to walk before you crawl. The quality of the country now has it to where he needs to join forces with the good people to galvanize. The youth have made their choice. They let it happen. He has the right to run. They let him compete against Peter Obi head to head. He's a journalist. He's supposed to do his opposition research. He was in New Jersey. He's not like he's a local chicken, right? He's in the United States. So over there,
seriously still talking, and you are the one calling out Mama H.O. Why are you going to stop?
Okay,
Nigerians,
you make your point quite vividly. But what I'm saying is this, Mama H.O., those of us who are saying, listen, Showore is not bad, but he needs to be guided back into common sense area where he has to exercise judgment. The enemy is over here. So we need that threshold of which his efforts, his energy has to join with the youth, with the people that he's most concerned with. They made their choice, wrong or right. They didn't choose him. He didn't win a single district. He didn't win a single precinct. Maybe he was rigged out, but there is not a single. Now, this case, you can make it till the kingdom come. It's not gonna work. Which is to say that Showore has any kind of virtue, honesty, right? Experience.
I noticed that righteous man doesn't interrupt the people that he likes their views.
Yeah, no, Showore has nothing above Peter Obi, and pointing it out is not looking down on Showore. All of us we like Showore, but we want him to stop doing harm. He doesn't know when he does it, because let me conclude with this. During the 2015 stuff, he could have made a mistake, okay? But then when you go from there to 2023, it is clear. As a matter of fact, he's making enemies because of what he's doing, because now he's indistinguishable from a tribalist, from a bigot, right? Because what he's doing is not right. So I would say, I'm not going to say it to you, I will say it to Ositadema, Feme la Bush. Ositadema, I believe that Madam H.O. was saying Mechion, which is Igbo language. I don't think he was addressing that to me, but I was on the phone. But you never know these days. Young people, they could do anything. So I'm saying to you, Ositadema, Feme la Bush, get Showore to get with the goddamn program, right? He's not the only Nigerian that knows that the country needs to be taken care of. He's not the only one. He's not the only. To him, he's just the only one. The rest of them have fault. Yeah, so it's us who love Showore. Love is a strong word. I don't use it. So let me just say, who like Showore, right? To get with the goddamn program. Don't do it again. You did it to Jonathan. You did it to Peter Obi.
You know, my brother. It's funny. It's so funny. Pamsat, I'll not allow you to continue too long before interjecting. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
You've seen Obi go to meet Saraki. You've also seen Obi go to meet Atiku. You've seen him go to meet Sule Lamido. When has Obi ever gone to meet Showore?
Why should he go to meet Showore? At some point, you're going to draw the line.
But we are here. Why don't you meet Showore enough?
No, on what ground? On what criteria will you give me Showore?
There is one thing about anybody that
on what ground, what criteria will you give me Showore? How? Where? How?
Somebody won 12 states.
So all those people Obi has gone to meet.
Are they better than Showore?
No, they're not, because it's like this: a prodigal son, right? When your prodigal son come home, you will leave the one where they have. You have to show what is
you see this new Nigeria we all want on this platform. We all want it.
Yeah,
but it's obvious that for some people, they always blind their eye.
I had a question for Mama Odo.
Mr. Pastor.
Pastor, I think you've had more than enough of your time.
Mr. Pastor.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you don't hate Showore.
No, I don't.
Love is a strong word. So let me use the middle one, like. Have you one day reached out to Showore in person to have this discussion with him?
Yes, he didn't answer his phone. It was a few years ago. It went to his voicemail. Yeah, it went to his voicemail before he went home.
Wait,
that's a long time ago. Yeah.
Do you people even understand what Showore went through in the Nigeria government, and also fighting to recover his political party, and only got it back 3 weeks before the close of submitting of presidential candidate? And that only happened because it was extended. You people know that?
By the way, let me answer you this way.
But hold on. We went through the same process too.
Yeah. I don't understand. You get popularity. All this one, you're just personal emotional talking.
And see,
all this one, you're just personal emotional talk. You understand me?
Everybody so much votes in the last election.
I am not here for emotional.
You can say election-wise, what is his electoral word? What does he bring to the table? But if you people,
hold on. She is speaking at the moment. So
let's think of what solution. How many of us that are talking that when you look down your life, you have never make a decision that when you look back, you wouldn't have made it? And who is using it to flog you every day?
Okay, but Madam Echo, hold on.
I'm not sure they are flogging Showore about it.
Let me just say this. Let me say this and I'm done with it.
The reason I came up is this. We've discussed this same, now I remove Jonathan. Now I do this. We discussed it in 2022, 2023. And this is 2024.
Right. Yeah, let me say this. Madam Echo.
Solution.
No, hold up. Madam Echo, let me say this and I'm done, to be fair to other panelists here. See, you are very important here. That's why I'm even addressing it. People like Osita. You remember, we had to smoke Osita out. He was sly when he was doing it, right? Unlike you, Osita was duplicitous. He was artful, conniving.
My brother, I don't need to be sly to anything. I know who I support. I supported Peter Obi. I'm still supporting him, but my support is not unconditional.
Right? Okay.
Unlike you.
No.
Unlike you, your support is conditional. Maybe the reason for your support may be because he's obese from the southeast.
By the way, are you sure this is not show? I want to put on some or whatever.
Listen to me. And see somebody telling you already to withdraw his ambition. No, Pastor, no, you've had the platform as much as myself. Always asking Showore. See, the electoral value of Showore might not be that great
for a while.
But we don't need to ask him to shield his own ambition.
Who?
For Obi.
Who? Showore.
Unless he wants to. If Obi wants Showore to shield his own ambition, I think it's about time he went and met Showore. If he finds him that consequential enough.
All right. I agree.
That is what I think.
Hold on. Let me agree with you on that. Listen to what I'm saying.
Showore is an outstanding man. You can say he doesn't have a track record. And I'll tell you what someone who's been very smart or wise said. I brought my candidate, a YPP gubernatorial Edo state candidate, on the platform. Someone asked me the same thing, Tone, why can't you go and start from the bottom? Do you know what he said?
And I was marveled when he said that. Why couldn't you go and contest as a local government chairman? He said, when was the last time you saw a free and fair election being conducted in the local governments? It struck my nerve.
How? Why?
Which is an absolute truth.
What is so
my brother?
About that?
There is no election. There is no democracy within the state level, so long as local government elections are concerned. For the ones that he even managed to conduct, that is for the few states that managed to conduct local government elections, it is highly flawed. Number two is this: in most states, all they do is what?
So I can go.
Let's allow each other to talk. Jeez.
So when we ask that question, and it's good that we always reinterrogate that, because if not, a lot of people watch this and they will let it fly. There is nothing that says you need to start from the bottom.
Okay, that is
politically speaking.
But who's saying that here? I didn't say that.
There is no rule. No, there is no law. It's not part of our electoral law that you have to start from the bottom.
Hold on.
If he decides to start from the top, that is his choice. And I said this. You might say, "Oh, Sowore did this." Sowore is not perfect.
Okay,
but he is one of the consciences of the nation that we have, at least that I can witness with my eyes. A day we do no longer find Sowore in our polity, my brother, I can tell you it's not a good story. I would rather Sowore remains within the polity. He's contesting. Maybe he's not winning, but his message will remain there always, and you can never take it from him. He always.
But it's not the only one. There might be another one that will show up. Let's not just assume that only one person in the world revolves around them. You see,
exactly, and we need as much people. We need as much people. We need as much people to be in the polity as possible.
Okay, but
which one brings me back to what I said that was my sadness. Why is it that we are relying on just Obi, Atiku, Patutomi, Sule Labido, all these ancient names we know about? What are we doing?
What's wrong with them? Why is Sowore better than all those people you mentioned?
I didn't say Sowore was better.
Okay, so but hold on.
That is where the difference between you and I never said Sowore was better than them.
Hold on, please. Here's the thing.
I'm saying that he's equal to the task. He's not lesser a man than those people.
Osita, hold on. The point I'm making to you is that
the only difference with Atiku and Sowore is that Atiku has money.
He wants to be the standard by which everything is measured, and that's not true. Nobody points him out to do that. He wasn't elected to do that. That's not his job. He's supposed to pitch Nigerians for what he can contribute to the country. But to make everybody fighting one another, or to say, for example, if you were in government or you were in the PDP, you are forever you're condemned.
That is his own opinion.
Hold on. His metric, for example, if you say to him, look, Sowore, what's wrong with Peter Obi? He said, oh, he used to be in the PDP. That's his reason. Now that's stupid, right? If somebody says because if you go far back, if you weren't in PDP,
but that is not the problem. That is not Sowore's problem.
God damn it! Hold on.
No, my brother. There is nothing like God damn it. See, you and I are conversing. If you say something that is wrong, I'll interject you. I'll stop you.
Let's be civil.
Unless you start changing the time. That is not his only problem.
Okay, hold on. You see.
You meet him.
Hold on now. Let me say something. I think we are getting out of. I don't know why this is so excitable. It's a very simple conversation. Let's try to meet minds in the middle. And people have left here because of these arguments. Why are you arguing over what? You know, the Sowore is doing his own business, and he is not the president, but Tinubu is running away with it. And Sowore may not even factor in the next election that is showing up. It is just what it is. People should be allowed to speak their mind, but let's try to keep it civil. We're just four of us here. We are not running away.
All right. What I'm saying is that Sowore, I try to listen to him. I want to know why can't you, when it came down to a binary choice, good and evil, why can't you then fold up, you know you're not going to win, and then join the better team for the country? So his reason for not supporting Peter Obi, it's not saying that Peter Obi is corrupt or Peter Obi is not humble or Peter Obi. He's saying that Peter Obi is part of the old guard that he used to be in the PDP. That's his reason. Now, I say that is stupid. Now, can somebody with respect...
Pastor, you know, when a lady is here, not just because it's Mama H alone, they do have their say. Bumi does that all the time.
Of course, he doesn't take advantage of it because I'm a feminist.
Waicho, please go ahead. Don't worry about them, Waicho. Carry on.
Please. Which experience does this current president of Senegal have? Did you do local government? Abraham Troy of Burkina Faso, even though he's a military, which experience did he have? Mali, even though he's military, which experience did they have? And also Niger. They have never, none of them has hold local government according to you people's definition. But look at what Abraham Troy is doing in Burkina Faso. How many of these your so-called experienced Nigerian leaders has achieved that? How many?
Can I answer that?
I am looking forward. You see, if I have my way, I am looking forward to somebody like Ibrahim of Burkina Faso in our
someone like forefathers
to take over and root out all these rotten.
Mama Echo, I have a question for you. And
tell me forefathers will not be a better president than most of all these people.
Mama Echo, do you agree?
Wait,
do you agree? No, hold on now. I have answer my question.
Forefathers, I'm just waiting for you to declare. Just declare.
I want to ask you a question.
I'm not even.
I'm just waiting for you to declare. I don't know what you're waiting for.
Trying to find me
No, I'm just waiting for you to declare.
I'm not run one local government area. You're telling me.
What are you waiting for? Just declare, and I'll support you. You see the way I'm carrying my YPP candidate. That's what we need to be doing. We need to stop following Asian people.
Okay.
You see.
Let's let her finish, please.
Okay, I'm gone. Goodbye. I'm not gonna let you toy around with me here, you son of a bitch. Forefathers. Okay, goodbye.
Why are you cursing me now?
No. I asked you a question. You mute me. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I was asking her a question. Why are you muting me? Don't do that again.
Well, she finished. You need to stop. You can leave. Actually, you can leave.
If I leave, you're only gonna have Mama H.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's gonna be the most boring show you ever did in your life.
You know, I can have a show with 3 people watching. You have not.
Show where they hate Peter Obi because he used to be in the.
Hello.
Do you know another reason why?
Wait.
No. Do you know another reason? It should be just tell me yes or no.
Wait, now let me finish. You ask questions.
Okay.
Allow me to answer it.
Okay.
The obedient. Why did they hate PDP and APC?
And we'll let it work.
Why? If Obi has not left PDP to Labour Party and he remained in PDP, will obedient come up for him? Because I know very well we all hate PDP and APC with passion. So, if we hate PDP and APC, and Obi remain in PDP, we won't be saying this.
You're not answering my question, ma'am. That's not responsive. I'm saying Showore doesn't like Peter Obi. No, hold on. Understand my question first, so you can answer it directly. Showere's clear. His reason for not supporting Peter Obi is that he used to be in the PDP. So I'm asking you: one, is that true, or do you know another reason? But if that's the reason, do you think that's enough for him?
I know another reason. If Mama Echo cannot answer for her.
If you can answer, let us see the answer.
Hello. Apart from the obvious, he tell you and me.
Mama Echo, let me correct something again. The current president of Niger, Senegal. Sorry, sorry, Mama Echo. The current president of Senegal. You were asking whether he held office. He did. He won as a mayor of India, Ganoa area. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You need to hold office as a politician somewhere. So I just should highlight that.
The truth is this.
One of them is married to 3 wives, and people didn't know until he took office.
What about what about Tauri?
Can we let her talk now?
Can I finish? During the election, we all talked about different things in all the social media handle we all visit. We all have our own contributing factor, impact during that period.
An urgent kidney transplant for
but
and you find out
the only time a lot of people know me in this space was when I asked a big question in a white show.
Of course I will. Wait,
the question is this: does it mean that other people, what they were discussing in other political platform, we are not relevant? It was.
It's only a couple of hours show here. You're gonna take forever. You're not even coming close to answering my question. We saw that then. The question when you asked Obi a question, I was there. I'm saying Showore does not support Obi because he used to be in the PDP. Do you think that's enough reason not to support somebody? Just if you can't answer it, let Osita answer it.
Number one, I am not Showore. Did you understand?
Okay, then give it to Osita. Osita, go ahead. Mama, don't worry. Hold on. Osita, go ahead.
Let me answer you.
Yeah,
First
go
of
ahead.
all, everybody has a right to support who they want to, and not.
Osita, let me just correct myself before I go and mislead people. The guy didn't win the election that he ran for being a mayor. My apologies, Mama Hecho. Please go on.
Apology accepted. So, Showore has highlighted certain things. It's not just that there would be is part of the elite. One. Number two, Showore has an issue with conflict of interest. Why he, will be invested some of Anambra State money in a place he thought he was a major shareholder, Fidelity Bank. I'm sure P2B has clarified a lot of that. He also had an issue with Obi, sort of the Anambra State money, how will be invested certain amount of money. He has issues with that. I don't agree with him.
Okay, good. Could you hold on right there, please hold on right there.
Issues with those.
Hold on, please. You just said you don't agree with him, right? You did say that. Hold on.
I don't agree with him.
Hold on. Are you aware that Showore himself was accused as chairman of his party of having a conflict of interest, of being the candidate and then pocketing monies, right?
I've always been against Showore. I've always said, why should Showore be party chairman always and also the presidential candidate?
Okay.
I've interrogated that.
That's not even my issue. But you also know that he was accused of fraud in what do you call that?
Campaign funds. I know he has been accused of embezzling campaign funds in 2019.
Right, but we do not judge him. We don't think he's guilty of those things, right? So now you say you don't support him, and Madam H.O. could not answer a simple question. Wait a minute. Whereby
he's against for me not to have answer to your question.
People always blame Atiku for not stepping down for Obi.
Right. And he should be
people have the right to do what they want to do.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that here the youth.
Why don't you listen to Mama H.O. now? You know the rules. Let's try to keep to rules. We are grown ups. Let's self-regulate ourselves, please. You will see that when we do that, the conversation will go well. Mama H.O., go ahead.
Continue, or you want to talk?
For fun. Showore display in their website how much was raised in 2018, through 2019, and also this past one in their website. How much came in? How much went out? Then two, there were people managing the account. So money was not entering those accounts.
This is what a callous
only have signature to that account and withdraw anyhow. That's not true. The same thing that was done to Sowore, that was this when he consigned funding, that was the same thing they did to Obi concerning funding in this election. But the question I want to ask Nigeria to be fair, have you people ever asked PDP and APC and other parties how much came in and how it was spent? The answer is no. So why is it that any party or any candidate that want to try to see how we can overthrow these wicked people, those are the people you always attack after election to come and give you how much came in and how much came out? How?
Exactly. I agree with you on that.
Why are we not fighting APC and PDP? How much they will spend if they follow the guideline of INEC in their spending?
Yeah, Madam H, hold on 1 minute. Let me to agree with you. I made that point yesterday. I believe was there, right? That is not the issue though, right? Because I agree with you there. I was making that case yesterday or 2 days ago in support of Abure, whatever his name is, with the Labour Party, right? You cannot make them to come and account for you where this APC and PDP are not made to account. And I don't believe that Sowore is corrupt. I don't believe that he stole that money, right? So when he's charged with treason, now remember he's charged with treason. Imagine if Peter Obi was charged with treason. Sowore will go to hell with that, right? Because that's what he's doing. He trusts the Nigerian government when they make allegations against somebody else. Except when they make an allegation against him, then he say, "Hey, look, hold on, make a land."
All I'm saying is this: what I want you guys to take home is this: Peter Obi and Sowore don't need to collaborate. They both can exist in our politics. And Sowore not supporting Peter Obi will never stop Peter Obi from being president. If he's meant to be president. Simple.
Good luck getting him to wait.
Wait, Oga Pastor. Nnamdi Kanu was also accused of treason. But did Sowore back him up? The answer is yes.
Yes, that's right. So wait, let me.
I'm
a Sowore guy, right? Wait, listen to me now, madam. Mama, hold on 1 minute.
Sowore is the only one that goes to court for Nnamdi court hearing.
Right, he gets that right? So we take that off for him. Hold on now, Mama H.O.
Because you say he didn't shout. If it was Obi, he would have shouted it was treason.
No, but listen now, Mama
H.O. Because he hates him, because
Mama
he's people.
Forefather, you're gonna need to be able to get Mama H.O. to cooperate too, because one hand cannot clap, right? You need two hands to do this. So,
Mama H.O. when they talk, but when they talk, they let me laugh.
No, I didn't. I'm forced to. Believe me, I want to interrupt you a lot, but I'm forced to not interrupt you, right? Because we have to be nice. It's in our culture to be nice to ladies, especially one with the marbles you have. You're smart, you're fair, and we are with you. But what I don't want you to do is to copy Osita here, right? Is to be sly. We're talking about Peter Obi against the evil cabal.
I'm glad you know me very well, at least.
Yeah, Osita, please. Osita, you could communicate by the private chat with forefathers. That's what I do. Don't interrupt me to play a little game with forefathers. Here's what I'm saying to Mama Echo. Mama Echo, listen to me. We're both the same. We want to rescue the country, right? And you've done a lot. So my point I'm making is that when we are frontally combating the evil cabal, where the youth, not me, the Nigerian people chose Peter Obi in this last election, right? That's their choice. So now, people like Patu Tomi, is he better than Sowore? Yes. What's that? Aisha. If there's an election between Aisha and Sowore, who are you going to vote for? Aisha, of course, right? So all these people come down from the high horses and they're supporting one person. Not that, for example, our Baba Ahmed Dati, right? It's better than Shoro maybe by 1 million times. There's nothing wrong with Baba Ahmed, right? Shoro is not bigger than all these people. But what we want to first do is to wrestle that country back. So when we get to heat of battle, just like we're doing here, instead of us talking about all the inflation is 30-something%, $1 is. So what we're doing is choosing between Peter Obi and Showore. Why?
My brother, nobody here is trying to choose between Peter Obi and Showore. I don't know what I communicated.
Please mute Osita. Really reluctantly, I have to ask that you're muted. It's just reluctantly because I like you.
Myself.
But what I'm saying is that you're not listening, though, right? Listen to what I'm only going to make this one more point, and I have a lot of respect for Mama H.O. Except on this, she and I is clashed. You heard her when I was on the phone. I could actually hear her instead of the person I'm talking to on the phone shouting, "Mechion," right? For those who don't speak it, but that means shut up. So what I'm saying is that Showore, who's saying that he has no virtue? Showore is in the trenches fighting for Nnamdi Kanu, for example. It's a late entrance into it. It wasn't like he started from beginning supporting Nnamdi Kanu. At some point, he supported Nnamdi Kanu, and that's good. Not only him, others, journalists who, and he's been good. He's been against our fraudulent politicians. Now, he goes overboard on that. I am not quite sure that we shouldn't call him aside. Somebody who cares, hey, look, knock it off. People have rights. For example, he wrote 151 articles against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. One neutral, the rest negative. I've made the case over and over when I'm on a platform. Nobody saw good, nobody saw bad. But when it comes to judgment, he has to have some judgment. You cannot have Nigerians going to the poll to choose between Jonathan and Buhari, and you make it to where it's both are the same. They're not the same. Or Tinubu and Peter Obi, they're not the same. No matter what he says, he could never make that case to anybody. Not even his supporters, such as Osita here. Osita says, I don't agree with him. His reason for not supporting Peter Obi, I don't agree with him. Now, if you don't agree with him on that, then why are you even arguing with me? We're on the same boat, virtual and everything else. Which is that
my argument is this. Listen to the base of my argument. There is no reason. It's not compulsory.
We know the rules.
It's not consequential for Peter Obi and Showore to work together.
We know the rules.
Don't want to work together. Let's leave it. They can exist in our polity individually on their own and serve their purposes. And
we know the rules now. Let's stick to it. Mama H.O., please go ahead.
Oga Pastor.
Which one they just give every time to Mama H.O. John Abade here too. I mean, it's not.
No. After she speak, I'm expecting that Mama H.O. will be reasonable. Then John Abba will say, then she will speak.
I know she'll be reasonable. Okay. I would only worry if she goes beyond 2 minutes, but let's see. I'll check it this time.
Oga Pastor, most of the youth that will listen to us today, they don't know history. So it is what me and you are communicating to them today is the history they know. What my own is this. We spend time to say Showore is the one that removed Jonathan from power.
I'm leaving, guys.
But we are not spending time to also tell the youth the role Showore played with Sahara reporter for Jonathan to take power in the first place. That is my anger with us that discuss this issue.
Okay, let's make it a dialogue then. John, do you want to say something or should I respond to that point that you just made?
If I would say something, Pastor, good evening where you are, I believe in California, and Mama H.O. and the viewers. I think it do not even start with Sahara reporter. We should know that during the military regime of Abacha, It was a student union then in a Unilag. There are those that protest on the road. Many, he was in jail. Was in cell, whatever you guys want to call it. Many of his protesters were killed. So he's joining our struggle for democracy and exposing it's not today. But I'm not here to argue or to debate on Sore and Peter Obi. I think what Mama Ichio is saying is that give respect to whom is due. And I also understand that Pansat is making a case that the momentum is on Peter Obi's side now, and he should yield to that. That is a choice that only Seurek will make on his own. And he shouldn't be forced to. And I think actions speak louder than voice. I believe that Peter Obi message resonates with the people, but that does not take away the sacrifice and the struggles of Sowore in our politics in Nigeria. That's all I can say on that.
All right, thank you very much, John. And that was a sound submission. But Mama H.O., I have approached you for the last couple of years on this issue. I've said to you that you are presenting this thing in a form of fallacy, right? And the source of the fallacy lies not in the invalid form of inference, but in a false premise. It's a false premise, given a false choice. Show already those you're talking about. When he was active, I actually recall reading his input when the cabal behind Yaradua would not accept that he was gone and give over power to his vice president according to the constitution. And Showores and his people were for that, right? And they supported the doctrine of necessity and everything else. And he did that. But that is hardly a big deal. Who was against that? Only the cabal is against that. Every Nigerian who has any marbles, don't play these kids down. They know the history. They got apps on their phones. Unlike when we grew up, they know where to find girls with big tits and big ass and everything else. They know the history of our country because they have information on their fingertips. But what Showore wants a cookie for, it's hardly a big deal that you supported the constitution. You wanted Yaradua to give over power. He did that. That's good, right? And then when Jonathan took over, then he did what a good Nigerian should do, is to hold Jonathan accountable. Even though you supported him to come into office, you still have to hold him accountable. If he's fraudulent, you write on your pages, and he went after. Now this is bad part of it. As a history person, you have to go and look. People such as Dora Kunyili, right, who was at NAFDAC, even when she was on a hospital bed, showed other articles against her, took pictures of her going through chemotherapy and showed it on the screen of her stuff. And I was writing at that time, and I was protesting that. I said, that's unfair. You cannot do this. And it was going after Ngozi Konji-Iweala with many articles. These people have not been convicted. Madam Jonathan herself was not spared. And of course, Jonathan, who deserved to be scrutinized. All right. So Showore went overboard. Now, when James Ibori from that section of the South, because they like to whoop up on the Southerners, right? Because Southerners are full of mouth, right? They cannot do anything. They come in there, they take their oil.
Okay,
Let me land.
You started again now.
Let me land. Okay.
You really need to stop this. It's just
I'll spare your people. Okay, I'll spare your people. But
you need to stop it, man. You shouldn't be doing this.
Let me land now. I'm almost landing now. Hold on.
And this Showore issue is not even a topic of discussion. We've given it enough time.
Here's what I'm saying to Mama H.O., then I'll end it, right? Mama H.O., look, I like you, right? You're fair, you're patriot. But what I'm saying is that when James Ibori was charged with 177 counts in our country, he was found not guilty by our laws. But Showore would not accept that. He was pursuing this guy. He went to They went over there to Dubai and captured him, took him to England, to Britain, and convicted him over there in a strange land, a racist country, right?
Hello?
Where he had no jury of his peers. Showore was on this guy. So that's why when Showore is back home.
No, that's the Iborian you go to. The question I want to ask you, did Ibori loot Delta State money or not?
According to our laws, he did not.
Do we have law?
No guilty. He was got no. No, we don't. But that's what I'm saying. No. You have to go to everybody. If you cannot just go to South, it's like right now you have a Mefele. Is a Mefele the only one who stole money in that government? No.
See? This is why we will not repair Nigeria. Because when the law catch one person, what we will say is that, is it the only one?
Yes.
Yes. But the question is, if they are all stealing, if one is caught, we should thank God. We should jubilate that at least one is out of the way.
Okay, hold on. That principle is okay if you do one time. If you do one time, that's fine. But if it's systematic, whereby Buhari came in there, looted that government dry, and the only culprit you have is Emefiele, right? Hold on. And then Jonathan come in, and everybody, they looted them. Yaradua came in. The only person you're going to go catch is Ibori, right? No, that's not acceptable because this is a minority section of the country. So what you're doing is to basically jailing minorities in the country.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can we rest this topic so that we can move to something else?
If Emefiele is caught and Emefiele refuse to name all the people he stole with, who will you blame?
Buhari.
Has Emefiele come out to tell us, Nigeria, say, come on, all this money they are talking about, Buhari is aware. These are documents that he signed. Instead of saying that, they are now telling us.
No, hold on. Madam
They forged Buhari's signature.
I don't think you've thought about this. So I want you to take that from me today as a lesson when you go from here today. Listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm older than you, so I know what's been happening in that country, right? Number one, it's not the job of an accused to name who you should go after, right? It's not the job of an accused to confess. He has the right to remain silent. We know that Buhari has passed the prima facie standard, whereby he should be accused and he should go to court and prove, as they do in Nigeria. You cannot go just hold it. Remember when before this man came in, the South produced a whole chief justice. After Jonathan, they produced the president, but they produced a whole chief justice. Buhari removed him from office without going to the Senate, just like they accused him of fraud, and they removed him. That's people from the South. They're a minority. They don't have the say to be able to remember that they're being victimized, right? So they go after these minorities when they hold big office.
Now, Pansat? Are we done with all this?
I'll talk to you about this because
these are degenerated.
But I want you to fight for your people.
That's not going anywhere.
Okay, go on. I'm done with it.
Go on. Now I think we can have a break on this because there's a video I wanted to show about the state of the country in 1948. I think it would be good for people to see some of these things so that they see what Nigeria was like and what led to where we are today. So I'm just going to share this as a way of us having a break. And if other people they want to join us, they can join us. And also, I'm going to be promoting my channel so that I can get more subscribers. If you have not subscribed to my channel, True Niger, please do. Because I need the subscribers, I need people so that I can be able to do more work. Because I'm actually quite capable of doing a lot of research and digging up a lot of information.
I'm the one that shamed you into promoting your own channel. Remember,
a lot of people have been telling me for a long time. I just haven't focused on that. But I think I should be doing more of it because I think we've promoted Iroko TV. Iroko TV has gotten over 500, so I need to get mine over 500 too. So if you've not subscribed, please go there and subscribe. But if you subscribe before, don't subscribe again, because you're just going to unsubscribe. Then I will lose your followership. Because when I release video, you'll be able to see it and come and join the conversation. And this conversation, I try to keep it high quality and something that we can gain from, really gain from in our real world. All right. So I'll leave that for now and share this video. Let's see.
Mama Icho, I still love and respect you, by the way. I want you to know that.
Let me introduce it first. This is a video about how Nigeria looked before independence, 1948. So people that have never seen Nigeria during that time, you know, black and white, that's all there is. You know, this one is British people that used to have this video. So let's just use it to have a break, then discuss some of the stuff we saw from there. I'm sure Pansad will have something to say about it. And Mama Echo may also have something to say about it.
I needed no prophet to tell me my husband was a compromised man. So I left.
The challenge in Nigeria is to Britons and Africans alike. Both want Nigeria to grow into an independent nation within the British Commonwealth. What are the obstacles? Disunity, poverty, die-hard tradition, ignorance. How fast can they be overcome? How soon can Nigeria become a free nation? The British went to Nigeria in 1861 to put down traffic in slaves. Today, Nigeria is Britain's biggest protectorate, larger than France and Italy combined. It has a greater population than those of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand put together. Its people speak many different languages with hundreds of dialects, belong to different races, practice different religions. In the Muslim north, on the fringe of the Sahara, live the Hausa people, rooted in tradition, often suspicious of Western ideas. They form half the population of Nigeria. Only 50 years ago, their ancestors were ruthless slave traders, raiding and devastating the villages of their weaker neighbors in the south. Britain accepted their principle of hereditary rule. And today, in the House of Chiefs, the emirs, their rulers, meet with British officials to administer the northern provinces. In Kano, the northern capital, there are houses with electric light, telephones, and piped water. But modern ways have hardly touched the mass of people outside the cities. The cattle herders of the open plains live as their forefathers did, and the trappings of civilization are distant indeed from the pagan people of the Jos Plateau. southeast, the Igbos, farmers and smallholders, eager to learn, sometimes ready to contribute their labor free for community projects like this new road, linking together two villages. From among them, the government recruits a great many of its junior administrators. And they have a strong sense of fun. In the southwest, the Yorubas, fishermen, boatmen, farmers.
How are these people Yoruba? This man, does he know what he's talking about?
In which whole districts were devastated and their inhabitants massacred and enslaved. Now their chiefs rule peacefully with British advice. Their capital, Ibadan, is the largest Negro city in Africa. But deep in the interior, old habits and old beliefs are still strong. Distances and lack of communication sharpen the isolation of tribe from tribe and are at the bottom of Nigeria's disunity. The railways, overworked and short of rolling stock, are unable to carry all the food and produce that might be going to the port. Too much of the land is worn out. Primitive agriculture and a population growing too fast have drained the soil of life. Many a village is facing the terrible reality of soil erosion, leading to lowered standards of living, malnutrition, and disease. Contagious diseases like yours. Hookworm, often caught from infected water. Malaria, carried by mosquitoes, and epidemics of smallpox, yellow fever, typhus. Blindness, perhaps 10 times as common in Africa as in England. Sleeping sickness, spread by the tsetse fly. Leprosy, 68,000 cases treated in a year. There is disease and poverty throughout Nigeria, the unrelieved poverty of millions who eke out a bare living. Lagos, the capital, is badly overcrowded. 3 out of 5 of the dwellings in the city have been condemned as not fit to live in. People are drawn to Lagos by the hope of a better job with more money, but there are not enough jobs. The startling truth is that the population of Nigeria has doubled in 50 years of peace. There can be no solution to Nigeria's problems unless her development, both economic and social, can be made to keep pace with this rapid growth of her people. Harsh enough challenges. Are they being met? In part only. New bridges are going up. Great efforts are being made to patch up rolling stock and to keep it in repair. In England, the building of new locomotives for Nigeria is speeded up, and some are already on their way out. Mechanization has made a good beginning in the government-owned collieries in the east, and will increase output when the railways are ready to take the coal. The struggle to restore the fertility of eroded land has begun. At Minna, a dam is being built to irrigate parched soil and to supply villages with fresh water. A generation of better farmers is being built up, slowly because there are always too few instructors. But many young soldiers have come back from service in Burma and elsewhere, anxious to learn and ready to pass on their new knowledge to the people in their villages. And Africans are being taught to fight disease at once they met with a hopeless fatalism. The Sleeping Sickness Service is cutting down great areas of bush, destroying the breeding ground of the tsetse fly. Malaria is being kept down by the clearing out of mosquito swamps. Bookworm diminishes when clean water is available. Leprosy is being treated now with new drugs which hold out the promise of more cure. And the spread of knowledge is giving sufferers more confidence to come forward. The devoted work of private and missionary societies has been strengthened and extended since 1945 by a new government leprosy service. But the crying need is for more doctors, more nurses, more trained medical staff, more clinics, and more hospitals. For all these services, Nigeria needs more money. And it is only from Nigeria's own resources that the money in the end can come.
What Nigeria? What are you talking about? That so we for what kind of yeah talk is that? So we for there now. No, we are not going to remain like that. We were a lot more developed, you know. What are you talking about? That I say we for there.
The country has great resources. Exports in 1947 amounted to £37 million sterling. Timber produced £750,000 in exports. Cotton, £300,000. Palm kernels and palm oil, £9.5 million. Ground nuts for fat, £6.25 million. And this would have been far more if the railways had been able to move the stock. Cocoa, £10.5 million. And along with the privately owned industries, there is growing up a government-inspired cooperative movement. It sets out to improve the lot of the local craftsmen and smallholders. The biggest of the cooperatives protects the cocoa farmer, helps him to sell his crops in the best market and to grow better cocoa. From the taxes and duties paid by industries, the Nigerian government derives a good part of its revenue. But beyond that, the British taxpayer, through the Colonial Development Fund, is contributing £23 million to be spent in Nigeria during the next 10 years. But the strongest challenge has still to be met: ignorance and traditional mistrust or even fear of Western ideas. In the Muslim North, only 1 child in 58 gets a school education. In the South, it is 1 child in 7. There is no free education in Nigeria. It usually costs from 7pence to 1 9pence a week to send a child to school, though fees are often reduced to what parents can afford. The government has launched a scheme to provide free schools for all children, but it will take 30 years to do it. And in the bush, witch doctors and secret societies, juju, a strongly rooted belief in mysteries and spells. Good spells to protect a man and his crops, evil spells to blight his enemies. Against all that is dark and obsolete, teachers and missionaries have patiently fought. And there have been great victories for knowledge. Many Africans have risen to distinction and today occupy important posts: police officers, barristers, high court judges. At this moment, about 600 are abroad, learning to be engineers, doctors, nurses, administrators, to reinforce those already hard at work. But in both North and South, and especially in the South, there are critics who are dissatisfied with Nigeria's rate of progress. In the North, a handful of them, stimulated by books and newspapers, urge a wider acceptance of Western ideas. In the South, there are nationalist movements. The most vigorous, led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, best known as Zik, demands a half share for Africans in the government here and now, with full independence in 15 years' time. His newspapers, with the freedom that democracy gives them, bitterly criticize and seek to discredit British plans and practices. Zik has localized support in the South, but in the North, where half the people live, his following is negligible. Nevertheless, the questions he raises are important. Is Britain doing all she can as fast as she can to bring Nigeria to nationhood? Britain has set out to build Nigeria into a democratic structure. The pattern is complex. The village chief is encouraged to consult his people and to accept majority decisions. British officials, often administering large areas of the country, give counsel and guidance, hearing disputes, teaching the principles of British justice.
So are you seeing all these people surrounding the British? They are the ones, they are the elites in our country today. These type of people that are interceding on behalf of the British, they are the elites in our country today. So that people understand what I was talking about.
The emirs and chiefs, whose authority was recognized before Britain came to Nigeria, helped to run the country.
Do we have enough to have a discussion on this?
With the
I think we have enough.
service under the governor in Lagos.
It's almost done anyway, so.
Very well.
In 1946, Nigeria took a great step forward. A new constitution was adopted, setting up in North, East, and West elected houses of assembly to take decisions on regional affairs. At the same time, the Legislative Council was reformed and became a parliament for all Nigeria.
You heard it there, North, East, and West, right? Keep that in mind.
And though they are subject to the overriding power of the governor, all are able to learn and to practice the arts of government. How soon can Nigerians alone govern their country? The sharp conflict is not over the ultimate aim, but over the time it will take to achieve this aim. It will not be enough to hand over the government to an educated minority, or to return the people to the lordship of traditional rulers. All the people must be enabled to exercise theirs and as citizens. All must realize that they are part of a nation. But there are brave beginnings of a new sense of community in the experiments in cooperative effort, and most hopeful of all, in the movement for mass education that has appeared, notably in the East. The brutal fact is that at this moment, only about 1 in 30 can read and write. How soon? British and Africans, working together, may have only a generation or two to accomplish what they thought to be the work of a century. The challenge must be met in this modern age.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me on this, because it's a way of breaking up the rhythm anyway, the conversation about the other stuff. But I thought I should share this because we don't get to see 1948 how it was before independence. And I can see that their video is a little bit racist actually, because they always try to portray Africans as backward, but you can see that there are other groups there, those engineers and all those people that are actually, brilliant black people around them, but they don't show a lot of them. They show them very sparsely in that this is documentary. Or they like to show all the people on the ground walking without breasts and all the shirt and all that stuff. So what do you think about it? Let me start from Pansa, then we'll come down but let's start to keep it brief this time so that everybody will have a say, and then we can go around and just freely talk about it.
All right, thank you very much. It's it gives two feelings when we're watching what we're watching. Obviously, how tough our people had it in trying to standardize things, because it's not like the pursuit that Africans were making at the time that there was anything wrong with it. When it comes to cosmologically, what we pursue as human beings are actually vanities, right? Technology and all that is fun, that's true, if everybody wants to participate in it. It's like a game of Monopoly. If you join, you could all play a game of Monopoly. When it's all done, you fold it up. Nobody takes anything when they leave. On this planet, our people were pursuing art, happiness. They were in pursuit of happiness. They weren't trying to invent locomotives and do stuff like that. So it depends on when you taking a look at that, the picture you see. You could see nice artwork that were done, nice carvings, nice hairstyles, like you have on your avatar right there, forefathers. So there are a lot of things we're looking at simultaneously in that thing. Now, if you're looking at it in comparison of how far Oyibo had gone in technology and all that, in pursuit of the truth and all that, and they were using it against us, well, shame on them for all that. But if we let them continue, then shame on us. We know better now. We know what they've employed to colonize us. If it's just Nigeria, then we can be ashamed. But it's not only Nigeria, it's the entire African continent. That period of colonialism, it came late. It lasted very long. Africa was conquered by European imperial powers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, right? So it was mostly over. They colonized us. Let's accept that. So I don't know what you're looking at and why you're showing this. If you're showing this to show how mundane, how backward we were, fine. I'll grant you that. But remember, it was not harmonized. It was not systemized that we're going to be pursuing the same thing Oyibos are pursuing. It wasn't made consistent. It wasn't uniform. So there's no need to compare. It was normalized after that, homogenized to assimilate us into what they're pursuing. So it goes into the ethereal realm. If you want to look at it, what they're pursuing, we finally joined them in that, because it wasn't like they're going to stay in their part of the world, do whatever the hell they're doing, and then we stay in our world doing what we're doing, because we're quite happy what we're doing, which is to do the natural things that we find in our surrounding. We went out to fly to go to London or do that kind of stuff. So I still don't know why you're showing this. You might have had a debate with somebody in another platform and you came here to make your point. But if I have to look at it in the form of human development, now the way you have to, I'm going to end with this because I want others to talk so I could then know actually where you're going with this, right? So if you're going to look at it in form of human development, we're like, at that time that they saw us, we're like in infancy, a neonatal form, not even a toddler. We still haven't even gotten to childhood yet, adolescence, not to talk about adulthood. And they came to us already in at least adolescence, right? So I want you to be able to go deeper. So let me hear what John and Mama Echo have to say about it. So I actually know where you're taking this to, because what they were showing there wasn't the nobility of our elders dispensing justice, for example.
Thank
looking
you.
at how.
Try to keep it brief because.
Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Yeah, of course, they are not there to show our nobility. They are there to show us as backward as possible and make it look like they are trying to get. This is what they are still doing today. When they come to Nigeria, they always show the rubbish, never show all the great things that is also in the country. Mama Echo, please, what do you think about 1948 Nigeria?
At least when I look at it, I look at where we are coming from and how our colonial master use us to enrich themselves.
Why don't we call them British?
Wait now, let me finish. But are we not doing the same thing today? The elite, are they not doing the same thing that we are trying to condemn they did to us? The British, the colonial master, used us to enrich themselves. Are the elite and the political cabals, are they not doing the same thing today? Imagine, that reminds me, a senator came online in Channel TV telling Nigerians that yes, they steal, but they steal those money to be able to give it to us during election. And he walked away. Nothing is being done. Is that the reason they were elected or selected into power? Were they supposed to go there to steal and give us crumbs during election? Or they were supposed to go there to use our resources to develop our different states, local governments, and villages? So when we look at the colonial master, our people are recolonizing us and making us to suffer when we are not.
Well, we shouldn't be calling it this master's thing. Why do we keep doing it? Is this a sickness or something? Why do we keep calling them masters? Children are watching them and you're calling them masters.
But that was where, are we not calling them master when they were
not
to? No,
that was then.
Of now. I'm talking of the history.
But there are young people watching you right now calling British people masters.
I am not calling them master today because they are not the one colonizing us today. It is us.
They are British now. Let's call them British.
Political leaders or rulers, they are the one doing the same thing we condemned years back. I yield for
because the reason why I say that is because I always worry what we are putting in the minds of our children, because they internalize it. We are calling other people masters like they are our colonial masters when they were our colonial masters, things like that. We know what they represented. They defeated our country, they usurped power, and we know their name. They are the British. Why call them the name that they told you to call them? But Jonaba, please go ahead.
I don't know what you are trying to get out of the.
Nothing really. I just want people to tell me what they think.
Okay. My general observation when I watch it is that we have all it takes to live and to grow in our own space before they came and took over everything, pretending like they're trying to educate us and help us, and took our resources. Until today, they are doing it one way or the other. They only modernize it because of the current way as the world changes. We have everything. We are beautiful people. We are loving and kind people, and that's why we receive them. They pretend to have exchange of human service in terms of providing some health care and some education. And in that pretense, being open-minded people like we were then and up to today, to receive a stranger and treat them. There are places you go in Nigeria today that the owner of the house will leave their own bed for you to sleep, to make you comfort. It is that is how deep we receive strangers. But these people took advantage of it today. And that foundation, after destroying ours, have never been rebuilt because we have not had men and women that have a clear vision on how to lead their people to be competitive in 21st century. And that's what we are still struggling with. So when I see this, I see beautiful men and women growing in their own space before they now come and took over everything from us. And my coming here often time as much as I can. It's not that it's convenient, but to have a say. At least there's a book I read, I touch one life, but the one life that I touch a million. Hoping that the history we take, that a world that is receiving from this platform or elsewhere, as we have open conversation to educate people, to empower people, to speak to the humanity and the value that were enshrined in us, that we are not worthless ever and we will never be. We are still struggling like any other human being on earth. World is not fair, but then we have a genuine heart. We mean well. And wherever we have been, whether in America or in any part of the world, we have pursued excellence. And that is who we are. And that's what I want to leave it at.
Thank you. I really appreciate your observation of this in the video. Dexter, been a while. It looks like you've been away trying to make a lot of money for yourself. So how did you see the video? Your audio is off. Completely, I can't hear anything at all. Your movement is fine, but no audio. You may have been kind of your mic.
Let him go out and come back in.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go and come back. Let's see whether there's anything that can be done. Yeah. So my observation of the video was, it's like a country. I don't buy the video they are selling, because you can see Nnamdi Azikiwe in that video. He looked quite fine. You can look at all some of the northern leaders they showed. They look quite almost like you can see them today, but they spend most of their time showing the people that are not well dressed and all that kind of stuff. People needing help or not, because that's how they like to portray us. It doesn't mean that we are still not as we were today. And even Dr. Oga Alexander Gomez was saying earlier on that before we were not civilized, that because he saw a video, a picture of an English pub 1,000 years ago, that he was like really surprised. Like, but around that time, the Benin people were building the wall around their city. The Ijebu people were building a wall around us. The Nok culture had already existed, and they were smelting iron 5,000 years ago. So how can you say we're not civilized? It's not all Africa, all Europe that was civilized at the same time. And I think and that's one of the things we saw in the comments too. I think one Nigeria was saying, "Oh, is this what we would have been doing if Oyibo didn't come?" You see the kind of talk our people say, that that's how we would have been living if Oyibo didn't come and save us. So that is not true.
But the truth is, if they didn't come, we would have been civilized in our own unique way. And we would have been able to carry on with our cultural value, which make us a black people. But when they came in, we begin to grab here, and begin to leave behind what makes us to be unique as people. And now greediness, selfishness, wickedness has come in, even with the civilization. You know, those parents just come up to say, oh, they think about the future, the younger generation. But that's not what we are thinking about today.
That's true. See, one of the things I saw in the video too was the fact that many of these our leaders were working with them. You can see it in the video. They were working with them very closely, and by the time they left, they just say, "You know what? Take the keys." And Azikiwe was actually accurate, because he said in 1948, in 15 years, we should be free. So he was quite accurate. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the senior police officers of the British left around 1963 even. They were still, even when they handed over power to us, they still had British officials in our civilian infrastructure, and even some military infrastructure. They were still there. So they left maybe around 1963 or a little bit later. So it's very, very revealing, some of the stuff we saw there. And for me, the way they portrayed the North and the way they portrayed the Southeast wasn't portrayed very well, actually, I must say. They were not portrayed very well.
But even when they left, even when they left, they did not leave our resources alone. They did not.
No, not at all.
Today.
They still,
they instead of coming openly to collect it just when they were there, they are not coming through our people that are greedy and wicked to still collect it.
Yeah, and it's more efficient. It's more efficient. See, now they collect the items, they make it, and they sell it back to us. So in other words, we are paying them for taking our materials.
They collect it almost free of charge.
Yes.
They now refine it and bring it to us.
To buy it.
To buy it at expensive rate.
In other words, we are paying them for taking our material.
For stealing from us.
That is how bad it is. That's what makes them a genius. That makes them genius. They created a system where we pay them for using our materials. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. You have to give them that. Our mumu wear trouser. Yeah.
If not, on a serious note.
Oh my God.
How do we get crude oil from us? And not till today, we don't have refinery to refine the same crude oil for us. We bring it to them. And when it come back, we cut our people's neck by selling it. It's so painful.
You see this year, man. He said 100 years ago, the Southeast, we are still working against. I don't know what sounds all these people. Who told you that? Were you there? You see, you know, the CBD was invented in the Southeast and the Efik area and towards Cameroon. This is a writing system, one of the oldest writing systems. All these guys, I don't know, you people just think that we are just backward and you are buying what the people will tell you. Don't believe all that nonsense. Dexter, thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Your audio. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. That's good. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Dr. Damages, forefathers, Pansat, Jonaba, Mama Hecho. Yeah, nice topic. I'll try and take a different view on what we are saying. So I'll give an example. If I'm going to write an exam, in the present day and time, what you do is you look for mock exams that have been written. You look for dumps and you try and practice with those dumps. When you practice with those dumps, then you go for the exam and you're better prepared. I don't care about what was written in what that person said in the documentary, because like they say, until the lion starts writing his own story, the stories will always be in favor of the hunter, you know. So my take right now is that Africans, the black race, first of all, has disappointed itself, in all honesty, by continuously living on the back of, in quotes, the oppression of the white race, because times have moved so far on that we ought to have done something for ourselves rather than keep on looking at what somebody else did to us. As far back as 1960, the British granted Nigeria independence. First question I'll ask is, what have we done with it? The British came to India, colonized India. India is completely different today. India today is already going to overtake China and become even stronger than China in the next 20 years. The British colonized Hong Kong. The British colonized a lot of places. Some of those people picked up themselves when they got independence. They dusted themselves off. Unfortunately, this is the reality. When they went to India, the Indians didn't take the British language. They didn't take the British religion, but they took the British knowledge. But when they came to Africa, most of us, we took the British language, we dropped the science, and we took the religion. And it is one of the ways to control people is through religion and language. Once you control people's, because religion controls your emotional intelligence. Your language controls your communication. And so when we keep on spending time talking about what the British did, let me just bust the bubble of all this rubbish. During the Nigerian Civil War, Biafra, through ingenuity of people that studied chemistry, Biafra was producing crude oil on its own without foreign aid. Biafra went into manufacturing without foreign aid. In fact, it was the manufacturing capacity of Biafra that the Bulgarian Prime Minister then said, look, we don't need another Japan. Biafra did that. Now, after the Nigerian Civil War, any thinking country will say, Omo, you people were doing so much work. Come and bring this thing to Nigeria so that we can explode. But what did we do? We collected all the things that we told them, bring the things you people did. The scientists brought what they had done. and they destroyed it. They decapitated it. They erased it completely. Why are we this? Why do we come here and start talking of the British that came when the African killed himself? Biafra was created. Go and read the history books. What they were creating in Biafra. Biafra was locked up. The southeastern region was locked up for almost 2.5 years. Those guys were moving in technology. They were manufacturing things without any white. They were drilling crude oil. That is why when Shell came after the Civil War, Shell went straight to Egbema in Imo State, because Shell, you guys were producing something. Do you know that during the Civil War, that the Biafran scientists came up with an additive from palm oil that you could add to petroleum products so that your car will be running to enhance the petroleum products? They came up with that. What did we do? What did we do as Africans? What did we do as Nigeria? We destroyed it. Then we are coming here to blame the British that were coming to take resources, and that one was because they wanted to drive their economy. They wanted to drive their economy. The British that came that time, when they came, if they see something good in your place that can enhance the economy, they will take it and use it to enhance that. They will not destroy it. But what do we have in? And unfortunately, many of us have this primordial mindset. Many of us from back, we have this primordial mindset. If not be our own, make we destroy them. In Nigeria today, let somebody come up with something. I have to say, oh, this one is not from my area. Oh yeah, no, we don't want it to fly. We will kill it. They come here and be talking about British people that are trying to make, the whites are trying to make themselves better. That's why I say the black race has completely, I feel very bad. We failed ourselves. We have a lot of black Americans in America. Have they ever said, okay, let us create a government, even if it's one African country, let us do something to change this narrative? We can't continue staying like the child, the prodigal, not the prodigal son, the brother to the prodigal son that will be saying, why did you give my brother this one? Why did you give my brother? We can't feel entitled to anything when we can't help ourselves. Before the British came, there was the Arab colonization of the northern, of the whole Sahel region. Did we forget about that? We keep on looking at the British. There was the northern Arab colonization of the Sahel region. Why don't we talk about it? Why don't we speak facts about how the Sahel region was completely massacred? The whole white race from Morocco, Algeria, Sudan, the whole black race, Egypt, was completely massacred, cleansed completely, cleansed out, and repopulated. What are we talking about? There's no need for us to look. For me, the way forward for us, until we sit down, and unfortunately, you see, until we start speaking truth to power, and sometimes the truth is bitter, and sometimes the truth will hurt us. But to start speaking the truth about our history, many of us cannot even talk our own history. Our history as a country in Nigeria, cannot honestly speak about it. But we'll be talking about the British. What's my business with the bloody British? Many of us are abroad, living on the economies of the British, living on the economies of the Americans, living on the economies of the Germans. So what are we talking about? Those guys were trying to better their system. That's what they wanted to do. What have we done to better our system?
I'm trying to interject here at this thing. Let me say something that you are saying. I interjecting. I'm sorry about that. I understand where you are coming from. The mindset of a person that go through abuse and the psychological impact that go for generation cannot be undermined. I understand you are saying this, maybe you are in the western part of the world, and that is overcoming a situation in your own way. The Biafra you talk about today, they are heck of a people that I give a credit to, but they are still traumatized, those that experience it, and then wish it never take place again. It's also to listen to me. The beating down of no excuse. We should move on from there. There are other, even in America. American was colonized. British colonized America. America is a world power today. But the approach and the general focus on our resources and our people in terms of the leadership is not as it is to the other Western, which you can speak to it that it is time for us to take responsibility, and we're still struggling of our 20 years or 20-something years as a democracy that they are still interfering with. The 10 of that time you are speaking may be British or Arab to that part. Today is the whole West against Africa continent. So the notion that you come with, oh, no, we should move on from there. If moving on is easy, we have not even overcome our own cabal in our own country. Because when people put a structure and see afar to do that, it's very difficult to undo what people have put together. You said in your own word that they have used religion and languages. Those are psychological impact and take a direction, like you said, rightly said, that it control our emotions. So if you do not put those things in context and you're just saying that, oh, those things doesn't matter, we could have moved on from there, India overcome their own. There are part of India that is, Nigeria is still better than today. So I don't, and there is no country, even in America here, there are places that there is a latrine, I've seen. Latrine, like we used to see in Nigeria. So the notion that, oh, we should move on from here, everything is okay, we should take it, even our own Kaaba in our own country, we are struggling with it. Those things is not easy. It's easy to talk into it emotionally and just everything. But it's not easy like that.
But what you're saying, sir, is you've actually answered. From what you have said, you've answered yourself in a way. You see, one of my main contributions here is this.
Let me answer myself so I can understand what you mean.
Yeah, my point is this. They say people that want to emancipate themselves cannot be the same people enslaving themselves. We can't come here and be talking of, like, you are enslaving yourself, then you now start talking of another person that is enslaving you, that you want to emancipate yourself from. We have not emancipated
when
ourselves
you beat up
from
your
ourselves.
child, it's not okay for your neighbor to beat your child the way you want. You understand? So the point you are making is still in the primary issue of life. I mean, we are talking about, we can speak to the leadership of Africa or Nigeria that we are not where we're supposed to be. We should do better than this. But we are 20 years in democracy that they even give it to us that we do not recover from it. Until today, they have never stopped interfering with our ways of life. And we are trying to say that we are not that, we are a victim of circumstances. So we are victim and so what, we should move on. Then you don't understand. Maybe you are a touch not where your family comes from, that you have never experienced some personal abuse. When you say personal encounter with challenges, it's okay for you to speak to it. But we are speaking to the issue of people targeting you and your generation. The way and every approach to this colonizing is different. Every approach British to American is different. And the way people overcome it is different. Our democracy is just 20-something years in the making. And we are still struggling with it within our own cabal. You cannot dismiss, the point I'm making, you cannot dismiss the fact that we are still struggling how to overcome our distance. You cannot be robbing yourself and then speak to issues. I'm telling you categorically, if you have access to Nigerian intelligence and brief of even what we people, the leaders, struggle with, you'll be amazed.
But wait, how do we explain our looting habit? That after looting, we will bring the money here, dump it in their account, buy property with it, and use the remaining to buy their exotic car to Nigeria. Whereas in Nigeria, we have Innocent Motor and others that we are not encouraging with our money to develop. How do we explain that?
I'm going to brief on that, and I leave to do other thing, and I can join later if there's no justification for corruption or looting wherever whatsoever. But the issue we are struggling with these people is that that's why we talk about a leader with a clear vision. And I want you to know that when they come to today, the Nigerian leader, you see that some of them even cannot do a copy and paste. That's what they see and take to Nigeria and implement. It is the same struggle of self-worth. It is still struggling that money make you. It is still a struggle that what you have defines you. Whereas the real definition of who you are is what
challenging
you
insight.
It's what you create. And that is what you pass on. So that is what our leaders need to understand, that even these people, our resources is there. Our money is there. When are we going to we can talk about that in a different way, but you cannot take our psychological impact and interfering our government and how our struggle, you can't take it away. If you don't, you can say it at another person on the street, but if you encounter power and briefing and you see constantly how these people do is supposed to have, and another thing is you should understand is until you find a leader who is trying to avoid West and have no investment in the West whatsoever. Because adage in our place that if you are in a glass house, you don't throw stone. Most of their resources, they have it in abroad. That's why some of them cannot take a stand while others can do. And we can talk about that debate in another side of the corruption. And I think it also has to do with our judiciary system and lack of consistency in our currency. And that's what we are going through. We can talk about that on the other side. But we, as a people, Black nations, we still been even, I remember Colin Powell, the general, who was also a Secretary of State and led the war to Kuwait. If you read his book and he saw one of his interview, the day Obama became a president, he was in China, I think, when Obama won the presidency. He cried. He went to receive a guest in a New Jersey airport, Secretary of State in America. They told it, the ordinary person said they don't know him. Oprah Winfrey went to 3rd Street in Manhattan. You went to the shop, they see her coming. They shut the door. It is easy for us to talk about all of those things. And are you going to tell me he's a billionaire? You cannot think the Secretary of State who is a power. Obama had himself today. People, we have struggle as a Black people, and we know we are strong people, and they target, they launch everything against us. We should not underestimate that. That's all I can tell you guys.
Okay,
the
yes,
looting of our people, we can talk about it, that please, we can speak to it. Empower our people. It's a fear. Take this fear out. Let's invest in our people. Let's not take this money outside the country, and let's invest in the people. The people's country belongs to them. We can talk about that. And I think gradually things will get better, especially when we get a good judiciary system that can take action, not this yow EFCC that you guys are having at once. Say, I'm honoring this person.
So,
thank you.
What would be right for us to say, okay, we, the older generation, we've seen that all this has not helped us. How can we now, are we not supposed to begin to focus our attention on educating the younger generation that didn't internalize all this, for them to be able to make changes and help develop Africa?
That's the message. That's why you are here. That's why I'm here. And that's why it's okay to put all the view out there. And then we will not dismiss what people have been through or people are going through, but then we will continue to speak truth to the power that this thing our eyes have seen, our ear have heard. We cannot go back. Let me let the Pansat say something, and I'll rejoin you guys. Pansat, is good to see you. You look nice and look younger.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming in there, Janaba. I really appreciate your contribution.
I will be back. I'll be on the ground.
Nice one.
Nice to see you guys. Mama Ichi, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah. I wanted to show something again about like, because what this stuff is revealing is that I think we need to start getting into the deeper aspects of why we are where we are, because we can feel more we want. If we don't understand the forces we are fighting, we will not necessarily understand that, be able to deal with it. My eyes begin to be open to all this. And when your eye truly opens, you start realizing that, okay, maybe it's funny, because to me, some of the things he was saying was echoing some of it was similar. He was saying the people, not the politicians, can change the country. That the people are the ones that can change it. And I think I know where he's coming from. Because we'll talk about it later. Let me just share this. I know where he's coming from on that one. So these are the poorest countries in the world, and so that people understand that this world is not as simple as we just think. It's not random. Something is going on. It's not random. Look at the countries that are the poorest ones. You will see a pattern. Imagine, number one, hey, fellow Africans. Number two, another fellow Africans. We think it's only Nigeria that has a problem, so just watch. And number three, another African country, we are winning the award again. Africans are number straight four. This is the first. I'm not sure there is, okay, apart from a marathon that you see four African countries winning it, but let's see how far it's going to go. Mozambique, another African country. Niger, on 6th. Malawi, 7th. Liberia, 8th. Madagascar, 9th. Yemen is the first technically non-African country that has popped up there. And unfortunately for Yemen, they are the darkest this is Arab nation. But somehow they also ended up being the poorest one. But it's all right. That's okay. It's not an African country, so we'll remove that from there. Somalia, African. Sierra Leone, this is Sierra Leone, African. Chad, African. Solomon Island. If I show you what's on Solomon Island, you will see why they are very poor too. Let's see what is on Solomon Island. Who is there? People. Let's put people. Let's get who the people look like. You see them? The people that are the poorest. Okay, let's keep going. This is not in Africa. This is outside Africa. Even when you go outside Africa, the poorest people you find are
all right. You made your point. Yeah, that's artificial.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
No, but you didn't let me talk after how long I waited for a lot of people to speak. Why don't you make your presentation when I'm done?
The presentation. Let me just finish.
I haven't responded to that point that you made last time.
Let me finish this one, then you can respond. We are not running. Mali is there. Burkina Faso next. Togo, 17th. Vanuatu. If we go and check Vanuatu, we are going to see the same thing again. The same set of kind of people are the same people that are the poorest. You never see that it's this thing, white kind of people. It's always us again. Let's keep going. Zimbabwe, Zambia, Haiti, Lesotho, Guinea-Bissau, Uganda, Guinea again, Rwanda. Even Rwanda is poorer than Nigeria. Jeez, I didn't see that one coming. Sudan is there. Comoros, Papua New Guinea. This is not African country, but if we go there, we know what we are going to see again. The pattern repeats itself again and again and again. So you see, these things are not necessarily by accident. Again, Kiribati. I'm just betting that it's likely to be one of us again, but I'm not so sure. But let's see. People, I can't be too sure about this one. The name sounds a bit strange. Let's see who these people are. Okay, they're a bit dark, but you can't say this one are black people. So this one are poor people, but not technically black. They look dark, but not black. You can't call them black, really. Who is this one? No, you can't call them black. This one are a bit like Polynesians. So they popped up on the list 30. Then you get Tanzania, Timor-Leste. I can almost swear this one is definitely black. Now there's no, that name sounds too black for my this thing. I can't even tell. Let's see. Yep, I'm correct on that. Timor-Leste, as you can see, they are mixed actually. They have dark people and they have lighter people. So this one is not, I'm not going to count this one as black. They are not black. They're just small island. Timor-Leste, Ethiopia, Tome, Sao Tome. I know Sao Tome. So Tome definitely black. Zambia, Benin Republic, Senegal. Where is Nigeria even? Micronesia, Republic of Congo. Just African countries just fill that list. Cameroon. Now you begin to see Asian countries pop up. Nepal, Myanmar, Tajikistan. Now you begin to see other groups start showing up. That he had to get to 40 something before you start seeing any major nation from other groups start popping up. These are major. The other ones are just islands. These ones are major nations now that are beginning to pop up. Tuvalu Island again, Marshall Island. These are tiny. Then you get Nigeria. Nigeria pops up at number 46, one of the poorest countries in the world, which is not the poorest, but if you look at all the nations that come before Nigeria, that is not good. That is not good. All the nations that come before Nigeria. So if you keep going down, you're going to see the pattern that is mostly black African countries that populate most of that poorest 50. This is why when you are dealing with a problem like this, you don't deal with it from the point of view that it's only your country the problem is coming from. The problem is coming from far. It's a bigger problem. Why is it that we didn't see any European countries, in short, any white country among this top 40?
Because they are good wealth creators. That's why you don't see them there.
All of them?
Yes, because any country you don't see there is because they are wealth creators. It's like people that have been given £1,000 and you come back to them after 10 years. Some of them would have spent all the money. Some of them would have multiplied the money. Let's not try and say it's because in Africa, we have not created collective wealth. We have not created institutional wealth. What we create is individual wealth. One person becomes wealthy above every other person. But in the West, what they create is institutional wealth, a system whereby you have a healthy, growing middle class. The other people that want to struggle would get to the top.
Hold on. So in other words, you are saying inherently black people have a problem.
Not like inherently black people have a problem, but we have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. That is the truth.
But when that's what you mean now, that we don't know how to create wealth. Black people don't know how to create wealth. We know how black people know how to create wealth. You have very wealthy black people in the world, but I'm saying institutional wealth. So the problem we have is governance. The system of governance in Africa does not allow us to create institutional wealth. That is why our states are not considered to be wealthy. If you even look at the African states that are considered to be wealthy, many of them had, like South Africa, was largely built by the whites before they left. Then you look at places like Egypt and all those other places. The places that are considered to be wealthy, if you look at it, there was a time that people that knew how to create institutional wealth passed through that system and they're just feeding off it. Big example is South Africa. Ever since the whites left leadership in South Africa has been killing itself. The energy system for the last 3 years have been horrible. So the point is, there are some people that you hand something over to, they will grow it for you. They will increase it for you. There are some other set of people that you hand the same business to, they will run it to the ground. Example, Nigeria had NAFCON. NAFCON was supposed to be able to supply fertilizer to the whole of West Africa. NAFCON was run to the ground by Nigerians, the Isoko family. They ran NAFCON to the ground. Nigeria had this Housecon in Akwa Ibom for smelting aluminium. They're supposed to provide aluminium to the whole West African region. We ran it to the ground. We ran it. Nigeria had refinery. We ran it. Doesn't that tell you something? Look, if you make a mistake 10 times and you still go and be repeating the same strategy, you are a foolish person. Okay,
we keep on running things that should create institutional wealth. We run it to the ground.
But But how can that explain it for literally
Godfather,
1 billion people?
Godfather, before you run, let Pastor say something, because he was about saying something. You said when you finish this chat, you will allow him.
I'm glad you noticed it, because that's exactly why Africans don't have
You see that?
right?
You see all these
You
fighters
see,
for justice, all these justice
you
fighters.
see why?
Okay,
Why?
please go ahead, Pastor.
Why? There's not much to talk about this topic, right? That's
Oh
what
my.
I'm gonna say. That part of the reason when you're talking about poverty, you're talking about impecuniousness, impoverished, penniless, that kind of poverty. But we're rich in so many ways that matter. This is all artificial, what you're showing, and you're amusing and laughing, and I guess you're laughing at us, Africans, right? But let me tell you something. It's a new phenomenon. 400 years old, 500. In the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Africa, the richest man in the world, they say, is Mansa Musa. He was in charge of the Mali Empire and stuff like that. But, I mean, you go to those pyramids, that when you go over there with your mouth, agape, and all those Arabs with their stinky mouths, agape at those pyramids. Who do you think built those pyramids? Do you know what those are? Okay, then you're going to have to figure it out, because it was built a long time ago, before you have planes. That's on African soil. If you go next door, they have more pyramids than Egypt itself. So those Arabs sitting there is the same thing they did in Israel. That's why Israel is whooping their ass every day now, trying to get their lands back. It's just Africans, we don't talk like that, and we don't act that way. You go and you take over a civilization that you know nothing about. Take over people's capitals. It's like what they're doing to us in Nigeria now, trying to drive away the indigenous people there with their people there. All right. So in that Egypt, when you go there and see, open our ancestors, you open those caskets that were immortalized, and they're opening them and selling it to Europeans with gold, right? With things they can't even do today. Unless you want to say Egypt, which is an African soil, it's not African. You're basing African on color or how much money somebody has. If somebody's poor, they're Africans. If they're rich, if the culture is rich, it's not African. That's shameful. That's what British people, including Charles Darwin and all the nonsense is talking about. It's not true. The new phenomenon is what you're looking at, right? Because we lost respect. Respect is sacrosanct in any relationship. So in today's day and age, if you have no respect, well, somebody have high regard for you, approbation, estimation, they're going to treat you anyhow, especially when you give up all your mandates to a few corrupt leaders. Then they're able to come in there and really suck it to us, right? But still, we've got rhythm. When you see an African, I don't care who else is there. If it's Oyibo or if Chinese that have no rhythm, the African, no matter what it looks like, is still the man, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? When you really come to think about it, and you want to know that all this stuff we are going to. I'm hearing some noise here when I'm trying to wrap up here. I know that I had to put up with you guys not recognizing me here for a long time, but can I have a peaceful moment here to land? So what I'm saying is that you could be there laughing, forefathers, and saying Africans, they don't have money here. It's all nonsense in the scheme of things, right? So we've got the resources now. Even if we get the leaders, such as myself, that will come in there today and tell those Dex, I think it's you that noise is coming from. Those
let me mute myself. Sorry.
Embassies to pack up their shit and get the hell out. If we need them, we're gonna call them on the phone. The embassy is supposed to be, when you don't have teleconference, they're not supposed to be there gossiping every day, picking our leaders, setting prices for our stuff, right? So how are you going to get money? How are you going to get rich? If somebody's going to set the prices for your goods and your services, they're going to set the price for you. So when it comes to election, they're going to help pick the worst. We had an election here in 2023 where we had the best candidate any country has ever produced. That's Peter Obi. Better than Obama, for example. That's one of America's best here. Better than Clinton, better than Trump even. Peter Obi is a humble man. He knows his stuff. When you get a leader like that, In a decade, that country is going to change. It will be a change. So
Okay,
if
thank you.
if you let them pick these leaders and set prices, now John is not here, so I'm not going to talk behind his back, because normally when I get Northern Muslims come on the platform, I like to give them a message to take back to their
Thank
people.
you, Pansa.
Hold on, could I land? Could I land here? Let me land.
Can we try to land?
Yeah, let me land.
Time?
Yeah, I will. Because what it is that this kind of topic is what we need to talk about, right? Because we should then be Africans. Because I don't see how you be an African and you watch that. You see what Oyibo did to us. And your blood doesn't boil. And what you're going to do is go to our secondary schools and pick up our girls, right? Or chase our farmers. Where you have people that did something like that to us. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not ashamed of yourself. You want to be an African. Good. Let's all be Africans, but we're not going to do it by going to our girls that did everything to go to school. They went into a secondary school dormitory. They want to take an exam. What kind of monster is going to go over there and pick them up? Up till today. How? Or we say there's no food. You have our farmers go to the farm. If you are educated enough to know what you're showing here, that's what I said. Somebody here suggested we have to educate these people. Do you know that we have enemies that did so and so to our ancestors, to our forefathers, and they're still here picking our leaders and setting our prices? Your problem is the Yoruba man or the Fulani man or the Igbo man, right? Your problem. Now, I could see you having a problem with the others, but what about the Igbos? Well, how could you even have a problem with the Igbos? You're going to be out of your mind. The only people who are willing to fight, because that's you, that independence that you're sitting there talking nonsense about, that drove the white guy away, and they went all over the country because they believe it's our country. Nationalists, that to you, they're not Nigerians. So I'm saying to you, as you put up this video, I'm going to land with this, because you cannot be doing this moral equivalence. It's not all of us doing it. Nigeria is bad today. It's not all of us. It's not all the tribes. There are tribes with local problems. There are tribes that sell drugs, probably, or there are tribes that do local kidnapping. But there are tribes that go and kill like 500 of our fellow citizens. There are tribes that don't want to believe in democracy. Even they feel that they're fighting Western education. So you cannot come in here painting with one brush, right? That is everybody doing it. No, it's not. We'll go out there, we have an election. You have a set of people that don't want the people to pick their leaders. So you're going to get somebody like Tinubu in office. We have to shame them out of here. But if shaming doesn't do, we have to pick up arms and go to war.
Can we wrap
how
this
do you
up?
watch that then? Are you don't get upset and you're talking nonsense about, can you wrap this up? So why bring it up if you don't want to talk about it?
You want to go on forever? Come on, be reasonable.
Go to hell. Nonsense.
Jesus Christ. What is wrong with our people? This is where we are. They can't even hold a conversation without starting a fight. Jesus Christ. Mama Hicho, please go ahead.
Let Olumide take over first.
Yeah, Olumide, have you got anything to add to this? Your positioning, I'm not so sure.
Is it about the poverty?
Yeah, the poverty list. I wanted to even show the rich list to show how things are for the rest of the world. But yes.
Mama Icho, good evening. Dexter, hold on. But the only thing that I really don't agree with is the fact that we shouldn't even be comparing ourselves, and we shouldn't be having a feel good moment that that there are others that are worse than us. We should be comparing ourselves with the best. Japan is the 4th largest economy in the world. I don't know how many times I've said that. They don't have oil. They don't have any mineral resources they are exporting to the world. They are only exporting technology, brain, development, production, cars. We know everything that comes from Japan. You understand? Japan has they have a US base United States base in their country, it doesn't stop them from being an excellent country, a country where is the envy of the world. South Korea has US base in their country for how many years now? Germany has US base after the Second World War. So all these things are just excuses about colonialism. See, we are our own worst enemy. Yaya Bello that stole 84 billion naira. Is it the West? Is it the white people that told him to steal it, or is it the white people that stole the money? Huh? All this billion, all of them, all this mismanagement. Is it the white? We should stop blaming the white. And see, every country that is negotiating with every other country will always want the best for their country. You understand? But at least, even if a country is you are relating with a country, and the terms between the country are not balanced, maybe one country is benefiting more from one country. But the little that we are getting from the other countries, what are you doing with it? Even if the white man is cheating us, the money that we are even getting, or the wealth we are getting from what we have, what are we doing with it? We are stealing it. We are stealing it. We need to tell ourselves the truth that what we are doing to ourselves. I mean, the blacks in the US, they fought for emancipation, and look at where we are supposed to be a free black nation, not descendant of slaves, or the blacks in America should be the ones saying that, but they're doing a lot better than a country, a free black country.
What is the point you are trying to make?
So what I'm trying to say now is that we are our own problems. We are the root cause of our own problems. If we are poor today, we are one of the poorest countries in the world. It is because we have not used our resources very well to our own benefit. We are blessed with so many resources, but we have not used it. We don't have honest leaders. We can't even hold a free and fair election. When people rig the election, the only thing they have in mind is to come and steal. That's all. They don't want to use the money to help the people. Okay. And they want to borrow. Nobody's going to borrow their money. They want to go and dip inside pension fund. Let us compare ourselves with the top 4 or 5 countries in the world. What are they doing right? What are we doing wrong? To Dexter's point, institutional wealth. It's not just about money. Institutional wealth, you build on legacies. How do you build institutional? You build on legacies. We don't want a chairman of a government agency that is supposed to look into corrupt acts of government officials coming to tell us on TV how many millions or billions somebody has stolen. Go to court and prosecute with your evidence. Prosecute the case and get a conviction. When you got to the conviction, come and give us story. Come and give us story on TV. It's all bullshit, BS. They do it all the time, right from the time of Obasanjo era. You know. So this is. I mean, we're not serious. We're not serious, and we know what they're doing. They're not serious. That's why they won't allow that person who truly wants to fix the country, whether it's Showore, whether it's Peter Obio, people they know that are honest, that want to fix the country, they will rig them out of power from local government level to state governor level. They will make sure that all the 30 chairman of the local governments in their state is inside their pocket, so that when they allocate resources, those chairmen, they will just give them what they want to give them. They won't talk. Oh, you know, I put you there. Because all these things are supposed to be checks and balances.
Olumide, don't you think that we should, be making more concise points? We all know about all these anecdotal cases of corrupt practices.
So,
maybe we should be trying to deal with the issue.
I want you to use your pulpit power, your megaphone. Like I always tell Niger Watch and all the rest use your megaphone to make sure, put pressure on the government to allow the people choose their leaders. And the election is coming up, allow the people, don't rig. PDP don't rig. APC don't if you rig, what happens in Rivers will happen. The governor will come and say that I want 50% of all the resources coming to me. You understand? The people
Okay.
can.
But you have to drift towards the actual topic. We've talked about these other things almost every week. The issue is about how is it that 40 to 50 black nations on the face of the earth are some of the poorest on the face
The
of the
reason is
earth.
because if you go to those countries, if you go to those countries, they are corrupt countries. Forget it, they are corrupt countries. All those countries you listed there, I have some of them as well. Philippines is a shithole country.
So are you saying that black people are more corrupt than other people?
Namibia, majority of the black African nations are corrupt. That's just the truth.
Well, are you saying that we are more corrupt than other people? Because that would be revealing if you are saying that.
See, corruption is everywhere, forefathers. But it's just like for instance they will compare crimes. You understand? In the Western world, in the US, every day we hear about crimes. People die of gun violence in the US. Maybe some cities more than some cities, some states, Chicago. We know, but there's a higher likelihood that these people, more than 80 to 90% of these cases will be prosecuted. They are cold cases, you understand? But some of the cold cases we have in Nigeria, number one, is too alarming. It's too high. These police people don't even make any effort. Before they investigate again, they will tell people who are grieving to bring money before they do their job, to be bribed. Before they do their job. You understand? They don't solve cases. There's no way to properly investigate and
you are making the same anecdotal cases again.
Like what?
Just make your point, make your judgment based on your analysis.
What I'm saying is that majority of these countries you've highlighted are corrupt countries.
Are you saying that black people are more corrupt than other people?
I would say our countries, our institutions in our various countries are very weak. Because number one, that black person that will want to have a corrupt tendency because of that corrupt institution in their country may go to US or UK or wherever and behave very well because he knows the institutions there are responsible. So our institutions are weak. Our country, our government agencies, our government institutions, our laws, our constitution are very weak. So maybe in that climb, the corrupt. I'm sorry to say.
So we are more corrupt people than other people.
Are you talking about our country?
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Are you saying that we cannot build institutions that can reduce corruption?
We can
as black people in general.
We can build institutions. Why not?
Then what is your point? I'm trying to get to your judgment based on that data.
That I'm saying that if we want to build strong institutions, you understand, we need to be honest. We need to start from the basics. Our elections are corrupt. You understand?
Back to this one again. We know our elections are corrupt, but I'm talking about regarding because I'm trying to get you to perceive something that you don't seem to want to understand. We are looking at, it's not only Nigeria. 40 to 50 black nations on the face of the earth are relatively quite poor, almost have nothing compared to
others. Forefather, we are not supposed to be on that list.
But
when we think of all that God has endowed us with, we are not supposed to be on that list. So for us to be on that list is a shame.
Yeah.
But when you not talk about the corruption of Nigeria, the leaders are corrupt. Majority of the population also support this corruption. And we do not have a system that is not corrupt to deal with the problem. So the institutions are corrupt. And if they now want to go, they now do selective approach. Where if you are in APC, your sins of corruption is forgiven. So that is the problem. And that is why it is difficult to fight corruption.
So
And
then
when you know one person, you will not hear Nigeria say, now
to Mama Encho's point, see, forefathers, you can't see, to be honest, you see, you can't build nothing, you can't build something on nothing. Every time we had an opportunity to reset that country, we bungled it. When Mahmoud did the 2023 election,
we know about that now.
Listen,
let's not do an example and an anecdotal story again. Let's deal with the issue. But we are just going round and round. We don't want to, because we have to use our time efficiently. Maybe that's part of our problem. We spend a lot of time circling instead of getting to the core of the problem.
So Fafada, see, as far as I'm concerned, I want to tackle the issue from the root cause. You understand? If we all came together and said we don't want any election, let us pick leaders.
How did we end up in election again?
Listen, wait. Let us see.
You see what I'm dealing with here?
I'm sorry. There's no other way for me to say it. I will always link it back because you have determined that you are supporting a country or an institution or a system that has determined that we will continue to fool the people and pretend vote 400 billion naira every 4 years for election. At the end of the day, we will decide who we want to protect our interests and not the interests of the people. That is why we will remain poor, whether you like it or not. That is my own.
I wish that's what I was doing. It means our problem is so little.
Okay, I wish I had an answer for you, forefathers. That's my answer. I wish I had the answer that you wanted to hear.
Let me say,
forefathers.
Let me say what I think. You see, let me use a story. When you had, you had Joseph, and then you had Esau. Okay, one was a hunter. It goes into the Jacob and Esau. One was a hunter. He goes into the bush. He kills the animal. He brings it. He enjoys it. He eats it. That's what it is. That's typical of Africa. You had Jacob who could tend, who could get some sheep, keep it, rear it, grow them over time. Okay, grow them over time. They will multiply. He did not have the rough skills of Esau to go and do hunting and all that, but he knew how to grow wealth. The difference is that the people that are like Jacob will grow wealth that will supersede their generation. The people like Esau would be wealthy in his own time, but it will not go down the line. The typical African, there's something about the way your culture is and the way your environment is. It shapes the kind of person you become. Example, in the Western world, if they did not learn how to create institutional wealth, they would have perished by today. Typical example is Norway. Norway used to be, after the Second World War, Norway was still considered to be one of the poorest nations in the world. But what happened to Norway? The moment they hit oil, Norway was so afraid of, we go back to poverty. So what did Norway do? They set up a sovereign wealth fund. Right now, I think every citizen in Norway can get $250,000 from that sovereign wealth fund. They built institutional wealth. The climate alone made them realize that, look, if we don't do something, we will not exist again. In Africa.
Dexter, just to support what you said. See, this is because Norway and other countries that are similar to Norway have determined in their hearts to be honest with themselves and their citizens regarding every penny that they spend. In Nigeria, somebody will say $10,000. They will say, how much now? Waiting. In Norway, that 10,000 can bring eternal shame and disgrace to that man's family.
That's true.
That's what we are telling for fathers.
That is. I think one of the solutions to Nigeria, I will take a cue from Rotimi Amechi. As much as I know, I don't like him. I don't like his politics. But there's something that he said that is very true. He says, until the citizens of Nigeria realize that the resources belong to them, not to all these wealthy people, and take up stones and stone these politicians, Nigeria, the politicians will continue doing the same thing until we, the citizens, this will forget about who you are saying is your leader, all those councillors, until we, the citizens, pick up stones and start hauling at these people, these politicians. After all, he said it now. Somebody will steal billion. Nobody will. You know, to me, Amechi said it now before the last election. He said somebody will steal billions. Nothing will happen. That people are telling him to come and talk. He said, why will he talk? When he knows that if he talk now, his talking will only lead to his death. There will be no consequences. The same citizens will start giving excuse. The same citizens, some of us here,
it's the same
will come
thing
and even be giving
Tommy
excuse.
said too. But Tommy was saying the same thing this week. Let's allow that to contribute. He's one of the this thing that comes to Niger. This is a to Niger this is the channel guy. So that welcome. Thank you for joining us. You are not following the rules of Dr. Damage.
I will not be too long. I will not be too long. I just came in to pass some new information. But hold on. I agree with this guy that just finished speaking just now, because he highlighted it in terms of institutions and building institutions that work. So I agree with him as well, because it's because of those institutions that a lot of African leaders and even leaders from all around the world who gain money from corrupt means can launder their money into the West, because they have a means and they've built institutions. They built institutions in place, stable institutions, so that these people can wash their money and keep it in the West while Africa loses as well. So you are right in that sense. They have built strong institutions. I mean, your analogy of Jacob and Esau, yes, people are starting to see it now and all that stuff, because if somebody is able to multiply and preserve all that, that's environmental. You hit on that as well. The reason we were in is definitely circumstantial, environmental, but we can go all into that. But ultimately, it all culminates into somewhat the resources in Africa. There's a system that has been built around in which the resources in Africa can be attained for cheap, the labor in Africa can be attained for cheap, and the services in Africa can be attained for cheap. There's a system around the world that's built around this and all that stuff. And that's why in my own channel, a separate channel, I've been breaking down this video that talks about it to Niger. If you open the link, you will see it talks about geopolitical. I think this will be very, very enlightening. And I know to Niger, you're very good at wrapping all this information into one perspective. I've been enjoying watching you dealing with these people, dealing with your people. I've been enjoying. You're a comedian. You're quite a comedian sometimes. So
I'm just asking questions now.
Yeah. I've been enjoying it. I don't participate because it's Nigeria, but even if it's Nigeria, I still watch because it's just funny to watch the situation. But listen, that video I sent, that will answer your question exactly. It goes into talking about how our labor, our services and resources are now attainable for cheap as well. I was working with a Nigerian Yoruba fellow of mine who we work together. We both do the same job. You understand? We both do the same job. He's based in Nigeria, but he's complaining that I told him, but I'm the junior engineer here. You understand what I mean? And he's complaining about you're getting paid more than me. Why? But we're doing the same job. You understand what I mean? I say, well, I'm not gonna give up where the competition is hot at and all that stuff. So I will stick where yeah. So geographically, the world has been divided in which the resource producing countries are losing out in terms of what they produce, their output. You understand me? They're losing out. That's why it's tough for them to get paid.
That Vader, I quite see where you're coming from, but the problem is that a large portion of that blame is ours as the people for not even using the little we are getting for our own advantage, for ourselves. Just stealing it.
So let's agree that the blame is also on ourselves, but let's dive deeper.
Portion of the blame is ours.
Yes, but let's dive deeper into the inner workings of these things, so that when the time comes to adhere, we know the points and where we must address and how we must talk to our leaders. Because you have to understand the system that is creating all this corruption and all this mess in order to address it directly. Otherwise, you just say, we blame you, we blame you, we blame you, we blame you, but you don't know what you're blaming them for. You're just reacting. You see? So
that is my whole point of bringing this up, because we seem to complain with a passion. We seem to see the problem. We understand, we see it, but we can't somehow change it because there's parts that are missing to be able to change things.
We don't understand that. It's like Jude. It's like listening to Jude. He will say the problem being felt, but he cannot explain why the problem is happening. And that's why Tunaja and Dr. Damage, if you guys go through that video, I think it's a great video to
yeah, I will play a little bit of it.
You understand? If you're gonna play the part how somebody working in Nigeria and somebody working in Africa, we're doing the same job, but somehow the other one in the West is getting paid more than the. Why is that the case? And that part is in 820 in that video. 820.
So that's earlier in the video, the link that you sent, 820. 820 the timeline.
Yeah, 820 to 10 to 11 or 1. So hold on. I think it's 820 to 11:01. So wait, yeah, 820 to 11:06. Yeah, around 11, around that time. So it's like 10 minutes. A clip of that for just 10 minutes that highlights that little bit. So, but the video is so long that I'm taking multiple parts to kind of break it down.
Yeah, I will. If we have time, I will try to highlight that too. There's quite a lot to go through if we wanted to really go through these things. That's why I wanted them. Didn't want too many stories behind any point. So we'll get to the core of these things. And if we try that, you find that we get somewhere with this conversation.
Somewhere. The conversation will get somewhere, and then it's also new information to different people how they can approach it as well. Or it's not even new information, something they know, but it's just been articulated differently, like put down into pieces as well. So that channel is good, my guy. That channel is good. Subscribe into it, and you will definitely like it and all that stuff.
Thank you.
As for me, I don't want to break any more rules, so I'll step back and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
don't mind all these enemies of progress in the chat, haters. They're always hating. Don't bite them. All right, next time then.
Next time.
Yeah, Mama H.O., I don't know whether you want to add something before I share this.
Yes. The question is, how are we going to reach out to our leaders to stop looting? And also to let them know that if looting is even in their DNA, they should loot, but use it to create opportunity in Nigeria so that we can be able to create employment for our people. Then too, most of these leaders, they cannot even complete this their looting without us that are complaining, helping them to complete the process. So how do we ourselves now have to educate ourselves to say no to this? Because we can't just blame only the leader. Some of the citizens are part of it. And when we look at the situation of Nigeria, minimum wage is 30,000 in this economy. So I want to ask, how are they surviving if they are not participating in corruption? So all of us is the problem of our country. And it is all of us that will make a deliberate effort to say no. If we must build a better Nigeria for our children and our born children, we just have to stop this. Just like you say, is there corruption everywhere? Yes, of course. But does the West loot and come and deposit it in our country?
No.
Do they loot and come and use it to buy property in our country?
Nope.
So,
You see, that's at the core of our problem. Now, most of our wealth goes overseas because if somebody steals money in your country and they spend it there, it's somebody they are going to pay it to, and that person will take the money and put it inside the economy, and the economy will rotate. But when they take it overseas, that's when the people starve. The damage those people have done to our country, and it's our people that are doing it to. Our people that are the ones doing it and making sure this thing remain in place. Let me just share this stuff to show you, you how things bad for us.
And the thing is this: they can open their border wide to loot as much as possible. But have you been able to try to take 10,000 out of wherever?
Yeah. You have to make sure they will know exactly where that money is going to.
Okay.
And they don't play around. They don't play around with that.
So that is why our black mentality needs to be checked.
Yeah.
When you are bringing in the money, they allow you. When you want to take it out, they not ask you to declare if you are taking more than this out. So you see.
Let me share this with them so that they can see what is happening with this data. So about these are the richest countries in the world. Somebody wanted me to share how the wealth has changed hand since the 80s. That Nigeria would have been good, but I don't think I wasn't able to go back to the 80s. I think I can find up to 2000. But clearly, we know this list now. These are all the Igbo countries that will have be at the top. Then the ones, the poorest black nations are often at the bottom. But if you look at the change that has occurred in the last 24 years or so, has been like the Chinese have risen up the rank, the Indians have risen up, many of these other countries have risen up the rank, but African countries, I don't think most of them, they are just still languishing at the bottom. This, for me, is the more disturbing list. This list is very disturbing for me. This is a share of global wealth. The share of global wealth in terms of percentage. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 countries. 12 countries own 81%, basically 82% of the wealth of the entire world. And not one African country is there. Not one, even. So this is why, when I say what I'm saying, so that our people understand the forces that we are
and Nigeria was supposed to be there if we use our resources well. We are supposed to be there if we are not looting even the money out and give it to them.
Unbelievable. I didn't know Spain was this rich. Spain is quite rich. I didn't know Spain was going to show up there.
The question is this. I want to ask a question. How much does US, UK spend in buying vehicle for their politicians?
Oh, they all buy it in their country. They are not losing anything. They buy it and it goes back to, and they buy American-made cars. It goes back to.
I am not talking of the presidents. So I am talking of the senators.
Oh, I think those ones buy their own vehicles.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know.
How much do they pay even their governors for domestic allowance after retirement and all this? How much? Do they build houses for them after 4 years? Did they change their cars?
Yeah.
Yet, these are the areas we spend money on as a country.
It's painful. It's painful to watch.
Want to compare. When it suits us, we will use America as an example. And we practice democracy as in the US. And yes, citizens are not angry about this.
Mama Hecho, good evening, ma.
My dear, good evening.
Good evening, forefathers.
Welcome. Long time.
You know, this question you're asking, Mama Hechu, I think I asked that question what's this guy, Niger Watch? Because you the same question. No, American distant don't buy cars for their senators. Okay. They don't buy anything, they just get paid.
Okay.
Even the presidents have, you know, they have their own presidential car, president. And guess what? It's American. It's American. It's what is it, GMC or whatever? It's American car.
Even
they don't use any
in the White House,
presidential
car. President not using their money to feed themselves.
Yes, I remember.
In the White House.
Yes, I remember when what's the name? Bush handed over to Obama. The first thing he said to Obama, watch out that is it Bush or Obama handed over to Biden? Watch out the grocery bill. That's he said, watch out for your grocery bill. They pay for their own grocery. Nothing is free. They pay their
yes, in Nigeria, they collect all salary, all different allowances, clothes allowance, newspaper allowance, all this.
Yeah. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria is man-made, honestly speaking. And again, I will say that, you know, forefathers, you're gonna disagree with me. We are not going nowhere. Nigeria is not gonna get better. Whether we like it or not, it's not going to get better. It's going to continue getting worse, getting worse, getting worse. You know, I've been listening on and off in the morning. First of all, I heard when they discuss about the Hajj. And I listened to Aisha Yusuf, and she narrated it very well. She's a Muslim. She's a core Muslim. I learned a lot from her when she explained that. She said that is the least. If you have money, you go. But not in a situation where the country is suffering, not in a situation where people don't have money to feed themselves. You know what 90 billion we do if you pump that into economy. Imagine.
And it is not the poor people they use that money to sponsor to Hajj. It is those who you are already
90 billion.
90 billion. 90 billion. It doesn't happen. You know, in this country, they don't do it. You know, 90 billion. We are talking about insecurity. We are talking about we don't have electricity. We are talking about we don't have good roads. We are talking about we don't even have healthcare. Our education system, nothing. You know what 90 billion we do if we pump that into economy?
We are spending 60 billion on student loans.
Even use it to remove children from the streets.
Now, wow. And you know, the interesting thing is that we keep doing the same thing, expecting a miracle to happen. Miracle is not going to happen. Is this Masker?
Yes.
Oh, Masker, good evening. You know, so it just, we are heading nowhere, unfortunately. Nigeria is not going to.
Hi, Ify, how are you?
Hi, my brother. How are you, sir? Good evening. Long time.
I'm fine. You know? Good evening, Mama Echo.
My beloved, good evening, sir.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
This reminds me, Ify. Paul told us a very fantastical story of his experience with you. I must say that was a great gesture that he did for him. If peradventure I show up, you better not leave money around me because all bets are off. I tell you that now. But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I really admire, I appreciate that kind of gesture. You know, it shows you we are all closer than we like to think. So yeah, I don't want to take away from the discussion. So yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. Honestly speaking, I'm just tired of discussing Nigeria issues because, I mean, we're not seeing any progress. It's just like the more you talk about it, the more issues is, you know, every day you wake up, it's just like, what is going to happen? Boom, they will drop the bullet for you. You'll be like, okay, this is it again. Look at what is happening in Rivers. I mean, I just don't understand. It's like Wike is a thug now, terrorizing the River State people. And they're not doing anything. They all just sit back and just, I mean, I just don't get it. I live in the state of Georgia. Sometime the former governor came back to contest again. They were like, no, you've had your 8 years. No, you're not gonna win. You know, they just got him out. He didn't even win the primary. Okay, the former this county, the former city of Atlanta Mayor Reed, came back again to contest. They said, he didn't even win the primary. So I just don't understand how one person can terrorize a whole state. And you look at grown men, grown fathers and mothers of somebody's parents. They are singing behind him. Are you serious? They're talking about 3 billion that Wike cannot even account for. And people are there clapping for him.
If you look at what they are fighting for, is scraps. Most of the wealth is already taken by just about 10 countries. And Singapore is not even on this list. Do you know Singapore exports more than all black African countries put together? It doesn't even make it to this list. That is how little what we are fighting for is.
I think Singapore, they have their passport is number 1, if I'm not mistaken now.
Oh, yeah.
Singaporean passport, followed by, I think, Japan or so. So, you see, let me tell you something. We are not yet serious to, get our country back. And we will never. As far as we continue to have these people in power, the same people in power, we are not going to have any changes. I've been listening on and off, even when this idiot, excuse my language, idiot came over here and harassed all you guys. I've been listening. I was at work. We're not going to get anything in Nigeria. I just feel sorry because every day you wake up, it's just long test. My sister, my cousin, we cannot eat. Just you alone. I don't know what, but this 90 billion of a thing, that is just, I couldn't even comprehend.
Did you not see how much they want to use to marry 100?
My dear. Eh?
Yeah.
The one that said he's gonna donate clay pot and white or whatever.
I don't know. I think Masca will probably explain some of all these things.
It's not funny, it's painful. The painful thing is that the so-called girls, they don't have skill.
Nothing.
They don't have education. And the men you want to marry them to, it's not the rich, the rich men's sons. So it is another set of poor men. And then they will not come back to give birth to children that will still end up on the streets. You see, we've known the problem. My question is this. How do we get out? What do we need to do to get out? Have we, those of us that are in diaspora, have we have time to sit down with the Minister of Diaspora to say, you know what, since we contribute so much, this is what we want, and probably select some of us to go and meet with the president.
Which president? Meet with who? Meet with who? And then look at what you're saying, Mama Hecho. It is never possible, and it can never be possible.
So Father, did you see what Ife just talked about now? That she was talking about the Georgia situation. See, when you have chosen democracy as your system of governance, a free and fair election is very sacrosanct. Otherwise, people like Wike will still continue to exist in that society. Yeah. You understand? You will continue to have people who deliberately don't want to deal with insecurity issue. You will continue to have people who want to still see their ministers and government agencies collapse and deliberately don't want to do anything about it. That is why a free and fair election is very sacrosanct. You just see what she said about the issue of Georgia. Why I always come back to a free and fair election. That is the minimum standard for a democratic society. The moment that collapses, forget it. You continue to allow rigging, corruption will never end. You continue to allow people to force themselves on the people. This is what we will have. And like what she said, it's only going to get worse.
I think I'm probably need to read more about this issue, because sometimes, from what I can see so far, I don't know about that marriage one very well. I don't know whether Masca can shed light on it. Because from what I can see, they say some of those girls have been orphaned through insurgency. Maybe their parents were insurgents or something like that. But we don't know what is going on. Nigerian government don't pay for people's school fees. They don't take care of people.
Sorry, my dear, forefathers, but if you think about it, imagine empowering these young girls, just like Mama Hitchell said. Empower them, teach them skills. Maybe
if there's skills and education, won't they be able to marry?
Let's even not talk about the education. That one is expensive. Let's talk about teaching them skills. How to sew, how to do something. But imagine being poor, not having anything you are doing. You go and have kids in this economy, even if you're abroad. Because sometimes when I see some of my patients, you listen to them, you cry with them. Even in this economy, they will tell you honestly.
You know the surprising thing about that. The surprising thing about the whole situation is there are people in Niger State, in Kano State, apart from all these people who have rid themselves and forced themselves on the people. There are people, progressive-minded Muslims among them, who want well for the society, want well for those orphan girls, who use the money to do what they're supposed to do and give the best to them. But they won't allow them get there. They will rig themselves there and come and foist their evil-minded, extremist, fanatic ideas on the people, and not even obey the laws of the land, the constitution of the country. That's just a surprising thing. I don't want to believe that all of them are like that.
How old were these girls we are talking about? Because there is quite a lot of ambiguity in this thing that we don't know about. How old are we talking about? 18-year-old or 15-year-olds here?
It doesn't even matter. Even if they are 25, but they don't have anything to it. Do you understand what I mean? Imagine, okay, you marry them to who? To somebody, another man that doesn't have anything he's doing.
And they will not give that too.
Okay, let me be the devil's advocate here. Let's say he was trying to marry them off and pay dowry. From what I can see, he wanted to pay dowry.
Okay.
Isn't that what families do with their children, even legally?
After dowry, what happens?
But wait, sorry. So before you go, just for the record, it's not the woman that pays dowry.
Yeah, the man. But he says he's going to pay for the men, yeah.
And a man that cannot pay dowry has no business marrying, even Islamically.
Yeah, you probably do have a point there.
But look, this is what, Ify,
sir,
I will tell you, there are three things I will tell you. I will start from where probably you will not be happy with me.
For what? Why? No,
okay, because look, I would say, I know what I'm talking about. I mean, I would say that there's still hope for Nigeria.
Okay.
Did you see your face now?
I said okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah,
she's open to it. She's not like.
No, I know, but it wasn't a happy face. That's what I'm saying.
That's okay. Let's be hopeful.
Yes. Okay. So, and I have a reason why I have my yes, Mama Echo.
This hope we are talking. What is the pathway? That's what I want.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So, I've also been listening, just like Ify has been listening. Okay. I remember when Osati, or is it Ositidi? I can't remember his name. What's his name, forefathers? Osati Adima or something.
Osita Adima, yeah.
He said something profound, but we don't take some things to note. He said, woe betide Nigeria the day we wake up and we don't have a showori. Do you know the meaning or the import of what he's saying?
Not really.
Okay. All the guy was telling us is that in the midst of all this hopelessness among us, there are people who have seen the pathway, who are also willing to carry the gauntlet and say, I'm going to lead the way, follow me. What is saying that the way we are going,
has been built.
Oh, I didn't get what you're saying, Mama Echo.
I said, either the Showore we know now, or Peter Obi we know now, or the Showore and Peter Obi that has already been created.
Okay, so this is what no. So this is my take, okay? That in the middle of all this hopelessness, there are still people, and it's not just Showore. And I know that Osati do not mean Showore literally. He's saying that we wake up one day, we don't have anybody that would say, oh, I believe it's possible. Now, so the point I'm making is that as long as you have people like Showore, people like Peter Obi, that believe they have seen the light, I can tell you that I in my eyes, I see the pathway. The only issue with me is that I may not be able to throw my hat into the ring, because maybe there is some perspective I have on the issues that would stop me from saying, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Okay, but the point is that there are people who are willing to lead today. Okay, and if you ask me, the problems are not where we are looking at. Okay, if you look at an existing government today, that's not where the solution is. There's always a small gap during the elections. I've always insisted on this panel that, and I think it was forefathers that mentioned it. The reality is that on election day, if we all decide as Nigerians, we will be policemen in our various wards. It's just one day. And it's not an impossibility. If we all decide one day that we will be responsible citizens, because that's where all the issue is. We're looking at our leaders today, but the problem has left leadership. The problem is with citizenship. As a citizen, what are your roles? What are your responsibilities? Are the citizens responsible citizens? Yes, you can talk about muzzling them, you can talk about killing them, but that's blatant lie. We know that on election day, for you to go to your ward and say, no, I need this thing to be counted, nobody's going to come and gun you down. That's God's honest truth. We are just plain lazy people, including me. On that election day, most of us elites may not even go to vote.
20%. You know, do you know that the Southeast and the South are the least? 20%, while the North, 30% went to vote, Southwest about 25%.
No, I don't want to, because this perspective you're going for fathers also, this is part of the problem. Because we keep comparing, okay, so you're comparing 20% with 30%. Where is the difference?
No, it's bad.
It's only 20%. No, I'm saying that if the South is only 20% that go, and in the North is 30% that go to vote, it's still not acceptable. It's not the way forward.
But I was just pointing out that the South,
in terms of pathway, no, I agree with you. In terms of pathway, if you ask me, people like me and you, Mama Echo, Ifi, all of us, I call us the privileged few. Some of us are privileged by birth. Some of us are accidentally privileged. Some of us have worked our way through the dint of hard work into privileged positions. Being in Nigeria, moving around Nigeria, I know that I'm a privileged person. Any Nigerian that is in the diaspora is a privileged person. In fact, any Nigerian that is living in a city, especially if he's able to pay his rent, I can tell you that he's a privileged person. This is the reality on ground. So it is us that are privileged, where we can eat and have the ability to think, that should take the gauntlet. And the gauntlet is not a big gauntlet. It's just to inform people, keep educating people. It is not about tribe. It's not about religion. It's a process thing. It's input, output. Garbage in, garbage out. If you elect a person in the manner we are doing elections, and I tell people since I was born, and it wasn't yesterday I was born, but since I was born, what Nigeria has consistently done was to present you with two evils. You would only choose the lesser evil. You can't present to me a Buhari and a Goodluck Jonathan and say that I should choose one. It's not acceptable.
I hear
You
what you're
can't
saying there.
present to me an Obasanjo and Buhari and say which one should. These are military people. What are you talking about? What election am I? What vote am I going to vote? So it has consistently been like that. So we need to be educating our people at three levels. The first level is that first, as a person, you need to even understand the difference. Because even on this platform, that's why, if you notice, I'm more active later on in the day. The reason is simple. Because in Nigeria, what we have done is that we elevate nonsense to the top echelon, even in our discourse. Because the real issues today in Nigeria is not who get what money or who is insulting who. It's not whether Bobrisky is being apprehended or Fubara is insulting Wike. These are not issues. These are not issues. This should not be the discourse. This should not be the discourse at any point. There are fundamental issues. Things like, okay, how was the election? Was it free? Was it fair? These are the questions we should be dealing with at all times. What is our position in the global geopolitical setup? Where are we? What is happening? What is the trajectory? What is the world planning for us? These are the issues for us. What is happening to our resources? What is the national plan?
Yeah.
How are we coexisting? These are the fundamental issues. But what you find in Nigeria every day is that we wake up tomorrow morning and we are talking about Tinubu has traveled to France. Yes, I mean, if you've lost it, because once the man is already in power, forget about what he's going to do. Look at the fundamentals. How do I get the correct next election cycle correctly? It's like a man who is traveling. He has missed the bus. What is important for him is to ask when the next bus. You have no business talking about the color of the bus that has already left the station, or how many people were inside. That is not going to add or subtract anything for you. So we need to be educating our people on that first level, that let's understand issues. What is the difference between issue and just plain beer parlor talk? Some of them are fundamental, because yes, I mean, like a governor can wake up and say he's marrying off 1,000 widows.
The poor man thought he was trying to help.
My state governor,
calling him the devil now.
Eh?
Well, he thought he was trying to help out. I don't think he thought he was doing the wrong thing.
Okay, again, so this is the second level where we need to educate our people. These people, we think they are stupid. There's no way you get into an elected position in Nigeria by being stupid. I can tell you that. And I have dealt with people who their major strength is to play stupid with you. Yes. Being stupid can actually be a very useful strategy. They come across as if they don't know what they are doing. But I've sat with some of these people. They sit down, they know what they are talking about. These are concocted plans. They are not just accidents. It looks like, oh, he woke up yesterday and just announced it today. Do you think it works like that?
So
things don't work like that.
So how do you think it came up? What was the purpose?
Okay, so what I'm saying, for me, I would not. I'm saying that we should go to our people and conscientize them that these are distractions. Yes, these are not the issues. These are not the fundamental issues. They are important issues, but like I said, this is a bus that have left the station. The whole system in Nigeria, I can put it to you for fun, and you know it is not working. So it's firefight. If today they said 90 billion for Hajj, you are talking about that one. Tomorrow now they say they are going to buy a yacht, you go and be talking about that one. Next tomorrow they say they are going to do a road from Lagos to Calabar, you are talking about that one. How many issues, how many things are you going to be talking about in a day? These are the root issue.
But I need to show you something that's the only area I will
question. No, you're breaking my gist. I will soon learn because I'm trying to respond to Mama Echo, who is asking me the pathway.
Okay.
I'm saying that for me, the place where we can do the magic is on an election day, and it's doable. But to do that, we need to consistently conscientize our people. Sorry, Efe, I know you guys. I'm here. I'm not gonna go anytime soon. I'll be here. So we need to conscientize our people to understand the difference between issues and distractions. The issue is who is going to be our next president today. That should be the front burner of every Nigerian. So once we are working on that front, we should also be looking at these people. What are the fundamentals? Okay, things like rule of law, stuff like the economics. But even on this panel, I keep saying that if you raise economic issues here, like how should Nigeria handle its exchange rate, nobody wants to discuss that. So let's conscientize our people that let us begin to understand issues. So when people come to talk to you, stay with the issues. Let them not deceive you. Stay with the issues. Let them not talk to you about marrying off. What do you call this thing now? Widows. Let's stay with security. Okay, we say that these are orphan people. What orphan them is security, and that security is still going on. Is that not the major issue?
Yep, still there.
It's what every person in the north should be talking about. How do we deal with this insecurity? How do we deal with the root cause of that problem? So these are the issues we need as enlightened people. This is what we should be dragging the attention of our people around us. The second level that we need to focus on as people, the privileged few, is to start conscientizing our people. Let's work together. I've said it. Even if it will not change anything, but all these diaspora people, they will impress me if they can come up with almost a near independent INEC structure in terms of collecting results. You don't have to announce it, but it's important the day INEC announce their result, at least it will give you closure. Know that you have a near perfect result and look at it. Does it tally with INEC or does it not tally with INEC? And it comes from every single booth. Where INEC is going to get this technology is not from the moon. These same diaspora people should go and get the same technology. It may not be as expensive as what INEC is going to say they spend on doing it, but the diaspora people should get it. They are outside the country. They can announce it. Nobody is going to arrest anybody. So anybody who wants to contest the result, at least have something to base his argument on. Not hearsay, not because I contest, I say I win. But somebody independent has collected these results.
And it is only going to happen if we are ready and determined and plan and work towards it.
The secret, Mama Echo, the secret also is that the prisoner's dilemma is all societies, they face that. The simple answer to it is somebody takes leadership. The same way we are sitting down here talking. I agree. It starts with one person. It cannot start at the same time with everybody.
Sorry, Master.
Even if he said she listened to what's her name now, Aisha Yusuf. Aisha Yusuf has been saying this. She has been saying it.
Masker.
There has to be an independent Nigerian source.
Ferrari, no, Master, you can carry on. Ferrari, hold on. Let him land.
Okay, sorry. I'm in 2 minutes. In 1 minute, actually, I'm wrapping up. In 1 minute, I'm wrapping up.
Yeah, try to be brief.
In 1 minute, I'm wrapping up. Okay, so Mama Echo, the long and short of what I've said is that today we still have people who have some level of credibility and have some level of courage to say, I want to lead. So that is very important. We shouldn't lose it, because we will lose that at some point if we continue just to cry. These people, one day will come where nobody wants to throw his hat. Only the people that are dubious will throw their hat there with zero credibility. And we're almost at that point. But at this point where we are, there are still good people who are willing to contest. So I'm saying that we, the privileged few, should begin to work together, not complain, not be dragged on all these side distractions. Let's keep our eye on the real ball. On that election day, what is going to happen? What is going to change? So the argument I hear you and Pansat are having, this is symptomatic of our issues. Today, we're arguing, oh, I like Soworeno, I like Peter Obi. When the real issue is that all of us should just band it together. Nobody is going to be perfect, but let's understand who is the real enemy. Let's gather together and fight them. That's my summary. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on.
I came on just because.
Hold on, this guy.
What are you holding me on for? We are having a discussion.
See, I'm not in the mood for this today. I'm not in the mood, please.
Change Congress, excuse me. No,
I'm not in the mood for this. Don't do that today, please.
I think tonight we said allow people to comment on what
Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected.
What Masker just said.
Same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
So that is the only point I felt like maybe I disagree a little bit with Masker. I get the idea that you need to take over the entire system, but by sensitizing people, they can change the people that are, even if they are still in office, they can change them. Because if they don't let them get away with anything, they will do the right thing by the people. Because let's make no mistake. There's an echo coming through.
Can I just wanted Masker to respond to what.
Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, please. So I'm getting a serious echo here. I don't know where it's coming from. The government just pulled back on the cyber security levy because people didn't like it, and we always forget that the government does listen to the people when the people complain, and I've seen that happen repeatedly since I started engaging with the Nigerian process, and yet the people say they are powerless at the same time. That I don't understand it. You have to understand your power before you can know how to use it. And I've seen it happen, right? This one just happened this week, so we cannot say we don't remember. It just happened this week. And that's what this man is saying. Thank you. Who wants to go next? I think it was Augustine.
Can I go? Yeah. So just for what you said, forefather, that the government listens. I don't get it from that point. I get it from that point that when they make useless policies, there are people they listen to. That bank policy is a very useless policy. You can't double tax money. You live overseas. Once you're paid a salary, the tax have been taken. That's why banks don't charge you tax, because that you pay tax for that money in that bank. So people, they've told them that what they did was a useless policy. If they listen to people, the Calabar, Lagos, coastal, this thing will never come up now. Father, do you know the problem with that project? The problem I have with that project is, look at our dry roads, cannot be fixed. Now you're doing a coastal road. One erosion will wash away that road. Who will maintain it? Can Nigeria maintain it? Look at hurricane will come down in Florida and surmount things. Under 2 weeks, people will have access way to go. Nigeria cannot fix dry road. Now are they going to maintain coastal road? So let's think about that process. But I want to engage Masker on what he said, because he made a point.
Jesus Christ! Everybody's raising their hand up, but I think if he gets the way, if he wins,
let me engage Masker on what he said about engaging the people. You know, the greatest problem we have is that it's only in Nigeria that we want the citizens to do the work of the government. Elsewhere, the government sits down and plots a 20 years project and get people to fall into it. But individuals are expected. Where will I engage people? Years back, the church, the mosque was places of engagement. Schools were places of engagement.
God bless you, Augustine.
They have all been bastardized. They have destroyed these institutions. Now
we know that. That's what Masker was saying. We know this. Now, what's the solution?
Let him.
I'm coming. So that's what I said. I want to engage him. Where are we going to engage these people he wants us to engage?
If this man let us talk, we can add to it. He went and brought
He just came in. If he please let him finish, if he can talk. I don't know why you're in a hurry all the time. Do you want him to have his say, because it looks like he wants to explode?
Masker, everything you said, I agree with, except for one thing. You understand? Me and you are on the same page, except for one thing, and I think you were very disingenuous. Where's the echo coming from? Anyway, on the fact that, for example, a program like this, young Nigerians, opinionated Nigerians or non-opinionated are watching us. And yet on this program, the very problem that you analyze and say the engagement that we are supposed to have, we have a moderator who play games with people's position and mind, and you never address that issue on him. Everything you said was directed at him. That is what he does, so that Nigerians don't engage in having intelligent conversation to rescue our situation. This man that is there, you didn't address it. I don't know whether it's because he's your friend. This is what he does. He minimizes. You go and read all my comments that I've been commenting. Minimizes issues that are very important. And when someone is making a very valid point, it comes on with a jokey, annoying thing to distract that point from being made. Look, I am 55 years old. I might not have been a Showore. I might have ran away from that country. But now that I've seen the level of problem that country is, from the 30 years that I left, I have now decided that if it's only talking, I would dedicate my life, the rest of my life, to talking against the injustice that is that country. And we have a clown moderating, a clown. And you never address that issue. He thinks we are here for joke. He thinks the Nigerian situation.
Ferreira, okay. You see, you are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, Ferreira. And let me commend you. Listen, calm down.
Engage people with a clown like this.
Ferreira, hold on. You know, the day Peter Obi came on this panel, one of the most important questions was the question you asked. I think, and you put it pointedly. You asked the man, how are you going to increase the consciousness of people? Is that not the question you asked?
Correct, yeah.
Exactly. So this tells you, yes, some of us may come with joke, but we are taking notes. We are very conscious of the most important things. My advice to you is that when you set out to do something good, beware of distractions, Ferreira. To focus on what forefathers is saying is telling me you are not a very smart person. If you are very smart, you should know that when you set out to do something, there will be a lot of people who smartly or somehow would want to distract you. It's important, it's incumbent upon you. And this is what I'm saying. It's incumbent upon us to keep our eye on the ball. What are the main issues? Yes, forefathers can try to distract. He can raise issues. Should I follow him? The answer will be no. Did I follow forefathers? No, I didn't follow him. I made sure I landed on the point I want to land, which is exactly the same point you were talking about. When Peter Obi came, and he was talking about, his response was that these are the forums, this Mr. Rudolph's forum. I wasn't really impressed, seriously. I wasn't impressed. I don't know if you were impressed with that response.
I wasn't.
Yes. So I'm just showing, I'm showing you, Ferreira, now that you should understand that listening to you, I'm watching you. If tomorrow I see you somewhere with a flag, I'll follow you. I've never spoken to you, have I?
No.
But these are the questions you ask Peter Obi. Is it today? Is it yesterday?
Yeah.
So calm down.
Okay.
So the way forward is not by raising shoulder or stretching muscle. It's by intelligence. That's how these people, and I keep saying, some people are using brain to play on us. We need to use our own brain. And I've read somewhere that nobody is using up to 50% of his brain. So which means if we task ourselves, we can achieve these objectives. And the truth is that let's continue to keep our eye on the ball. Let's conscientize each other. What are the real issues? There will be a lot of distraction. Pansard will come here and be insulting me. If I follow him, the whole essence will be deceived. We will be lost. But I'm not coming here to follow because somebody insulted me. So I'll go and fight him. I remove my shirt on YouTube with him. No. I can see where we are going. I listen to people, even the forefather you are accusing. He has said very important things that for me, if we listen to the man, we will move forward. So just take it easy. Let's not fight each other, Ferreira. Let's keep our eye on the ball. Sorry, my brother. Take it easy.
And if you know forefather very well, his strength lies on security. So anything that is not related to security, he does what you just said. So let's appreciate each other from our strength perspective and see how we can work together to find this solution. If not, we don't have another country. All of us, we are all strangers in this Western world.
And Mama Echo, what I want to add also, on this panel, somebody recommended a book for me. And when I read the book, it has galvanized me. Because in that book, and the book was written by a white woman, the wife of Lord Lugard. In that book, I've seen that we Africans were ahead of Europe long time ago. If our forefathers have done it before, we can do it.
All right. Who is next?
Writing for media, I'm monetizing it. Paul.
I don't want to call out people from some kind of this. I think earlier on we wouldn't tolerate people insulting people, but somehow we are tolerating it now. But hey, it's all good. This thing, if you wanted to say something.
You are muted, Ify.
Oh, hi guys. So I think my concern is what I said earlier about, I think we are unnecessarily investing in what we are not supposed to invest on. We have a problem of maintenance in Nigeria. What is the essence of building the highway? Why we're talking about we have federal roads that we cannot even maintain. So it's just telling me this is another way to siphon money. It's still money. That is all it is.
That is the truth.
I cannot even think of anybody that bidded on that contract. It's such a contract of a very large amount of money. Nobody bidded on it. It's just like Tinubu, what's his name? Minister of Works and Housing. Boom. They started talking about it. Boom. I've gotten a permission from the president. Boom. 20 years to come. Look at how long it took them to build Niger Bridge. That is not even up to, is it up to 10 miles from Asaba to Oba? It took them years. This one, we might not even see that contract, even that road completed. All of us, honestly speaking, we might even be dead by the time they complete that distance. So let us stop deceiving ourselves and, this issue of the, trying to develop. There is nothing to develop. 1 year has passed for Tinubu Kita. Can we just name one thing we can say that these people, they have achieved other than borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing money? Nothing. Can somebody say one thing? May 29, I think it will be 1 year in the office. Let us name one thing. We can say that this government...
I see, this is the point I'm making, to look up to this regime, or not even the regime. For me, it's even the system. It's not just the regime. Because if you leave the politicians, go into the ministries, there's no single ministry you get any contract without paying money. And these are civil servants. They are not to do with regime. Regime will come, regime will go. These are career civil servants. So it's the whole system. But you can't carry the whole system one day overnight and throw it away, which is the point I'm making. You have to look for one point. At what point does the baton change? That's the point where you hear the story of this prison escape. When a prisoner is planning to escape, most times they time it when there will be change of guard. They will time it. You have to time a point where the system is at its weakest if you really want to change it. I'm not suggesting that overnight we will get a good leader that like this, but we need to begin to look for people who are averse to the current system. People who are not happy with the way the system is working. People who want to change and tinker with the system. By the time we elect 3-4 different people, I am convinced that things will begin to change. And it's not just, I've said, it's not just about the person who want to change, because people are not going to allow you change like that. We need to look for people also who are smart enough, I've discussed on this panel. If you look at Goodluck Jonathan, he was a gentleman. At heart, I can put my heart on the table to know that this man was a gentleman. He meant well for the country. But was he the right person? Rugged. Yes. Was he the right person? The answer is no.
He was not rugged enough to be able to watch and see what he can do to every loophole they were using to crash the system by looting.
Yeah, so even the people that will come and present themselves for us for election, we need to, we need to shine our eye. It's not because you see a gentleman, you elect him because he's a nice person. He's a gentleman, he speaks well, he's telling you all the right. No, you need to look for also the underlying characteristics that would be required for the hatchet job to be done.
Yeah. Augustine, did you finish your submission? I don't know whether you did.
I just did that to engage him so that he will finish his submission, then I can go.
No, I'm done, Augustine.
Okay. Yeah, because Paul has been waiting, so let's try to be considerate of each other so that it can go around, then everybody can start exchanging again. Whenever the ladies want to speak, all they have to do is raise their hand. And the men, please, we have rules. We listen and allow them speak. Okay?
You're yelling at us.
Yeah, because you stay in Europe now. You're behaving like a European.
There's no win, easy. There's no win. You can never win. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know the funny part of it, the way the women laugh and everything, they laugh what my mother would say, I laugh at the face of danger. They laugh because they know it's not possible. They know men can be so stupid when it comes to that aspect. You know, so I get tired when we argue over all these things. We talk here, we talk there, we talk about our country. I think to some extent, if I still want to argue and draw everybody back again, I'll still talk about the West, the way they see us and the way they think about us. But there's one small loophole that we can use. And I've seen one of the greatest enemy to the West. When I mean one of the greatest, I mean the greatest enemy to the West. It's just one country called Russia. When Russia
and China.
went down, no, not China. China flicks the system. But Russia was smart with the system. You know, they didn't see Russia the way Russia grew. Russia just come out somewhere along the line. Russia was working with the US. They were working with the West. They were selling cheap products. What the West liked very well, because they like business. They like the America. They like the capitalism to take advantage of you. And Russia we are building everything that can make them stand tall, everything that they can look you face to face, and they can say, sit down when you tell them to sit down, you know? And that's exactly what Russia did. Europe depend on Russia, just like, as you said, Moscow, the way they also depend on China. This is what helped. US was giving Russia money, you understand, and everything. But Russia, be able to build themselves where they started fighting back. So no matter how we want to give somebody like Putin all type of name, Putin still stand tall for him to pick Russia, you understand, in Russia's feet and make them stand tall.
So when are you going to get your Russian visa and move down to Russia?
Yes, when you are tall, 6 feet 1 like me. When you grow your height 6 feet 1 like me, then that is when I will go to Russia. But if you are still 5 feet 7, if you are still 5 6 7, I barely see you to give you good answer. When you can stand your height to my height, then I can hear you very well. Now I'm not hearing you very well.
Paul, you know, Canada and US work together.
You don't do that. Why don't you move to Russia now?
That is what I'm saying. So if you said when I will go to move to Russia, the fact is that Russia take all type of sanction. The West still. Can you please mute yourself and everything? All this fake fencing that you sell is affecting you sometimes. Russia stands tall that Europe depend on Russia. They sanction and they even see themselves like the sanction that we sanction these people is affecting us. You understand? They still buy product from Russia. You understand? Russia would disagree. I am asking you that some of us, can we stand tall when these people sanction us? It's going to affect our economy tremendously. For example, a country was doing very, very well. Zimbabwe was doing very, very well. Sanction come. Guess what? It finished that country and everything. But look, all the sanctions, they sanctioned Russia. Neither Russia is still doing well because they prepare themselves. They understand like time like this will come. So how are we building ourselves as a people? Because we already know that the forces that we are fighting with is very strong and powerful. But we can do something that it's not going to affect us. And if it's not going to affect us, people will be forced to reckon with us. When US stopped, June 16, 2014, when Obama stopped, the US stopped buying crude from us. Guess what? India were there to buy crude from us. Guess what? South Africa was there to buy crude from us. That's how they started buying our crude. The price did not go down during Jonathan's time because we have that. You understand? So we can do so many things that we can pick ourselves together. But if we think we want to pray our way over, or if we still think that we want to depend on the people that we know that will naturally want to put us down, and we feel we can negotiate our way over, it's never going to happen. It's never. You will fight for it, like as South Africa fight for it. like as Palestine is fighting for it for years, like as the short man called Olumide is talking all the rubbish that he's talking here and everything. But you must understand how process work. People fight for anything they get. They don't just get it. If there's anybody that get anything in a platter of gold, probably those people will be like our kids. You understand? Would they inherit what we call unmerited favor? I can't explain the love I have for my kids. They just inherit it. Not that they did anything special. But if we think we would negotiate with the people that naturally want to put us down and we will succeed, it will never work. So we have to do something.
I'm sure Russia will not tolerate that your black skin.
We have to do everything that we will do. You understand, that will make us tall. We have to go back, go look at the mineral, the natural resources. We have to empower our education. We have to do everything. Singapore, that you make mention, forefather, some minutes ago. Singapore has the highest paying civil servant all over the world. The minimum is Singapore civil servant end is around $40,000. Remember, even the US currency is bigger than them. You understand? And the highest minimum a US will make in state like California, it's around $20-something thousand. You understand? The minimum. So civil servants, people who work in the government, make a lot of money, and there is big punishment. When you go read somebody like Lee Kuan Yew, when people tell you about his books and everything, they call Lee Kuan Yew all type of name. You understand? Lee Kuan Yew do everything.
I want to hear you well. When you use the word we, us, are you talking from the citizen perspective or from leadership perspective?
Oh, yeah, yes, I agree. First of all, I know this argument with bottom to top and top to bottom. First of all, we need from top to bottom. You understand? We need a strong leader. You understand? And when we need a strong leader, remember the first thing that we'll see from that leader will be a dictator. You understand? Not that we want a dictator. One of the ways to change, but you can be a good dictator where you punish people where they did wrong. You understand? When you punish people where they did wrong, not just taking advantage, not followed by race or tribe. You understand? When you punish people where they do it wrong, and you start leadership by example, by bringing yourself low, like we see the type of cars our president is flying. You see our president have all type of fleet, 10 presidential fleets. When the US government don't even change car, the president will not come and say, change my beast and give me another one. The president will not come and say, change my aircraft and give me another one. It just don't happen and everything, because it's the property of the government, and that is what you will use. You know, when Biden came to White House, his treadmill and everything, they say, sorry, you can't use your treadmill here because your treadmill can compromise the internet system. You have to use the one that belongs to the states, the government house. That is the one you will use. You understand? Everything there basically is the state property. And if you don't want the state property, don't come close to the state. And don't come here and just change anything you like. So these are the things. So when leaders take this perspective, you understand, where they will start from themselves and they will punish anybody that go wrong. Slowly, slowly, if you achieve one possibility, you're going to achieve two. And when you start doing that type of thing, guess what? You will attract people of like minds, because some of us already give up in the nation. Then when we see people of like minds, you understand, that want to do things right, you want to work with that government. I'll give you an example. They've been talking to me for a very long time. You understand, to get a certain promotion, to be a lead in my department. I refuse to take it. Is it not funny? In Nigeria, we go to church, we go to Abalis, we pray to be that boss. But I see the responsibility of the person who hold that position. I say, I'm not taking that responsibility for how much nonsense increments. You understand? As we can like money, but I know the money that they will give to me, I will work for the money. It's going to be tough for me. I say, I don't want, let me be where I am. How many of us will think like that in Nigeria? Because the more you grow in Nigeria, the less you work, the more you make money, you control people, intimidate people, see yourself, you are up there. You understand? But in the West, certain promotion, you just look at it, they talk to you, they say, no, I don't want to do it. I don't think I'm ready for that now. I need my mental state. You know, things like that. So these are the type of things that we will do. So when we have that tough leader, you understand, people of like mind will start coming out. So the way some of us will say, we don't want to go to politics, Because we've not seen people of like mind. The people that we see, they are very, very dirty and rotten. And we can't change our boss. Neither our boss will change us. So if you join them, you're going to compromise yourself. That's my take for now.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what you said about Zimbabwe, this thing, sanction regime flattening the country. For your information, Nigeria is now behind Zimbabwe in terms of GDP per capita. Nigeria is 1,100 or so. Zimbabwe is 1,676 pounds. So they are richer and they have been under sanction for about 20 years. So our leaders have run their country so badly that even when we are not under sanction, we are doing worse than countries that are under sanction. That's how badly they run our country.
Yeah, so Fafana, let me just add to what Paul said. And on this point, I have always known and I have always believed that leadership draws the map. And the thing the problem we have is that our leaders are not even patriotic. They are only concerned about themselves. Just think about, no matter what everybody is saying about our current president, imagine if Tinubu decides, hey, I'm going to Omaya, the headquarters of Abia State. I will rule from there for 1 week. And I want to see all the traditional rulers in Abia State. I want to engage people. Under 1 month, he would change the scenario. If they can really bring themselves low, if they can really see Nigeria as a project. But the problem I have is that they don't even see Nigeria as a project. They see Nigeria as a place they milk. You know, I have said this in this platform before. The colonial British forefathers have refused to take away, refused to use the word masters. They run Nigeria as a profitable organization, company. And they left and handed over to our politicians. Our politicians continued running Nigeria as a profitable organization. And that is why they get, and the colonial boys or colonial slaves, when they were making the money, they were sending it to Britain. They were using it to build the other islands they got. Now our politicians, they continue in the same trajectory. And that's why they make this excess money that they don't know what to do with it. So they've not been able to steer the country where the money they make, they plunge it in. And that is exactly what India did. What India did, the people were still corrupt, but they made sure that every corrupt money is not leaving that country. You bring it back to the country and was able to use it inside the country. So it is still the leadership that really needs to take this lead, no matter what we do as citizens, no matter the effort you make, unless you really want to kill yourself. And the analogy I have always used with leadership is, forefather is the operator or the moderator of this platform. You can only speak when he wants you to speak. Even if all of you shout, he will take you out. And that's what our leaders do. Once they are there, they are in charge. They can afford to kill 10 people. And if they kill 10 people, there's no way the other 20 will come out tomorrow.
But Augustine, do you know the funny thing? This moderator now is not around, which is the same case we are having. We don't have any leader. There's no moderator now.
So
you see how it is now. If you are raising your hand will stay there for a long time because moderator no day. So that is the point some of us are making. You have to take the initiative. Don't wait for moderator that is not going to do anything. He has left his seat. He has abdicated his seat. Mama Echo, if you want to talk, I think you should talk. Moderator is not around. Go ahead.
The thing is, before we come into seat of power, we were first citizen that is seeing the ill of the people in power. Yet, we did not sit down to plan and list down the various problems and how to solve them. The only thing we succeeded in doing is to use 20 years, like Tinubu, to prepare himself on how to rig himself into power. without preparing himself to articulate the problem he's going into solve and how he's going to solve it.
Mama Echo, you want to know the truth?
Yes, sir.
The real challenge with our present dispensation, sorry, Ferreira, if you look back, if you step back, some of us are students of history and students of the politics of Nigeria. Okay? Just step back and ask yourself, when this regime, this republic came in, how did it come in?
Rigging.
No, it's not by rigging. The reality on ground was that IBB was the leader at some point. So there was a lot of issues. He stepped aside. Abacha came. Abacha wanted to stay there. So there was a lot of issues. The truth, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, is that the military handed over with the intention of finding a way to come back. I remember very clearly, Obasanjo was brought out from prison and foisted on the country. So these are not people that sat down and planned for the benefit. These politics were playing. There was nobody at any point who sat down and said, okay, look, for the benefit of the progress of this country, this is how this thing should go. No, it didn't happen. Which is why, for me,
when you talk about Obasanjo, first he was a military leader, right?
Yes.
Then when he left power, all this problem happened. Now he was already prepared to be by when divine hand took place and Abacha was out of the way. And he was given the power.
He was given the power for a purpose. That's the point.
Good. He ruled for 8 years. If he really had the plan of really living a better Nigeria for us to continue on democracy, he has 8 years to have done that.
The answer, Mama Echo, if you're asking me, if it's a question, my answer, okay, Ferreira, go ahead. Maybe I should not. You are muted, Ferreira. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I got it now. My own view is just that, I'll be honest with you guys, I believe that since independence, we've gotten it wrong. It all started in the Western region with the Awolowo Akintola and the involvement of the military, and then the first coup. So, and then the second coup. Now, I'm not going to go into details of that. I believe that even the first democratic dispensation was a little bit mangled, but we still did well. But where the tragedy befell us was starting in this 1999. In 1999, because of the crisis that led to that democratic dispensation, we agreed on this turn-by-turn rotational system, whereby we jettison equality as a nation or individuality or all equal before the law. We reinforce that some are more equal than others theology of government. Now, we are where we are now. It will be delusional of us, just like it's delusional of our leaders. And they are deranged, they are mentally unstable, and they are criminally minded. It will be delusional of us to believe that the current dispensation is working or it will work. So, like Max has said, the focus should be on the bigger ball. If the current dispensation is working, then we are getting the results we deserve. Let's keep talking and let's just go home and sleep. But if it is not, our question is, what can change to move forward?
You said it. So, Ferreira, I will quote what the conclusion of what you advise Peter will be. You say what we need is a movement.
That's right.
You know why I totally agree with that statement that day? Because countries cannot rely on, even if we have a good leader that will do 8 years, The progress of a country cannot depend on that person. It has to be a movement. There has to be succession plan. There has to be a national orientation, a national direction, a plan, a process where even if this person goes, another person will come and take over. That is what we need. We need to start a movement for a better Nigeria.
Yeah, to back up Masca, you see, to start up the movement has to be to educate our people to have a political ideology centered on themselves, on the people. Right now, let me tell you all the honest truth. We might believe we have a political ideology because we are participating in political parties. No, we don't. Let me tell you why. What we believe is that the white man has killed a big elephant. That was from Ali Mazrou. And we all need to come to the table with a knife and share out of this big elephant. This is each of our own individual belief. It don't matter what tribe you come from or what religion you process. We believe the process of governance is to yield the dividends of democracy. And we say it in our speech. What is this so-called dividends of democracy? Is that a chairman becomes rich, a governor becomes rich, or somebody from our local government or our village becomes rich because he's the son of the soil. He has gone to represent us. And therefore, if he becomes rich, that money can then trickle down to the rest of the village. This is a firm belief the people we copy democracy for. That belief is considered economic sabotage. I don't care where you go. You go to China, you go to Russia, you go to America, you go to Canada. The moment you go and take from the states, you are an economic saboteur. You are a treasonable felon. You are an enemy of the state. But that's not the democracy we took. We took the one where we are going to take from the state. You got to understand me. Tinubu is not our issue. Tinubu is a symptom of our issue. You know why? The taking has been going on for so long because the likes of Obasanjo knew Tinubu had a forged certificate. They did nothing. Jonathan knew they did nothing because it serves their interest. Just like they have a government of compromise during the period the military were fighting each other during the first coup and the second coup. You understand? By the first coup, the same people that foiled the first coup, that foiled it, 6 months after, were fighting to separate from Nigeria. While the same people that staged the second coup wanted to separate from Nigeria, but now we're fighting to stay in Nigeria. So it's always been a self-interest politics that we have always been portraying. Okay, now we are where we are. What's next? That's the way I like to address issue. What is next is the issue of this mobilization. In the mind of me, I just can't understand why the likes of Dele, Faronsimi, the likes of Mayegun, the likes of Niger Watch, the likes of P2B, the likes, those who are positively minded, I can't really vouch for people's character, but you understand, are not on the table in a room where it happens. When I use the term in a room where it happens, I'm referring to the play Hamilton. You know, in America, before they decided they were going to have America, a few great men gathered in that room. And it was in that room that the America we know today happened. Something that counteracted feudalism or aristocracy. Do you understand? So there were men who have opinions that are standardized and said, this is the way forward. The next 100 years, the next 200 years is going to look like this. And they come up with that concept of democracy. Now, we have adopted it wrongly. We've said that. Let's not repeat ourselves. So the way forward is that when we have this conversation, in fact, I used to have a mayor here in Chicago. I hated him like crazy, Ron Emanuel. There's a statement he always makes politically that every crisis is an opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. Right now, the Nigerian people are in crisis. Why are the likes of Obi finding it difficult to convince Nigerians? Why is the like of Showore finding it difficult to convince Nigerians that join my side? Why? Why is the like of Tinubu still having Nigerians on his side? This is a crisis but yet the good people are not increasing in numbers. Maybe they are. I don't want that to be a subject of debate for us. You understand? Why? That means something is wrong with what we are doing. And I put that question to Obi when he was here. What can you do to help us have a media house that is stronger than Arise? I think you all should do this number game that I played. I go on YouTube. I see Arise TV. I see how many views did they have on any news clip they lead? About 200,000. Then I check Tinubu's TV station, TVC. How many views? About 21,000. Then I check the likes of Dr. Damage, Niger Watch, and Mayegun were in the likes of the tens of the thousands. Look at that huge difference in terms of messaging. We're not even connecting. Yes, I understand Nigerians don't have electricity. They don't have power. And then when we come here, we end up talking about people. We end up fighting about with each other. So the real message is not getting across. And it is said by someone that great minds discuss ideas. You know, lesser great minds discuss events. Lower minds discuss people. Our issue are not people-based. They are people effectively based, but they're not people. It shouldn't be, our discussion should not be based on people. It should be based on ideas like, okay, where did we get it wrong in that last election?
Anyway, sorry, Ferreira, I need to say good night to everybody. Good night, everybody, and nice talking to you guys.
Yes.
But even in England, there was a glorious revolution. Things don't happen by accident. Even in England, there was glorious revolution. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. So where did we get it wrong? How can we get it better? How do we sensitize the silent majority? Because there's a silent majority of Nigerians who are not happy with the state of things, but have tuned off. For one reason or the other, they've tuned off, and you can't blame them. How do we get them to tune back in? Because without numbers, we cannot get in the room where it happens. Let me just stop there.
Sorry, my mic. Sorry, thank you, Ferrari. AY, welcome.
Father, you are ET. I thought with that camera you can't contribute though. Did you change the rule?
No.
You know you are a general.
I'm not contributing now. I'm not contributing though.
Good evening, everyone. Good talk so far, man. Hey, Mr. Paul, since you left us in Biafra Republic, I formed your Delta Republic. I know they see you again. Yeah, Mama Icho, good to see you.
They threatened me because I said I'm not voting for Biden.
Oga Ferreira,
all my African people are coming for me because I said I'm not voting for Biden.
I know today it was a lot of backbones, man. Actually, I don't know, man. I just two things I heard today that are appealing to me. One was Ferreira talking in the afternoon after Pansat was insulting some people here. Say the problem is not any tribe. First of all, I start with that. That has always been my thing. The moment we keep dividing ourselves, we're going nowhere. The second interesting thing I just heard now was when Maska said we need like a national movement. To be honest, if we really want to do anything in Nigeria, especially the people in diaspora, to be honest, that national movement is a very beautiful thing. Just imagine you have like mind from all over the states. This is something like, it's a very serious thing. If anybody that loves Nigeria, that really cares about Nigeria, because all this one we divided ourselves across tribe is so funny when it's not gonna lead us anywhere. Because what you see is the same thing, right? So the person is from your state, is committing crime, you sub-defending him. So that is not going to help us. If we have a national movement that people are really committed, their resources, their time, like it's gonna be so good. What Ferrari also said now, reorientation, very important, because when you talk to people back home, you see the thinking, you will just think like there is no solution to our problem. But when they have the right thinking, the right information, I think there will be changes. This change is gonna be like very holistic if we must do anything. Because like somebody said today, is it a Fulani that is your governor? I can't remember who said it. So these are the questions we should ask ourselves, right? Look at what is happening in Rivers. You think they care? Look at what is going on. The common man suffer. Wike has looted his whole party left. The current governor, you think he's innocent? It's not. Who is suffering? The people. The money in Rivers State as a state, it's a lot of money. Rivers State is one of the richest states in Nigeria in such a way that the people who don't have reason to be poor. I was just calculating it today. What's the population of Rivers State? Probably less than 5 million. Rivers has a lot of money. So when you look at these issues, we can complain of the federal, which, yeah, even me also complain. But in the end, the governor, is he from another tribe? No, it's from your place. They got the money, they got the power, they got everything. Why are they not doing theirs? So you see, if we can really like unite and understand the struggle, like is to liberate our people, we will have solution. But if we keep coming here, thinking I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, I'm Biafra, I'm Orobo, I'm here, we going nowhere. We going nowhere. There is like we going nowhere. There is no two ways about it. There are look at Masca. Masca, by now, if we are serious, we should be able to tell Masca, we need more people from the north. We need like mind. Work with them. Do you know how many people so if we there are this type of people that want the progress of the country all over the country, every state, they are there. But when you look for them to work with them, the sky is our limit. That is why these guys are taking advantage, It's just what it is. But hopefully we can get over all this mess. We will not come here and be fighting ourselves over things that are not necessary. You can come here to laugh, but when you do it, that like, how are you really helping the system? Sometimes I even think like, even some of them that come here, all they do, they propagate their tribe. If you have opportunity to be there, you think you're gonna be better than the person that is there? I don't think so. You're not gonna be better. You will be worse. Because you don't even have the power now. You're doing all that. If you have the power, you will be worse. So
you see, one part that you make mention, Mama HO keeps saying it all the time, and some other person also say this thing. They talk about the power the Nigerians in diaspora. Let me tell you the truth. How funny this can be. The diasporas don't have any power. The diaspora are like stepchild. They are like kids that a woman carrying into a new relationship to treat that kid like slave. You understand? Me that is born in Lagos, I can't go to Warri to get anything. They say I'm not part of the struggle. Illustrious son, mother and father. Because I was born in Lagos, they say I'm not part of the struggle. Then I come from abroad. I'm not in any negotiation. They just want my money.
We have power.
Sorry. You know why I said we don't have power? So when we talk about diaspora, then when we talk about these billions, because of people choose to give us record how we wired money and every other thing, they choose to give us this record. Is it the money that I sent to my personal, my brother, my girlfriend, my neighbor, my former landlady, and every other thing? Is it those money that we sent? Or is this all those glorified mortuary that we go build us in our village and still we want to carry our 70-year-old mother to America, to the UK and Europe, what I call glorified cemetery? Is it the thing that we want to use in cutting deals with our government? Are we coming up together as a team of Nigerians? You understand? Remember the Aswani brothers. You understand? 5-star. You understand the kind of things, the investment that they control in Nigeria. You understand? We are talking about, so if you're talking about team of Nigerians, professional in Nigeria, they own this business, They are the movers and shakers in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where if they threaten, the market's going to go down and everything. This is where you will talk. But not just they collect data and said, we sent $17 billion last year. We are so happy. How do we send the money? Did we send the money in a way where we can use it to cut a deal? I don't really think so. So until we start thinking in that direction, until you and I will start coming together to say that Nigeria that is very big in selling cars in Houston, that Nigeria is very big in selling cars in Maryland, that Nigeria that is very big in selling cars in Belgium, Holland, where we can team up together and say, I'm going to Belgium to go do my car deal, where we can negotiate deal, where we can threaten, say we are not bringing any cars, and the customer is going to lose a lot of revenue. We can negotiate some of those ways. This is where you can say the diasporas, you understand, can make. But when you talk about this individual money, how can we make deal? I remember some of us that is also the leader, you understand. For example, the likes of Alain Dume, they all school live here in the US before they went back to Nigeria. Good percentage of our politicians do these things. But when they also go in their individual way, they can't really do much. The system will consume them, like you said, AY. They'll become part of the system. They'll be very barbaric. Look at the former Imo State governor. You know, these are medical doctors in America that they went back to Nigeria and they messed up the whole thing. That's my take for now.
Thank you. Who is next?
Paul, I wanted to say that. Paul, I wanted to say that it's not all that you're right on point on the things you said, but it's not all that negative, because that's because you're looking at the view of power from only one microscope. You understand what I'm saying? Look, power in itself is diverse. You understand, Paul? Now, okay, it's only 5 of us here on the screen, right? Just talking. Somebody by accident might be just hearing us. You see, that informational power we pass across in terms of knowledge, that's still power. You see, that word in that other person could multiply. We don't know. It's like a seed. So power is not just money or economic control or influence. But I do agree with you. We need to do better with organizational power, not monetary power. Our monetary power wouldn't have much influence. You understand? Then our individual power has no influence in Nigeria. I agree with you on those points. But we are abroad. We have information. We have technology, like Master said. If you heard what he said, there's someone who is an engineer, he's a Nigerian, who is abroad, who could develop a program, that would counter to what INEC has and give us actual report as INEC has it. Do you understand? That's power in itself. It's just because we don't have this organizational power and we're not planning to have one. And that's where, personally, I blame people who have platforms. I'm not talking of radio, YouTube platform and all these ones. I'm talking about people who have platform. Obi has a platform. Nigerian musicians have platform. Nigerian artists have platform. You see, Aisha Yusuf said one thing, and I think I wrote it down. She said, Paul, she said, we don't need activists. We need people that are active. Think about it. Let me repeat it. We don't need activists. Anyway, all our activists are the ones in government now, and they are all for the thieves. You understand? But we need people that, you don't know the impact of just one person's movement. I've watched several rallies and marches again during the American civil rights. One person, all they do is bring water. One person is just walk 1 mile. Everybody has one little contribution to something. And I know, even if we have nothing in common, check this out. At least 90% of those that are abroad are not happy with the way Nigeria is. That's a commonality that we have not harnessed. You understand what I'm saying? That's a commonality we have not harnessed. Abroad, 90 not happy. Every crisis is an opportunity. We have just not digging enough, and we are not recruiting enough. We're not having more people buy into this affair, this idea that our current Nigeria cannot continue like this. If that's the only slogan we have, even our so-called medium here, that's why I might dislike Forefather for all I care, but there's one thing he does with this medium, the recruitment skill he has. But at the same time, the reason I fight him is that despite that recruitment skill on getting people on this medium, at the critical point, you understand, he distracts. And the point is to have a hook. If you bring one person, I bring one person, AY brings one person, Mama HO bring one person, Forefather himself bring one person. That's 5 plus 5. That's 10. That's how a movement is formed. I'm not saying physically bring, but have them have a buy-in based on the basis of commonality. That is power. You understand? It has to be, it doesn't have to be physical. I keep saying one thing, there's this silent majority of Nigerians that we have not activated. The likes of Obi have not activated them. A lot of people have not activated them. And if those of us who know failed in this process of activation, the bad people would activate them. And the more numbers they have against us, they win. So power is diverse. You got to check with people who have been involved in various forms of struggle. Then you would understand that it's not just one thing. This thing we do is power. You might not agree. This is power. Someone's watching, someone is commenting. We're making a disciple, even unknown to us. I know these things because I'm in education. When I teach, sometimes I teach in a prison. When I teach sometimes, or when I was in the public school, we would say, hey, all these kids are failing. Say only 60% is passing. Hey, we're losing 40%. You know what they always tell us during professional development? Save one. Save one. Do you understand? If you can save one, you have saved a generation. The same thing when it comes to struggles. We are in crisis. And that's why, Forefather, I loved you dearly, but please don't trivialize this issue.
Confession time.
No, it's true. You know, this is serious. People are suffering, people are dying, and the bad people are in charge. You can't be on their side. I don't care what your political ideology
Alaba,
is.
if you don't mind, don't you think the concept of this town hall that we keep saying, but we never push more for it, is important? Maybe when we see ourselves in real time, we'll respect ourselves more.
Newsletter, emails, everything. We are not even using technology to the maximum. WhatsApp, TikTok. We are not. For people who truly desire a change.
But you know the funny part, if we introduce the town hall thing and every thing, how can we get Forefather? Because it's an enigma.
And Alaba, it's funny because I find it peculiar that of everybody that comes here, Pansat causes all kinds of hassle, everything, but I am the one you pick on.
You don't know the power you hold. That's the problem.
Then maybe you should come and sit here. There's no special gift that I have.
I will if I take you. I'll talk to Rando. I'll talk to Rudolph.
Exactly. It's not a special.
Sacrifice. It's not something anyone else cannot do.
Then you can do it.
You hold, particularly in terms of direction of discussion.
You can do it. You can host it. You can host it yourself so that you can direct the discussions.
You know, discussion has to be focused on our problems and solution, not trivial things.
Next week you can come and sit here and I sit on the audience, okay?
It's not a battle of will.
Because there's no use sitting there and taking shots all the time as if I'm some kind of
pin cushion. It's not taking shots. It's being concerned. You see, you're misinterpreting it again.
Excuse me. You sat there, call me all kinds of names. I say, as a matter of fact, Pansa was kicked out for less today. And you still carry on. When does it end?
Which
You're
you
a grown
truly
man.
deserve. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in my analysis?
So do you deserve getting thrown out?
No, if I am, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
you are wrong. You can't be insulting somebody. You know, I'm a human being too. You can't be insulting somebody publicly like that.
You're trivializing issues. You're dialing discussion only to what you want, which
That
is a talking point.
Because I am the one. I'm the moderator. When you next week, in short, tomorrow. It's not even tomorrow. Come sit here. Take it. It's easy to talk and insult people. Come and take it and sit and do it.
The reason NTA became what it is because of what you do. It's like that. The reason TVC became what it is because of things like that. I am saying let us elevate our intellectual discourse. That's all. That's all.
No matter
what my HO that was saying something you cannot do. Don't insult other people for it. You cannot. You are not volunteering to do it. Tomorrow, come and sit and do it.
It's a challenge.
No matter
I'm
our
willing to
differences,
accept.
we gotta find common ground to work together. You know, we gotta find common ground. That is very, very important. We gotta respect ourselves. We gotta find common ground. It just is exactly the point I make now. There is no need on unnecessary accusation. You know, that will divide the house more. We gotta find common ground and try to understand ourselves, speak to each other. I think that is one thing that will help. If we want any movement that will do anything in Nigeria, I can tell you that for free. If we keep fighting ourselves, we're going nowhere.
That's true.
We're going
nowhere. And I don't think that is because I'm in charge here. Because even when I'm on other channels, I am having my own opinion. Like every other panelist, he comes at me. He doesn't go after Pansa. He doesn't go after people that are bigoted. He doesn't do anything. He comes at me. This guy. There is something about you that I'm watching and I'm looking at it closely because I don't understand how you will come after me of all the people that are the most divisive ones. So, and you gave an excuse that it's because I'm hosting a panel here, but you do it in other channels too. So why?
At least for today, we didn't take our discussion in the realm of tribe religion, which is great.
I'm just wondering why somebody decides to pick on somebody that is saying, hey, secure our people, call out all the people talking about death penalty and all the rest, but the one that talk about ethnic bigotry doesn't go after them.
Do you think I pick on you more than I do on John Abba?
Well, Father. Maybe
you literally insulted me here. If it was some other person, they would have cost the living daylight out of you here. And I'm going to watch it happen.
Father, you should know that when it comes to area of security, that is where your strength is. But when it now comes to the other area, you do what he just said, and that is the truth.
What do I do?
And process it.
See, I have my own opinion, just like you do. Empirically, if we measure it, let's go and measure your opinion and mine. Let's see which one is correct. If you say my opinion is so inferior, I'm not here telling you my opinion is better than yours, but I don't have to sit here and have people justify. You sat here and you watch him insult me, and you all just sat there and it's okay. But yet, when if he insult any of you, then I will have the duty to take him out or make him apologize.
No, for Father, I want to sympathize or empathize, as the case may be, but it's just hard saying that. But what I want to say more with Alaba and to yourself. So it's just like I place myself on this show. I don't go to any other shows. Sometimes I listen, but I just don't go because I don't want to get too much addicted to this show. So I'm trying to some extent to reduce myself, which I do listening from TV, from everywhere. But you know the funny part of it, the way I slow down when it comes to sport, you understand, and I improve myself when it comes to politics. Try to read everywhere from this media just to get my point across and every other thing. But what I would say is that certain topic, you may not be so vast the topic, but also it also lies on us if I feel that, oh, the way Forefather is going about this topic, I don't like it. But Forefather is the moderator. I think it just sometimes it's just for me to leave. You understand? Because anyway, I can't do 15, 16 hours every day. I can't even do 12 hours every day. So if I'm not enjoying that part, not because I'm not enjoying it, but maybe the moderator is also making me not enjoy it, maybe I should just leave. You understand? Sometimes I will just hear certain things. I will just get rage, like, oh, I want to contribute. I'm in the sun. The weather is extremely, extremely hot in Arizona. I didn't know I started. I took one of my car to mechanic. Slowly, I started cleaning the car. I washed two of my car, cut my weed in our weather of 101. You understand? Extremely hot, but I was just doing it. But I was listening and everything. Certain part I don't really enjoy it. Certain part I feel like leaving what I'm doing halfway to contribute. So I don't need to participate in every topic. There are some topics that I feel that the people here, their view when it comes to my own view is completely different and everything. Sometimes I let it pass, or sometimes I just want to throw my own into it. So I think we must want to cut that slack with Forefather. Then at the same time too, Forefather, don't stand tall and don't tell us all this Google. Like I said something in the morning. If not for the power of social media today and everything, just imagine, we so much believe what we see in the mainstream media. We so much quote CNN with passion. We quote the BBC with passion. Today, we understand that these people, they don't report news. You understand? They report a particular narrative. They don't report news. So we all know all these things today that we can dig deep. So sometimes you might run to this Google and say, Google said. But we all also understand the way search engine work. When they push things too much, it's for you to go search it out and everything. So you also want to understand sometimes some of the places that we are coming from, why we argue the way we argue, and the way you get so passionate with your security. You may be much maybe far ahead. If you are talking from the place of somebody who read a book to a PhD level, for me, who read that book when it comes to an elementary level, our differences will be just there. It will be so glaring. So sometimes Forefather, cut some slack for us, and we ourselves too, we should also learn to cut some slack for you. That's my take for now.
I have passion. I don't insult
I
anybody.
had to come back. I don't know,
focus on the
but
issue.
just Forefathers, I came back just to. Can I just spend 1 minute? Just.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I came back because I could see you and Alaba, and I think I should say I can see you, not Alaba. It has not joined back the issues with you. So what I would advise you, Forefathers, is as a moderator and as a person, you need to know that all of us need to be asking ourselves questions. And the truth is that if we are going to fight with each other, we have to be at each other's neck. I think it means well for all of us. Know that I'm solidly behind you. Anybody that comes to this panel knows that I'm always part of the night crew. And the reason is simply the show. But that is not to say that you're perfect for you moderate, because you're always pushing back. But what Alaba is saying also, as a moderator, when somebody is talking, you need to see who is talking. This guy, what kind of person is this? Somebody like Alaba, who, if you keep pushing back and keep dragging him into be happy, and you are certainly not going to do the show a favor. You need to grow up. You need to be wiser. The major objective. We may say as much as we want to say that this is has to be an objective. We are all Nigerians, like Alaba rightly also said. We need to understand that at all times. I repeat, we should not be quarreling with each other. Let's hold each other accountable. That's what I think the both of you are doing, which is okay. But let's not take it past.
When you say accountable, to hold people accountable and insult them, that's holding people accountable or questioning their information.
I honestly did not think that Alaba insulted you forefathers. I was here. What he said,
What
the
did he
big
say
picture,
again?
but some people, yes, I'm repeating what he said. I'm paraphrasing. But some people keep dragging us into smaller issues. That's what he said. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alaba.
Wow. So you didn't hear when he was calling me a clown here?
Honestly, I didn't hear that one.
He said it multiple times, not once. In front
My
of you.
advice, I advise Alaba to. My advice also to you will be that I think you should ignore some of these things. Sometimes we talk when we're in heated debate. You remember the last time when I said what the fuck is, we were talking about this levy, right? You remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Honestly, I regretted making, and I will spank the hell out of the guy who would dare mention that word, the father. I'm here on global platform saying what the fuck.
Sorry. Let me just ask Master one last question. Then how do you explain having a go at Pansat for saying that some other person should just open their eyes? But somebody called me a clown multiple times today.
Okay, I went at. I have an answer. If you ask me a question, I can. Sorry, AY, let me answer forefathers. My response to Pansat. Pansat does that across the board. Okay, and like I said, it's a personal thing. If I'm not join issues with Pansat, but because if it is me that Pansat insulted me, I will let it. Okay, because maybe I will have been trying to make a point. Keeps doing that, and we all sit down. He said that is Pansat, and this is my this we're all there. If one of us are we like this, is this, but if look, you feel strong, apologize.
Pastor, all right, hey, let me quickly say this. I want to disagree with one thing you said. You said good stuff, but issue of people, anyone calling anybody here names, idiot, moral, whatever, derogatory names is unacceptable, period. We should stop legalizing what is not right. You can't be talking to your fellow panelists and calling their name. It's unacceptable. There is no excuse for that. If you want to get mad, go to your home. Go. You can do that at home. Don't come here and be calling people. Here is the truth, right? Here is my fear with this stuff. When you decide to insult people, call people names, they have the power to reply. We need to know this. It's just like insulting somebody's mother. They have the power to reply and insult your mother. If you don't want that, don't do it. There is no excuse, period. Let's get this right.
I totally. The truth is that I did not hear when
we can disagree on everything, but insulting, no. We need to stop. All of us, anyone that is doing it, calling names, we need to stop. It's unfair, I mean, that's not okay. I mean, look at KJ. We disagree on literally everything, but I'm not gonna wake up and say, "Hey, no, you."
He used to take my mic until I went to the correct.
KJ will still take your mic. He's here already. He's
look, my Juju man has given me the answer. Juju now is stronger than his own.
It's funny because everybody seems to have woken up suddenly. I don't know what happened. The
Father, can I just make a little comment? I came in because, I've been listening for the background, but when I saw Mama Hecho, I needed to come in and say, "Good to see you, ma." Good to see you again. I'm happy to see you. And I followed the discussion, but I'm not going to say anything concerning all the exchange between my brother and the fathers of the forefathers. I'm only going to talk about what Paul was saying. And I'm surprised that Paul has woken up. He now knows that the media is a spin. It's shocking to me because this is what I've always said here. And many people have been arguing. But I was so delighted to hear it coming from Paul that these people are just spinning news. They're writing their own editorials. And that's what they're spitting out. They're no longer reporting news. Okay, because reporting news is saying it as it is. You show us, you let the people in the street talk to us, not you telling us what your opinion is, which is what they do now. They analyze and overanalyze and do everything. But I'm happy that we are getting to get to that point where we have been trying to drag everybody understands what the news is all about. However, I keep saying this thing, and just like Ewa said, this is a talking panel. It's a talk show. It's not a place where people come and bring policies and implement. People have come here and call us clowns. I don't know why forefather is getting annoyed. Some people have come here and called us clowns. One man came here one day. He took 30 minutes to insult all of us. Told us we were just gathering here and talking. We are all clowns, but none of you said anything. So I don't know why you should be getting annoyed. All of us were looking at the man. He finished, and Rudolph thanked him, and he left. So please, let's not get annoyed. It's a talking shop. Sometimes I can be heated, sometimes I cannot be. So let's just all calm down and discuss. If for the love of Nigeria we are here, mind you, each and every one of us, wherever you are, time is very important. So for you to be here and spend all these long hours, it means that you have some concern for what is going on there. It's not forefather, it's not Alaba, it's not AY that is the problem. It's a system that we have set up. And we didn't set it up without our contribution. Some of our parents were ministers in those governments, and all that. So it is now that we're reaping the fruit of what happened yesterday. It's not the war between me and you. None of us here, So let's come here and know that let's be civil as much as possible. Because thank you. Welcome, Mama Hecho.
Yeah, I see somebody's voting for people to be called clowns, and let's call each other names here. I see you can't excuse behaviors that are rubbish. And I think what I've found is that in other communities, when people have discussions and they is serious, you can't have this type of behavior. They will cut you out. And even when you say the wrong things, that they feel like you're just trying to distract. If you hear when people are discussing stuff and they really want to get to somewhere, you'll be surprised the strictness they put to those things. And the looseness that we do here is a little bit, for me, it doesn't get anywhere. Look at the discussion we're having. We never did have it because somebody came here and derailed it completely with innuendos and insults and all kinds of stuff. And I was just thinking about it just now, that I didn't even get to the end of the presentation that I wanted to do because of that sort of stuff, because I have to excuse it. And sooner or later I will have to stop that. I say, you know what?
Needs to be
if you want to do that, separate yourself from my session. And because people need to get the kind of information I'm trying to share at the best that I can do, so that it gets somewhere, instead of just we talk halfway, then we start fighting each other. And this is one of the things that when people watch us, they look at them. They can't even go halfway and have an organized conversation. And I believe me, I've never seen it happen before. And I've been on panels and I've seen where people are so strict with details that they want to know details. I mean, if you guys know how strict other people are when they're having conversations, then you know that we are just rambling, talking like rabbles all over the place. But I just thought I should share that. Okay. So the topic was about why we are extremely poor and trying to shed light on the scale of how poor we are. That when we check the countries that own most of the wealth in the world, just about 10 countries own about 75% of wealth in the world. 10. And some of the richest countries we know, like Singapore, others, they didn't even show up on the list.
No, they don't have real money, man.
They didn't show up on the list. Not to mention, where is Nigeria on that list? If Singapore didn't show up, Singapore does more export.
Now what for you?
But Nigerians don't think we have. The Nigerians think we have money.
No, Nigeria. I can have said it anytime. Nigeria is not a rich country.
It's uninformed Nigerians that think we have money.
Yeah, we
And
don't have money.
It's very myopic leaders that think we have money.
The truth, we have money, but the money are looted abroad.
See, Mama Hecho, no, we also don't have money.
God, make you cool down. Yours come me other people there. Make you cool down. Make you come by one.
If you say we don't have money,
I don't say we follow support. Now, support is not the follow.
If we say we don't have money, we are not being sincere to ourselves. From Buhari regime, or let's look towards from Jonathan regime till date. All the billions, all the trillions, all the millions. If we put all this money together, can't we use it to develop all this problem we have? The looted one.
See, even the looted one.
Apart from that, what we spend in to all these politician allowances, salary, and all, how many, even US, they compare themselves to? Do they do that? I want to ask you people, all US senators, did they have government-owned cars? Did they have people that cook for them that we pay for? So these are the avenue that we are spending money that is not meant for. And look at the retirement package they give to themselves. Is that what happened in this Western war? If I'm not mistaken, US president does not use US money to feed themselves in the White House. They take it from their own salary. Is that what is happening in Nigeria? So what are we talking that we don't have money? The office of the First Lady, both states, because from local government to the presidency, there are all office of First Lady. Is that in the Constitution? How much did we waste in that area? So when you say we don't have money, it's a lie. And when we loot, we bring it here. Look at them telling Nigeria right now that Nigeria should manage, things will be better. Recently, how much did they announce they want to use to buy cars for custom? And are they going to buy made in Nigeria car? So what are we talking about? The crude oil that comes from us, how much of it is looted? How much? So if we gather all this together, we will be in the list of the richest country that forefather talks about.
It's a lie.
Okay.
We will still not get. We are still not there.
It's not even like it's not even going to touch it at all.
And funny enough, I've had this argument about 8 months ago with one of my.
But at least we will be in the list of the poor people.
We will still be.
Okay.
We will still be. And I've had this argument. Mama Echo, I get where you're coming from, and I've had this argument with my aunts about. I think 6 or 7 months ago.
I mean, I work for you. This was Sita. Now you what that person talk now?
Oh, Sita.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Oh, Sita.
The politician, though.
How much did they budget for student loan?
Mama Hecho, you're talking about an entirely different thing. That's not the question. See the question here. Let me bring you. Let me
I'm just telling you of the wastage.
Mama Hecho, see, I understand the wastage. I'm telling you that even if you add all the wastage, we are still poor. How do you measure the wealth of a nation? There are different parameters for measuring it. Empirical parameters. You can talk about the GDP, you can talk about the per capita.
If you want to talk about GDP and per capita, we have natural resources.
No, you're talking about No, money at hand. See, my dear sister, you cannot be building castles in the air.
Osita, this should not be argument. This should not be argument. This should not be argument. Why is it that you have to come here? Let her finish. Let this one be argument. Let not be talking a day here. You cool down.
Calm down. I thought Mama Echo has given her submission.
Okay, are you the next person? No, are you the next person?
We have natural resources, right? That we cannot refine. We have our youth that are the human capital of the nation that we are not investing on. And yet, we have money that we use to do Sahara. So how can we grow?
What happened? Okay. Who's next? Is it okay, you have already spoken now. KJ.
Let me say hello to everybody.
KJ, you're not the next person. This guy's
I speak the truth.
I speak the
truth. I thought you were going to ask me to finish my counter argument.
No, not counter argument.
People have been waiting now. People have been
wait for your time.
I speak the truth doesn't talk too much. He doesn't talk too much anyway. He might even hold on now. Our people, please, let's not do this, please. I speak the truth. You have you got something to add to what you've heard so far? Or?
Well, aside from the fact they've been bashing you all day, that's cool. You're my man. You know, I got your back all day.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I think it's two ways with the lady up there. We are a rich country, and Osita is also right. We are also a poor country. But like he also said, there's certain parameters and indices that you use to calculate this thing. So like she rightfully said, if we look at, for example, our potential, not fiat currency, our potential in terms of human resources, the monies that have been looted, right? And our natural resources that we currently have and could generate and turn into refined finished products, then Nigeria rightfully should be, I'd say, one of the richest countries on earth, and which we actually are. Let's not get it twisted. Even with all the mismanagement and all the monies being stolen and all the misgovernance, we actually are the richest Black country in the history of the world. We are yes. We are, yes.
More than Mali. Yes. It's Masamusa.
So in modern history, yes, Nigeria and Nigeria is probably the strongest African country in the history of the world, period. So we have these potentials and we have these opportunities, but like everybody's rightfully saying, we are being mismanaged, we are being misgoverned, and somewhere we have to backtrack, and then maybe we'll find our way forward.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Who's next? I think I speak the truth. The Blackstone. The Blackstone. You want to add something?
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning to everybody. My father's only sleep. I just woke up. I see everybody and sit there here. So, talking about that issue, naturally, Nigeria is one of the most blessed countries under the earth. Let's not deny that. Let's not argue that. But Nigerians are poor.
Simple thing.
Why? Because of the mismanagement. Because our leaders have no vision. They have no vision. And if they have vision, they don't even know how to put those vision into work. If you look at the wasted, the things Nigeria are wasting, the wasted fund in Nigeria compared to the amount Nigeria generate, you see that the wasted amount is even higher than what they generate. So how can a country then in that form become rich? It's like a rich man said, I'm a billionaire. He wastes 80% of his income or his fund. We expect to have a capital. We will go bankrupt. So, like what they are saying, like Mike said, what are they always okay? For example, like he asked, do they pay? Why must the government provide housing for the politicians? Before they came there, we don't have a house. When they were living in the bush, how can they have a wardrobe allowance? Were they being naked before they came there? So there are some very unused, in fact, mind-blowing stupidity that they give to themselves, or they give one kind name to justify it. What about every 4 years they buy new vehicles? Where are the previous ones? Why must they be selling a public property to themselves? So this is the attitude. It is the attitude of the people of a nation that make a country, that contribute to make the country grow. That's what it is. So no matter how good you are, how rich you are, but if you don't know how to manage your wealth, if you go down the drain in less than 1 year. So that's what's happening to Nigeria. Let's go back right from the 60s. You see how we are detolerated. And we are still going deep into the hole. And we are clapping for our leaders. So this is where the issue lies. Those people that are very rich, are the richest country, they don't have to aid. It's because they are prudent, because they know what they want, and they know how to put it to work. So what is wrong with Nigerians, or what they say? What is wrong with the black people? Look at all the black nations in South America or North America. Look at Brazil. Look at Haiti. Look at everything. So there's something fundamentally wrong with the black people. Or is it that we cannot develop, or we cannot sit down and plan a thing and put it to work? So if you talk to people from other nations and they will tell you what Nigeria is, and they will tell you Nigeria have nothing to. Nigeria have no business with poverty. I tell you, is there any single state in Nigeria that doesn't have a natural resources that can make that state viable? Can't we manufacture our products? It's like a poor man giving like a poor man donating money to a rich man. That's what we are doing. We are a poor country, and we are using our resources to buy things from rich countries, and those resources we have it, and those things we are buying, we can produce it ourselves. Is it not funny? So this is the issue. So it's not because other countries. Let's look at what other countries have done to become what they are, and we're doing it. Want to have name, everybody that goes into the government, the first thing they have in mind is how to loot. That's the first principle is on their mind, and nothing more. And they will so loot, and they forget that they are living. They have children. There are people in that nation, there are people in Nigeria who have no access to those things. I can't imagine that even in Cameroon they have pipe-borne water. They have light, Cameroon here, and we are insulting the government. Say, one man for 80 years, for 35 years is power. But they have what they want, basic utilities, which are supposed to be the government's responsibility. We don't even have it in our nation. Basic utilities, electricity, pipe-borne waters, roads, health insurance, education. We don't have it. And we are saying we are our leaders. So these are the issues we have why I'm not make our nation develop. And we know these things. They are saying it, but they're not working in that line to improve on these things. But they are working even to destroy it the more. So what is our mindset? That's where the question lies. How do they think?
Can we use potential to describe a people as rich when the actual reality is that they are poor? It's just like living on land where there is oil, but you're not
It was actually said
exploring
that
it or taking anything.
it was actually
Pardon?
said. It was actually said by the last speaker.
Yeah.
Nigeria is rich,
I
but
think
the
it's
people are poor. That is the distinction.
yeah. I think
And he
I
gave
have
reasons now.
But you're only rich if you can convert the resources to wealth, isn't
No,
it?
everything that people have said. Yeah, I don't want to jump in. I know I should wait for my turn, but if you can, I agree with everybody. I just want to quickly put in so that we don't derail. I've been enjoying the conversation behind the scenes, and a lot's been said, and I think a lot needs to be taken on board. But it has been said from when I Speak the Truth has spoken, and the dispute.
Jago, sorry, I don't think it's your turn. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I think the gentlemen before you, Osita and KJ are all. KJ, you are next. Don't worry, I'm not jumping you.
Great.
Thank you for joining us.
This is a
It
very
looks like you're looking fresh today. Oh. You prepared today to come and have a go at. Who was that you were coming to laugh at? Was it Paul? You were telling about
Paul
the
got me in, and I will soon leave.
All right.
That they are requesting for the link.
Now, I want to say something.
Let me.
What Blackstone and Mama Hecho has said is very true. Nigeria is a very wealthy country. I repeat, Nigeria is a very wealthy country. I speaking here, there's no part of Nigeria I've not been to and spent more than maybe the least is maybe 1 week.
Sorry, KJ. I think grammatically, Nigeria is rich, not wealthy.
Nigeria is wealthy, and
it's rich, not wealthy.
What is the difference with all this? I'm confused now. Can somebody tell us what the difference is?
I don't know. I don't want to go there.
Riches is innate riches. Wealthy is when creating another money.
Okay.
Let me check
Whichever way you put it. Now, Nigeria is the only country, at least in West and Africa, that I know that have an airport terminals made only for private jets, and in which at each particular point you may find up to 50 or more parked on the tarmac. If you have another one, please let me know. And these people they're not working outside of Nigeria where they made this money, where they bought all these things from. They are all working on the soil of this country called Nigeria. Now, I lived in the north almost all my life, and I want to tell you something. If Nigeria truly wants to harness what they have, is there anywhere, if you have gone to Mambila Plateau before, is there anywhere in Europe that you cannot compare to Mambila Plateau? What have we done with that piece of land? Nothing. Okay, so we have a country where the riches of the country is dripping in every area. Nobody wants to tap it. The ones who are tapping, we don't even give a proper record of. And I give an example. Up to this moment, no Nigerian can tell me this is how much oil that Nigeria extracts from the ground in Nigeria that NNPC sells on daily basis. NNPC will not say, government will not say, and those who are doing the business will not say. So now, in Babangida's government, I remember one time he said, he's even surprised that Nigeria is still functioning because by now, from what they are thinking, Nigeria should have collapsed. Okay? But that was many years ago. Nigeria is still not collapsed. All these people who have become wealthy from doing nothing, where did they get their money from? It's not from the same system. It's not from Nigeria. Is there how many billionaires in Nigeria who have worked outside of Nigeria to make their money? How many? All of them are milking from the system. They are all what you call them, whoever you want to call them. They from the biggest to the lowest. Very few Nigerians that have made their money outside of the system. And they are still doing the same thing over and over. And just like my Hecho said, if you remove the excess that goes to government officials, National Assembly, the civil service, and all those are bureaucracies that they've surrounded themselves with, look, I was listening to the commissioner for one of the commissioners in Nigeria, and they came to to the US for state of Pennsylvania for a conference, and the governor only met them and greeted them and left and said, "Oh, I will leave this thing to our bureaucrats." And they found out that all of them who came from Nigeria, all our commissioners, people sitting across them are bureaucrats. And none of them is up to the position of or even a permanent secretary. These are bureaucrats sitting. And when they were asked questions, they were all looking at themselves. They couldn't answer because they don't know. This is the system that we have. You pack people who are non-entities, you take them and they come for spending jamboree on the people's account and go back with nothing to help the nation. How long shall we continue? And then we sit and say the country is not rich. Why, if we're not
rich? And they are government sponsor.
We will have been
clapping government sponsor trick.
Yes. Each other's this thing. Have the government thought about that? You see, so there's a lot to talk about when it has to do with raising, being prudent with the finances of government. Okay, but nobody is doing that, and the Nigerian people are not even ready to rise up and say enough is enough. So where do we go from here? So let's not say Nigeria is not rich. No, we are rich, but our people, the richness is for some people, and some other people are the ones who are like the Nigerian palace say, they are the masses. Masses don't have anything. And like I always said on this panel, go across the world. It's only Nigeria that calls their citizens masses. Let the masses breathe. So we are breathing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, KJ, for joining us today. It's been a while. Osita Dima, are you there?
Yes, so I'm here.
Okay, your image was frozen. Yeah, please go ahead.
See, for the interest of the viewers, I think
5 minutes, so not past 5 minutes, because if you give you time, go touch it tomorrow morning.
Okay, maybe I think it was the black stuff. You know, he was here around.
I don't know what you have against me today, but it's fine. Yeah, I guess we all have.
I don't have anything against you, but you talk too much.
So personally, for someone who doesn't actually get annoyed easily, I take offense to that. I don't talk too much, please. Let's just.
I think the reason why he's feeling like that is because earlier on today he gave you his turn, and he was like you were taking too long even when he gave you his turn.
But when people were asking me questions, it was not entirely my fault. People asked me questions based on my submission.
Just go.
But let me not waste time, man. What is poverty? When you don't have enough to meet your basic needs. In our population, how many people are able to meet their needs? 97% of us can't meet our needs. So I don't think it's fair for us to be living in speculation, because since I was born, I've always heard Nigeria go better, Nigeria go better. No, it hasn't. So there is no point in building castles in the air or banking on what is not there. At the moment, are we meeting our needs? We are not. So we are poor, and it is better we accept that we are very poor. We are even beyond poor. We are extremely poor.
Abject.
So when we realize that, when our leaders realize that how poor, stupendously poor we are, maybe their mindset could could reset. So we are so poor. A lot of us cannot meet our needs. I wasn't efficiently meeting my needs while I lived in Nigeria, till I started living overseas. And I was one of the people who was, who were gainfully employed. I had a federal job, because you know how people feel about federal job when you just come out of university. Oh, it's federal job. I had that job. This was as of 2017. It's 2017. I was working in a federal institution. Still, I was poor. Let alone people who didn't even have that opportunity. So let us not use a fine brush and paint it and start talking about what we could have been or our potential. We all know about our potential, but what is our current state? We are stupendously poor. And the question, so that we don't deviate from it, why the forefathers asked was, why are some nations poor? Why are we poor? We are poor because of one thing, and all of us got it correctly. It's because of our leaders. Because our leaders lack vision.
Osita, please. I think there is difference between Nigeria as a country being poor and Nigerians as individual people in Nigeria.
No.
So what you are talking
Mama
about?
hate you.
Wait.
A place it will just be a geography.
No.
What I'm doing, I understand what you mean, but I personally, I don't want to look at the natural resources, the untapped resources. It's okay for you if you choose to continue looking at it. I'm looking at myself as a human being and people around me.
I will agree with you 100%. If we talk about Nigeria as a people, but not Nigeria as a country.
My dear.
Where we are coming from, we are looking at Nigeria as a country. But Nigeria as a people, 99% of Nigeria as a people are poor. But Nigeria as a country, we are not poor because we have what it takes to be rich. But only 1% of Nigerians
Mama hate you.
Using it.
Do you actually think I don't understand where you're coming from? My own submission is.
But Osita, do you understand where she is coming from?
I absolutely understand where she's coming from. Of which is possibly what our leaders are looking at. See, no, my submission for this is this. Our leaders, because there's been one of the leaders of this nation before I said, we have money and not know what to do with it. That is one of the most stupid statements any leader could ever make. That is one of the most stupid statements I've ever heard from
another correction, Osita. Just like I corrected the KG, there's a difference between rich and wealthy. There's a difference between ruler and leader.
It turns out that the difference is very minimal if there is any in terms of rich and wealthy. I can share it here. There is no that. But the question,
it just depends on context.
I believe what is having the ability to
question. I just wanted to ask a question about the concept. Like if there is a house and there is money in that house, and the money, even if it's in that house, people live in that house, but because the money doesn't belong to them in terms of the person that truly owns the money is a big boss somewhere that will demand for that money, can you say that house is rich or the people in that house are rich?
Forefathers, those words, let's not just push it out. It just depends on the context you're using it.
Well, that's the context I'm using it. That if there is the resources we have in Nigeria, it's meant to be for us, but it's actually not ours because most other people make profit from it. Can we say we are rich even by resources? Because we are not in control. We are not using the resources to enrich ourselves. Other people are taking it. Can we call ourselves rich? Because I'm trying to go with the logic that Mama H.O. is coming with, that the country itself is rich in terms of the resources we have. But if we don't own the resources, it belongs to other people. Can we say we are rich?
The
country is rich.
You're rich because you have
it in your land.
But you are not rich. It's a two-sided thing. It's not that hard. She's saying she's very right.
They are rich, but you're not rich.
Exactly. So she's right. The country itself is rich. The people are not rich.
Are not rich. That's what it is.
Understand.
By resources, if you put it that way.
Resources, both human and natural resources. Exactly. Even the working
people. If we are not rich, all this money that they are borrowing, nobody will borrow the money to them.
Everybody gets into my own time, but it's fine. I won't complain.
But
My last submission
then
is.
What does that mean then? Why is our GDP and national this thing? What is different between that and the actual wealth the country has?
Okay, so
potential adds into it.
I speak the truth. I think we should allow Osita to finish. Then, further, we can respond to your question.
Okay.
Listen, my only submission is this. What I'm saying is this: there is no doubt. We all know all the natural resources we have within the country, but I think we'll be doing ourselves a great disservice to not describe ourselves as we are, our situation, our state, our condition. There is no need always telling Nigerians that Nigeria is a rich country when the citizens do not feel it. An average person in Nigeria lives and breathes poverty.
That's one question.
We are a poor people.
So let me chip you a question, please. When you were working with federal government, were you taking bribe?
I wasn't taking bribe.
So like he's gonna come and tell you this. What kind of question is that?
Why not? He has answered now. So it did not contribute to what Nigeria is today. So okay, you are
no. There's been areas where I contributed, and I've said it on this platform.
You see now. So
listen, but that was years ago. That was years ago.
And that was years ago. It's what contributed to what Nigeria is today.
And listen, the things I know now, I didn't know them then.
Okay, so they don't blame Nigerians that are doing what they don't know. You understand now? Because tomorrow they might know that they were doing something wrong. So that's what it is.
No, I blame the ones who have had the opportunity to have a new life, to behave differently, and they chose to remain the same.
Wait, Osita, do you know how we can educate my children so that they can have a change of mind when they now want to elect their leader? Is by letting them know the truth. And the truth is this. As a country, we are rich. And because we select wrong leaders that manage our resources, they make us poor. And they make us to believe that it is their right and entitlement when they enter into office, the money that was meant for us as a nation in the state and local government level, they steal it instead of using it to develop us so that we can come out of poverty. And not to make them to understand that if we seem today we are poor, we are poor. As a nation, I will not agree with you, we are poor. But we must let us as Nigeria know that, look, we are suffering today because what was supposed to be used for us to come out of this human poverty is left in the hand of those who are stealing and looting it. Is it not a Yaya Bello that carry Kogi money and pay his children's school fees in advance until they graduate? And yet he did not pay salary for several good years. So how do we describe this? And we only heard of Yaya Bello. Other leaders are like
that. I didn't just hear of Yaya Bello because I lived in his state. I worked in his state.
I'm just saying we have Yaya Bello out there. What about Okowa?
She's saying unknown people there.
Okowa borrowed how much $1 billion, $150 billion in the midst of election, knowing fully well he has few months to live. Did he account for that money? So what are we talking about?
Let him carry. He's not there. Okay, he's moved on. Osita, are you done?
See, yes. I don't know. I don't think me and Mama Echo will ever agree on this presentation. We mean the same thing. It's just a presentation.
Okay, it is good like that now. So
for me, I would rather say we are poor and now tell the reason why. Tell people, look at the reason why we are poor. We are poor because of our leaders.
Exactly.
But telling them, I'll rather put it that way.
Can I give an example? Mama Echo, let me give you an example of where our problem is. Because to show you that the natural resources don't even count for a lot of wealth. Singapore doesn't have anything. That's zero. They don't have any natural resources. No oil, nothing to export. But yet, that country, just with its people, they do more export than the entire more than 40 black African nations in Africa, and they are not up to. They are just under 6 million in population. How do you explain that?
The same thing, forefather, because of our riches, it's not only the natural resources, the human capital which we have refused to develop.
Yeah, but you can't call it wealth when it has not been converted to wealth.
Exactly.
Wait, it is wealth.
Then every poor man is rich then. But that's
can I help? Can I help with small clarification?
You stopped me. You stopped me fair enough.
Sorry.
Wait, for speaking earlier.
Yeah,
I've just been here waiting, and everybody's just doing what they want, bro. Where the rules at, man?
Don't worry, we're gonna get to you. Don't worry. Sorry about that. Osita, okay, nobody interrupt Osita because Osita we enjoy interrupting him. Let me finish. Okay, it's finished there. Thank you. Feel sorry for us, please. Let's go back to Moses. Moses, Jago. You know, Jago looks like Moses of the Bible.
There's a big dispute on whether or not Moses even existed, my brother. So it's all in your imagination. I'll just like to say hello to everybody and welcome the night's discussion. This is the night shift, hardcore night shift. You see, the discussions as I've seen it, Nigeria, man. You know, we love our nation and we hate our nation, and we live in some kind of oxymoron as Nigerians, wherever we find ourselves out in the world. Many of us are doing extremely well. Many of us are still going through serious challenges, no matter where we are. When we look at Nigeria in itself, we see a nation, in my eyes, that has potential, which is a word that it gripes me today. Because just as Osita has said, since he was young, he knew that Nigeria would get it better. Every year he would suggest the same, until he reaches a ripe old age of 26 or whatever you might be, and suggests that this thing no go change. So for me, who is a lot older than Osita, that's exactly how I felt about Nigeria growing up. I knew it was a foregone conclusion that Nigeria is going to be a great nation. No doubt about it. And I'm here now, 57 years old. The shit is moving backwards. It's regressing in so many ways. Is Nigeria a rich country? Of course it is. Everybody wants a piece of it. When I used to travel to Nigeria as a young person, when I used to see the white person who was traveling with us on the plane, this would be an archetypal British or European gentry, somebody of position, somebody of grace, somebody of wealth, somebody of gravitas. These are the white people that were traveling to Nigeria in the 60s and 70s, as I was observing, from all over the world. Our next door neighbor was an Australian in Nigeria back in the day, an Australian engineer with his wife and his two children, Oliver and Jamie. We were close. It was a beautiful place. I knew it was going to happen. Nigeria for me was better than the UK that I was flying from. However, the poverty in that nation is something that is also quite visceral. It's quite real. And it's more apparent sometimes in big cities than you'll see in the rural areas. Because in the rural areas, it's a different way of life as I was growing up. You had your village, and within your village, you contained more or less everything that you needed. It was coming out of the ground naturally. So many of the things that are in our forest, we don't even use as food, and they are food. In fact, they use them all across the world as food. So when we look at Nigeria, we must understand what it is that we're looking at. And everybody has said the same thing, but I don't believe that there's much need for the argument that we are having. Some things are nuanced. Some things, these words between rich and wealthy, they're just inflections that suggest more or less the same. The English language is like that. We don't need to confuse ourselves. But the fact is, what's under our, we're only pulling out one of the minerals, generally, that's in our land, and that's the oil. We're not even doing much with the gas, and we have more gas than oil. And gas is an element that could foster immediate change in that nation. If we started to implement the gas that we have in our country for the use within the country, Nigeria would change within 2 years. Visually, you would see the change. But we are not pulling out anything other than oil, realistically, to sell, to make sure that we have a level of foreign exchange and a level of growth within our nation. A small country like Singapore, their GDP is 564, but Singapore is basically a city-state. It's not large. 2 steps in Singapore, you end up in a place called Malaysia. The other way, you end up in the sea. That's it. And the population is minimal compared to Nigeria, but basically our GDP is the same. That in itself makes Singapore rich and Nigeria poor as a people, because the GDP of Nigeria, with the wealth that we began with after the Europeans left, today our GDP shouldn't be any less than $11 trillion. And it shouldn't be anything less than that. But unfortunately, as everybody has underlined our leadership, we don't have vision. We don't have visionaries. And if there is anybody with vision, that person is not coming to the top. It's very, very simple where Nigeria is concerned, and given the observations of the last 60 years. So given all of this, we find ourselves as individuals in the diaspora, as individuals in Nigeria who are trying to push, we find ourselves largely helpless. There are no real institutions that are serving us. And if we're in the West, yes, we are in a geographical space where things are working. We can put the lights on, we can run the tap water, we can go for a walk, we can shop for anything that we want if we have the money. And even if we don't have the money, we can pilfer it if that's our mindset. All I'm saying is that I would just like to go back a minute, and I don't want to bore people, to something that Ferreira said earlier, and it was about a movement. And I'm happy to hear that word on the platform. It's the reason actually why I came, because I was comfortable just listening. But why I came on board is that word movement and the motivation to cause a movement. And I think it was Guy in the panel who was, I don't know if what I replied to you, Guy, was actually audible or you could read it because it blacked out for some reason. The whole idea of a movement and creating movement and creating awareness is very, very important. This platform right now has about, as I saw earlier, it had only 10 people listening from 100 odd people earlier. Right now, we actually have 8 people listening. 8. So apart from the 8 of us who are listening, there are 8 people other than us who are tuning into this conversation live. Now, it fluctuates. I watch it a lot, and I've seen it fluctuate from 8, as we have it now, to 300, to 200, to 100. The most I've seen is 464 people in viewing what we're doing here and hearing our discussions. We know that we're trying to be serious, but we're just human beings and we have ailments. Each of us, doesn't matter who we are, whether we admit it or not, and whether we however long our hands are, where we like to choose to pat ourselves on the back. Some of it pales into. We should be here to discuss issues and not personalities. But again, as I say, we are human beings, and these things do happen. We're not looking for perfection amongst ourselves. Is a nonsense, a waste of time. People should forget about it. It's never going to happen. So, having said that, what Ferreira was pushing, and I liked what he was pushing in this idea of a movement and what we can do to create a movement from here. I think that's a quite important thing. You know, we speak about solutions a lot, and as I've seen, you can't create solutions on this platform. It's impossible. And we're here to discuss the issues and see what our findings are, for us to go back to the drawing board, our own individual drawing board that may be, and see what we can create. However, the awareness of being involved in this discussion, the awareness of us bringing one person on board who should be in tune with what we're saying, I think this needs to be spoken about. Just the growth of the platform is something that all of us who are involved on this platform, be it we're panelists or viewers or in the comment section, I think we owe ourselves a duty to grow the channel, to grow the discussion, to understand that we are rolling. We're creating a movement. We must do it. We must do something. We can't come here and just pontificate all day. That's not good enough, really. I won't be satisfied if this is just a place to pontificate and argue and squat and point finger. That's progressive, my friends. So I would like really to end saying that the motivation to create a movement is something that is doable. We can reach that target. It's a target that we can grab. TikTok, it was mentioned. For real, I don't go on TikTok, but there are millions. I had it and it was a madness. There are millions of people, however, on TikTok, of all kinds of people. You know, a 10-second clip of one of our arguments, one of our discussions, forefather mentioning something that needs to be underlined, Dr. Jamage is coming on board and doing a little flex. We need to operate in a way that we are creating waves, because it's deadly important that we create waves. That's my submission.
Thank you for the submission. I think, is it Masca or have you spoken?
It's Masca.
It's Masca.
Okay.
Masca, your phone they break.
Please go ahead.
Your audio they break.
Yeah, it's breaking up actually. The last time it broke up a lot. Yeah, it did break up a lot the last time.
Is it breaking now?
No, it's not breaking at the moment.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So you record what was on my mind. Do just like you did. I would start with this.
It's breaking up again. It's breaking up again, Masca.
I can hear him.
KJ on the platform.
No, KJ is not on the platform. I think he stepped out. Okay. Yeah, I think your video is also gone.
No. I put off the video maybe so that I maybe.
Yeah, it's more solid now.
Okay, so let me quickly say this. Nigeria is a rich country, but it's not a wealthy country. Rich country means you have riches. It could be gold, it could be silver, your mattress. It will not do you anything. Wealth is when your money is generating. Nigeria is not at that level. We have the riches. Nigeria is rich. Our GDP, nominal GDP, is about between $250 to $300 billion per annum. So to put the debate in context, GDP will show you that Nigeria is a rich country, because to put it in context, the GDP of, say, let's say even a Sudan as a country, Sudan as big as it is, its GDP is about 26 billion. So we are like 10 times the GDP of Sudan, which is what Mama Echo is also saying, is what is called the GDP per capita. And if you do the ranking in Africa, Nigeria is actually in between, what's this country? We are in between. Uganda is better than us, for instance, in GDP. Uganda's GDP is about $1,200 per person. Nigeria is 1,100. Below us is Lesotho as a country. These are the countries in terms of per capita individual. How much would each person put in his pocket? All of us will go with nothing more than that's if you carry Dangote's money, everybody's money, Tinubu money, put it inside and share it. The only thing you get is $1,000 per annum.
Master is still here. Forefather.
So you can see how
Yeah, I didn't
people
see
of
that one
Nigeria
coming.
is.
Forefather, I hold
$20.
what do you give Tope chop? Tope is hailing you.
I think you and them are parlaying on the
Wait, did you say that our per capita that we're up to 4,000?
1,000.
Yeah, we are 1,000 now.
Okay, I think it's way lower than
1,000.
that. Do you know why? Our population, our census is so flawed.
No, you see, this is extended. This is what I call extended argument.
Okay, let's not extend it.
Okay. No matter how you do our census, you cannot tell me that Nigeria is less than 150.
I think you are correct because last year it was 2,000.
No, I'm saying that UK is not taking that we're almost at least about 280 million.
280 million.
It's very possible.
You see, you can track these things from accounts, and this thing, BVN and a few other things. If you can extrapolate we did it here once, and I was able to predict the population of the country.
Yeah,
and people were like, it's impossible.
And you did it wrong too.
I did it right. You see all these enemies of progress. I did it right.
You did it wrong too.
Let me tell you. I was able to use it to predict the population of the UK based on those values.
But
and if I did that, it's correct for Nigeria
UK
too.
has something that we don't have.
So why you arguing that? Why you talking about Nigeria population
that we don't have?
We are 600 million. We are 600
that was it. We are 600 million. You see what you have cost now? Now we are 600 million.
All over the world, we are 200 million all over the world.
The UK has something that we don't have, and that's efficient record keeping, both in birth and
we have BVN.
How many people get BVN? How many people get BVN?
Register deaths. We don't properly register deaths, and we don't properly register birth. So
exactly what I wanted to say. BVN is not even a measure because you need to be 18 years.
And we do not properly calculate migration within the country. We don't properly do those things.
Even if you account for all that, it's not that significant. The population is still within that 220 million range. That's what
my brother. No, it is way bigger than that. I can honestly tell you it's bigger than that.
Well, let me talk now. It's time now.
Might make sense or a little low.
Maybe we can do that number again later on, Osita, if you are here, because we did it once, and I was able to use to predict the population of the UK. And if it's true for UK, chances are it's true for Nigeria. But it's okay.
No. Using UK is a very wrong parameter. This place, even when you cough, this place.
Let's give Femi his time. I beg. Let Femi talk.
Femi is the most patient guy, and his eyes tell you that he doesn't like what you are doing, but he's not going to say anything. Femi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I appreciate you. So what do you think about what you've had so far?
So you're going to divert my attention a bit. So let me just make a quick comment on what you just said, forefathers. And it's not because I choose to push back. But again, I'll tell you this for free. Statistics, statistics, the way I understand it, is not as cut and dry as you make it sound. There are tools like Power BI, Tableau, that's I just say Excel, and there are actual business analysts that measure these things. And some of them are doing a good job of it in Nigeria right now, in spite of the circumstances that we find ourselves, which is where I align with what you've heard as pushbacks as well, that we don't have proper record keeping. Even like I told you the last time out, our data, forefathers, I'm telling you, forget it. We don't have proper data. Just let's end it there. Now, so those even let us start comparing ourselves with other countries that know that have proper record keeping. Let's not deceive ourselves. I have instances that I can give you that happened live personally, but I'm not even going to go there. I just thought to
Can you share it, because I'm a bit puzzled.
Okay. Even as we speak right now, I don't know if you know this, but whether you do or not, realize that people are still able to bypass the system and get multiple passports. As an example, I'll keep it there.
But that you're arguing the opposite, then, that we are less than we claim to be.
I did not see, forefathers. It's everything is subject to interpretation. You said that you can't put words in my mouth. I'm just telling you that there's flaws. We don't do things like I always tell you, my wife. In Nigeria, we're Nigerians. Let's not deny facts. We like to copy what other people are doing, thinking we're trying to do due diligence, but we don't do it the way it's supposed to do. There's something called, what film me right now? But there's international standards, ways people are supposed to do things. Do we do it that way? No. So let's not fool ourselves, forefathers. Now, my wife.
Have you seen anybody bypassing the bank's BVN in Nigeria?
See, my sister, because you're taking me to a space again, like I told you last week, I'm comfortable with speaking about. My sister, I don't want to make too much noise about certain details, but there's a level to which she reached before she worked directly with the guy that owns UBA and all of those conglomerates. I'm telling you, I'm not see, these are not things that I heard in newspaper. You know, there's a difference between when you have the facts directly like this. You understand, versus them say. This one is not them say. If she wasn't a shy person, I'll get her to come online and explain to you. See, let's not go there.
No, you have to substantiate your statements. If you are saying that they can bypass BBN,
Femi is
there are
very
only
right.
a few people that can do that.
Femi is very right. Femi is very right.
I know the way people get BVN. You can get BVN without. See, if you know people, you will get BVN. It's Nigeria now. Why are we acting as if
people are not allowed to have BVN? Except you change your date of birth and passport or whatever.
What are you talking about?
I'm not going to argue with you, but let me believe what you want to believe.
You can get anything in Nigeria. You can get anything in Nigeria if those.
But I've never seen it done. You can say it, but I've never seen it done. I've never had anybody doing it.
Okay.
So
okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
When we say
don't argue. I'm not arguing. I'm just telling you my own experience.
Okay, no problem. But I'm telling you,
it's a corrupt system. If you have the backbone, you get anything you want.
Your own. I'm telling you from my own experience. Nobody has even whispered it that you can get.
If it can happen in the UK that you are, why do you think it won't happen in backwards Nigeria?
Okay, can I?
It doesn't happen in the UK.
What you think?
No, tell me first. Tell me hold on first. Forefathers, you go and try it. You go and try it yourself, and see if it is succeed for you. You go and if you have the money, you need to spend money on it. Go and try it.
Let me go on to the topic at hand, because it pains me to know what I have seen and I know that happens. This is not even coming from me. But, again, you can choose, to everybody his own. I'm not going to argue. Choose to believe what you want to believe. It's okay. To the topic at hand, I wanted to, I'm not going to say correct. It's not within my capacity to correct, but I heard something about Nigeria being the richest country in Africa. It's not true. There's a country we all know as Congo Democratic Republic today, former Zaire. In terms of mineral resources alone, let's not even go to, aside from the fact that in terms of mineral resources alone, let's not even go to like what's it called, agricultural resources.
Okay, so let me cut you because I made that statement. Okay, so now this goes back to what Madame was saying up there.
Yeah.
If you will take the Congo, right, based basically on its potential, why then? Wait, hold on.
No,
hold on, brother.
No, please let me finish because I'm going to lose my train of thoughts. And Jagu is waiting for me to do what I've always been doing to correct me. So I'm trying not to lose so just please bear with me. I'm trying to get better at this. You understand? So as not to, but I'm just talking about just mineral resources. However, just as even Jagu himself has mentioned, it depends on the nuances. Even I still don't think there's so much difference between riches and wealth. There's a fine line. I didn't realize there's a kind of difference until probably a couple of years ago. But the way I understand it versus this topic is that riches will equate to potential. And if it's by that standards, yes, we're rich in resources, potentially, but not just, again, if to allude to what everybody has said combined, not just what you take from the ground, but also the human capital as well. Because after all, countries like Singapore and even Japan, which if you know the terrain of Japan with all the natural hazards that they experience, they really do not have anything. But what they have in terms of human resources is what made Japan what it is today. So if you put all of this together, you realize that what we have is potential, not, if you will, wealth per se.
Okay, Femi. So in terms of GDP, because listen, in terms of GDP, between Nigeria and the Congo, which one is richer on paper?
Nigeria.
It's a very simple question. It's Nigeria or Congo?
Can you let me? You know, I've not finished. I will answer you.
You haven't finished, but you will.
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. But you know, you're not even letting me talk. So just calm down. Let me.
I did it very simply. It was very simple.
I'm going to answer. No, wait. It is my turn. I can choose how I answer. I'm going to answer, but let me finish as well. That's what I beg you for. Okay, right. So GDP wise, Nigeria. However, I also have a problem, and this is my opinion. At least I'm allowed to have my say. I have a problem with all these terms, GDP.
You're not the only one, Femi. You're not the only one because it doesn't tell our actual state.
It doesn't tell the actual story. And
it doesn't tell the actual state because there is never a way Dangote and Tinubu will spread their money to all of us.
Exactly.
And that is what I hate about GDP.
Exactly. And when I re-educated myself about all these terms, you know when I started having problems with them? Fela put it more succinctly a long time ago. Fela was a visionary. It took a lot of us time to catch up. Where do you think that term came from? The IMF, the World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions. Now, when it's not just GDP now. I'm not even an economist. I barely know enough about economy. But at least I know the one that affects me when I was in Nigeria versus when I'm abroad. Because you see all this GDP, there's another one, GNP, GNI. If you talk to the woman selling Akamu in K2 or nothing concerned with all this GDP, Menini, GNI.
Your pocket dog. The only thing she knows that money in their pocket.
The only thing they know is that wow. You know, I bet you get where I'm coming from. Now,
exactly.
When you now go by even another term that economists like to use, HCI, Human Capital Index. The country again, Nigeria has potential. Agreed. A lot of people think we are wealthy. I don't think so.
Human Capital Index is even a better parameter if you ask me.
That's why I introduced that.
Okay.
That's why I
How
introduced
can
that.
you? How can you on one side say Nigeria is not the richest country in Africa, like I proclaimed, right? But then you are saying the Congo is the richest, but at the same time, you are not willing to use the fact that Nigeria on paper is way, way, way wealthier than the Congo.
Okay, let me answer you. So maybe I left this out, or I guess I didn't. I said in terms of mineral resources, Congo is the richest country in Africa. I just wanted to potentially, yeah. That's why.
No, it's all right. So that's fine.
Yeah, but that's what when I started my submission, that's why I told you let me talk so I don't lose
No, you said it was wrong. That was why I waited for you to talk for like 3 minutes. I was watching it. And
okay. Just let me finish before you say anything, please. I beg you. When I started by saying that I didn't realize until a couple of years ago that despite the nuances and the fine line between rich and wealthy, the way I understand it is that in terms of, say, mineral resources, for example, we have the potential. So that's probably what I personally equate to as being rich, potential. But in terms of being wealthy, are we wealthy? Whether it be it we or Congo, no. Because what we have is potential, but we've not translated it into actual wealth. In fact, most of what is used, I'm sure you may have heard of this before, you probably realize this. Most of what is responsible for all of our electronics, a lot of what is used in like the car batteries and what have you.
Cobalt and lithium.
90% of it comes from the cobalt, 80% rather, comes from the cobalt that's manufactured straight out of Congo. So my point being that at the end of the day, be it mineral resources, agricultural resources, even tourism, the human resources as well, a lot of it is still potential, because especially when in the case of Nigeria, you consider the fact that even our human resources by itself, we're not maximizing it. The education system is terrible. One of my cousins, he read one of the medicals in Nigeria. It is terrible when you have to deal with a situation where majority of people just pass through school, read theory, but they cannot actually practice until they get to an environment where they now see the actual way of doing things in practice. And that's why, again, I go back to the way I started, that whether you call it rich, whether you call it wealthy, the fact is that we're not maximizing our potential, and because of that, we are not wealthy at all.
Wow. Oh, thank you. Because I'm wrestling with that concept still. I think it's AY. So what do you think about this discussion? Let me ask you a question then. Can a nation be poor and rich at the same time? Because by that standard, every poor man is rich or potentially rich.
Of course not.
No, that's not. Of course not. That is a full yes.
Yeah, because every poor man is rich. Okay, that's gonna help.
No. I'll laugh at your question, but I'm saying that question is valid, and for me, the answer is yes. And obviously, has his nuances. But sorry, AY,